They're waiting for it.
Battling.
Oh, he goes in and collapses.
It's too strong.
That's crazy.
I mean, it's unbelievable that you just
Out of that one. 13-10.
and nearly get the third one.
Oh, just goes for the Requiem. Watson backs away, tries to, not gonna happen. The solo kill.
Come on, dude.
Oh, they call him the new king. It's happening. The demon is unleashed.
Unbelievable.
Dire's top tower.
What can you do? You know? Sometimes Yado is gonna beast on you.
That is a backbreaker.
Jira now being found by Not Me. He might have his vengeance here. Essence is still there to track him. Odwin coming too.
Yeah.
It's a hazardous support duo.
Getting up on the high ground there. Trying to get away, but with the hook shot follow-up there. Oh, they get the bushwhack. And look at this. This is going to just be an easy kill right into a Tormentor. Doesn't even have to stop farming creeps.
That's so considerate of Tira Jr., you know?
Team Spirit, this squad, when they are cooking, you better watch out.
I feel like they are the most intimidating team in Dota to be losing. They just strike this fear in you, and they have this confidence that it just makes everything that you think about Dota seem wrong.
Now, yeah, the spike just extended the Doom to kill Laurel. Maybe recognizing the danger coming this way. Go back out and go back to the base.
I like his idea here of going
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
that base armor, the Shadow Fiend,
Yeah.
down to 10. Maybe it gives them a chance. Like they need every little bit of help because he's got serious struggles this game. The Croaker later will be great as well. Obviously been a big classic with the Doom. They got to find every little advantage that they can get in this one.
4,000 gold lead now. Very similar to last game. Early lanes go well for Yandex. Starts to break down. Team Spirit find avenues to get back into this fight. Now, they're going to blink over to the side. I think they have an idea that he's over here and collapse. This should be a kill. They drop the Doom. Control is there. And
Honestly, this hard build does give him a lot of value now.
yeah.
Like, it really does. He completely shuts down the way you're seeing the Centaur in every fight in the late game finale here. Off the ulti and a tombstone.
Comes in, tries to find the bullback. It's not quite there, but one little hit from the Shadow Fiend does a lot. Now Watson doesn't have any friends here either. He's gone again. Counter goes for it. Requiem's on top of the TP that was coming in, says, yeah, I dare you. Now 4-step up the high ground. Oh, he's feeling himself. He's feeling himself now. Triple kill. Yatoro. He hungers for the grand finals. There's smiles on their faces. An ultra kill. Get on back over here. Come on. Get back over here. They're chasing. They're scanning. No, they're not stopping. They're never
All right,
stopping.
where's that hook shot? Not me. What do you got for me?
Can they
What
get
do
there
you
in
got?
time? Not quite. The crowd wants it too.
Or is staggering.
Oh, man.
Watson getting caught back there. That can't happen, man. He was so close to having a game. His BKB was 100 gold away or less. Now he's dead. He loses all this gold. This is supposed to just be an undying dying. Why is
Yes.
MP dying?
Yes.
Why? How does this happen?
I mean,
Laurel just keeps going. He's like, hey, this guy's just here, guys.
and then more show up, and then more show up.
Under attack.
I mean, it feels pretty rough. Tira Jr. found. Laurel gets him. The wheels have come off.
It just wasn't that bad at this point. They were so close to hitting their timing. They were going to have the BKB on the Nature's Prophet. Maybe it gives them a chance to stand in these fights. There's still a lot of damage from Yadro. I understand that. But it gives you something. Now it feels like their hope is just turning into maybe I can TP out when I kill a wave somewhere.
That's basically what they're hoping for now. And to get the BKB completed on Nature's Prophet, Tira Jr. gets for a little bit, does have Kaya up.
Lives in a rough
Build
neighborhood.
is close to BKB
Time to
also.
move.
Just don't know if it's going to be enough at this point. If they do the Shadow Fiend, then you're Centauring away, and if you don't, Not Me is just ready to chase. Yeah, Essence Stiller was there. He puts him inside of the tombstone for a moment, but Laurel running back and forth over these guys. Laurel, he hits very hard. He hits very, very hard. Watson BKB. Yeah, nice job, buddy. They turn now. Hit onto Malady. That's not going to last long either, as he doesn't quite do the timing right. Laurel finishes that one off.
Anyone else?
Yeah, gotta hide.
Gotta blink.
He's just swaggering, talking him down. They thought about it. It's not to go.
Under attack.
Ooh, man.
It's a privilege to be here on the last day. It's not a right, you know. Yadro, he's seizing the opportunity. He wants to grasp that Aegis just another time. Maybe not even just the last time. Maybe a couple more times. There's no signs of slowing down.
There are signs that there could be a hero up here that's dead.
Invisibility.
Finds the right angle. Going through the I mean, he's okay. Okay.
Yeah. When you know the game is in your hand right now.
Yeah. Zero fear.
Dyer's
That's more
bottom
impressively
tower
zero
won't
TPs
last
into the
long.
index. At least they didn't panic. They got panic
Dyer's
collapsed
bottom
right next to
tower
2 heroes here.
Finds him. Out. But now the turn onto the rest of these heroes. Junior backing away. They are going to kill off Collapse. EM pops the BKB, runs away. Have Team Spirit maybe overextended a little bit here. We'll see if they can chase this any further, but he's right on top of him. Watson throws him into the sprout, but there's no control. There's no anything. You can only slow him down for a moment as he turns and hits and kills Malady. 19,000 net worth in 25 minutes. Kira Jr. trying to put the team on his back. He does a good amount of damage, but it stops there.
Really bad.
Radiant's middle
And they
tower
can't
is
establish
under
a
attack.
foothold on any terrain of this map. Every time they plant the tombstone, that is supposed to be your signal to we win this area. It doesn't feel like that at all. Yadro is just hurricane piking into the tombstone and just attacking people. He just does too much damage right now. He's got too much back.
Fortified structures can't be breached. I could.
Again, early start. The 2-0 started the day yesterday for Team Spirit and
Dyer's
have
middle
continued
tower
on. Are they going to be able to
just
do it again?
down.
Poshka felt the confidence. Yandex,
Radiant's
its
top
entire
tower is
year,
under attack.
have not lost a series. Team Spirit on the verge of being eliminated here in the lower bracket finals, main event of TI. He can't quite get the connection onto Chira Jr.
Radiant's courier has been killed. They're fishing for
He's getting the
guppies
game
with cannon
closers, you
fire.
know. The Vlads at 26 minutes.
Oh yeah.
That's I'm finished. You know, we got enough. We got all the right items. We are ready to end this game at our leisure. A minute 40 still left on this Aegis. Very well set for a potential tier 3 push. They want to clean up this top lane. Watson, go ahead and try and catch some of these waves, but he just has to be careful. EM, Malady, Watson, they're all on the bottom side of the map here. No intention of fighting this top tier 2.
Dyer's top tower
What do
needs
we
some
have?
friends.
We got
What the hell is this, man? They got all the items. They got items outside of the game.
we have the congregations of the deep
There you go.
upon DM, the Croaker, the Riverborn Aura. Unfortunately, there's no river in the base.
Yes.
Can maybe change that.
Meanwhile,
Oh, DM. Oh, he gets out.
we're trying to chase.
Cannot afford to get caught back. I mean, there's still not
How
many.
many shots? Okay, Ghost Scepter is good. Fortunately, Collapse is right there to clean him up. But that's what you have to do for Yandex. If they want any hope in this game, delay,
Dyer's middle
cut
tower
waves,
is under
try and get out of there. Now, they do see we're completely alone down here with 40 seconds left on the Aegis. I mean, the problem is there's still
Speeding really
Stampede.
fast.
Watson finds a Shrine of Wisdom. There you go. Does that make you
Okay.
feel any better?
Not really. To be completely honest about it. And Chira Jr. getting brought down again. It has been such a series. Yeah, that's an issue. That is an issue.
That is a major problem here. They can take this outpost. They can start pressuring the high ground if they wish. It is only 10 seconds left on the Aegis, so perhaps they could consider it unnecessary, but has that really stopped Team
Dyer's
Spirit
bottom tower
in their last
won't
4 games?
last
I don't think
long.
so.
They were going high ground when they still had the tier 2 up.
Yeah.
He was just going to kill people.
I mean, they don't have a Shivas, so the initial jump is a little sketch compared to most games, but you got the Clockwork, so if you want to just put all your faith in not me, personally, I would, after seeing how he's played the last couple of days. They could opt for it, but the safer option is certainly to continue to control the map and just let Yandex create their own issues by leaving the base.
Carl waiting for somebody to step out.
Is that enough?
You know, he's not the biggest target in the world. You know, maybe they're a little bit off on the timing of the Cecil Scourge. It was still 40 seconds. Back up again. Try and extend this out as much as possible for Yandex.
The micro maneuvers here from Watson. He's just spamming the trans out amongst the map, scouting, trying to scout wherever Adam's scared. If they drop the Stampede to catch Soxa,
You're going to lose heroes like this pretty consistently.
that boy.
Up there. The wrong way. Whatever the case is. The smoke up now coming out as the Aegis has been reclaimed. And Toro showing on the lane. They're pinging where they think he is going to be, and he is over there. They find him as he comes back this direction, completely alone.
The biggest doom of the game.
This would be what they need, and they got him right there. Jump forward, got him caught. Congregation trying to save the doom. They drop it. That is the best thing that has happened to Yandex in a very long time. This would be bad. This would be really bad. They don't have Shadow Fiend, though, so maybe they feel confident in this fight. Watson standing there next to Laurel. DM getting down on the low ground. Finds not me. It's not terrible. They actually do bring down the Undying, and as the BKB is out, they're going to need to run. Nowhere left to run. DM going to fall.
Make sure that you are not safe. Your golden god form here, but double kill for Laurel. Kill on Yadro. Yandex will take it. It's something.
Yes. I mean, he's a lot of gold going back their way.
Yeah. Big bounty there for DM. I'm glad he just dropped it.
Yeah.
You know, it looked like they were thinking about holding it. Watson was coming in. He was just like a second too late to make sure they wouldn't have to, so they just secure it. Of course, that being said, maybe you needed that. Maybe that helps you get a secondary kill here. Speaking of a secondary kill, Watson down by Collapse.
Down to the low ground. They're stampeding in. Did he wait too long? Yes, he did. Not me. Was out of range at the start. And TP's away. The BKB lasts long enough. Let's get him out of trouble. Sjut Jr. gets caught by the bash. Not going to be so lucky. There is quite going to be able to get into range to save him there. Even when you get something good with the Shadow Fiend kill, it comes at a price.
He was dead for ages, huh? Nice. Level 23. Yadro, he is absolutely massive here, and still not considering anything too defensive. Wants to finish up the Daedalus first.
That's Collapse's job.
Yeah, exactly. You saved me. I mean, Laurel allowed me. Like, there's so many good heroes here at providing a space and safety for a big range carry. This could be so many different heroes on Yadro, and it's a very similar game.
Expected. Stomp on top on double edge, and accidentally pops his BKB.
That guy's getting wobbled in the bottom lane.
I mean, you saw him hitting his keyboard at the end of that last game, accidentally paused it. Feeling very hyped up about that. No BKB? Timing? Maybe?
Alright, DM just solo the Tormentor. You know? Take it down.
He's getting ready to cut another wave.
He's just hoping he doesn't get spotted here as he wing gates out. Player's going the other way, though.
It's going to be on the same side as him, though. And how annoying it could be getting these heroes caught. Oro having an inkling, an idea. Yeah. Ooh, boy. There. Gets out of trouble.
I like some of the ideas they've gone for in terms of itemization, though, on the side of Yandex. Like going for the Shiva's Guard on the Snapfire. I like this over the BKB. I feel like if you go BKB, it's just not enough. I don't think you can stand quality BKB anyway.
Right. To live a little bit longer is going to tombstone himself. Sjut Jr. is up on the high ground. The problem is that, like, again, how do you start the fight? It's like all on DM.
It is 100% just DM. That truly is the major issue, and he has gone for the Shiva's Guard as well, so they're doubling up on it. But again, all the extra armor is very good. So DM needs to get in here and spot this all with the Shiva's Guard to set up the kisses.
This is a really good ward, but they're going to get the stop to open it. Disruption. The flare. Not me finds DM. Now the damage coming out. Oh, it's insane. full on.
You're in.
Watson goes in. Decides he wants to fight. That is not the decision that's going to work out the way you hoped it would. Sheeran Jr. also gone. There are no buyback on all three of the cores. Good game is called. Team Spirit are going to the grand finals.
Who would win, Fiery Demon or a single rocket? Coming out from Not Me on the clock. This guy's been unbelievable in this hero. He ends any hope of a fight there for Yandex. No blinking from the Doom. He is the only hope. He is the key. Team Spirit, they are the best team at identifying how the enemy wants to win a team fight and removing that possibility.
Listen, Vision, they said they wanted to fight in this squad. They wanted to fight them. Vision were looking good. They were all over the place. But Team Spirit has leveled up over the past couple of days. They take down Yandex, one of these squads that has been a bugbear for them constantly. Have they awoken a demon? Can you stop Yatoro? This man is a menace on this stage, and he just took out Yandex.
It doesn't feel good when you have defeated this team over and over again all year, and coming today,
讲的是 YumYumR 军团指挥官复仇魔刃。
Goldie Moon, the Legion Commander.
那 YumYumR 的军团指挥官呢，整体的形象十分还原，比例准确，而且内部结构考究，布料选择也很细心，铠甲的纹理制作也很精致，而且呢，在上色涂装的过程当中呢，不光考虑到了准确，更是加入了对角色的深刻理解，所以最佳技术奖当之无愧。
Careful fabric choices and finely detailed armor texture highlight the work. The painting precise balance, strict accuracy with profound insight into the character. Congratulations! 那么我们已经揭晓了3个奖项，我相信大家都在期待这一刻，那就是我们 TI 2026的年度最佳作品奖。全场只有一个，将会颁给得分最高的选手。We've seen the impressive winners in 3 categories, but there can only be one Best in Show. This award goes to the cosplayer with the highest overall score. Please, Reeves.
The Best in Show of the TI 2026 cosplay competition presented by SteelSeries and Perfect World goes to Shimbalus with the Omni Knight.
Congratulations, Shimbalus!
This cosplay unites handcrafted details, impressive construction, and fun electronics. Shin has shown high skill in the application of a wide range of techniques, and he is indeed the best in show of TI 15.
这套 cosplay 将精湛的手工细节、出色的结构制作与趣味十足的电子机关完美的结合。Shimbalus 展现运用了多种制作技艺的高超能力，成为了 TI 2026年度最佳作品的不二之选。Yes, we feel you. 好的，再一次恭喜所有的获奖选手，也感谢每一位 cosplayer 为我们带来的精彩作品。Congratulations once again to all of our winners, and huge thank you to every cosplayer. 有人用一针一线让 Dota 的英雄走进现实，而接下来还有另外一群创作者用镜头和故事把他们心中的 Dota 搬上荧幕。We've just seen Dota brought into life through incredible costumes and craftsmanship. Now it's time to see Dota brought to life in a different way through cameras, stories, and imagination of filmmakers. 接下来舞台交给你 ，Take it over, Slacks.
Thank you. For 15 years, the Dota 2 International has acted as a showcase of the finest teams and players from around the world. But that isn't it. No, TI is a place for the community to come together. From making signs in the arena to drafting some dank memes to post on the internet and spending thousands of hours on incredible cosplays like the ones we saw here today. These are all ways that the Dota community shows us their passion, drive. TI is a place for the community to come together. From making signs to come together. From making signs in the arena to drafting some dank memes to post on the internet and spending thousands of hours on incredible cosplays like the ones we saw here today. These are all ways that the Dota community shows us their passion, drive, and love for this game. Now, for the last 10 years, the Dota 2 short film contest has been another way for fans to celebrate the community and show their love for Dota right here on the main stage. So many talented people have come together to participate in this contest over the last decade. And we thought it might be a little fun to talk to some of the finalists and get a backstage look at what it takes to make it here to the International.
Hi, I'm Genevieve Sai.
My name is Nicholas Kundashizel.
My name is Mario.
Mi nombre es Pamela y soy más conocida como Maydot.
Hello, my name is Kevin Siri.
Hi, I'm Dopa2.
My name is Shaylin Ham.
Меня зовут Михаил Пахомов.
And I'm Sam Siri.
Hi, my name is Lawrence. I'm known online as Lozenger, and in 2015 I won the very first short film contest with an entry called The Calling.
I submitted the award in 2017.
I won the short film contest with At Any Cost in 2024.
Yo participé en el 2022 con el corto de Just Hold On Here and I Wake Me.
I submitted in the 2022 short film competition.
My video was called Low Purity Story, and it was about my dog playing Dota. В прошлом году выиграл первое место, занял с работой кино.
I first submitted the Night Stalker and Pudge video.
Fresh made.
Not yet. And we made Tiny and Io Elemental Adventure in 2016.
Tiny and Io Elemental Adventure.
I've always had an interest in animation.
I was always kind of this creative kid. I love drawing, I love painting, I love playing the music.
I love like making something that people have fun with. Like I love making something that makes people happy.
As a form of storytelling, I think it could be something that's very powerful.
And when you express it artistically, whether that's animation or drawing or music, someone else is going to be touched and someone else is going to relate. And when they tell you they feel the same way, it's going to be this magical moment for you.
When I got to know about the short film contests, I just had to jump in.
Как только появился конкурс короткометражек от Valve, я
The first time that I saw the short film contest was in 2016, and seeing like the amazing quality videos that they were putting out there made me really inspired, and I felt like, okay, I gotta try next year.
When I found out about the Dota 2 short film contest, I'm like, this is it. This is my chance.
This was honestly my first kind of animation for a project.
I submitted many times. I remember my first submission sucked.
I don't care if this sucks. Ever since I heard Timbersaw's voice, I just had this intense need to animate him. I just want to show the world what I see when I hear his voice.
It's great to be back. Well, that's what I tell people anyway.
I had no experience whatsoever in animation, especially in Source Filmmaker, but I tried my best to learn it as much as I could, so every single year I was trying to improve.
El proceso sí fue duro. Fue bastante duro.
Because it's all in your head and you know what you want to put out, but like not everyone will understand what you're trying to tell. And like the hardest thing to get better at was definitely directing and like finding a way to tell a story in 1.5 minutes.
Just like anything else, you need like a plan, a draft, a sketch. So you had to like really think about what's gonna be my story. Am I gonna make it comedy or drama or action?
From makeup to wardrobe to the director, the producers, or if you need a PA or if you need production designers, set dressers. And for me, even though you're so exhausted, I have that feeling of just knowing that this is exactly what I would want to do. I wouldn't rather do anything else.
I'm the voice of the song.
A rock and a ball, best friends forever.
It was super simple and elementary, but it was cool to be like, oh, I wrote that. Tiny and I would say, brought us closer together.
We got married 2 years later after the video.
And I love you.
I created several short films for the short film contest, which for me was one of the biggest moments, I think, in my entire creative career, where for the first time something that I made was put on a big screen and millions of people watched it at one point in time.
Seeing your video inside the game client later and all your friends are watching and people are adding you to their friend lists, people I don't know. It was just fun.
When they chose me as a finalist, I was like, ah! Oh my God, I just could not believe it.
Hearing my name, like hearing like the title of the video was really something that I'll never forget, really. I was just like jumping and screaming. I was super, super happy, super, super excited.
I remember watching a lot of reaction videos from people who were watching the award for the first time and just really laughing at it. And that just brought me a lot of joy, you know? That was a beautiful moment for me.
It kind of made my family proud of me. I live in a small village in a rural area. I said to a couple of guys, and the thing spread throughout the community too. And people now know that I have a YouTube channel. I got kind of famous in my community.
I was on my bed still, like I was watching my bed, and then I heard you saying that, and then I was like so fucking happy. I started like banging my bed with my hand.
That was an incredibly validating moment for me as a creator, and to that I do credit a lot of my background with the short film contest.
The short film contest, all the years that I've submitted, they've changed my life in so many different ways.
Эти конкурсы кардинально изменили мою жизнь, и стало понятно, в какую сторону будет двигаться моя карьера дальше. Сразу после первого моего участия в конкурсе короткометражек я смог найти работу в геймдев-студии.
After short film, I was blessed to work with as many tournament organizers as there is in the Dota scene, so I had a chance to work with PGL, ESL, Blast. For PGL, for instance, I worked on those animations that you guys see, like the draft animations where the hero will pop up during the draft phase. And definitely like the craziest thing that I've ever worked on was this year's TI, so the embroidery theme, the opening ceremony that you guys seen.
Now I've been working with animations for like 10 years, which is something I never imagined I would do.
After the film contest, I've gone on to continue my career in character design, and previously I've worked on The Wild Robot as a story artist and a character designer. And currently, DreamWorks feature animation. A new movie I have been working on is coming out called The Forgotten Island. And I was a character designer and story artist on that as well.
My advice for someone starting out in the creative space for something like Dota 2, just do it.
Please, please, please get over your anxiety of making something that sucks, because you can rest assured that the next thing that you're going to make is going to be even better. So my best advice is just make something. Make something, make it as best as you can, put it out in the world, and then make your next thing, because the next thing is going to be better.
And trust me, 3 years after that very first video, you're gonna be happy you hit that button.
Working in animation is just being surrounded by a community of nerds like me.
Dota is this wonderful heritage for us because it's come from a very bottom-up place. It's very grassroots. It's been built by the effort of the community and the love of the community. And that includes not just the game, but the community around it that's making the art.
So all I have to say is thank you.
Thank you so much to the community for inspiring me and so many others over this last 10 years.
Thank you for your support. Dota 2 wouldn't be the same without the players. Dota 2 wouldn't be the same without the creators. You guys mean the world to everybody else involved.
Thank you very much for supporting the game and for supporting our work.
Congratulations.
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 Congrats.
Congratulations.
Поздравляю, Здесь.
Congratulations.
Congratulations on 10 years of the short film contest.
Thank you so much. Now, besides just introducing you to some of the real people behind the winning films, we wanted to celebrate the first 10 years of the Dota 2 short film contest with a little something different for its 10-year anniversary. We asked all of the finalists to come together and craft something special for you. We wanted to make something for the game that we all love and touch upon some of the most memorable moments from the International over its last 15 years that we all share. Hope you guys enjoy.
Often I am asked, what does a hero truly need? Much depends upon the hero. Would you be swift? Then for you, I have speed beyond measure.
the best. Did you see that?
No.
It was the play from TI2. I was all, black hole.
Okay.
It's like the most famous play ever.
Okay.
Speaking of famous plays, TI3 had a pretty good one.
Okay.
Would you be strong? Then I can grant you the might to overpower any foe.
Tiny and Larkin, a TI-10 adventure.
Oh my god!
A rock and a wolf, best friends forever.
My roof gets blown up! I can't take this seriously.
All right. Focus, my son, focus. Everyone called me crazy when I said hamsters could learn Dota. But who's laughing now? You have learned all you can about being a rat. Just pick nature's prophet and... No! Not again! Please!
Would you be wise? Then come closer and I will unlock your inner cunning.
Engaging! Open fire!
Mega creeps inbound. EG with their last chance. Can they hold? Here we go. Ice going in. Shatter move the Dagon. It's not doing much, but the other Dagons are triple Dagons. Timbersaw, he's dead. They might be able to do this. Divine Rapier on Void. He's going in. EG with the impossible comeback.
What does a hero truly need? That is for you to decide.
Ten years of the short film contest, 15 different internationals, one yet still to claim who will be the champion for it. And it is this one in Shanghai right now. We're looking at our grand finals. Only 2 teams stand the test of time and have the chance to be able to get up there and lift the Aegis. And how far we've all come since the first international. You yourself, Insane, you're having a cameo in the short film celebration there, and how far you've come as a player too.
Yeah, I mean, it brings back memories of the last time I was in Shanghai for TI9 and, you know, the unfortunate moment with the gyrocopter. But, I mean, it's honestly an amazing tournament, and even that moment was life-changing in many ways. I got to see my teammates and how they truly feel in a moment where you need them more than anything. So, like, for me, that moment reminds me of very good things, very good memories.
And someone that we need more than ever. Effie, you've been to so many TI finals as a panelist. How does it feel to be seeing one in Shanghai now?
It's just so special. There are no words. Just from the Dota today to the cosplay contest to watching that short film, everything is so beautiful. It's the perfect celebration of this game and this community.
And Quinn, yourself, you've played in many TI finals too, to be exact.
Yeah, it's just an incredibly special occasion. It means so much to me and to so many people. It's a celebration of the game, and that's why I love things like that piece so much that we get to see the history of not just the players, but the people that make the game so special. When I see the Dota 2 reporter, my like eyes light up. I'm watching with my brother. I remember even when he didn't play Dota, watching it and enjoying it. So stuff like that I find so special, and I just love to be a part of this community and this celebration.
I mean, today is by far one of the most emotional days that exists in the season of Dota. It's our final day of TI, and we're on to our last best of 5 here, our last series that we're going to get. Looking at the grand final now, and it's so hard to pick who is going to come out on top. Vision have looked by far one of the best teams. They haven't dropped a single series in their TI 15 run, whilst they've been pushed to the limits. On the other hand, you have a Spirit who thrive with their backs against the walls, who have loved to do this lower bracket run in a way.
I mean, coming into this, Vision were the team to beat. They were the team everyone was watching, everyone was studying, everyone was afraid of. And as the tournament progressed, that very much was the case. They completely bulldozed through it. But on the other hand, you have the TI team in Team Spirit. It doesn't matter how they do throughout the year. If they show up at TI, they're absolutely going to show up as the anime protagonists. They're here to cook.
And Spirit, I feel like, is a different beast when you play them. Like, we saw them match up earlier in the tournament, and that was in upper bracket round 2. I think at this point, they've had so many series to figure out their draft. They've had so many series to iron out the kinks in their gameplay and just get everything on the same page. And you can tell by the fact that almost all their last series in the tournament are 2-0s.
It's actually crazy to look at Spirit's matchups here. One, they've played significantly more best of 3s, but the only 2 teams in which they've lost these best of 3s to is Vision and Enigma Galaxy, and they lost twice to Vision in that group stage to be the first 4-0, our only 4-0 team, and of course that upper bracket best of 3 that they had just a couple of days ago too.
Yeah, the first one 2-0, the second one 2-1. And third, we'll have to wait and see, but I think that illustrates the arcs of these teams. Vision came in at the top, and they've stayed at the top. No one has been able to touch them, evidenced by the record. But Spirit, they started down here, and they're arcing up towards Spirit, hurtling at them like a speeding bullet that we know this the terrifying Yatoro player is. And now it's the collision, right? It's the team that's been on top versus the team that's charging towards them, and what happens when they meet.
I'm more curious than ever. Of course, the Dota is what we want to celebrate and have fun with as well, but also what form of Yatoro are we going to see? And I don't mean what hero is he going to show up with, what playstyle he's going to have. Is the man going to come out with a shaved head? Are we going to see the run back of a Bull Toro in another TI Grand Final?
I hope so. I mean, I can tell you, as someone who on stage and witnessed the horror firsthand, seeing my dreams crumble in front of me, it's just so iconic, such an epic moment in Dota history. And he is, I don't know, for the last 6 years or so has been like the iconic player. And so the fact that we're even questioning what his hairstyle is going to be for the grand finals is, I don't know, a testament to how legendary he is.
And just for context, for those who may be tuning into this TI as their first ever TI, Yatoro, every time that he has won the international, he has shown up on the finals day with a shaved head and has just completely unleashed himself upon his enemies as the best carry in TI.
I believe the quote goes something like, at TI 10, he sacrificed his hair to the Dota gods in order to win that final against LGD. So then he did it again in Seattle. So, I mean, if he's not bald, I will be very sad.
I think we could all agree with that one. Then I wonder on the flip side, you know, does that play into Vision's mentality at all? Because for every single member of that 5-stack, they have not lifted in ages. For many of them, actually, they've never made it to a TI Grand Final. I think about last year for Vision, how close they were. They were having this extremely dominant Game 3 in the lower bracket final, and the lead slips away from them slowly but surely. They sink in the reality that we don't have control of this game, and unfortunately that's where their previous TI run ended, top 3. Now it's secured at least top 2, but they won't be happy with that one.
Yeah, it's a totally different beast, and I think it's something you dream about for so long, so that when it finally becomes tangible, it becomes in your grasp. Even the idea of being in a grand finals is so distant. There's so many series, there's so many steps along the way that you can't really focus on that. And so then when you're suddenly there, because you've been focusing on the moment, you've been focusing on the journey, wow, now it's very real, and it's quite an overwhelming feeling to go through. And so I hope for them that they're able to steel themselves and actually focus on the gameplay and not let the sort of the grandeur of the moment overwhelm them.
looking at all the TI appearances of the roster as well, we've included the coach because Puppy has a little bit of a fantasy or fairy tale for himself. Everyone talked about how he got that 4th place. He got that 3rd place at the next TI. He got 2nd place all the way back at Singapore in TI 11. And we go, okay, this is it. The next TI is Puppy's. But there was the caveat. Maybe it was the next TI Puppy attended was going to be his 1st place.
I mean, yeah, that's the script, and that's what it's saying for them, right? Puppy is supposed to win this TI. That's like, if the script does exist, and many Dota tournaments has made it seem like there is a script, then it should be Puppy's.
Yeah, Puppy, it's not an exaggeration to say he's one of the greatest players to ever touch Dota. He's been so consistent throughout his career. He's had so many definitive ideas as a captain. And at this stage in Dota, it feels like such a natural transition for him to come into the international as a coach. And we've already seen the results of him as a coach on Team Vision. He came in, he whipped them into shape. He took 5 of the best players in the world and turned them into the best team in the world. And it just feels like no matter what Puppy can do, he will always have a place in Dota. And look at this, the longevity of his career is ridiculous. On the other hand, you have Miposhka Quinn, who is no slouch himself.
Yeah, it's 2 titans, really. I think the parallel of Puppy coming in, whipping him into shape, I think Miposhka is the same thing. He was not on this team for a solid chunk of time, and they did not look like themselves. They were in shambles for a big period of that. And then Miposhka joins, and you slowly see them ramp up to the form that they're in now. I think he is such an integral and core part of this team's identity and history. And honestly, I think they would not be even close to the same without him.
He's definitely like made them look more like they used to. And I think we had Laurel say it, and it's so true that they are now able to play fast and slow. And this has been one of the things that's the scariest to go up against, because it's quite easy when you're only facing up against one playstyle to try to match. And it's the same thing that Vision brought up, right? When they talked about Yandex, is that Yandex are the kings of split pushing. But we can split push and team fight. And when you have multiple avenues that you can go down, it just makes the team so much scarier. And that's where I feel like both these coaches have added to their teams.
Yeah, to me, Miposhka in a lot of ways is team spirit. It felt like his team when they won both of those Aegises. And yes, he had a star-studded roster, especially in Yatoro and Collapse being some of the greatest players ever. But he was the player who brought that energy of resilience, that heart, that ability to overcome difficult situations. And if you ever watched the way that he interacted with his team and the way that he guided them, he was the one lifting their spirits. He was the one enabling them to play the late-game comeback Dota. And we saw that in all the moments Spirit had roster changes. They brought in new players. They had to train them. They all had that team spirit energy because of Miposhka. So when he did leave this roster, it did feel like a massive loss. And now that he's back as a coach, they're in the TI Grand Finals.
Slowly we're seeing his voice show up in game even though he's not there for them, and that has been such a pivotal point for Spirit here. And I just love the fact that we're seeing them be Spirit of old, because we missed out on them on the main stage 2 TIs in a row. They make it to a main stage, they drop to a lower bracket, and they are completely unfazed, Quinn. They go, okay, and...
Yeah, I think having someone like that for both teams in your corner, that we've seen them come back from games that they drop very unconvincing losses. They lose a game in pretty, drastic fashion. And a lot of teams would crumble from there. Your mindset drops, your gameplay drops, and you lose the series. But they walk off stage, and they've got someone who says, hey, it's okay. These are ideas. And you trust them. You really believe. They're not just saying it to say it. They're saying it because it's true. And you believe that. They have the presence and the stature to make you buy into that. And I think that's what's so special about these players and why this will be such an amazing series, is that it's not a team on either side that will crumble. They will hold strong and push until there's nothing left to give.
I think what adds context to how surprising it is that Spirit are here, because if you tune in for TI every year, you go, oh, this is an org, a roster, lineups, players that we're expecting to make deep runs. But this is the one year in which we have not seen Spirit win a single Tier 1 event. Every other TI since that TI 10 run for themselves, and even including in that year, right, they were able to get an event win for themselves. This time around, 2 second places was the best that they were able to do in Senior. And so they really did, I think, slip to the wayside in people's minds about the potential threat of what they can all be together as a roster.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, then on the other side, you have Vision that's been pretty, honestly, ever since they got the roster together, ever since Notice joined, arguably the most dominant team of the season. And I think everybody coming into TI knew what these guys are capable of. So in many ways, it is like David versus Goliath, but it's Spirit. So
it's Goliath versus Goliath in TI terms.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, I think another really cool thing, and it ties back to what you said, TI 10, I think, is an iconic tournament. It's when Spirit first came to be the greatest team in the world. And I know Team Secret at that tournament coming in, they were like the favorites of that year. They had this super dominant online era, and they come to TI, they lose to Spirit in the end, in this like kind of crazy game with like, I think it's a Like and Tiny situation going on. Anyhow, I'm just rambling. But the reason I bring it up is because we talked to Sumail at some point, and I remember he mentioned that he thinks Vision is the most similar team to that Secret ever since Puppy's joined. So I think for Puppy, this is also like revenge for TI-10. And at that TI-10 mattered more than any TI, I think, to most players that were there. So for him, I think this moment means everything.
I'm intrigued to see it play out this way because Vision, again, you're talking about it, the most dominant team for this year. We have never seen the most dominant team or the favorite team throughout the year go on to win TI, to lift the ages. They've always fallen slightly short, whether it's a second, a third, not even making it through groups. So in your eyes, if Vision were to win TI today, would it be the first time in TI history that the favorites have won it?
That's a good point. I would say that they're an exception to this because they were not the most dominant team for the first half of the season. They were going through the growing pains of their roster changes. They had a stand-in situation. They had offlaner switches for a while. Puppy came in as a coach halfway through the season. It took a while to wrinkle out a lot of that growing pains. And towards the last 3 months, they've been the beast. So maybe they can break that curse by peaking at just the right time.
It's very reflective because both Spirit and Vision had to go through qualifiers. We always have our direct invites every year, and whilst most of those teams placed really well for themselves, we have two teams that had to fight through the qualifiers to be here, Quinn. Fight through qualifiers, group stage, upper bracket, lower bracket, you name it, they've done it between the 10 of them.
Yeah, I had completely forgotten about that, and it is such a crazy, and I think it's very accurate what Mira says about peaking at the right time, and I think this plays a lot into it. You've had a bunch of games. You weren't the greatest whenever, the season was going on. That's why you weren't invited directly. You had to prove your merit in other ways, and so that you've had to grind. You go through these group stage matches, and you ramping and ramping and ramping. That's what you want. You don't want to peak too early, because that's why we see so many teams that are dominant early in the year fall flat later, because you can only be so good for so long. It's the nature of competition. It's so difficult to stay on top. People are gunning for you constantly, and so the fact that both teams have timed it perfectly, whether through luck or through, I don't know, some insane pressions.
That was the Maposhka. He's like, if I do this and at that time and in this month, if we just bring it up and stop playing late game, we got it, boys.
Yeah, they've stolen the stars aligning from another team, and now they're here and they're in form.
I mean, peaking at the right time, honestly, it's a skill you learn as a team. It's something that we put a lot of effort into on Liquid, and I think especially Blitz was very adamant about, like, let's not burn ourselves out throughout the year. We need to kind of think about how we put effort into tournaments, because there's only so many events that you can actually put in your 100% in. And for TI, you definitely want that. And you don't want to come into TI feeling like a little bit burnt out. You don't have like that fire and that passion for the game that you would have otherwise.
I want to take a step back and look at the TI in which both of you two actually came up against each other in the grand finals, because Aiden, you came in through the upper bracket. You guys didn't lose a single game. Quinn, you came in through the lower bracket. And so starting with you, how does potentially, because you were mentioning burnout, how does fatigue of such a long day, even though it was a 2-0, a long day, play into this? Where is Spirit hoping to be able to pour energy from and ramp up and peak a second time for a finals?
Yeah, it's the hardest part of a lower bracket run, and it's not just this day alone, it's the prior days coming into it. They played 2 series yesterday, they played a stressful lower bracket run, and it's not also just the physical fatigue, it's the mental fatigue of all of these are elimination series, and that weighs on you. There's a stress and a pressure there. If everything is on the line, and everything can only be on the line so many times before you break. And so doing that lower bracket run and getting to the grand finals, they've done it before, but it is an incredible feat, both physically and emotionally, completely unrelated to the Dota.
Yeah, absolutely. And something that is really tough and maybe hard to like relate to unless you've been there is the fact that the day before the grand finals, you're also playing a double series day. And they had the first series of the day into the last series of the day into today, again, the first series of the day. And then you get to play another series. And this drain over the course of 2 days is crazy tough.
Well, it's great for them then that they had so many quick 2-0s. It feels like the last 3 rounds for them have just been, all right, we're tired. Let's make quick work of this and go home and sleep. Like, we even had Collapse say, I had 5 hours of sleep. We're going to do this fast. And they did it really fast yesterday.
Hopefully he's gotten a little bit more sleep. But Aiden, is there anything that plays in your mind when you're coming in from the upper bracket? Because some people do talk about or allude to Spirit have now had 2 games to warm up for themselves. They're in the group of it a little bit more, and maybe they're ready that off the rip, they're going to be playing at a tempo that you haven't yet done because you haven't walked out on that stage on the side of Vision.
I think usually when you're in the upper bracket, you have this confidence of like we haven't dropped a single game. You're coming into that series thinking like we're gonna absolutely smash the other team, and I think I wouldn't say it really is a factor in that way. I don't think you really care that they're warmed up. You're thinking, if anything, like we've beaten them twice this tournament already. We're gonna beat them a third time. It's no problem for us.
Yeah, it's. I think that's very true, and I think from the lower bracket, there's a feeling of like proving yourself. Like you can feel, I think, them looking down on you, right? Because they are standing on the podium and you're walking up the steps as they glare down at you. And so I think there's very much a feeling of like, we're gonna prove you wrong. We'll show you. You think you're better than us? You think you deserve to be there and we don't? Then let's prove it in game.
Oh, that talking is going to happen when we see our grand finals there. But it's just so insane to think about that no one's mentality over this last year that we're aware of, we're not sure how long that this has been a shift for him, has been so much more about the journey. And ever since then, it feels like we've seen a resurgence of him. We've seen him back to the no one of old. Before we saw him do a lot of region swapping and org changing. And now it is a no one that is consistent, is willing to play whatever role it is. And I'm so intrigued as to how much progress and how much effort has gone into this, and almost this satisfaction that he must have that because of it, he is now in a grand final for TI.
Absolutely. And the thing with the whole, it's all about the journey is really interesting until you reach the end destination, right? Now it can't be all about the journey. It has to be about this moment. And I'm very curious to see how that affects him. Because if this has been the thing that he's been relying on, like just enjoy the road, enjoy all the past steps to get there. Now that you're here, can you stay in that mindset? Can you stay in that idea of like, there's always next year that this team is going to continue on. And even though this moment means so much to you, to not get stuck up on it and not think like, this is where we were meant to like end up and this is what it's all about.
Yeah, it's so true and it's so difficult. I remember the same feelings when you finally get there of it's very easy. It happened to me to get caught up into, wow, this is what I've always dreamed of. And then suddenly you start thinking about that and you're not thinking about the gameplay and that slips very quickly. And gameplay goes from 99% to 97 and suddenly you're making mistakes and things crumble. So it's a slippery slope. And I hope that he's able to stay in the mindset that's gotten him all the way up to this point.
There's a lot playing into this, and we've mentioned the coaches, the impact that they've had on the rosters that they have been helping come to this grand finals. Now we've talked about no one's journey for himself, but more importantly, something that Vision really wanted for themselves was to see this rematch with Spirit. They wanted to have Spirit in the grand finals. When they secured their spot, that's something Dekal has said. And looking at Satanic, YumYumR, there's a lot of different accolades between them. There's a big age gap between them as well. But more importantly, there's a different sort of veteran when it comes to being out on a TI stage. And Satanic has been there once, and it wasn't the result he wanted. It was a top 3 finish, which is still fantastic last year, but that's still that element. Is it going to be different for him mentally stepping into a grand final?
Yeah, I mean, we have to keep in mind that a lot of these younger players from the EE region grew up watching Team Spirit. They watched the miraculous run that they had at TI10. They saw them lift the Aegis in that beautiful story, and YumYumR became the carry player to watch. Satanic has absolutely molded and shaped himself as a Dota player off of YumYumR. We called him Baby YumYumR for so long. And of course, he's come into his own and stepped into his own as a player, developed his own particular playstyle. But this was his idol for so long. So going up against him must mean the world to him. And is it a TI win if you don't beat your idol?
Guys, I'm getting a little giddy in my seat because I have just gotten word that if anyone out there is, dual screening right now, watching the broadcast as well as maybe scrolling on social media, Team Spirit, a little bit of a spoiler, have posted a photo.
Oh my God.
Oh boy.
Now, we don't know whose hair this is that has been sacrificed to the Dota gods, it's all I'm going to say. But there is an inkling as to which player would love to have given that up.
My goodness. I mean, you talk about King versus Prince. What better situation to try to take the throne than versus Baltoro?
Can you imagine if Satanic comes out shaved? I mean,
They're
the idol. Yeah.
Do you think? No.
You never know.
You never know.
Really?
You never know. I mean, this is, I fully agree with Mir's point, and I think it's so cool that it is, like, he is his idol, and you see that throughout his gameplay, his style, the heroes he plays, and they've gotten all the way to the grand finals, and it really is a dethroning moment. Like, that is what it is. YumYumR is what everyone thinks of the pinnacles carries, and Satanic has risen and risen and risen to be in contention for that, and now the proof is in the pudding. Are you really better? Show me.
We're looking at the hero pool comparison. There's a lot of common overlapping heroes, but when it comes to unique heroes, we're not seeing as many come out from Satanic. But there's a caveat to that one in Satanic. Remember, they haven't played as many series, they haven't played as many games, but I also think that that is a lot of props to Poppy. He's not putting Satanic in a situation that you have to reach really deep into your hero pool and hopefully get the final pick, the last gotcha pick that comes out from our carry. It's a stable, all-rounded draft, and you can just excel in those heroes in which we're picking for you.
Yeah, absolutely. And it comes down to the different draft styles of the two teams. We saw multiple times throughout this tournament where Spirit just end up in a position where they're last picking their carry against a team that's also last picking their carry. So the maximum amount of bans that can be on carries are being had. And I think Yatoro thrives in that position. That's what he wants to be in. He wants to abuse the fact that he has a big hero pool and make sure that neither carry is necessarily on their most comfort. But I think this is where Satanic can match him. He just hasn't needed to do it yet.
Yeah.
Looking towards our offlaners as well, because that has been the narrative around Vision. It felt like they were unsatisfied with their top 3 last year, and things just needed to change. They ended up bringing in Puppy as their new coach, but obviously Notice now joining them as their offlaner as well. And it was a departure of DM with a stand-in of SSS, and once Notice became that free agent from Yandex, they brought him over into Vision here, and we're looking at him. He is not necessarily a same player in the way that collapses, despite us seeing a similar hero pool up the top there. It is just so different in how they can engage for their team and what they can offer in terms of stability.
Yeah, for Noticed, I consider him very much the best all-rounder in all of Dota offlaners, in the sense that no matter what you give him, he will make it work. Do you need Blink initiation? He can do that. Do you need scaling through your offlane? He will be able to do that. Do you need him to take a step back and sacrifice himself? He will do that, and he will make it work. Whereas for Collapse, he has, of course, naturally shifted his hero pool as the meta has shifted. But what he's the best at in the entire world, and has been, is clutching team fights. He's the best Blink initiator in all of Dota. He's the best Aegis stealer in all of Dota. And he is the player that you rely on when things are going bad. He finds a way to turn impossible situations.
Yeah, he has this magic quality to him almost that it just feels like if you have any player in the world at a clutch moment, you're picking him. I don't even care what role it is. If he's playing mid, you're still picking Collapse. He's just that, I don't know, he just has that special sauce. And I think Mira's point about Notice is also very true, that somehow in a comparison of offlaners, I don't think Collapse is the clear favorite. This versatility that Notice has, I think, is something that's fallen by the wayside for a lot of Dota players. People are hyper-specialized in modern Dota. They play one way and they do it so well that they force you to beat it. And Notice says, screw that, I'll play all the styles at a good enough level that I can win TI. That is amazing.
It reminds me of XXS last year. I feel like he had a similar thing going where, like, whatever the team needs, whatever way I can enable our draft to work, I'm going to do that. And it's a player that you can't really, like, ban against. Like, what do you can't take him out of the game. You know, he's always going to have some sort of impact.
There's a lot of fun being had between these, all of us here, a lot of people in the arena as well. We can hear them cheering, having enjoyment of what's happening over on the Chinese broadcast too. But the arena has been filled out by everyone here in Shanghai. It has been such a phenomenal time. And Slacks, so thankfully, decided that he would give us all a preview of what you guys might be missing out if you're watching at home.
Hey everybody, I thought I'd give you a tour around the arena. Sir Action Slacks here with a little walkthrough of all the different sights to see around the old bowl, as they say. We're gonna start things off with this embroidered Aegis. This is a real embroidery done by a master of embroidery in his own specific style, specifically to the Aegis that you'll be seeing on people's backs. Here we have our haul of different jerseys and rings throughout all the TIs. This is where it all started, baby. TI1 over for the free-to-play pin is there, the original shirt, the original ring, and there's so many beautiful designs. We've seen some of these before, but just seeing the growth of Dota 2, all the different rings, you get to pick your favorites. I know mine, one of mine used to be this guy right here, just a standard Team Liquid, got a bunch of gems and stuff. But I have to say, oh, this is a cool one. If you want to say, this one is Tundra, and they made the ring itself look like the logo. Very cool. But I got to take you to the new edition. This is last year, Team Falcons. Absolutely beautiful purple ring in there. I can't wait to see what next year's ring will be. But we'll have to do that on next year's tour as we keep going onto the attractions. Do you want to take a little seat? Well, come on over to the Secret Lab booth. You can see a beautiful replica of the Aegis, partake in some stuff, and go look at some chairs. Now, Secret Lab has been one of the only sponsors with the International here, one of our official partners here. We have had custom chairs every single year, and they are beautiful, dating back all the way to 9. Look at this purple bad boy. So yeah, I personally love this year's chair. I think it's fantastic. We've got that nice logo on the back celebrating our embroidery theme this year. A lot of Chinese stuff, but me at home, I'm a classic boy. Dota logo for life. Hi, hello everybody. Yes. What's your name?
My name is Scarlett.
Oh, fantastic. Welcome. This is our secret shop area. We saw you hanging out here, admiring it before we came. We have all the stuff in the secret shop in this glass case. What did you like? Was there anything interesting for you?
I buy this one.
Oh, the chess set? This thing is massive.
Yeah, and this one.
Oh, and the mouse pad? You went shopping today. Not the Ogre Magi cape?
No.
No, not the big Chungus Froggy?
No, I have a small one.
Oh, you got little Chungo. Okay, no problem. Well, that's a very good selection. I can't believe you got that whole thing. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
My favorite thing got to be this gigantic crystal maiden.
Yeah, I love this too.
You got this?
No.
No, but you want it.
Yeah, I want it.
Well, congratulations. I hope one day you get to have it. But
Yeah,
yes,
thank
Secret
you.
Shop has many cool things. Can you give us a go buy stuff?
Yay!
Here we have some never, I believe, released art from the game, and it is very, very interesting. You got some creeps here firing lasers and stuff. Got some beautiful rivers out there before it actually got out. I know this one was a preview to the back of TI-10 on Roshan, which was cool. We've got some massive lane pictures. Now, you might have seen stuff like this anti-mage background picture before, but this is the full-size one. I never knew there were radiant towers behind anti-mage. This is early concept art of Dota 2 heroes and other things, and it is fascinating to see stuff like early Underlord, early TA, Arc Warden, Monkey King. These Slark before and afters are absolutely unreal. Did you know Abaddon was supposed to ride on the Haunted Gryffindor? I never knew that. But yes, absolutely fantastic. And this one I know I've never seen, the early concepts of Aghanim. So if you're a lore nerd, come and check out the early concepts. It is super cool. Welcome to the secret shop, my friends. There he is, the shopkeeper and his beautiful pet. Do you have anything to say, shopkeeper? No, it's a picture. Don't get crazy, but you can absolutely come here with your friends and have a beautiful picture. Bring your friends if you have them. It's a lovely setup. And there you have it, our little tour around the bowl. So if you guys are here, I hope you have fun. I hope you explore a little bit. There's lots to see and lots to do. And if you're not, you should be here next year. We'll see you guys again. Thanks for watching.
There's always so much to do at TI just outside of watching the amazing Dota that these players are putting on for us. And this year's theme has just taken it to another level. Everything about it feels so symbolic, so meaningful, and so emotional. And to see it spread around, to get to go through those journeys, having a look at the jerseys and the rings of all of our TI winners of past, I think that's just so amazing to get to witness with your own eyes, because it's not every day that someone wins a ring, let alone that you get to see it as well.
Yeah, I think the theming of this TI and sort of the celebration, the decoration of the arena and the surrounding area has been really, really good. There's commemorative photos everywhere, and just these pictures of people lifting the Aegis, like so many moments captured. And I think it's really special to just be walking around and just see all those pieces of history. It's very nostalgic and very cool.
It's incredibly impactful. I mean, and you're saying back in Shanghai as well. This one's going to have like so many different memories for you too, surely.
I mean, for last Shanghai was like my first TI ever, so obviously it has like a special feeling in my heart. And this city is one of those places that I've always told like my girlfriend, like you have to come to Shanghai at some point. This is one of my favorite places in the entire world. It's where I essentially feel like my Dota journey started. So
Wow.
it holds a very special place in my heart.
Yeah, it's my first time in China, and it's such a cool thing to be here because in Dota's history, China has always been an integral part of it, from teams to Dota culture to the back and forth of, the East versus West storylines we had for so long. And growing up being part of Dota and watching that, it's something that I've always wanted to do. It's always been a bucket list, so being here is so special.
It has been amazing, 2 weeks of it as well, that everyone's just been so privileged in a way to get to experience. But if you guys have been here at the arena every day, grinding out what has been some phenomenal Dota, then maybe you've missed out on just how beautiful Shanghai is.
We are here in Shanghai for TI-15 on the hunt for statues of heroes and, of course, the Aegis of the Immortals, Nomad.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Has it ever made you consider going pro, Ted?
Nothing has ever made me consider going pro, especially my total lack of ability. But I tell you what, this is actual size of the Aegis. If you've ever seen the players lifting it on stage, they're giants.
Yes, your size grows relative to your Dota skill.
It does indeed. It does indeed. These are dotted around. There's like different statues. We've got to find a Quap statue, which I'm looking forward to. What are the other ones? Axe. There's a gigantic jug balloon on the roof of one of the buildings here. We're going to see
Don't
how
tell
many.
Slacks, but there is a Wind Ranger around as well.
There is a Wind Ranger. Don't let him hunt her down. We're going to see how many we can find in 30 seconds. No, I'm only kidding. It's not a race.
Jesus Christ.
We're going to go visit them all, and we'll get you some shots. And there's fans here taking pictures. This is fun. It's very muggy here today.
It is humid. It's very tropical. I feel like I'm on holiday with my dad.
Okay.
Can I call you Dad?
No, you cannot call me Dad.
Okay.
No.
What about
No.
Father?
No, not father, no.
Daddy?
No, definitely not.
Papa?
No.
Padre?
No. Oh. Nomad.
Wow.
Take a look at these bad boys. What have you got over there?
This giant inflatable Pudge. I mean, this is a Pudge I actually want on my team.
Yeah. Carry Pudge. This is proper late game Pudge. A 10,000 health Pudge. I'll take my Quap Arcana. Thank you very, very much. This is my queen right here. I've got the blue Arcana because I unlocked it because I love Quap so much. Hail Quap. I love you, my queen.
This thing is absolutely massive. This is taller than Saxa.
I think it might actually be taller than Saxa. Anyway, Nomad, we got plenty more to find. Let's go.
Let's have a look.
Oh.
Golly, Pyrian, I think that's an axe.
I think you might be right, Nomad. Look at this.
He's glorious.
Absolutely phenomenal axe here. He looks very disappointed. Slightly disappointed axe. This is my offlaner when I'm pos 4 supporting axe. I failed to pull the camp. The carry and the 5 have jumped him. They got level 2 before us. I'm nowhere to be seen. That's the face.
I feel like
that's the face you
some
make.
trauma coming out here, Pyrian. But yeah, I will say, usually there is a barrier around here, so you don't need to worry about someone coming around the corner too fast and getting beheaded by the axe. It is normally very safe.
And if you do come here, you're not allowed to do this. Boop. You can't boop axe like I can. Look, boop, 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 boop. You're not allowed to do that.
Goodness, look at those muscles. I think he's got bigger biceps than Fly.
I think they might be slightly bigger than Fly. It might. I still think Saxa is taller than this.
Yes, he is. He is.
But
yes.
Fly is swoller than this, I believe. Anyway, we've got other statues to find. Nomad, are you ready?
I'm ready. Let's go.
What are we looking for next, Nomad?
It says here a big jug, Pyrian.
Big jug, big jug. Stop. Look at the size of that jug over there, baby.
Oh my
That's the
God,
biggest
that is
jug I've ever
huge.
seen coming over the skyline.
It's massive. It's up on a cliff.
Is it not easy? Artur, come down.
It's not safe up there.
I didn't think he made it to this TI.
I don't think he has a TP scroll.
Well, he's stuck now.
Someone get him a ladder. Pyrian Flax, look at this. This is absolutely breathtaking.
Holy moly. Wind Ranger in all her glory. The Arcana. Oh my God.
Jesus, please,
almost
please
broke
don't touch it.
Be
Oh my
careful.
God, it's so delicate, it's so intricate, it's
It
so
is.
well made.
It is.
It's really good. I mean, the leaves, the detail on these is incredible. Each one of these was hand carved by an old Chinese lady.
Is that right?
Yes, that is true.
Well, we found a lot of things so far on our trek around Shanghai. I think we've got 2 or 3 more things to find, so let's split up and search for clues. Okay, Daphne?
All right, sounds like a good plan, Fred. Pyrian! Oh, there you are. Hello, mate.
Hello. Look at these beauties.
Oh my God. I mean, this, I don't even have jokes. This Mars is just fantastic.
That is pretty blooming cool. And they got a Shadow Fiend as well, who's, well, turns out I'm taller than Shadow Fiend. So that feels pretty good.
I mean,
feels pretty good.
It looks epic for sure. I mean, look at the colors, look at the rendering. It's sick. I mean, this is how every Shadow Fiend player thinks they look when they're playing this hero. After they've just missed their third Yule's combo.
Of course. And there in the middle is the true-sized Aegis, not like the gigantic one we saw at the start of this bit. This is more like what it actually looks like.
Realistic,
You ever held the actual Aegis?
I haven't, have you?
Several times.
I'm sure you have.
Several times. And every single time, there's a Valve person there who says, don't drop it. Well, we've done a full tour of these now.
Yes, indeed. It's been a full tour of all of the Dota heroes around here, and yeah, you can go out into the streets of Shanghai and see it yourself. They are fantastic, and some of them will be around the arena as well.
For those of you who don't get a chance to come to Shanghai, we've done the tour for you. We've had a great time, seen all the sites, been driven all around Shanghai, and it all ends here, as it will, at the end of the Grand Finals next week, when someone lifts the actual version of this above their head and everyone goes ballistic. That's what's going to happen.
From the streets of Shanghai, from us, bye-bye.
A lot of effort and care and passion going into what we've been able to witness as Dota fans throughout the city of Shanghai, throughout our arena here as well. It feels like every time you think this is going to be the coolest thing, you get to see this TI, there is someone or something that proves you wrong and you get to experience something new again. But they've seen a replica Aegis. We've got the real Aegis out there on stage now, and it's either going to be Spirit with a couple of newbies, a couple of old faces lifting that Aegis again. Not as many as Ted clearly has lifted, but getting there.
Yeah, it's a chance for the third, right? No one's ever won 3 TIs as a player, only AOI as a coach and player. So it's the potential for a very special occasion. I remember before anyone had won 2 TIs, it was like, who's going to be the first? And that's a big deal, cementing yourself in history as not just a TI winner, but a special kind of TI winner. It is, it's a goal even higher than normal TI winning.
And then on the side of Vision and Senior, it would be so many new players getting to lift it. It feels like we're getting closer and closer to the triple digits, and but we could potentially get that today.
Yeah, I mean, if Spirit wins, it's entirely possible, right, to get the three-peat. But for Vision, I think it's really special because Puppy won the first TI, and he hasn't won ever since then, right? He's been so close so many times, and it can finally happen today for him. I think for Satanic, it's about, closing in on Yotoro, trying to make that gap smaller, make sure that he can surpass his idol, really. And for No One, I think probably the most special person here today, so many times coming to TI as the favorites, so many times falling short, and now finally being in the grand final and having a shot at it.
That's so amazing to think about, though. Puppy won the first ever international, and now we've come full circle, and he's still competing all of these years later at TI 15 as a coach. Like, to me, this is one of the most incredible storylines of this entire TI, if not the most incredible one. I just can't believe that someone has been that consistent throughout Dota. Like, this is longevity like we've never seen before. I don't even know if he has comparison in any other esport.
Yeah, the legacy is crazy, especially considering how much Dota changes. Like, there's patches all the time and the game shifts and morphs. It's not a static thing, it's an ever-changing thing. And so to have the commitment to something to stay with it, even while it changes, is, doubly impressive, I think.
I know that we've been talking about stepping things up. However time you think you've seen the coolest thing, there's one more thing to add. Well, our grand finals will no doubt be the top of it, but I've got something else to slot in just before it, and I know Dove and Tsunami would love to walk us through it.
我们现在就在现场环廊里，在我们苏秀的这一枚不朽盾边上，哇，真的非常的精美哦。
It's an incredible work of art. 3 months to build something like this. I thought it was digital, but it turns out that was just the template. And then an incredibly talented artist took the time to put every single thread in the real thing.
大家都知道苏绣呢是我国的一项传统技艺，那它经过了几千年的传承，它的技艺在不断的精湛改善。现在我们看到的这一个苏绣的作品，它其实有一个非常细的地方，不知道大家能不能看到啊？就是它这个平面完全是平的，那这也是苏绣的一个技巧，就是你在缝制的时候，你的每一针的拉力都必须是均匀的，这样下去的时候，每一针才能恰到好处，它是一个完整的平面。Can you check if it's actually so flat?
I'm telling you, like, this almost looked like a painting at first, or like a woodcut painting kind of thing, but it's real. It's all threads. And it's a gorgeous tapestry. This art form has had to be preserved for thousands of years, and the fact that there are still artisans creating it to this day is truly impressive. But I was hoping I could ask you about some of the specific themes that they threw in. So I'm noticing here there are pine branches on the left side, and then on the right side there are plum blossoms. What's the significance of that?
So these are symbolizes some very good quality personalities, about strength, about resilience, about never give up.
Perseverance.
Yes.
I see. And then how about we got the tides at the bottom and then clouds all the way at the top?
These are just in Chinese, we call that 吉祥. So it's kind of like a good fortune and just blessing
I see. And then, of course, the entire design as a whole. I know we pointed it out how flat it is, but I want you to see that the effort it takes to make all these things look like different colors, the sheen of each of the threads as the light catches them, and yet somehow you can still see shading on all of it.
是的，在现实生活中，这样的光线下，我们可以看到每一针每一线，它其实是有色彩明暗的变化的。它是一个2D 的平面呀，但是你能看到这样3D 的色彩变化，它其实是非常非常精美的。
It's an incredible work of art, but this is just the cloth version, the thread version. Tomorrow, we're going to find out who wins the real thing on the stage.
我们这里是一枚苏绣的盾，但是真正的不朽盾将由谁、哪支战队举起呢？让我们拭目以待。
That is an absolute piece of art. It is so beautiful to get to see it, but knowing even more that the amount of time put into this one piece itself, you can't even fathom what it requires, but it's also 20 years of experience being put into what we got to witness, what we get to see, and what we get to use as a means to celebrate it. And I love the motifs. We're talking about it, resilience with good luck. And it reminds me really strongly of a quote that I love where it's luck is when luck is when preparation meets opportunity. And I feel like that is what is going to happen. The preparation happens before grand finals, and the opportunity is now presented for you. And it's going to feel incredibly lucky to stand out there in front of everyone here at Shanghai and lift that Aegis in 3 games, 4 or 5, whatever it takes.
Yeah, it's an amazing feat, and it's something that you always strive for, but you don't have complete control, right? Dota is a team game. There are a lot of moving parts. There are patches. There are all these things that can change your odds of actually winning, and so you do your job. You do as much as you can, your individual work, either helping your teammates or just your gameplay. But at the end of the day, everyone has to show up and play their part in winning the tournament. I think that's why, part of why it's so difficult on a mental and sort of, I don't know, just preparation level is that you are just a small part of that. You don't have complete control, and humans love control.
And I mean, I think every single TI winner would account their win to some degree of luck, whether it's luck with a patch or luck with like everything clicked at the right time, or luck with like us peaking and the other team maybe not peaking. Like there is always an element of luck involved in winning TI, and it's cool to see. You know, you just have to have it. If you don't, you're not going to win.
We were alluding to no one's perseverance, his resilience as well. I mean, how poetic would it feel for this to be the one that he finally lifts the Aegis with? For him, we mentioned it, so many times he's come in on the favorite team. So many times favorite teams in general have come in and fallen just that little bit shy. Last year was one of those ones for them, and look how close they were. It was a top 3 finish. They were literally 1 game away from making it to a grand finals, and it ended there. This time around, going through the upper bracket, you don't have that pressure, but you still have to face the reality of a grand final, of a best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, especially the TI 2017s and 2018s, these are the ones that no one must really feel more than anything, because if we look at his history as a player, he was known as the most scary mid laner in the world in that duration of time. When he was VP No One, when he was playing on that dominant roster, he was crushing everybody. Even our most famous and popular mid laners did not want to face him. If you listen to Miracle or Samael talk about him in the past, they always say, I don't want to lane against the VP No One. There were jokes about Miracle forcing Matu to play mid against
That's not jokes, it's true. I've heard Matu say it himself.
He still says it.
Yeah, every time they would play VP, he's like, yo, Matu, give me safe lane, please.
But just the fact that he had this history as a mid laner but didn't have an Aegis to his name up until potentially today, we'll see, speaks a lot to his resilience, because a lot of players, they'll peak at a certain time and then we just don't hear from them again. They fall off. But he's brought himself back up and he kept competing, and he still has sights on his dream, and that's a beautiful thing to behold.
Yeah, it's really amazing. And if you didn't play against it back then, it's hard to fully understand how disgustingly good this guy was. I don't think I won 1 single lane against him when we played them like 25 times. He was incredible, and those teams are incredible. And I think it's a testament to how hard it is to win this tournament, that they were dominant throughout those years. They were dominant last year on Team Vision, and now coming in again, getting another chance. I think it's something you really just try to be grateful for, that we have the opportunity. You get to play in this amazing grand final, surrounded by all these people that care so much, and they have, I don't know, they've done incredibly well in a lot of heroes as well. There are pieces to this puzzle that aren't just the players, but the heroes too.
And if you look at the top of the leaderboard, it's two mid laners, right? It's Ember and it's Earth Spirit, and he's been absolutely amazing on both of these heroes. I feel like for Yandex, for example, we saw them kind of fall short because they were lacking a hero. And that's where having the experience of having played for such a long time comes in. Because you know how to play almost all the mid laners, and no one is an incredible value for his team in that regard.
And two of the standout heroes that Vision have been owning on to me are the offlane heroes that popped up, the Centaur and the Doom, and that brings me back to Notice and how much she's provided for the team, because the archetype of these heroes is very different. With Centaur, sure, there is a lot of farming and a lot of creep dragging going on, but initially you're playing for team fights, you're playing around the Stampede, you're looking towards map control, whereas with Doom, you're playing for late game scaling, and Vision has done both very well. We've seen them take over tempo, we've seen them pop off and just completely crush the enemy, and we've seen them play slower paced games, take it to the very end and win off of their scaling. And the fact that they can do both makes them so difficult to play against.
I think it's also just that we look towards the supports of both teams as well, because we talk about No One and his resurgence, how he's able to bring himself up to being on a team that is as dominant as Vision. It's his skill, but it's also the surrounding cast that's helping him. And when we're looking at 9class and Ducalis, they're names we've mentioned so often, time and time again over the last few seasons of Dota, but people might forget that this is only their second TI appearance. Their first one was also that top 3. Their second one is now a grand final. That's so crazy to think about, when they were these annoying terrors with techies and pubs, and now you're like, that is actually one of the biggest strengths of how you're playing as a support and how you're getting under the skin of your opponents.
Yeah, to go from third to second like that in your first 2 TIs, they are so incredibly skilled. And I think they're not those players that were just instantly incredible at the game. I think they are where they are due to hard work and dedication. They're players that grinded pubs for years and years. And now they're finally getting the fruits of their labor. They are super hard workers, incredibly skilled. When you play with them, you can feel it. Every decision they make is crisp. Their item decisions, everything. They are immaculate players. And their cores would be nothing without the supports propping them up.
I would say these are probably, even coming into TI, the 2 support duos that I would say were the strongest. And it seems to have been a major factor in the runs. Like, I think especially the Spirit supports, I personally have found to, like, ever since, like, I'd say like a month or 2 ago, even when Spirit wasn't doing so hot, I just kept feeling like they're outshining their cores. And to do that on Spirit says a lot about how well you're playing.
I mean, it's the supports who got the Aegis steals on Team Spirit this TI, which normally is something we see Collapse doing.
Yeah, it was, on the Spirit side, it was not me and Rue, both of them were able to get it, but we're seeing 9class and Ducalis, and I love that their support hero pools don't overlap, but you still have to think about the flexibility, because that Techies, whilst Ducalis is playing it, it could easily just as much be a 9class Ducalis, 9class Techies as well there.
Yeah, it definitely could. They've got a little bit of overlap, but also a lot of uniqueness. You see a lot of heroes here that nobody else is playing. The Pudge, they really prioritize this Dark Willow. The Techies and the Ogre Magi from Ducalis, they just have so many strengths, and I think it just makes it very, very difficult to play against them, especially as how Dota's map has changed, it being bigger and the gates being added to the game. I think has added so much more importance on supports because you have more options. Not only can you gank mid, but you can gank the other side lane. You can stack camps. There's a lot of choices on what to do in terms of moves and efficiency, and it's put so much importance on these 2 roles over time. I genuinely think they're some of the hardest roles in Dota right now.
And that brings me back to an interview we had with Ducalis on Team Vision at Dream League, where we asked them, what's going on with you guys? Why are you playing so well? And he said, we're just taking a lot of personal responsibility. I think me and 9class are just playing better than we were at the start of the season. And he said ultimately that what takes you furthest in Dota is if you have the best players. And he thinks that they are the best players and they are the best supports in terms of technical skill. And I found that confidence very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And I think that confidence is backed up by hours and hours put into the game. If you pay attention, I feel like Ducalis, every time he picks any hero, it's at least Platinum tier on Dota Plus. Like, he's like the Amar of position 5. He has so many games on all these heroes, he has so many reps. And that's why I think he also, when you paid attention to the hero pools, has slightly bigger hero pool than Rue, right? He's had years to refine his position 5 gameplay, whereas Rue has kind of been thrown into it very recently. So it's cool also to see that kind of matchup of like a lot of experience versus somebody who's coming into a role with like a completely different perspective on it.
I mean, there's someone that's coming into this TI as their first one, and that's not me. We haven't even mentioned him yet, just how impactful it's been that he also joins the team of Spirit around the time that Maposhka is joining as coach as well, and it feels like he slotted in. We didn't even necessarily see the roster change. That's how seamless it felt him joining and removing to that 5.
Yeah, I think it's also very fitting that he's laning with Collapse because this not me guy has the clutch gene. Like almost nobody I've ever seen as a rookie. It's ridiculous. This guy, whether it's the hardest match of his life, if they're down 15k gold, he is still absolutely owning. And so the fact that the two most clutch guys ever that I've seen are on the same lane, I think it's just only fitting that it fits Spirit so much that they're just the clutch guys.
I also find it a benefit of it when it's your first time playing a tournament or like a big tournament like TI. You don't really necessarily have the experience of like fully having understood what it means and all this pressure that's going on. You just show up and you're thinking, I'm just going to focus on playing the best Dota that I possibly can. And I think that it also enables you to be a bit more clutch, to take those risks, because you don't have the experience of trying to do that and then being punished for it. So I think that gives them a little bit of freedom in the series too.
Oh, 25 seconds. I'm just excited.
Are you more nervous as a paddlist than when you were playing, walking out for a grand final?
No, not even close. Playing is way more stressful, and that's why I'm excited to see how they look, how they feel, how they play, because it's just such a monumental moment for all 10 of those players.
It's just so insane the way that everyone's feeling, Effie, to feel like we're this close, moments away from our grand finals in Shanghai.
I have such high expectations for these finals. I think it's going to go to all 5 games.
All 5 games would be amazing, and we get the moment everyone's been waiting for, the horn here. This grand final has everything on the line. 3-time hopefuls here, 2-time hopeful in LoL, first-timers as well on the side of Vision. But we know at the end of the day, whoever lifts that Aegis, it's going to be a lot of fun, and it brings me immense pleasure to welcome you to the grand finals here at TI 15.
They battle around the world for the right to stand amongst legends. We gather where the legends are made. They overcome every challenge that stands in their way. We witness the final ascent to Dota's greatest stage. They carve their names into the pantheon of legends. We cheer as the immortal pattern finally comes into view. Now, at last, we can answer the ultimate question. What shape does greatness take?
It has been 2 weeks leading up to this moment, down to 2 teams in Sania that are about to take to the stage and hopefully lift that Aegis for themselves.
I mean, this gave me chills. This is honestly one of the most magical moments in any Dota player's career. I think, you know, on Spirit's side, they've been here before, they've experienced it before. For Vision, it's the first time, and I hope they really love this moment and enjoy their time.
They've talked about enjoying the journey, take in this moment and enjoy the walkout for a grand final, taking to the stage.
Vision!
Not a single series has been dropped by this team. They have proven they have what it takes to make it to the grand finals through the upper bracket. They have everything that they need when it comes to preparation. And for a lot of them, it is the first time walking out here on a grand final. But the moment of truth arrives now. What sort of Yatoro and Spirit will you be facing? success rate when it comes to TI Grand Finals. We've got Spirit walking out there, and I think a little bit of a disdain to some of the Spirit fans. It is Yutoro with a full head of hair, but he doesn't need to make a sacrifice to the Dota gods to show that he has what it takes to potentially be our first ever three-time TI winner, along with Collapse there, and so many new players by their side. They've done it time and again, bringing in new players, changing up their roster, and still proving they have what it takes when it comes to a grand final, when it comes to Spirit being in TI form.
They are one of the most epic rosters in Dota history. This is their bread and butter. They love this spot. They love the spotlight, the crowd, the pressure. They are the kings of this domain.
I remember a long time ago, once the TI prize pool dropped, them saying, like, we absolutely do not care about that. That it doesn't matter one bit. We want to win as many TIs as possible. TI is the most important tournament, and this is the only thing we care about. They also have the opportunity today to silence all the people that claim that OG are the GOATs, and they are not.
Team Spirit are extremely internally motivated players, and that's always stood out to me about this team, is that they don't measure their successes by whatever it means financially. They don't look at it by, I have X amount of wins, therefore I am done, I've succeeded. When you talk to Collapse or Yutoro, they don't even think about things like that. They just want to play Dota and they want to be better than everybody. And I think that's the biggest factor that's led them to have such a long career on this team and get so many of those wins.
I remember back in TI 12, that Seattle TI, the amount of times Collapse and Yutoro talked about how much they wanted to do it for Lal, right? They wanted him to be able to lift that Aegis. And I think bringing on people like Rue and like Not Me, it gives them that extra bit of motivation again. Yutoro's out here fan servicing. I bet you it's going to get to a game 3 and Bro's going to shave his head. That's what he's waiting for.
Yeah, Not Me shaved his beard instead. Little switcheroo. But I mean, to be honest, he's the rookie. You know, you got to take some sacrifices for the big dogs now. And we've got some spice in the crowd today.
There is mixed reactions between the teams, to say the least, here when we're seeing our players show up on camera.
You know, we've got the narrative set, we've got the tone set by the crowd, the favorite in Team Spirit versus the villain. And you know what? Team Vision have been happy to play the villain all year so long as they won. You know, these players, they don't care about public perception. They play incredible Dota. And they've shown it to us throughout this season that they are the best. And can Team Spirit, the heroes, beat them?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned how Team Spirit cares so much about the pride and the glory, and I think Vision is the same way. People are not here because of the money or because of this. They're here because it matters so much to them, because they set it as a goal. This is what they've set their heart on. This is their ego, their pride. This is a battle of emotions, not of just gameplay. There's so much on the line. The pressure, how it builds, it's unlike anything else they've experienced in their lives, and now's the moment to show that you're truly worthy of it.
It's so phenomenal to get to feel how everyone is looking at these players. We've all loved the journey that they've taken to make it to a grand finals, to see each individual player get their flowers, their cheers from the crowd, to feel the energy that TI 15 in Shanghai has been able to offer us. It only makes me question just how excited everyone in the crowd is for our grand finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get the final series of the International 2026 underway!
女士们、先生们、现场的观众朋友以及所有正在观看直播的 Dota 2玩家朋友们，欢迎来到2026国际邀请赛总决赛的现场。But hold up, before we kick off the grand final, Tsunami, I want to ask everyone here some questions.
Okay, let's hear it.
在我们总决赛开始之前，我想问一下现场的观众朋友们一些问题哦。有谁是第一次来到 TI 现场看比赛的呢？
Wait a second, are you asking how many people are here for their very first TI?
What?
What ding dong?
All right, you're very smart. 那接下来我想问一下，有谁7年前上海 TI 9也在现场呢？ That's a lot.
So you're asking how many people were here from TI 9 7 years ago here in Shanghai, and now they're back again. That's a lot of history. 15 years of the International, and now we are celebrating a very important anniversary. But in that time, so many players, teams, coaches, they have poured their blood, sweat, and tears to reach this moment.
距离第一届国际邀请赛已经过去了15年，而距离 TI9也过去了7年。当年那些熬夜陪你看比赛的朋友们，可能很久没有联系了，可能还坐在你身边，而有一些可能成了云玩家。
This year, 80 players set foot here in Shanghai, and now we are down to the final 10. And along the way, we may have said our final goodbyes to some of the most storied players who have written their name in the history of this game.
但是，当现场的声音响起来，我们还是会回到这里，不是吗？我们见证了太多太多的故事，我们熟悉了太多太多的选手 ID， 而我们也不停地在跟他们道别。比如今年的国际邀请赛，我们就跟 Smile 和 Crit 说了再见。
Behind us are the two teams that remain, fighting for a chance that the greatest feat a Dota player can achieve, a chance to immortalize themselves on the Aegis of Champions.
而在我们身后，就是我们本次总决赛的最后2支战队，他们将为一名 Dota 选手所能触及的最高荣誉而战，他们想要将自己的名字镌刻在这枚冠军神盾上。
On one side is Team Vision. They came so close to reaching this point just 1 year ago in Hamburg before their run was cut short at 3rd place by Extreme Gaming.
一边是 Team Vision， 1年前的汉堡，他们距离这个舞台仅有1步之遥，但是他们被 XG 挡在了门外。
Today they are here to prove that second chances do exist.
而今天他们站在了这里，他们想要证明机会可以再来一次。
And on the other side is Team Spirit. What more could I say that you aren't already? They won the hearts and minds of everyone in 2021, and they have simply built on that legacy ever since.
关于 Team Spirit， 我们还需要再多说一些什么呢？这支队伍从2021年起就赢得了全世界观众朋友们的心，而在那之后，他们从未停止过书写自己的传奇。
Some of the players may have changed, but the storied core remains, and they are here fighting for a chance to potentially make a 3rd inscription on this Aegis.
也许阵容会改变，他们的核心却永远未变。他们想要达到他们的目标，那就是举起这门冠军盾第3次。
These two teams have taken very different paths to get to this best of 5, however. Vision made their way through the upper bracket, defeating all of the remaining 3 teams in 4th, 3rd, and potentially even 2nd place.
2支队伍在本届 TI 都有不一样的故事线。Vision 一直在胜者组勇往无前。
Spirit, however, have had a different journey, but arguably a scarier journey. They got sent to lower bracket by Vision, and since then they have crushed every single one of their opponents 2-0 in the lower bracket.
而另外一边 ，Spirit 虽然被 Vision 送到了败者组，但是他们的脚步却从未停下，他们依然是那支大魔王战队。
Dove, I think I already have a feeling, but I want to check who the crowd is rooting for. Let's start with our upper bracket finalists.
话说到这里，我们想问一下现场的观众朋友们，你们是来支持谁的呢？
Who here is shooting for Team Vision?
I think it's probably half.
There's only one way to find out. Who here is cheering for Team Spirit? I don't think it's half and half.
我其实也不觉得现场观众是一个对半开的支持率啊，可以明显的听到我们 Team Spirit 的粉丝好像更多一些。
But I know I can get one thing that everyone can agree on. Who here wants to see some good Dota? It has been a long journey to get to this point, Dove, and these two teams have been fighting all year long and even longer than that for many of the players.
没有错，我们本届邀请赛进行到今天，最初有80位选手来到了上海，而最终只有10位选手留在了我们总决赛的舞台上。
It never ceases to amaze me the history of this game. 15 years of the international. An esport that has survived the test of time, and I'm looking around this crowd right now, and I do not see any empty seats. You all are amazing for showing your commitment to this game.
在这15年里，我们见证了无数的战队、选手和教练为了站上今天的舞台，付出了很多的汗水，也流下过泪水。而我们所有 Dota 2玩家坐在这里的每一位观众，感谢你们陪伴我们成长，感谢你们15年一直在这里。
So then, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the prince to face the king.
话不多说，所有的观众朋友们，现在是时候让我们的王子 Satanic 去迎战国王 Yatoro。
It is time to see which legend can prove mastery of the game as a coach.
现在是2位传奇以教练的身份，再一次证明谁真正参透了 Dota 这款游戏。
And it is time for new names to inscribe their place in history.
也是新的名字将自己写进 Dota 历史的时刻。
Shanghai, are you ready?
Such a beautiful arena here, a full house, a lot of fans coming from everywhere here to celebrate what is our 15th international. And there's cheers for Vision, there's a lot of cheers for Spirit is the way in which I will coin this. And I love just what narrative we've been able to accrue for ourselves between these 10 players.
But you know, I really hope the crowd bias lights a fire in Team Vision and in Puppy, because they've been the greatest Dota team this TI. They are the strongest players, and I would only hope that this gives them the need to rise to the occasion, to prove themselves even more. And I feel like these grand finals are going to be exceptional.
I feel like starting out as a Techies player for 9 class, like being the guy that used to place these mines, always annoy each other. I think there's nothing he wants more than to just silence all the haters. I think he loves this. I think it could be no better situation for him to be in than to have the crowd cheer against them and for him to end their fun.
This is the stage you do it. Ducalis asked for it. He wanted the Prince versus King. But if you come for the King, you best not miss.
Team Vision versus Team Spirit. Grand Finals. Game 1.
A lot rides on the line of a game number 1 here. You always want to be taking a best of 5 with your best foot forward here. And it's going to start off with hopefully a strong draft. It is going to be Vision that will have our first pick, which some teams love. Some teams thrive on it. Other teams, they want that second pick because they want to be able to have the overall gotcha pick here. And looking at our first phase bans, Bane, Clockwork, Wyvern, Coddle, Earth Spirit, Tree, and Bounty Hunter taken out with Vision not too worried about opening up with an Ember here, despite we know the threat of a Slark.
The big 3 heroes for this series for me are going to be the Ember Spirit, the Lone Druid, and the Nature's Prophet. And to see Team Vision place the emphasis on the Ember Spirit, they did their homework. They don't want to give it to Laurel. They're saying that our opener in Nature's Prophet is not as important as taking away Ember from Spirit's mid laner.
And this is very interesting. I think this is a sort of a calling of the bluff. Vision, I think, picked this because Laurel historically is not someone that wants to play these sort of more weird carry mid heroes. He wants to play the stuns, the space makers for Yatoro, who's the real star of the show. And so Vision is saying, hey, Slark is obviously super good against Ember, but we think he won't play it. And Laurel says, you sure, buddy?
It's kind of cool because he also did say in his interview that I don't think this matchup is real. I don't think it works. But, you know, one humbling later, and you're on the train, you're like, oh, you know what? If they pick Ember, give me the Slark. I will cook them.
And the humbling came from Vision themselves. That was the matchup in which it happened. We saw this just a couple of days ago where it was reversed. It was Spirit with the Ember and Vision with the Slark.
And I think Vision will have considered the scenario that they would have picked Slark here. And if I know 9 class, I know that he is definitely considering to play this Ember 4. We saw the Ember carry as a potential flex from one of Liquid's series. And I think flexing it to support may actually even be a better option. Ember 4 has been something we've seen in the past. It's not the worst thing ever. With the Distiller playing off Slight Chains and actually not playing off the Flame Guard is definitely a viable playstyle. And if you want to swap lanes, I think it definitely could be an option.
While I do think the 9 class of old would have absolutely loved to do that, I think the puppified version of 9 class will not be allowed to partake in such things. I mean, we heard from him at EWC that Puppy was vetoing so many of his hero suggestions that he asked him all that tournament if he could play his position 4 Juggernaut, and he never got it. I just somehow don't see them going down that route
I will
today.
say, vetoing Juggernaut position 4 and Ember, I feel like it's a different situation, right? Because let's say we go down the hypothetical of the Ember Spirit as a position 4 in this game. Larl is now playing Slark, and he doesn't want to be playing Slark. And now suddenly Vision has changed the dynamic of this game to be a game that they like. And I feel like when they look the best is when they make the game into their game. They take control of the draft in that way, right? They force Larl onto a hero he doesn't want to be playing, in a matchup he doesn't really love. And when I remember personally playing Tinker, which was like one of my favorite heroes at the point, into 9 class TA. And I was like, I've never played this matchup in my entire life. I don't know what's going on. And I think that's one of the things that makes 9 class such a special player, that he can do that to you.
I also love this Dark Willow pick from Spirit because it's been one of Vision's most picked and most successful 4 heroes. And to say, hey, this is a hero you rely on. You really like it in your drafts. We're going to ban your Coddle. We're going to take your Dark Willow. I think Spirit in finals is incredibly good at taking you out of your comfort zone, of understanding the heroes that you really want, especially in a final, right? You want to play the stuff you've been playing, the stuff you're comfortable on, and they're going to poke at that. They're going to poke holes and make you prove that you can play something you haven't been playing the whole tournament.
It's really cool to see. I feel like right now we're in a position where both sides are like not letting go of the draft. You know, they're both trying to pull it in their direction, make you play our game, and neither team is really giving it up yet.
There are still quite a few things left in the pool, though. The Lina, the Lone Druid, the Nature's Prophet. Nature's Prophet has been Team Vision's go-to this entire tournament. It's only lost 1 time in the hands of Satanic, and the only way to beat it has been to consistently run at it with heroes with tempo non-stop. And the mid Slark, while it's going to shut down Ember effectively in that mid lane, doesn't provide the same tempo.
I also would just love to point out how interesting and how much the drafts change over the international. At the beginning of it, we have first pick, you know, Treants and Banes and sort of normal heroes we see. And now at the end, there is a first pick Slark. I think that evolution of Dota and how the meta changes and the counter picking, the creativity from the teams, I think is such a fascinating part to see that, you know, that journey that the draft goes through.
We also talked about how impactful the supports have been coming into this series. For me, especially, I think about Rue, not me. And if you look at the bans that Vision decided to go with, as Mira points out, all the cores are in the pool. Why is that? Well, because you have some of the best support players in the world, and they're forcing out these bans.
Wow.
Yeah, and IO being let through, because it goes back to what you were referencing here, Quinn, where there is this massive cycle that is happening where IO wasn't looked at the start of our TI. It wasn't looked at in the group stages. It hit a peak where everyone was first phase banning it. You might be able to call the bluff of some teams, but ultimately you are afraid of what it can do either as a mid or a carry hero.
Yeah, and it's a hero that Spirit does not really touch, and we haven't really seen Vision play as a core either. But they're pulling it out of the hat saying, hey, we've got this extra trump card up our sleeve that now you need to have answers for, because it's a hero we've seen, when played well on core, be borderline unbeatable. The question is, can Vision actually execute it to the level that maybe some of these other teams that have now fallen by the wayside can?
It's quite heads up of them to take it, though, because while Spirit haven't run it, it would have been an excellent thing to combo with the Slark. And we have to mention, 9 class was playing position 4 IO for the last 2 months. While the hero did shift in priority to core and looks better as a core, this is still one of their more comfortable strategies if they flex it to support. And he's a greedy 4 IO player. He's not like GH playing the enabling role. He's farming those 2 camps, he's max leveling Wisps, and he's taking as much gold as he can.
I also see a lot of the traditional heroes that you would want to play against the IO be banned out. You see Underlord, very good percentage damage, good roots, has a way to like counter the relocate. He relocates in, you can gate in. Nowadays, the gate also has the root on top of it, so it's a tricky matchup for the IO. Same thing with the Doom, stops all healing. One of the drawbacks to IO is that you have no stuns, so Bane is quite effective. It's easy to get Fiend's Grip off, and the same thing for the Winter Wyvern with the Curse on the relocate.
Yeah, I think this is definitely something planned. It's something they said, hey, we're going to consider this for second phase. We'll look at the first phase, see how it goes, and then potentially we can alter our bans, get out the Doom and the Underlord, and then we get what we deem to be a free IO in the second phase. And this is very much not something I think Spirit necessarily would have expected because they haven't prioritized it up till this point. And so they need to respond on the fly, right? All your prep, some of it's out the window now. You're flying by the seat of your pants.
Wow.
And I think that's a testament to it. Disruptor is a classic combo to IO. You press the relocate, but you get glimpsed right back out, and it removes a lot of this early snowballing potential that IO has, where he can get involved in these kills, explode his GPM, and get online super quickly.
A brand new hero at the TI Grand Finals. I love this so much. They've thought about this. They've gone through every single scenario, and at the end of the day, it's not necessarily a hero people have full faith in, but on paper and on execution, it should be able to give Spirit that slight advantage.
I am so curious to see how this will unfold because Disruptor isn't in the strongest state that he's been, but he does make a lot of sense, not just with the IO, but with the Slark. For a mid-Slark to set tempo, he needs supports that can play on his night vision, and if you pair up the Glimpse with the Slark just de-warding, positioning his body aggressively, the amount of kills that can be developed by Team Spirit are going to be crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. And it makes sense, right? I think one of the things that Spirit has managed to do throughout the last stages of this tournament is to find heroes that are picked with purpose. The hero has clearly a reason to be in this game. It's good against the IO. It's even good against the Ember in many ways. You get any sort of stun on the Ember, you get the static storm on top of it, and he just dies. And against Mirana, she wants to leap away. And we've seen problems in this patch where these Miranas, like GH was playing it, was like 9-1 and 17 because you just can't kill him. But with Glimpse, that suddenly becomes very easy.
Yeah, it's the way Team Spirit drafts. They see what you have, and they respond to it on a theoretical level. They're not trying to pick the same stuff every game. They're trying to pick what makes sense if everyone was playing perfect. And I think that's such a cool and interesting way of drafting. But there definitely is, the risk when picking Disruptor that the hero is just not that good right now. It's a great game for it, but you're walking into lane against Axe. The hero's going to be pressing Battle Hunger on you off cooldown, and there is that burden of execution. Disruptor wants to play from ahead. He hates playing from behind. You have to chase people to be able to use Glimpse and actually have it be effective, so there's a risk in lanes.
Yeah, the game can get out of hand really quickly for a Disruptor on the losing team. When we look at Team Vision, we see the main combination in their draft in the Slight Chains into Arrow. This is going to be how they're going to play through the mid game, and Dark Willow and Disruptor as supports are very susceptible to dying to this combination. They have no means of defending themselves. There really is no counterplay outside of being the aggressor yourselves on Team Spirit.
Yeah, absolutely. Another cool factor about Vision's draft is like, where is any of these heroes going? We still don't know. Is this a position for Ember potentially? Is this IO going to be a 4? They have a lot of ability to adapt their entire draft with this last pick. And I think Spirit, like we said, they like to conceptually beat what you're setting up for. And by putting themselves in this position where we're just not going to tell you what our draft wants to do at the end of the day, gives them that advantage. And I think it doesn't allow Spirit to have that edge that they've had in all the other drafts leading up to this grand final.
On top of that, it also makes your last bands very cloudy. Because you don't know where these roles are going, it's much easier to miss on those last bands, which you would typically want to be very accurate and take out some key heroes that could be game-winning picks, counter picks against your draft. Well, you don't really know what those are anymore. You can see them banning the Kez, so they're definitely considering this being a support IO.
I mean, that's the only thing we've seen from Vision throughout the year, right? I don't think we've seen a Satanic IO. It's been 9 class, it's been his signature.
Could it still not be a mid IO though, and the Ember 4 that you guys were talking about, which is why they're doubling down that if that's what they want to go, at least Satanic won't get something that he's popped off on and felt comfortable with?
That's definitely possible, and I think they're trying to cover their bases because they're not entirely sure. No one is, besides the 6 people in that Vision booth. Nobody knows what the plan is with this IO. It was pre-concocted for this game when we're going to surprise them. We're going to get off the jump in the right way, and so we just don't know yet.
I mean, I think even for Vision, right, you have the option of like, because I think they're kind of team that will try to do everything they possibly can to get the setup correct from the start. So depending on what they feel like is, do we want a Satanic hero here? Does the Satanic just play the IO? It looks like he's pretty quiet, so I'm leaning towards him potentially being the IO and it being a new mid pick.
Yeah, you often can gauge who's picking the hero just by who's talking the most near the end of the draft, and I agree with that rationale. I also think I've seen him play it in pubs. I've played against his IO in pubs. And so it is something that he has practiced. He's not incapable of doing. It's not completely blind, even though it may be new to officials. And they're gonna tank the mid matchup. So no one's saying, I picked the Ember, it's fine. I can deal with the Slark. We've seen many mid players this tournament say that, and they cannot deal with the Slark. And so no one will have to prove it. If he's different from the rest, if he's cut from a different cloth.
And Centaur is still in the pool. Like, now that you see this IO carry, you can just play for wave drags, farm on the Centaur, and just provide the stun for your team. One ignored this draft.
Yeah, it's solid. It's a hero that will really never be bad. It's just solid in lane, gives you that is a scary lane. Axe Hoodwink, that is a lot of early potential, a lot of kill threat.
Undying, oh, cool. Okay, I mean, I love the concept of just running at this carry IO with Decay non-stop as the offlane Undying and just trying to make it. Oh, it's mid IO.
They actually swapped. Really?
It's a Satanic Ember.
Wow. So then how is an Ember Undying landing when you don't get to just run at an IO now?
I honestly think this Undying is going to absolutely cause issues for this Ember. It is a really tricky lane. Ember on safe lane is already not quite as powerful as it is in mid. You don't get the bottle refills. You don't have that constant sustain coming out. And Undying creates a lot of pressure. And on top of that, there's a Dark Willow there. He doesn't really have nice escape mechanics. The support in Mirana doesn't super help him out in that regard either. So I think for Spirit, this ends up looking quite scary.
It's also a situation, Vision, I think they're not going to be super comfortable on. Satanic, I'm sure he's capable of playing Ember, but it's certainly not his bread and butter. And same thing with no one on IO. So you're walking into the first game of the TI Finals, there's pressure, there's nerves, there's the weight of trying to lift the Aegis, and now you're on something that you're not quite used to. That can affect your gameplay in very negative ways.
I would say it goes both ways, though, in their defense, because I don't think Laurel is like the happiest Slark player, and I would imagine this mid lane, IO is going to absolutely free farm. Slark doesn't really have a way to pressure, so there's going to be a free farming IO in the mid lane, and so for both teams, and this is something special about Grand Finals, right? They both understand each other so well that they've managed to take both sides out of their comfort zone.
But that is where Spirit should depend on their side lanes. They've got SF on one side, they've got Core Undying on the other side, two with very good lanes. How far can they take them?
Look, Vision held their cards close to their chest for that whole draft, and at the end we got a mid IO and a carry Ember Spirit, and if only there were a way in which we could get into their minds and understand more of their thinking. Well, we can't do that. It's Tsunami and Puppey.
Thank you. Yes, I am joined by coach of a Vision, Puppey. Welcome back to TI Grand Finals, my man. And I mean, no disrespect when I say this, but after the past few years of your Dota career, were you ever wondering if you would be able to make it back here?
I thought I would be here if I just had a better team, maybe. That's it.
Oh, so you're just like all my pub teammates then?
Yeah, fucking teammates. No, I mean, it was a rough time. Maybe I needed a vacation. Maybe I needed something. But overall, I always thought that I know how to play Dota, or at least I know how to win Dota.
You have proven that time and time again, and now you're ready to prove it in a best of 5. And in a best of 5, I'm wondering, how do you approach banning and drafting? Do you get to give yourself more of a leash because you're like, well, I'm not going to get eliminated after 2 games of experimentation?
Yeah, but this is not necessarily an experiment. This is something we've tried. So if it works, it's great. If it doesn't, well, we tried it. We did.
And the this that I'm assuming you're referring to is no one on IO. He has 0 competitive games on this hero, and you're debuting it now at TI Grand Finals.
That's what TI is for.
And also what TI is for is watching the games. Puppey, thank you very much for the interview as we send it to game number 1.
Thank you very much there, Tsunami and Puppey. Indeed, it's time, ladies and gentlemen, to get into the grand finals here of the International 2026. Team Spirit up against Team Vision. Folks, everybody around the world, they're just so excited to see these two teams play. Now we're getting them going head-to-head in this best of 5 for the Ages of Champions. You couldn't ask for anything more.
The question is, what do we start to talk about, right? There's storylines, there's incredible different type of style hero picks, there's new heroes being picked in the grand finals.
We've got a disruptor.
I mean, I don't even know where to begin, right? So, yeah, Vision changing things up quite a bit here. Spirit with more, you could just look at it, right? A bit more of a normal approach, heavy team fight, strong carry pick. We have to talk about, you know, the young prodigy of Satanic playing something different on a
very different.
Ember, while Yotoro, the legend carry himself, playing something much more standard. I don't know where to even start.
Yeah, I mean, how is that matchup going to go down? We're going to look forward to the clashes when it inevitably gets to the point where these two carries are going to have to meet head-to-head. But, yeah, a confident move here from Team Vision, and a risky one. You know, Puppey said, game 1, trying something different. It's TI. It's the time, apparently, to try something a little new in game 1 of the Grand Finals. I'm all for it, and I'm not surprised. I'm sure as this Grand Finals goes on, we're going to see both teams bring out some strategies that we're yet to see in the entire tournament. We're already getting here in this first game from them.
So Satanic playing the side lane Ember. I think we've seen one of these side lane Embers have success. I think it was Sumail in one of the games we did.
He did win again, but
good. But that was it.
Yeah.
All the
other
other
than
side
that-
lane members, they've had a pretty horrible start into the games, especially when they're into these Slarks and into quite a bit of counter picks too, right?
Oh, for
it's
sure.
not just the Slark. This Disruptor picked as well. The Willow pick too. Willow is a problematic hero for a lot of these spirits in the mid game, so we'll see how they do endure. Mid lane though, let's see, because I haven't seen these Slarks lose the lane and get pressured super hard, so I'm wondering how he's going to do if he does get set behind too much versus the IO as well. So approaches, Spirit, as we said, much more of a normal type of strategy, lots of team fight coming together, while for the side of Vision, this is an incredibly strong skirmish draft with high mobility that can punish a bit of more of a kind of greedy type of draft, I guess you could say.
Oh, Satanic! It's not going to be an easy lane for him. It's early days, Fog, but I've got concerns. Ember safe lane has looked so shaky in the majority of games that we've seen it tried, and it's just one of those things that conceptually has never been good, Fog. We've never seen a meta where Ember safe lane's been the thing. We'll see bottom lane route. It's going to end up ticking out here to the damage from 9 class notice, so Vision will be able to get themselves a kill down on the other side of the map, but it's a huge risk. And obviously Vision, they've got their star player, the Prodigy on this. It's so much pressure for Satanic, to be put on his shoulders here in game 1 of the grand finals.
100%. And this game, right, you look at the Flame Guard, yes, he'll be able to farm with it, but they have lots of ways to be able to break through it with the SF, with the raises, either with the Soul Rip. They have so many different answers, it does feel. And I'm looking at the mid lane. This Slark's doing pretty damn good. 11-7 to 11-1 at the moment.
I gotta say, I think this is a little bit better than he should be getting away with. This is, in this matchup, they make the switch up, obviously, to take the Ember away from the Slark, but you'd imagine they would ideally do that in a situation where the Slark would suffer mid, and yeah, as you can see on the numbers, he's not suffering at all here, Lal.
At the least, it isn't an Ember that has well, he still has very low last hits, but we've seen a lot of these mid matchups versus the Ember where the Ember has like 2 last hits to 15 of the Slark, so at least there's that. But yeah, I'm just watching the Slark walk up, steal the regen of the IO with his with the Shiv. So he's getting quite a lot out of it versus that bottle, versus the Tango regen that's coming in from a high regen here.
Not me. Making it look easy on this top lane, having to just chase down Ducalis solo and finish off the kill completely on his own.
Oh, and this does look like one of those games where it's one of the best Willow games I think I've seen. You're playing versus Ember, you're playing versus Mirana as well. It is a fantastic game just to have these Brambles.
And in terms of the Spirit duo as a whole, right, the fact that we're on this Disruptor, we don't see it really at all, but this game, you're seeing a lot of potential for a Disruptor.
Absolutely. Great ways to catch versus the Ember. You're a great counter pick versus the IO. Satanic again.
It's a lot of damage. He's going to get chased down. Will dodge the Shadow Realm hit. There's going to be another decay in a second here with the stick charges. Doesn't matter. He's still going to live, Satanic, but kept incredibly low and barely finding farm from this top lane. Bottom of the cores right now. It's going to be such a tough early game here for Satanic.
And a lot of the games for Vision, too, we mentioned the power of Ducalis plus Satanic, what they're able to get out of the lane, what they're able to punish the opposing lane with. This is just a lane that cannot win. So trying to get as much as they can out of it, but yeah, Satanic being brought super low over and over again. The decay on the Ember also, it's pretty devastating when you have this much damage from a hero like Willow. Ducalis, careful.
It's going to be all right, but again, relatively so super low HP here on Ducalis, completely out of regen.
Oh, and they're free farming all 3 lanes right now. Yatoro now at this point, he's given the lane for free. They have to actually move Noticed away. They don't want to be playing versus that Shadow Fiend, so movements are coming in from both sides. 9 class in mid, looking for Laurel.
They really need this kill. They've got to try and punish this Slark somehow, because so far, Lal to be top 2 CS here in a matchup where Vision had the chance to switch things up and try and force this Slark into a less favorable position. It just hasn't happened. Lal, he's loving the laning stage.
And Spirit overall, right? If they win the laning phase, very strong team fight prowess and good Vision heroes as well, too. We don't see it picked as much, because the Disruptor isn't picked as much, but Slark with the Night Vision, Undying Tombstone gives great vision. You're gonna get these glimpses off if you're ahead, and no one...
We'll be able to tether across the 9 class. Nice pushback does catch onto the both of them. Ducalis here as well to help out. No one. He's got a TP back to base, though, to refuel.
It's a pretty fantastic start for Spirit here. Yatoro has run away with these games when he's been given this space on the Shadow Fiend. He's going to have a lot of that space in this game, and look just from the way these lanes are.
Extra pressure being brought into the top lane. Rue ready to join.
They're looking for collapse.
Gonna get the Soul Rip heal off. Good damage with the Acorn shot. They'll bring him down. If they can get the chance to finish off another Thunderstrike on it, Ducalis will allow Rue to take the Mirana out.
Not me.
See, not me get getting chased down by 9 glass. Chased down by 9 glass. A few more right clicks should do it. Try and hide around the trees.
It's rare to say this, where Satanic, he's been a #1, #2 net worth in 95% of their games. This is one of those games he's going to have to play a bottom, is onto some neutral camps, push out lanes super easy. For this Ember, it's so much slower how he can farm, and it's rare to say this, where Satanic, he's been a #1, #2 net worth in 95% of their games. This is one of those games he's going to have to play a bottom core as in the game, so, and into hard matchups.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, just the carry matchup in general. The fact that he's doing it against Yatoro, you know, the other one that very easily could be labeled the best carry in the world, on an SF. Like, Yatoro could not be more comfortable in this position. Game 1 of a grand final, some ways, you know, done pretty well historically when he gets to them, and he's on his Shadow Fiend, one of the hottest carries right now in the meta.
And he warmed up on it already today, finding a solo kill on Watson earlier, which was super impressive. So we're going to see a lot of aggression come out from Spirit. We talk about Disruptor in the past a lot when we used to see him, is when you're ahead, you really can press your advantage. So they're looking for kills right now. In 9 class, they'll find him.
A quick grab, set it up for Yatoro. He's going to be able to take down the tier 1. I mean, it just feels like Yatoro is going to be able to do so much.
He is.
While Satanic, he's just going to hope that there's going to be the time to get to a stage of the game where he can make plays. Top, they'll try and look to punish Collapse.
He's turning on him.
He's pretty scary. Collapse drops down the tombstone. Satanic, he has to just run.
Can he run too? Group Not Me is trying to close the gap.
Oh,
Satanic,
he's going to go
caught.
down.
Oh boy, oh, and it's early days, but this is devastating for Vision.
It's...
And even another glimpse, Brew is there.
They're going to get another very likely. Carlos will try and leap away, just accepts his fate. He knows there's no further way to escape the reach of Collapse.
Nice
Spirit double.
With a much more normal approach to the
really
game,
was.
and it's just looking so much easier to play with this type of advantage, so many catches. The damage isn't there for Collapse at this point. He just walks up, he doesn't even have really that many HP items, just gets the ulti off. They are lacking in damage early on the side of Vision.
And Yatoro is nearly double the net worth of Satanic.
Oh boy, Owen.
I'll tell you what, this is not doing wonders for the games where I like to pick some safe lane Ember at home. You know, I'm going to get reports as soon as the game starts now.
They will find him.
As we're seeing, this is not the position for this hero right now.
They've got to do some heavy lifting with the IO and the 2 supports to get some space. Notice has been quiet so far here, so maybe if you can get to that timing of the Blink Dagger and look to get involved, but really, when I'm looking at the damage, I'm looking at some lackluster approaches here for Vision.
I can't find it.
Their burst could come out if the sharpshooter's there, but is that going to be enough when the SF is starting to get this much of an advantage? And now notice...
They're going to have the glimpse into the Requiem. Okay, the call does put a stop to the Requiem. Doesn't matter, though. Or maybe it will. It's close. Okay,
he lives.
He lives. All right.
Raindrop actually protecting him.
Gets to live, and I'll be honest, I think Noticed, he's probably the one that you're looking at to try and save Team Vision from the state of the game that they're in.
Yeah. And the mobility that can come in from the IO, see how much no one can connect with these relocates. He's halfway towards the Aghanim's.
Okay.
Said their skirmishing is strong on Vision, but if they fall too far behind, their team fight is very lackluster in comparison.
They're falling pretty fast.
They are.
Another tower here taken by Yatoro.
Okay, they're going to try to use the Moonlight Shadow to maybe sneak something in here, but it's still very difficult without Noticed having the Blade Mail or the Blink. And stacks, and they're starting to be formed. So Spirit, on top of playing super oppressively here, they've got this backup condition to just make Yatoro continue to be this beast. And Ember, he can't farm stacks. He can farm small neutral camps with the stack, but not an ancient stack.
And you can tell right from the item build-up. Oh, we'll see in the mid. They do get the catch into the call. All right.
Nice kill.
Ball's gone.
It's something for sure.
I really do feel, as I say, this is a game where you're looking to Notice if you're Vision. He's got to do some big moves to get them out of this spot. Going for the Blade Mail, of course, into the Blink.
I think, I like the Blade Mail first. I mean, Blink first is also very dangerous to do because you can just blink it and die and you don't have follow-up. The Blade Mail, it's going to provide that damage that they're kind of missing.
You might kill the SF.
You might be able to. Brew, positioned here for Notice.
Okay. He did get himself out of this last time, Notice.
There is an ulti this time, though, from Brew.
Yeah, there'll be no hesitation. Dropping down the Static Storm. Yatoro's able to step up, lay down the raises. This time,
reload.
No chance of Notice running. No one's going to come in.
Can they get the catch?
It's a tricky one, especially with Lala around as well. Vision, they've got to be careful how they chase for this. Lala ready to pounce aggressively straight towards them. Acorn shot in the bushwhack completely off the mark.
Satanic.
He steps up. He'll drop a Remnant out, but he'll get another one away, so we'll still be able to jump out despite being glimpsed back.
they bring the numbers forward on the side of Vision and can't go for any type of trade play here because our Spirit, they just react to the numbers themselves. They bring everybody over. They know how ahead they are right now. Playing with this Disruptor, Max Glimpse is online. They can keep bringing this number advantage. Even if the IO relocate comes in, they can just send him away. Nine Classic, a good connection here onto Collapse, so they have follow-up. It looks like it's coming.
Backup's coming up for Collapse. It's all right. Now they'll get the glimpse. I mean, this is the dream sort of position, right, to be playing with this Disruptor. We don't get to see it a lot, but in these sort of games where you're starting to get this sort of momentum, this is where Rue absolutely controls every single play. You cannot run. He will bring you back, and what better carry to bring the enemy back over towards than an SF? Yatoro's going to clean them up every time that Rue catches them.
He's still continuing at almost double net worth of the Ember Spirit. As we said, Satanic, it's very rare that he's put in this bad of a position.
Yes.
So how is he going to really recover?
I
They're
don't know.
trying to bring numbers, but Spirit's reacting every single time. And yeah, this is, like you said, the Disruptor pick is looking incredible. They have all the vision tools with the Slark, with the Undying to be able to give him these glimpses over and over again. It's early, but it's a 5K lead, and it's about to jump to a 6K after these stacks get finished up here from Yatoro.
Just a very tough road ahead for Satanic. If he's able to make this work, it's going to be unbelievable.
Okay, notice this feeling like, okay, I can't actually go for the greed blame. I need a blink. We need a way to set up and slow the pace down.
I don't mind it. I mean, it definitely shows, Vision, they realize the spot they're in ain't too great. They got to do something drastic. Blink dagger timing with the smoke. They need something big. The dream catch, of course, would be Yatoro. Let's see if they can find Vision.
Will they have the damage is the question, because I'm looking at the build from Collapse in this game also. He's maxed the Soul Rip. So there's quite a bit of sustain that can come in even if they do get the catch. And Yatoro has Mask of Madness.
See, not me, but not me is not the one they want to go for. They want Yatoro. Yatoro is going to step up. Notice, he's thinking about it. He's going to make the jump in with the call into the arrow.
Panic Storm.
They'll get laid down. Yatoro will get hit by the sharpshooter, but he's able to get off the rack.
Too much heals.
The notice is gone. No one to fall. Dakalis has to retreat, but Lyle chases him out. Yatoro throws out another raise. They cannot go on this SF right now. They hit the call, they hit the arrow, but it just doesn't matter every single time. Backup's going to be there, and they don't even get close to killing him. Even with multiple ults connecting, the sharpshooter comes in. Yatoro doesn't even get anywhere close to dying.
Spirit, they're 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 steps ahead of the play. They've got double vision in the area. Thank you, Collapse, for the goals, of course. Double vision in the area to cover. They know exactly that move's going to happen. And Yatoro, he loves to play super aggressive on this Shadow Fiend. This team, it's insane how we've watched Spirit level up in just a couple months here. Not looking to play slow, late game type of potential. No, they're all about the aggression, especially with this lineup. They're not slowing down, Owen.
No, which is of great concern for Vision.
Yep, and another catch. He's just dead. I'm struggling to see the recovery.
I mean, I think you can see the struggle in sort of working out how to recover in just the build that Satanic's got queued up. There's no other carry that you're going to be playing at all in this meta, right, where you go Kaya, BKB, Radiance. It's just, that Satanic himself, he feels how awkward of a spot that he's in, that he's been put in, having to play this Ember in the safe lane, that there seems to be very little way to kind of farm and build your way out of this hole.
I don't think we're going to see this again. This, Slark type of thing with the Ember teams. It's been tried too many times in this tournament. It's just looking so hard to recover. No one, he's got the Ags. Let's see how much he can do with this one. He's going to farm very fast, but he's still so vulnerable going into these fights versus the SF and the Slark.
With the Remnant there, Satanic will make sure it doesn't get tripped up by the Willow combo.
The thing, too, is a lot of times when you're playing with the IO, it's not, of course, it is about the IO, the spirits, how much damage they do, but it's also, you're able to provide this extra sustain at times. When you're playing versus this Slark, too, he just steals it. He walks up, throws that shiv onto somebody, and you're just preventing all that extra heal.
They'll find Root. It's going to be enough to kill him.
Can they get out?
They get out. I don't think noticed this. He's gone.
Not me, though.
Able to find him, but indeed 2 supports taken down. Time's been bought, though, for Yatoro to turn up. Dakalis will manage to leap away. A favorable trade in terms of numbers.
Yep, not bad
here. They get both the supports. Sure, they lose a core, but in the position they're in, they'll take that.
Collapse, dodging the bushwhack. He's got Octarine already, so these decays, they're building up, reducing their health, tanking up himself. And also, so I keep mentioning about playing ahead on the side of Spirit when we're talking about the Disruptor. The other thing about playing ahead, too, is they have a Slark. So look at the vision on the map. All the wards, they're just getting taken away. So just completely controlling that versus Vision, so limiting any of these aggressive moves of trying to outnumber in any way as well. It's so hard for them to make a move like this. Look where Yotoro's farming. He's just like, okay, I'll just take your Ancients multiple times here. I'm at no risk really at this point. He continues to have absolutely insane net worth. He is the net worth of 2 core heroes right now. Catch on the Undying. They've got him.
All right.
Ceaseless Dirge. He's right back into the mix.
Spirit might still bring the pressure in around this tier 2. Yotoro ready to turn up.
Looking for the wraparound here.
I mean, they might go for round 2 on Collapse. Oh, okay. Max is already going to be out through the Twin Gate. Not looking to set up.
9 class.
Back off.
Oh, no one's also caught in the back. Laurel does see him.
He's going to look to relocate out of this.
They got the glimpse.
They do. They time
Perfect
it
timing.
One of the age-old counters there to the Iron. That's one of the reasons the glimpse can be a bit too much sometime for him.
They're just running at them at this point. Oh, and 9 class, he's trying to get away, but they've got the vision on hiding in the trees.
They're not going to quite see him in time, so he will live, still losing their mid vision.
No space on the map, Owen. The only place that they can play right now is where they had that vision on Team Vision, and they're just still getting run at in that area. They'll kill the Undying, but as you said, Ceaseless Dirge, he's back immediately, and with the Octarine, it's a much faster cooldown as well. 360 seconds rather than that 480, so we'll be able to utilize that in the next move as well, potentially. See if Vision can bring the numbers again. Not me. Does still have this ward on the high ground. Panic.
Bringing the brambles. Into the fear, Lal ready to pounce in, closing onto Jakalis. He'll get the leap off. Soul Rip from Collapse will allow Spirit to continue to rack up the kills here against Vision.
And Spirit too. They have a building hitter. While on Vision, they do not have a building hitter.
They don't have a single building.
They do not have a single one at this point too. So overall, just have to play to farm and try to catch back up with these items that they can get. Looking for the BKB timing. So double BKB, potentially triple BKB timing that Vision is going to look for versus that heavy team fight. But it's not just that team fight. That physical damage, it is there too from Yotoro that will be able to bypass it. Roche soon on the menu probably for Spirit. With this damage, I think it's time right now.
Step straight into there with the amplified damage.
Yep, they've got the Undying too, so he can pop the ult. He can keep pushing it forward even faster with the Tombstone too. They'll even save the ult potentially here for the fights. It's just going to be brought down so fast. Little to no mistakes from Spirit right now. And Vision just still trying to get these items online, trying to make the recovery for Satanic.
Yeah, very much making a statement for... maybe that Slark does actually have to be first phase if you want to open with December.
Yeah, potentially so.
It might just force you to kind of have to come in with these sort of strats that just don't seem to be anywhere close to working.
9 class trying to be cheeky here, finding a place to farm. Rune knows where he is.
They're going to see him.
They've got the catch.
Static Storm. Make sure there's no way for him to play his way out there. At the same time, Spirit, they've also got the creep wave moving in top. Notice we'll get the call onto Yotoro.
Got Aegis.
And no one's come across. Satanic.
The numbers are being brought in. They're buybacking on 9 class.
Let's have a look. They want to try and put everything into this play, Vision, see if they can find some sort of kill. But Collapse, he's ready to just run straight at them. Comes in with the ultimate, tanking up, heals up with the Soul Rip. Vision, they can't even touch him. He's fine. They've got to back off.
A cool build too. Collapse going for just a casual Glimmer Cape. He knows that the big burst damage that's coming out from Vision, it's that magical damage from the Mirana, from that Hoodwink as well with the Shard too. So that Glimmer is going to be very, very strong. He's kind of like this pseudo support to be able to protect Yotoro as well with the heals.
I mean, because at the moment, right, that's all that matters, really.
All the damage.
If they can save Yotoro, he will do everything. He'll kill them all. He'll kill their base. We'll see you in the
Catch on Laurel.
He'll get the call.
Got him.
Laurel's gone. Noticed, I don't think he's getting out, though. Yotoro turns up with Collapse. They're able to take him down. Now over towards Ducalis. He's out of leaps.
They've got a glimpse if they needed it anyway. Rue wants another target, though. He's got a blink. He's got a Tumbler's toy if he can look for one. Panic trying to be cheeky here. Cut wave to get this extra farm. He's got the BKB.
Look at the courier.
Playing with fire here. Should be okay. Rue's like, you know what? I don't even want to chase him at this point. He's got the BKB.
So Yotoro was over there by the Remnant. Nearly actually in position, and now
Rue. He has to be careful. Satanic.
He's going to have to BKB possibly. Okay, did get the Remnant off.
They got Vision.
There. He can maybe time it, and he can.
Okay.
Able to jump back despite the glimpse.
That's the last remnant. He's really trying to hang on to that BKB. But it really is just hanging on to it as Yatoro trying to give some more of that information. 8,000 lead for Spirit, continuing to play super oppressive here. And Rue, he is starting to build toward that Aghanims as well too already at this point. Blink and a point booster picked up. Vision starting to bring the numbers. Eyes on notice to see how big of calls he can get.
Gonna be off the top of the call. Doesn't matter though. Relocate comes in. They'll still get Rue. They'll get the two of them.
Getting the supports over and over again. Pretty decent when you are this far behind.
Calls from Spirit are watching at the side just in case anybody steps up here. They can still fight despite the death of their supports with how large they are.
First BKB reveal from Noah as well. They're trying to get to this timing of those triple BKBs for Vision. Yatoro on the hunt.
Give a slippery kill to Jsut.
Can't quite find him here.
Tries his luck there with the raises, but off the mark.
Potentially looking for, that Tormentor cup of play. It's going to shift soon. Both these teams, not really the biggest Tormentor teams either. Vision just desperately trying to find these places to farm. You look where Satanic is, look where no one is. They just really want to get to this item timing and then look for that fight when the Aegis does go down. Probably their best option, because they still are super behind at this point. They need to get the BKBs to counter that heavy team fight. Spirit's just chasing them all over.
Collapse just bullying Satanic, making sure that Satanic doesn't get the full freedom that he hoped for.
Satanic has to be pretty careful here. Yatoro, has he have the damage?
TP. Ooh, one hit away from being close enough to kill him, I'll tell you that.
Top, Ducalis. They also get noticed.
Look at the glimpse back, straight into the fear. Very nicely timed. He gets the blade mail off, but it doesn't matter. Notice is gone. Ducalis trapped by the kinetic field. Perfect timing with the glimpse into the fear there from the supports of Spirit.
Two of the better heroes to punish. They're trying to split with Collapse.
They're trying to make some sort of a play against Collapse with this relocate for Noah, but it's not going to happen.
Now no one.
He's probably in trouble. Okay, he has got the BKB. He's going to try and chase down Rue with the Spirits, but the Soul Reveal comes in. Nobody in Spirit going down in this mid lane. As Vision continue to hemorrhage these kills.
3 deaths there, and it was a 9-class buyback earlier too that they were desperately trying to look for these extra kills up top. Ends up being brought down. Yatoro very close to having the Silver Edge. He is continuing to be double net worth of the Emerald.
I mean, he's just having a completely free game here. I can't imagine a better way to start off a TI Grand Finals if you're a carry than the one that Yatoro is having right now, and he is making absolutely everything out of the situation he's been given.
Not only is it 24-12, but look at the tower situation, right? As we said, Vision, they cannot touch the towers, especially because of how far behind they were at the start of this game. They're almost full HP. All the ones of Spirits have barely been touched at this point, while 2 tier 2s already have dropped on the side of Vision. And noticed his BKB is the timing that he wanted to get a bit of acceleration onto it. He's now died, I think, 3 times trying to make the space for the team, so his BKB is going to be so delayed at this point. Rue is going to have an Aghanims, maybe as that BKB comes out from the axe, so he's going to have extra answers even to prevent them from using it if he does get the initial catch. Vision. Panic. There's a silver-edged Yatoro stalking him.
Lined up and ready to go for this final tier 2 on the bottom lane.
So hard for Vision to put together a team fight. Spirit will take every single one of these battles at this point. Level 20 as well now hit for Yatoro. Satanic. I feel like every time we see Satanic, Collapse is on top of him. He's just following him, being super annoying.
It's in the mid.
Another catch on Laurel.
They do manage to bring Laurel down. Yatoro's considering if he wants to fight back here. The BKB was used by no one.
That is 4 times they've been able to find Laurel. Noticed.
He'll yet to get Yatoro though.
Can he get the glimpse? He will.
Straight back into the field and the Static Storm into the Requiem. Oh, there'll be a relocate.
Nice
save.
reload.
Nice one. All right, no one able to bail his axe out for now.
They're going to look for the fight after this. They're going to kill the Tombstone off. Doesn't look like they can go for the fight themselves. BKB still cooldown for no one. He'll play cautious. Spirit also will back up. They'll respect that save. Space needed. No one is pulling ahead a good amount here over the Slark, as they have been able to find some nice kills onto Laurel with the chain stuns. If no one can end up being that rock that they really need for the team. Gonna go that Shiva's build that we do see for pretty much all the mid laners on the IO. But it's slower paced damage in comparison to something like Yatoro, who is accelerating toward more lifesteal, is gonna go that Satanic build, stalling out any type of BKB, knows he doesn't need it for now, maybe eventually at some points, but we know Yatoro, he plays for the Manta dodges, and 9 class, dead in 2 or 3 hits.
Also, Rue won't be able to tease much out of Satanic there. Satanic quick with the Remnant away.
And even though they're not keeping up, right, but not making the gold league go so much faster in terms of per spirit, the gains just aren't that big for Vision. I just don't know how much this Radiance for Satanic is really going to do, because we did see Mika try for it the other day, but as soon as he showed up to the fights with the Radiance and the BKB, he did absolutely nothing.
And it's a different build-up. The fact that Radiance is going to come so much later.
Later as well.
It's, as I said, I think, you know, Satanic's trying to do his best to adapt to this situation that he's been put on off the back of this draft. It's just not easy to make this safe lane Ember work.
Laurel now has the gem, so should be a lot safer. We have seen them pick him off a couple times here, but now with the gem should be much more protected in terms of not getting caught by the Blink Axe from that distance. Also going for the BKB early. I like it.
It's all right. Can you do something cute here?
Thinking about it. He can line up the Requiem.
He's gonna try and open things up here with the fear. That will do it.
We saw him solo kill Watson earlier. That was almost a solo kill as well, too. Did get a little help, but super impressive play. A flawless game from the legend himself. 8-0-3.
I'm pretty much maintaining this net worth position where he's so close to essentially being double the net worth of Satanic.
He's double the net worth of Laurel even, too, of his own teammate. Absolutely crazy performance from Yatoro this game. They're not able to slow things down. Noticed his BKB is about to be finished, so let's see if they can connect with this triple BKB timing, how much they can do. But again, the Radiance was slowed down. And it's besides the gold lead, look at the experience. It's a level 16 Ember. Yatoro's cracking level 23 in a second.
I mean, this is the thing, right? Yatoro, he is not going to care one bit about a Radiance on this Ember Spirit.
9 class, Laurel stalking him.
Bit of a tricky kill to chase for.
Forcing him away.
Now, meanwhile, over towards the mid, we're seeing them grouped up and ready to try and make a move here. Vision, the smoke out.
Trying to catch Spirit if they're split up in any way, but Spirit have been so careful in this game. The Satanic is going to be coming out very soon for Yatoro. They haven't had the damage to bring him down yet, and now they're going to have to somehow bypass the Satanic, which is one of the best answers versus the Blink Blade Mail Axe. Roche soon on the horizon too, something that Vision can't let Spirit get Roche. If they do, the game is going to be pretty much impossible for them. They're looking for Laurel again.
They've got him a fair few times.
Not going to be able to find that catch. All right, Radiance done, but at the same time, Yatoro gets a full Satanic. The damage isn't going to come out that fast from Vision, and there's heals. There's ways to protect. Collapse, as we said, he's playing this pseudo, the extra support in a way, right, with the build that he's gone for. He has Blink, he has Shard, so if they do get the catch, he even can get the saves as well. So again, just difficult to see how Vision approaches these fights.
We'll try and check out the situation. I'll find 9 class. Yatoro steps in, a couple of right clicks. That's 9 class gone.
Godlike. Vision needs every number too, so even if they lose one hero contesting that Roche, already was super hard, now impossible. So they're gonna have to just accept the fact that they're playing versus this Aegis. Push might come onto their high ground pretty soon here with the banner as well. Yatoro, super tanky, can probably just frontline. And how's Rue doing for his Aghanims too? He's got 3 components already finished up, so yes.
That's pretty close.
Vision's got some BKBs, but they might be put in a position where they can't even get them off too. Satanic, Toro.
Satanic is not taking any chances this time.
They're trying desperately to get any type of building damage. Got a decent amount bottom here, but it is just that tier 1.
Ready to get this bottom wave pushed out. They'll pick up the Tormentor first.
Finally. These teams hate Tormentor. Brew will get blessed with it as well. A nice one too. The kinetic fence is quite good this game versus the Mirana, versus the IO, even versus the Ember in some situations. Can be quite annoying. Extra little bit of lockdown. But just, yeah, so much sustain, so much save at this point on Spirit. Vision What's the next big gain they're getting? Okay, no one is going for something a bit different too, queuing up the Hex. So looking like they just want to get this chain control to not allow this, you know, Yatoro to just go absolutely crazy. But as you said, there's saves, there's heals, there's this tombstone.
Toro ready to make quick work of this tier 2. Plenty of minutes left. They want to try and push up high ground with this Aegis.
Got a creep wave coming in.
Radiant are scanning.
Ags, it's done. Rue, he has it finished in 10 gold now. They're going to smoke up, potentially look for the catch as a hero shows on the side of Vision.
If anyone steps out of the base, they'll get quite a nasty surprise.
They have the Slark Shard as well, too. So Tombstone, Slark Shard, Soul Rip, Glimmers, so many things to protect Yatoro.
Gonna get the call.
That's a heal.
Soul Rip's there. They're keeping him healed up pretty nice. He'll get the man shot. The pushback comes out after, but there's gonna be the save from the Tombstone. Fear connects onto no one.
Satanic to heal up. Yatoro will back away and respect the damage. They force everybody from Vision back.
Can play it safe, work on sorting out the other lanes here. Spirit.
They also, now they do have that Ags Disruptor, so Vision has to be so prepared to click those BKBs, but it's going to be difficult because the Blink's there too for Rue, so can't just blink and drop that Static Storm.
Just going to be ridiculous amounts of damage coming out from Yatoro. It's
It really is.
just over 1,000 gold away from having that Daedalus.
And the wards just continue to get taken out. The gem that they picked up on the Slark with disadvantage, constricting the map. Collapse. They saw someone outside for a quick second here. They want to get a glimpse. Can't quite find the angle here. Not letting Vision get outside.
Tanic's just trying to find some sort of corner of the map. 9 class is going to go for a very aggressive jump out of the base to try and set up onto Rue. Lol, he'll be able to punish that. Rue's perfectly fine.
They've got the Depth Shroud as well, too. Just so many ways to cover and protect each other. Satanic desperately trying to find that Aghanims. The quietest game I think we've seen from him at this international.
I think it is.
Toro, arrow will connect.
It's a lot of damage.
They've got so much sustain and so many ways to protect them.
Keeping their cool, able to continue to hit the tier 3s, force out the fortification here in the mid. Toro can back up, pick up that Demon Edge.
90 seconds still on this Aegis. This is an aggressive relocate positioning from no one here. Is this Disruptor could catch him?
Quick jump. BKB
got the BKB off. Okay.
Make sure he gets that there before the Static Storm.
They're going to try the glimpse timing, but he still has the BKB active, so he will be safe. Good thing he clicks that BKB when he does, or he's dead.
I think as soon as he saw people turn up, he knew that there was a high chance that that play would be looked towards by Root.
Yatoro standing strong by himself here. He still has the Aegis.
9 class! He's going to take it out in a couple of hits. They're going to try and battle Yatoro.
He's too strong.
Satanic's going to run. These hits are going to hurt.
Oh my God, so close to Satanic even getting brought down. Yatoro showing he can fight versus everybody with disadvantage. No fear.
Yeah, this is, especially in situations like that, I can only imagine, Fog, that Satanic is like, please let me play something else. I do not want to play this carry Ember. I really don't. It cannot be fun, Fogged.
Not if Yatoro, especially not if Yatoro's getting to play Shadow Fiend, right? You're looking like, look at the difference in this guy.
He gets the SF and I get this. It just doesn't feel fair.
Really doesn't at this point. Now no glyph for Vision to stop this push. Can they get Yatoro off of the racks? No BKB for no one either for this push.
Getting the call.
Try again.
Really any follow-up. They do get the arrow. Collapse has already jumped in. Satanic's going to try and go in on the back lines here aggressively with the BKB. He's going to try and chase out Rue, bring the Disruptor down. He'll succeed. Takes Rue out the fight. BKB's about to come to an end, though, so he'll have to jump back defensively. Did manage to get that kill there with that play, Satanic.
That was a pretty cool one. Just jumps past everybody. Did have to use a lot of the remnants. They did have to use their BKB. That was both the BKBs, right? Just to find a support kill. So it's something, but it's a very expensive commitment just to find a Disruptor here at this point, but they have to do that, right? I think this is exactly how the Emperor has to play. You cannot let Rue get his spells off because you will just get destroyed in the team fight if he gets a Static Storm on top of you. Even the bigger Static Storm. a Chasm Stone casually picked up from the Disruptor too, so even more massive to be able to get the connection onto them here. Some decent execution we're seeing, the attempts from Vision, right? Getting the call, pulling him back, getting that connection of the arrow too. But yeah, just still a bit too far behind to bring down Yatoro at all. How's no one's Hex looking? He does have the gold for it, but saving for the buyback for the moment.
Yatoro. Notice sticks around. He might regret it, but the blink in time.
Look at the build he has to go for unnoticed. He's like, yeah, armor isn't the solution, guys. I need to blink Blade Mail and Ghost Scepter so I don't just die to this.
Against this SF, certainly so.
No one. Forced to pop the BKB defensively again.
He's going to try for the call, but Yalal, he was already up the BKB. So there'll be no follow-up damage to threaten the Slark. The Ghost Scepter buys him a little bit of time, but as it comes to an end, Spirit will bring Notice down.
Yatoro just running the show. Beyond godlike. And that was what? BKB used from no one. Notice still has his for the potential for the defense. Satanic also. But not having the IO BKB, he can just get popped. Yatoro. Aggressive Force Staff.
All right. Look at the Bushwhack. Although stunned, but the Tombstone's there. Contending going to have to use a lot of his BKB to just try and take that out. They managed to do so in time. The call comes out.
They get him.
They've done it. They've killed Yatoro.
For the first time this game.
That's massive. Vision doing what seems to be the impossible. Now, Collapse, on the other hand, he's got a lot of HP to get through if they want to try and keep Undying. Collapse is going to try and chase through out of the action. Collapse building the HP up. And Collapse, he's kind of cleaning them up. Satanic's gone. Double kill for Collapse.
Got the blink.
And he's ready for more. Jumps over to Notice. Notice trying to look, but the decay comes in. Collapse, he don't need Yatoro now at this point. He's the new carry in town.
They had to use everything to kill you. They executed it pretty beautifully to bring down this SF, but Collapse
maybe
goes,
even more.
I have 52 strength. He wants more.
Bounce forward from Lyle. Won't quite be able to get the slow onto either of them or the leash. Collapse, he still wants to get in.
They finally defeat Yatoro. They kill him the once at least. Good. They synergized that pretty beautifully there too. I didn't see if they broke the Tombstone.
I think they did, right?
Because he got stunned
straight out of
right afterwards from it. So it's pretty perfect that ends up happening, and they get the call right afterwards, so he doesn't get the Satanic.
So it can be done.
It can be done, but they end up losing a lot out of it as well too. 9 class looking for a cheeky catch here onto Laurel. They've got backup.
Well, listen, no one trying to come in to help out, but the BKB's up for Lyle.
Static Storm.
See them get the grab onto no one. Lyle falling low, but Collapse coming in with the save. Heals him up with the Soul Rip. Keeps Lyle strong. No one will relocate back out of there in time to survive, but the Carlos has been left out on the map.
Laurel too tanky. Too much regen. Gets to steal a lot here with the Shiv versus the IO over and over again. Plus the healing from the Undying. Absolutely seeing that come into play there. Vision, they're trying their hardest. They're doing some really cool execution plays, but at this deficit, you can just see how hard it really is.
It's just too much.
Yatoro back onto the push. We're on it dead for 25 seconds. Vision needs absolutely every little thing they can put together here. Collapse now, level 25. He's going to have like 10,000 HP when he pops that Flesh Golem.
Instead of Rex taking in the mid. Spirit, they can head over to the Roshan.
Safest play possible. Refresher Shard. Some really good ones they can put that onto. Either the Disruptor, they can put it onto the Undying as well too. Some really good options that they can do. Even onto the Slug. I mean, everybody's a good option to get that Refresher Shard. They'll wait for a moment here though. We'll see it again. Yatoro had just died over there from that great chain stun that they were able to do, but yeah, Collapse. A different beast after they've expended so much.
I mean, they sort of think about trying to do something about him, but not a lot that you can do about this Undying right now with that amount of HP built up on him.
Just walking at them. Getting so much farm too. He's got the Cloak of Flames, he's got the Greedy. Yatoro, we'll give him a cheeky smile. He's like, you know, you got me.
Exactly. Same to be said here from Collapse. He is absolutely loving it here on his Undying.
Roshan time, 18k lead. Vision. I don't think they can contest in that area. High ground defenses, they can execute if they do at utmost perfection, but around the Roche, kind of suicide. Full disperser for Yatoro.
Yeah, he just... Refresher Shard available here for Collapse.
Oh god, Collapse has a full Hex now too. Oh my goodness. Just keeps flurrying out the items. He's keeping up in farm with an IO core. Very impressive that he's been able to do. We see Satanic. His farm is pretty impressive too, but still, at that back foot. Even bigger rate. I mean, this static storm's going to be massive. We don't see Disruptor very often. I actually forgot that was even a talent for him at 20. With that Chasm Stone too, this static storm's going to be huge.
So many things that they're going to have to pre-BKB.
Yeah, they either have to pre-BKB or if they have to jump the Disruptor and kill him at the start of the fight. So they're just going to get decimated from that Ags. Push coming in towards the north side.
It's all right.
The Aegis. Those are the questions. Do they have the answer? Collapse now finally switches his neutral item.
And immediately Satanic has to put this BKB. He's so terrified about what they'll throw at him. A quick tombstone dodge off the arrow.
I mean, he needs to use that.
He has to. It's so scary.
Otherwise, he's going to get hexed.
Well, 9 class outside of the base. Collapse, he's waiting from inside of the base. 9 class going to get glimpsed back. I mean, they just can't do anything about the fact that Collapse is just standing there between them.
He has 7,500 HP. Good luck bringing him down. I mean, put some Vessels onto him. Vessel's going to do like 300 damage per tick. No Vessel charges remaining, though, on Ducalis, so unfortunate for him.
Somebody's got to do something.
Jumps in. The Tombstone jumps out. There's no BKB for Satanic. How does he commit into the fight?
I don't know. They've got to try something.
Arrow, just to try to push him off, but Yotoro.
The racks are falling.
Standing strong.
And they even get him the once now. Back up, set up perfectly around Yotoro.
Notice, as the Krellas now picked up, they spend their gold on the side of Vision, can't protect the racks. Smoke. Spirit, they're going to continue in this area. Continue the push. If anyone steps out, if Rue sees them, he will just blink Static Storm, grab them. Vision. Desperate move here.
They're on the low ground. Notice he's going to try for the jump, but he doesn't find an angle to get the call off. The Static Storm's laid down into the fear from the Requiem.
He used his gold, too, to buy the Krellas. He does not have buyback.
Spirit should have what it takes here to finish up the final set of Rex.
Fear connects.
The Satanic is going to try and jump the backlines. Maybe look to see if he can kill off the support. So put the BKB, look to chase down the Willow. Can he at least get that? There's going to be also keep it safe. No one's just getting shredded by the right clicks of Yotoro. No one's gone. He's out for 100. They're getting close to killing off Collapse. He'll heal up with the Soul Rip and the Decay.
In his Tombstone.
He's still alive. Satanic, he's trying to run. No one coming with the center to bail him out of this. He'll be able to live, Satanic.
They're just way too far ahead, Owen. They're all too tanky. Yotoro's damage, he shreds. I can't believe no one actually gets away.
And the Collapse, he's back in with another jump. They get the Hex onto Ducalis. He's out. He'll buy back. Satanic's going to jump in with the slide chains over towards Yotoro, but it's a triple kill for Yotoro. This game is over. GG is called. As Team Spirit will take game one. Yotoro finishes with a rampage here in Shanghai.
The legendary carry himself having a pretty free game this time around. Vision trying something here that we've said multiple teams have tried with this Ember to dodge this Slark. They put the IO mid, but the Slark was doing pretty fine. They did get some kills on Laurel, which was pretty impressive, but the biggest problem really was Yotoro is absolutely massive.
Yep.
Supports are getting a lot, and Collapse too. Love the build he goes for, knowing that he can play this pseudo kind of supportish style, get these extra heals. They run this one over, Owen.
They really do. I guess at the least for Team Vision, we did it from Puppey at the start, right?
They're trying.
They already knew they were trying something, so they should be able to easily move past this into game two. But as for this game one strat, it did not work out.
It was a strat that we weren't necessarily sure how it was going to play out. We saw so many new things. Disruptor, it's its first pick here for TI-15. We were also seeing no one playing that IO for the first time, and Satanic playing an Ember Spirit carry for the first time himself. I know we've seen Ember carry so far in this tournament, but Satanic himself having their first competitive games on those heroes, and you're like, is it game one of a TI finals where you want to do it? And I give them full credit to having that confidence, but at the end of the day, what Spirit cooked, Quinn, was just another level.
Yeah, I think the answer to your question, is this the place to do it, is no. I think you want to go back to your comfort. You want to go back to the solid strategies you played for the entirety of your career. We look at Satanic, you think of him as the hard carry that scales into the late game, that's going to put the team on the back. And how can you really do that with an Ember carry? It just wasn't the same level impact we're used to seeing from him. And I don't blame him. It's a very uncomfortable position to be in.
Yeah, I mean, we heard from Puppey in the coach interview that they have tried it before and it wasn't unexpected for them. And he thinks that TI is for trying things, and that's why they did it. But in practice, it didn't look that good. That IO mid didn't even manage to have a game against the Slark. The Ember lost to that Undying pick, which was brilliant because Team Spirit set up a situation where both side lanes would win, and the mid flex didn't matter in Sania.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it just comes back to what you brought up about how maybe Puppey is saying no to 9Class's ideas. And for me, personally, I feel like Satanic's been the player of the tournament, or the player of Team Vision at least. And put him in an Ember against Undying lane, you're not really setting him up for success. And I feel like you have a guy on 9Class that could take that upon him. He could play that Ember. It's something he's done in the past. Their lane didn't go well anyway. It's not like he's a particularly strong hoodwink player. So for me, it's just a little bit questionable how they approach this game one. But to be honest, in a best of 5, you have a lot of room to do these kinds of things. And it doesn't matter for the next game. It's 0-0.
Room for error, room for growth, whichever way you want to look at it here. But it definitely felt like a game of bluffs in some way as well, because whilst the execution was incredibly high from Spirit, it felt like that they were coming in almost as a continuation of the best of 3 that they had in their upper bracket 2 days ago, where it's, we actually know what you like, we know what you don't like, and so they try and put Lal on an uncomfortable slog that he hasn't necessarily shown or proven himself on the same way he has other heroes, and vice versa. Again, where Vision are thinking, we've got this Ember that we can move to other roles. We've got this IO that we know is comfortable mid, but at the end of the day, Quinn, I'm not really sure how that mid matchup played out. You said that it should be something more favorable to IO, but we didn't see that in eventuality.
Yeah, I think it probably should. It ended up being where Slark takes a relatively decent early CS advantage, and I think you can chalk a lot of that up to no one's inexperienced on the hero. It's quite a very player-specific hero. You need a lot of reps into how you move the spirits back and forth. It's a very finicky, I don't know, very IO-specific mechanic that not any other heroes have. And so I think I chalked it up to inexperience, and I think it's not just sort of a fault of Vision, but it's a skill that Spirit is really good at. And I think specifically in finals, I felt this myself, that they are really good at taking you out of your comfort zone. It's not just Vision doing it to themselves. They're picking things and banning in a way that forces you to do that, or you feel compelled to it, almost like they're mind controlling you.
On that topic of potential inexperience on the mid IO, that may very well be true, but watching it play out, I don't think IO has any inherent advantages against Slark. The way the hero functions in the mid lane is it just farms. You trade farm, and for mid heroes to punish melee heroes, they have to make it so that if the melee heroes walk up to hit a creep, that they take absurd amounts of damage, and that just doesn't happen with IO until later levels, and I think fundamentally the concept there was also wrong.
We're going to look at the earlier mark between these two, right? Looking at about 10 minutes, I feel like that's that moment where you're wanting to see a little bit more movement coming out from your mid. You're hoping that they're going to be up there, the playmaker, or the solid rock for your team, and hopefully that they've had a good enough lane for themselves. But when it comes to this mark, it's not necessarily a glaring obvious who is doing that for their team, right, Quinn?
Yeah, it's very even, and you've got the pressure on the side lanes, and I think that's Spirit, that's how they love to play. They want to have Laurel just chilling, playing some matchup that's whatever, that's normal, that he's fine in, and they put pressure and they put the precedence on their side lanes to do well and have good matchups. And I think that came to fruition completely this game. It's exactly how they want to play. It's a bread and butter Spirit draft.
I feel like the main thing that I take away from that is the net worth. The Wisp has to be a lot more farmed coming out of that matchup. Honestly, it needs to be almost 1,000 gold higher.
Oh, wow.
At minute time.
Okay, that is a big difference. And you mentioned something briefly, Quinn, where you're talking about it's a lot down to the side lanes. What's happening on the action there as well? How much more can their mids offer, depending on how well their side lanes are going? And we've already talked about it. This is the first official we've seen Satanic on that Ember Spirit. And luckily we have Purge, who's going to give us more information about how it played out for him.
Yeah, they tried out the Ember Spirit with the shift to the safe lane. They thought they could make it work. Last I saw was Team Liquid playing it, and it's definitely a little bit harder here. Satanic did his best in the lane. He did some nice little tricky things like dodging the Willow blasts here. But after a quick level 2 on Willow, she got a D-ward here. This really nice root is going to guarantee the kill on Satanic. That got him a first blood. And the lane didn't really get that much better for a bit here because that level 3 now for Undying is very, very fearsome. He did use Flame Guard to protect himself when he got gone on a bit here, which is going to give him a little bit of protection, but the downside is they have a lot of nuke damage here, so they actually were just bursting through his Flame Guard and almost killing him. Here's his final death here that you would normally get successfully with Satanic, of course, so he's going to slight dodge that one as well, even using another Fairy Fire to survive. He had a tough lane. They did gank the Undying, but they did do this nice move on the Wisdom Shrine, which allowed them to, at the very least, get the Wisdom Shrine, but it forced a ton of rotations here, and Clap still got one support kill. So, but this was a nice moment for Satanic to catch up, and in the end of this, he's actually kind of close in net worth if you take a look at it. All things considered, yeah, he's really not that far away. So that was great. Then Yutoro did some really interesting things in this game, and you probably spotted him in the stream at some point showing up somewhere he's not supposed to be. So watch his path here. He was thinking about killing the Axe, but Axe basically got zoned because he's SF. SF wins his matchups, and then he's just fishing to do mid pressure. There's a catapult at this moment, so this is a really good time for him to be here, because if he's just successful at helping to get a kill, then they get a whole bunch more damage. And this is probably the moment you saw him on stream when he came here and double raised the enemy mid. This is kind of crazy to look at, but if you look at what happened on the map here, he's basically forcing the IO to go farm these camps over here, which means he's super far away from the mid lane. So it basically makes it easier for them to pressure the mid lane and for his Slark to get as much farm as he wants. And a short time later, he basically does the same thing. He's going to clear the wave. He's going to walk towards mid. He's going to take this nice little ancient stack, which is beautiful for him, and he's going to do the same thing. Hiding behind the tower, looking for a hero. He ends up spotting out 9 class, which guarantees the vision, which guarantees the kill, and again, guarantees the tower. So this early pressure that Yutoro did to rotate, it didn't take a huge amount of him. He lost a little bit of gold, but he got some nice ganks in. That pressure really opened things up on the map. The mid was opened up. Collapse had this really sick play, getting the kill on Satanic, and as a whole, the lanes just went great for Team Spirit.
Thank you so much, Pudge. We're seeing it play out in real time. The Yutoro of TI-10, that's what he was praised for time and time again, was how early he was willing to rotate to mid, how he was willing to help out other cores despite this more traditional viewpoint of a carry being the #1 farmer. You're supposed to always be farming if you're not out there in your lane. And at the end of the day, he goes, well, there's other means to get kills. There's other means to be able to shut down our opponents, and that is pushing the mid laner out as far as possible.
Yeah, I love those clips. I think that it really shows some of the skills that the Yutoro doesn't always show, but somehow when it comes to TI, when it comes to the finals, he just builds this extra awareness of places he can be, places he can pressure. These are split-second decisions that you need to make in very specific moments, or you're just going to miss the opportunity, and he's so in the moment. He's so clutch in these finals. Almost no one else would make these moves, but Yutoro in zone is just a different beast.
To add on to that, it's just Team Spirit's understanding of which lanes to focus on has always been some of the most impressive out of all the teams in Dota. But they had this knowledge that if IO doesn't have any kind of farm, they won't be able to make moves because both side lanes were shut down. So if they moved their emphasis to the mid lane and pushed no one into the jungle, then there really was no tempo or counterplay for a very long time. And I do have to give them props for how they set up the Disruptor. Playing Disruptor with Slark's night vision and an SF coming mid, you're just happy in that situation, aren't you, Insania?
Yeah, I mean, I think when I played Disruptor, 2 of my favorite heroes to lane with were TB and SF, and it's just because they provide so much overwhelming damage. Whenever you glimpse someone back, they just immediately die. And that's like what they do on the lane, but then Yutoro takes it one step further, and he just makes sure that he's connected to all the moves that Disruptor wants to make. When Disruptor wants to move mid, well, he's there to provide the damage. And now suddenly, anybody that's within 1,600 range of a Disruptor is just dead.
Yeah, you can see it even from just the positioning. The SF is not playing like a typical turret and that he's standing behind everyone. For the majority of this game, Yutoro is standing in front of everyone because his supports wants to stand behind. He's charging at them so then the Disruptor can glimpse them back. That's such an unusual sort of switch of priority in how you're even just standing. These are the little things that go into the greatness that is these Tier 1 carry players or Tier 1 players in general on the biggest stage that he sees in the moment. This is a time for me to walk up and chat up for my supports who are going to sit behind. Compared to the inverse, that is amazing awareness in the moment.
The domino effects that can happen in Dota are so beautiful because, like, when you think about it, you're like, okay, Slark, night vision, and yes, Disruptor, he needs vision. But if your side lanes are so overwhelming, you can play on the first night after minute 5. That's when the laning stage occurs, and that's when a lot of the kills were happening after those first 5 minutes. So from the first night to be able to make that many kills happen off of your vision strategy, we don't see that very often. Usually it's the second or third night that this really becomes significant. I don't think I've ever seen a first night be that impactful.
It's rare. It's honestly super rare that you have like a Disruptor in a winning lane, a Slark mid of all things, and then the carry willing to connect as well. So I think all 3 of these things have to align for us to have this beautiful early game.
I just love it. The way that the draft played out, well, like, this is one of the biggest cooking sessions that we've seen Miposhka be able to do. A Disruptor that hasn't been picked at all in this TI. Like the fact that it goes 2 whole weeks completely overlooked, even though SF, even though Slark have been gaining traction. SF was definitely one of those things that in this patch coming in, people were first phase banning. And so we talk about this cycle. Now it's back in the hero pool. Now there is adjustments that need to be made. And more importantly, that pressure is on Vision. We've seen them lose games, but they're in best of 3s. And it's normally a game 2 that they're losing when they're already up. So now they're going to be starting the best of 5 on the back foot. Yeah, there's room for experimentation because you need to be able to have 3 games to win, but you've done your experimenting in a game number 1, and so when it comes to a game 2, even though that experimenting didn't work, do you still have faith that you need to go down that route?
I feel like you mixed it up. I don't think they went for this Ember. The idea was Lar doesn't play Slark, and coming into the series, I would have said the same thing.
Okay.
So, you know, Spirit kind of catch them off guard. They got the Slark, they played the Ember, and now you're just going to shift priorities. You have so many other heroes in the Ember Spirit. You're not reliant on this hero. You know, there's a difference between a team like Vision and maybe Enigma that needed to play the Ember. These guys have a lot more up their sleeve.
Yeah, you're here for a reason. You've proven throughout the entire tournament that you are one of the best teams, if not the best team in the tournament. That was not a fair showing of their true potential. They're playing extremely off comfort on multiple roles. Go back to what you're good at and show the world and show Spirit why you're in this final. You deserve to be here. This is not the moment where you push over and say, they're just better than us. This is where you steel yourself and you go back to this and say, we're here for a reason, and now we're going to show you.
Yeah, that felt like a statement by Puppey that if they take Ember away from Team Spirit, then Laurel doesn't have heroes that they're uncomfortable dealing with in terms of tempo. Because if not the Ember, what have we seen Laurel play that pushed the Team Spirit supports forward on the map? I mean, another hero would be Pango, but it hasn't been that successful this tournament for him. And Puppey basically just said that our plan is to take it away. And if they do plan on taking it away again, it would just be with Slark being factored into the bans. I don't think it's a bad idea to go for Ember.
Yeah, absolutely. But then you open up doors for potentially a Bane, potentially a Winter Wyvern, and we just honestly, I feel like we just got to see how they react to this. It's hard to make any sort of predictions about what their take from the game is, because for me, at least watching, I think you don't want Satanic on Ember. We want him on some sort of win condition. And if this is the plan B, then I don't like the plan.
Yeah. I think it's also interesting how the sort of the order of these drafts pans out whenever hard counters like the Slark versus Ember arise. Ember, through a lot of this tournament, I think would be getting first pick, but there's this one pesky Slark. And so that means Ember is will be a second pick only hero because you need to pick it on the end of the first phase, so then you can ban the Slark in the next phase. Compared to if you try to pre-ban it, then they will just respond with the Ember ban. So you can actually never get Ember if you're first pick. And these things can arise and change how teams prioritize draft order and how the lineups are created, because maybe Ember was crucial and now you can't get it anymore from that pick side.
It's always the back and forth when it does come to drafting. Are you a team that loves and thrives on that first pick, or are you a team that wants to wait until the end to be able to be more reactionary and know that you have that depth within you there? And we're seeing all of our players, they walked out on stage, sitting back down in the booth, and we've brought this up time and time again, is how necessarily do Vision feel after a loss, right? Are they a team that gets a little bit downtrodden about it, or are they a team that goes, hey man, you chalk it up, it is what it is, and we just look towards a whole brand new game here? And I honestly think it's the second of those two options, because even though we've seen them be the team with an early GG in a game at TI, there were still a lot of laughs, there were still a lot of smiles, and I think the camaraderie between Vision is much stronger than maybe public perception sees.
I think so too, and I mean, no one was smiling at Satanic at the end of the game. Someone was chatting, and they seem to be okay. I think they have this understanding that when it's a draft issue, then you go next. Like Insania loves to say, every game is 0-0. You give up on the last loss.
Yeah, I think you just forget about the last game. I think you can draw some drafting lessons, but that's mostly for Puppey to do. And I think for the players, it's just, we're going to go into the game, we're going to run it back. We had a series against Spirit before where we lost the game, and it's nothing new to us. We've done this before. And I feel like they've proven throughout this tournament that they are not fazed by losses. This has happened so many times. And this whole idea of like, they used to be a team that tilted out a series or stuff like that, it just doesn't apply to them anymore.
Yeah. And again, they have so many approaches they can take in a draft, Quinn, like their Lone Druid or Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think they've got plenty of tricks in the bag still. And I think they've also gotten, I hope, some of the jitters out of the way. If you look at some of the clips that Purge was showing, the Ember Spirit walks back into a bramble, or no one maybe is CSing it's a little bit off in lane. I think some of that is, it's a grand final. It just feels a little different. It's a little bigger, grander, scarier. You love to see it.
Bro knows it's him.
You love to see the smiles in finals. I think it's very easy to get sucked into, especially when you're down a game, the stress and pressure of we're down, we need to come back, we need to fix things, there's problems, and these can mount up and feel like this overwhelming dread sort of enveloping you. But I think the ability to not, only try to win, which is the most important thing, but also appreciate this is a very special moment. You may never get again. You never know whenever these things will happen. Dota is a very competitive game, and people fall by the wayside all the time. And so I think being able to laugh and appreciate the moment, the privilege you've been given, I think is something they should all very much look to do.
We also saw just briefly there, we had Not Me come up on the screen, and I think it's a face not a lot of people are familiar with for two reasons. One, this is his first TI appearance. You're making it to a grand final with a veteran and a decorated org such as Spirit here. But on top of that, he shaved his beard off. And I know coming into the grand finals, we were all discussing, is it going to be Bolt Toro? Well, over on the Chinese stream, Delv was talking to Maposhka and asked Maposhka about, oh, did you guys consider shaving your Toro's head? And he goes, it worked twice. We don't really think it's going to work a third time. And as the rookie, Not Me had to tank it, and he was more than willing to shave his beard instead.
I love that this is kind of an initiation ritual for Team Spirit. I mean, there is a very specific culture in this team, and you can really watch it unfold in moments like these in the TI Grand Finals.
We've alluded to draft alterations that need to be had. The preparation and the pressure of those said drafts really falls on Puppy and Maposhka, and so we'll see how it pans out for game number 2.
Team Vision versus Team Spirit. Grand Finals. Game 2.
Spirit is up 1 game here in a best of 5 for our TI-15 Grand Finals. We had Vision with first pick in game number 1, and it has been flipped this time around. It's going to be Spirit with their first pick, and so it does bring back all of those theories that you guys were crafting. Where does this Ember take priority now? Where does this lock fall in the draft if you're willing or wanting to take Ember in the first phase?
So a lot of it is execution based at later stages of the game too. And Darkseer does get taken out. I think once the Earth Spirit shows you can't let Darkseer through, it just creates too strong of a combination.
Yep, absolutely agree. I think, you know, if you have the opportunity to ban heroes, of course you should ban the heroes that counter you down the line, right? You don't need to give away the possible best matchups with your opponents. So good ban from Spirit here. I'm trying to think, because we've talked about how important the supports have been in this matchup, and I think, there you go, the Coddle's out. This was a hero that pairs very well with both Ember and the Earth Spirit. Any sort of Spirit, really, Coddle's happy to play with. And 9 Class has proven to find opportunities to make moves with this hero that no other player has done at this tournament.
Yeah, it's very impressive. I think also, I mean, like the man on camera, he has been so impressive. And the fact that there's a clockwork first phase ban, a hero that no one else really cares about that much, but he is so terrifying with the accuracy of these cogs. They feel like they have to first phase ban it every game. That's so much value. That's why you're getting the Shadow Fiend, is because he's so proficient at that clockwork. These things add up like crazy.
Rue is good too. I do think you have to account for a potential Ember still on Vision, like maybe an Enchantress for Ducalis or something, because it's still in the pool. We know Laurel's going to play it.
Yeah, so there you go.
You've
nice
got
call, Mira.
the spells for the Flame Guard and the mid pressure. I do wonder though, if you're getting run at nonstop by an Enchantress as an Ember Spirit, like what do you need from your supports, Quinn?
I think you want pressure elsewhere.
Yeah.
Like Enchantress, the biggest thing about this hero is if she's free to attack. She doesn't actually have any spells, and so it takes her a little bit of time to get the creep, to walk there, to get the right angle, to wait for Enchant to come off cooldown so you can slow with the creep. There's a lot of prerequisites that sort of have to be met, and if there's a ton of fighting and there's gate ganking and all these things, the pressure in the side lanes, well, she doesn't have the time and the freedom to go mid and make moves there. So I think you're kind of like, yo team, can y'all put some pressure elsewhere and let me like do my thing here?
And I think that is Spirit's MO, right? Like they want to have that side lane pressure to prevent you from going mid, to prevent you from pressuring this Laurel potential Ember Spirit. We haven't even seen it yet, but of course we have to consider it here.
I love this. They're moving the priority up on the Slaughter because we saw it get banned out in the final phases of bans. And I know that they were going for more of a different trajectory when it came to Spirit, but to be able to have it so freely right now, I'm like, I'm excited to see what it's going to bring in a grand final.
That's really cool. I mean, I love the combo of amplify damage with SF, but outside of that, Slardar was kind of the lane counter to Earth Spirit for a while last month, and people gave up on it. I think another nice dynamic with Slardar is Lina, who's very popular in this patch, has been shown to be countered by Slardar the last couple of days.
Yeah, you're reducing options, right? You pick Slardar, you know they're not going to pick any Linas from this point onward. Also, I think what Spirit does is really cool here, because they have the flex on the Slardar, right, between the mid and the off lane. But because they already see the mid laner, they know that they guaranteed have one good lane for the Slardar. Even if there comes the hardest counter pick of all time on the safe lane, you guaranteed can put the Slardar in a nice position. But they could still put it on the off lane if you don't address this. So now Vision have to address the Slardar in the off lane, so that, or they're gonna just end up playing against it mid. And it's a really cool draft here from Spirit. I love what they're doing.
Do you think Enchantress is enough versus an offlane Slardar? Because you can dispel sprint and maybe go for a kill combo?
I think it's a decent hero, but the thing with Enchantress is she doesn't really do anything except auto attack, and Slardar has really high armor, so he tanks that pretty decently.
It's also kind of a cool situation in that Vision, whenever you see Slaughter SF, you want to pick the high armor carries. You want Phantom Lancer, Terrorblade, you want Illusion Bros that can outscale the Shadow Fiend, but it's tricky to actually pick it on 16-17 on the Underlord Rubik spots because you're going to get counterpicked by the offlane because of that Slardar flex. And so because he can go in either lane, if you pick that carry there, well, suddenly a bunch of magic damage is getting slapped down right after, and you don't have as good of a matchup anymore. And so as it goes to the last pick, they have the option to ban the Terrorblades and the Phantom Lancers, these heroes that counter the Shadow Fiend, which, you know, sort of goes more into just a very nice order of things from Spirit.
We're going to be waiting not too much longer for what Spirit are deciding for themselves.
Keeping the flex potential open, it's very, very nice. And Mira mentioned it earlier, but Earth Spirit rolling in Spirit loves to conceptually counterpick you. Well, now you want to roll into the Shadow Fiend. Well, you're going to get amplified. Dirge is going to, Undying is going to hit you, and now you're going to get completely exploded by the physical damage. And so they've turned what you thought was a counter back to countering yourself. And they're flipping that script and changing the way the matchup dynamics work and proving that matchups are not one-dimensional. They're based on all the other heroes at play. It's such a cool concept.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Spirit does, right? They always look at how to.
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Welcome back, landlubber. Get any salt in your lungs?
Looks like we're just in time, Mortimer.
Prepare to make way!
Who made you captain?
It's pronounced Admiral.
On the prod. Should we hurry? Artillery on the move. Cha! Sure. Let's ride. Four legs a churning. He'll find
30 seconds to battle.
Kickbacks down. I reckon. I'll make a tray on the way. To pay dirt.
Time for another go-round, Tide Hunter.
Bring it on, Sea Dog!
Darn wreck. Don't make it sure as it got. Lickety split.
First blood!
run and gun. This ain't no hayride. Wait along. Giddy up. Which way, Mortimer? Making tracks. Well healed.
Radiant's courier just drowned in a pool
That
of
one they
blood.
call my big iron. Surrender. This is how I help you get better. Grab the apple. I could mosey. I'll enjoy the ride. 4x4. With every barrel I got. Sentries save lives. On the dusty trail. In the powder game. You didn't want it anyway. Time to get. Don't need roads. Let's see. Let's have a look-see. I'm under attack. Take the back way. Sometimes he goes where he wants. You bet. On the shoot. Mortimer will get us there. Put it in my pocket. Moving. I'm in for it. Almost. So you eat souls. Are they sweet? Oh, we'll get there. This way. Water in the gulch. Whoop. Fight is favorites in activity. This is how I negotiate. Nice and easy. Get a load of this. Get along. Hacking iron. By the by. On the shoot. Oh, I scrape by. Making peace. This is how you're low down. What a king.
Your top tower! Use your words!
Reach for the skies. Making tracks. Time to get. Stir the pot. Lickety split. Take this. Mortimer will get us there. Sure as a gun. Giddy up. Denied. Artillery on the move. Draw. Pickbacks down. tides are turning. I'm an old gun hand. You bet. Get some! Ow, that hurt! I reckon. Let's have a look-see. What do you need legs for? Arm yourself. Get along. Don't need roads. There's your light. Well healed. Water in the... how's my aim? I'm under attack! First a blast, then a bite. Never too old to learn something new. 4x4. He'll find his way. I'll enjoy the ride.
Your middle tower is taking a drubbing.
This way, Mortimer. On the prod. Who likes me good? Good bomb. On the dusty trail. I thought that was you. I'm in for it. Crack shot. Yeah, they're onto us. Whoop. Take the back way. Hacking iron. Nice and easy. Oh, we'll get there. By hook or by crook. Grab the apple. Run and gun. Let's ride. Sure. In the powder game. Should we hurry? To pay dirt. Good for close quarters. Alright. Packing powder. Which way, Mortimer? I'll mosey on over. Wait along. Moving. By the by. I could mosey. Moving.
Something bad is happening to your top tower. Douse those fires.
Should we hurry? Shoot the shine off a penny. Mortimer will get us there. I'll mosey on over. By the by. Let's have a look-see. Well,
Radiant structures
water
are
in the
fortified.
gulch. On the dusty trail. Hot flags a churning. You bet. We'll get there. Whoop. Run and gun. On the shoot. I could mosey. Wait along. Wards win wars, you know. Artillery on the move. 4x4. Nice and easy. Cha! In the powder game. Giddy up. On a tear. Do what you love and the money follows. I let my irons do it. That puts some shine on it. Let's ride. No such thing as too much damage. I'll enjoy the ride. Eat this. Oh. Yes, ma'am. That's it. Don't burn your fingers. Making tracks. Which way, Mortimer? Hacking iron.
Did you notice they're attacking your bottom tower?
He'll find his way.
Is that a mirage?
Grab the apple. Sure. Don't need roads. I'm in for it. To pay dirt. Like my scatter gun. Hello. Take the back way. Kickbacks down. Low down bushwhacker. Nice.
Your top tower is under
Pride.
attack.
Got something for you, too. Guns blazing.
Something bad is happening to your top tower.
I'll make it quick. Where is a gun? This way, Mortimer.
Double kill!
Cha! Say hello to my little friend. Gut bomb. Mortimer will get us there. Grab the apple. That one they call him a big iron. I'm in for it. On the shoot.
Your top tower is under attack.
Should we hurry? By the by, what do you need legs for? In the powder game. I'll enjoy the ride. I reckon. Which way, Mortimer? I ain't even looking. To pay dirt. got something for you. Aid to perfection.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Let's have a look-see. 4x4. Get a load of this. Take the back way. 4 legs a churning. Whoop. Don't need roads. Hello to my little friend. We'll see about that. Wait along. Making tracks. He'll find his way.
The enemy's middle tower was just denied. You can do better than that.
On the prod. Can't forget this. Time to get. Got something for you, too. Yeah, that's the stuff. Moving. Crack attack. Right, good. Well healed. You bet. Let's ride. On the dusty trail.
Radiant fortified their structures. Attack the heroes.
This way, Mortimer. Run and gun. Artillery on the move.
They're trying to break your middle tower.
Water in the gulch. Sure. Pickbacks down. Eat this. Enough jack-jawing. Sparking iron.
Your top tower is under attack. Fortified structures can't be breached. I could. Something bad is happening to your top tower. Is happening to your top tower. Double kill.
Out of the veil.
Give your top tower a burial at sea. Dominating!
Is foul play.
Hellbear spawn! Oh, we'll get there. Packing iron. Giddy up. Lickety split. Nice and easy. Easy. 4 legs of eternity. Take the back way. Oh, we'll get there. Should we hurry? Out my aim. 4x4. Lickety split. I'm under attack. Moving. What a kick. Artillery on the move.
Your top tower is under attack.
Let's ride.
Your top tower is under attack.
With every barrel I got. Nice and easy. That's my scatter gun. Making tracks. Wait along. I'll enjoy the ride. Let's have a look-see. In the powder coating for the combustion engine. Oh, yeah. Our cavorting days is over.
What's this? Dire fortified their structures?
Radiant think fortification can save them.
Any port in a storm?
Better skin my thumb buster a bit quicker next time.
The watch bell is ringing!
Giddy up! Water in the gulch. This here's me. Sure as a gun. This way, Mortimer. Forced feeding. Need roads. On the chute. Almost there. Meet the equalizer. Right for you, too. Kickback style. Get on down, that hurt. I can mosey. Run and gun. Grab the apple. I'll mosey on in. On the prod. Aetherland! He'll find his way. On the dusty trail. Mortimer will get us there. Which way, Mortimer?
Double kill!
Should we hurry? Don't need roads. On the prod.
Dominating!
Goodbye. Mortimer will get us there. Which way, Mortimer? On the shoot. Run and gun. You bet.
Help your bottom tower. Your bottom tower has fallen.
I'll enjoy the ride. No, you don't get two cookies at a time now, Mortimer. One will suffice. Well healed.
Your middle tower is under attack. If the beacon goes out...
Dire structures are fortified.
Your middle tower is under attack. What kind of skipper are you?
Dusty trail. Hacking iron. Four legs a churning. We'll get there. Time to get. Lickety split. He'll find his way. Get low. Let's ride. Ow, that hurt.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
If they're wearing a cork shirt, they'll pop up soon enough.
artillery on the move.
Well played.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Kickbacks down. I'm in for it. In the powder game. Nice and easy.
Triple kill! Radiant structures are fortified.
You just smashed the enemy's middle tower. I should find you a colossal squid.
Wait along. Water in the gulch. Moving. Sure as a gun. Four by four. Take the back.
Something bad is happening to your top tower.
Your top tower is under attack.
In the powder game. Taking tracks. Hold still. Sure. Run and gun.
This failure will not define us.
Dominating!
Hornswoggle!
Help your bottom tower.
I guess they took
Help your bottom tower.
Did you notice they're attacking your bottom tower? Say goodbye to your bottom tower.
Your bottom tower
talk. Time to get to pay dirt. What a kick. This way, Mortimer. Oh, nice. Sure as a gun. Oh, we'll get there. Like my scatter gun. I'm under attack!
They're
Mortimer
trying
will
to
get
break
us.
your middle tower.
This here's my bones. Water in the gulch. He ain't serving. What do you need legs for?
Immortality. Stop me if you've heard
On
this
the
one.
shoot. Say hello to my little friend. On
Killing
Dusty
spree!
Trail. Headed on the hurricane. Which way, Mortimer?
Your middle tower is taking a drubbing.
You'll get coming to you. On the prod.
Something bad is happening to your top tower. Your middle tower just went hard over. Your top tower has fallen.
Grab the apple. Take the back way. Direct east. Where are you going? Kickback style. Wait along. Don't need roads. Hot gun. I'm in for it. By the by. Well, Eight lead. Packing iron. Should we hurry? Four by four. That one they call him a Let's ride. You've been mixing with the wrong crowd.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Here we go again, Mortimer. He'll find his way. You bet. Let's have a look-see. In you go. Blasty good. Lickety split. 4 legs of church grub. Giddy up.
Your middle tower is under attack. Double kill!
Nothing more.
Born to strange sights.
Dire structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower ran afoul of some harsh fellows. Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks just got liquidated. Let's just blame Kunta for that. Help your bottom tower. Don't let them dismount you. To the depths with your bottom tower. Dire structures are fortified. Your bottom barracks are under attack. Your bottom barracks have fallen. That's hogwash!
Time to dance with them what brought me.
Your ancient is under attack! Radiant, take the day!
Is that it? Did we lose?
That replay 15 times because what an absurd team fight. I mean, from both sides in particular, but my God, Yatoro.
Yeah, those are the kind of moves you've got to be making as a carry to win an international.
Truly.
He knows this, Yatoro.
Absolutely, Owen. Level 26 now for him, back up to this 4K lead. Oh, that's a bit interesting, too.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Radiant's bottom tower is staggering. Like
that's a bit
drunk
interesting, too.
sailor.
Can sort of catch you off guard. When you're trying to kind of hold back on the rage and the infest, it might surprise you. That little bit of a difference on the Requiem timing, it could trip up even the best of carries.
I don't think I've seen anybody take this talent
It's
instead
big
of
break.
the other one as a carry.
And these are the sort of moments again in the international grand finals to do stuff that's going to be just that little bit of a difference in feel and vibe that catches the enemy cores off guard.
This is such an amazing game. Best game of the tournament so far here for me. 40 minutes in, super even.
Yeah, both teams absolutely with a chance. As much as that fight was phenomenal for Yatoro, did obviously mean that they had to use
It was a lot of
buybacks.
It was.
This can be punished by Vision.
Hey, buybacks feel like it's going to be the name of the game this one, right? Earth Spirit did use the last buyback, ends up winning the fight. This time, it's Spirit with the buyback, so could see it go the other way again.
Well, that's the
right
thing, 'cause
afterwards.
as impressive as it is to win the team fight in that fashion, it's not the way you always want to do it, right?
Sure.
The plan is never to sort of to let your carry get to sort of as close to death, the edge of death as the situation was there for Yatoro. That's not always plan A.
And
So, Vision, next time round, if they're able to push him over the edge that little bit more, the outcome could be vastly different.
Level 25 starting to get hit. Lifestealer level 25, Underlord, Shadow Fiend, and the Slardar and the Undying. So 3 level 25 cores on the side of Spirit.
So much money on Satanic. He's got pretty much 5k gold.
Because he has to eat the Aghanims, and he's still considering what he wants to do. If he wants to get more damage or a match.
I mean, they kind of going to go straight over the wall. Warriors able to keep it coming in with the call. Has a bit of control here. On towards Satanic. The head's down to Yatoro.
Panic.
And he's trying to stand it. But Satanic's bringing Yatoro down low.
Too much damage.
Bring him down. Yatoro's gone. This time, Satanic reigns supreme. Ready to go over towards Collapse. He'll try for the BKB TP out. The damage is
too
there.
much.
Satanic gets the double.
Oh, just like that, might be able to push toward the base. The Undying respawns. Does have the Ceaseless Surge available, but no Yatoro for 80 seconds.
I mean, it's always going to be the difference maker, right? If they can kill Yatoro at the start of the fight, a much different outcome to these team fights.
And 9 class now, I think this is the 3rd time I've seen him be able to steal Corrosive Haze. So that extra physical damage, it makes the difference.
Oh, not me, might try for a steal. No, he's not going to get the chance. They were ready for it.
They had to outplay pretty hard in that last phase fight on Spirit with the buybacks, but now truly seeing Satanic able to stand his ground. He's able to just stick on top of that Shadow Fiend. Has the damage. That's a big Aegis too. Refresh your shard as well. And 9 class, honestly, do not steal another spell. Keep that Corrosive Haze. It's probably the best one he can get this game.
Yeah, because if they get that sort of situation where they can just surround the SF, that's just going to make that situation so much more easier. They will kill him so quickly with how much Satanic has ready to take him down, especially when he's going for, obviously, with this Daedalus next. He wants to make sure that he pops Rage, hits this SF, and Yatoro is just dead. There's not going to be a situation where Yatoro can stand and trade back against a Lifestealer with a Daedalus.
That also was a fight with Spirit, like you said, the triple core level 25s. Not Vision with the triple core 25s. Now no one does have that max size available.
Satanic.
They will respect it. They start backing away.
Find some sort of grab.
I see them. Great ward.
Risky. Going to blink out. Large caught out on the low ground. Has to put the BKB. Turns everyone's on. No one gets the BKB. But Septic Tron. Pumping in the damage into no one. No one's gone. They get the core control on towards Satanic. Satanic wants the banter. Who's considering diving for more. Will hold back.
They don't want to chase on high ground versus Tombstone. Still a bit dangerous.
For one.
We're at 9,200 HP.
That's a lot of health.
They have so much percent damage.
I mean, Collapse, he wants to still kind of go for this. Chasing them down.
Panic.
Also the BKB on Ducalis. He tries to get the grab with the Satanic, but Satanic's ready to turn straight away. Healing back up the fall. He'll infest over the walls. Not me, not me. He's gone. Satanic has closed the gap on Yatoro. Yatoro has to separate himself from the Steel Bridge. Tries to turn
backline
on towards the Lifestealer. They've killed off 9 class. Notice though, he's ready to have the core. Comes in, gets the core to the both, and then they take the Aegis out of the hands of Satanic. They bring down Notice. Can they deal with Satanic a second time though? 9 class ready to reach back in to help out so Satanic can bring Collapse down. They may have got the Aegis, but again, Satanic comes out on top.
Buybacks after buybacks after buybacks. They've got the numbers to go for it here. Collapse is actually going to go for it himself. I mean, Vision going to buy back and forth the issue.
They could do big damage. There's 3 heroes dead on Spirit without the buyback.
Dire's top barracks
with the catapults. They won't be able to retrieve that gem. Does get picked up from the courier.
Do they want to try and push for the 3rd set? Don't know that the buyback. Okay, the buyback's actually back up here for Brew on the axe.
Okay.
Dire's bottom tower is
on
about
Lal.
They'll back up, get the Daedalus finished, take the outpost, take a second here, consider their options. They can look for the aggressive play. No one is respawning. Might just look for the jump onto Yatoro. He's got BKB at the ready. I mean, they do have the control.
Love this Daedalus pickup. Not something you always see as an item of choice for the Lifestealer, but in this matchup, in this game, it's the perfect pickup.
He was debating which one he wants, but he wants to just be able to rip through Yatoro. Yatoro doesn't have Butterfly, so he can't just go for this hard right-click damage item. Yatoro is starting to think about going for that Butterfly.
I mean, that's the thing.
He sees that.
There's going to be this window where ideally Vision want to bring the fight to Yatoro before the Butterfly's online. When that gets picked up, things get a little more complicated again.
I feel like Vision has a window right now when this Underlord respawns to potentially just go for the Mega Creeps.
For sure, they know that Spirit's buyback situation is going to be in shambles. Nobody really having the buyback available on Spirit. Yeah, Yatoro, he's going to spend up.
He has to. Needs every little bit, as we can see. They need to outplay in these team fights on the side of Spirit.
And maybe that timing will be the difference maker. Sure, there's the Daedalus there, but Yatoro has got the butterfly to respond. He's got that evasion.
Let's see if he sees it. Because now also, good to see the life seer. I mean, maybe himself too.
He has the luxury to switch up his build, Satanic, and he's sitting with 5.6k gold in the bank still.
Okay,
so can make alterations.
Smoking up Spirit, they're probably trying to catch Vision off guard before this 5-man unit, but Vision, they're running as 5, even with Noah. Notice, I love that he's joining in with this because he has the heck. He has that instant disable to potentially just blow up Yatoro.
Yeah, we just have to be aware. Spirit, 0 buybacks at their availability at the moment.
Forward here, no one. A Bloodstone, a cheese, multiple lives, a refresher now for the Underlord. The fight is going to be so hard to maneuver.
They're going to be long and messy.
There's going to be so many of these hits.
Try and check out the situation. Larval turns straight with the call. There comes the damage. The call comes in. Yatoro bringing no one down low. They've taken it out. Satanic, he'll jump forward. Looking towards Larva. He has to start backing away as the rage comes to an end. Yatoro strides forward. Wants to chase Vision out at the base. The Ghost Scepter to keep Notice protected. Collapse. He'll jump forward over towards 9 class. Bushwhack to lock down the Rubik. He'll try and lift himself away. Spirit, they'll continue to chase 9 class out. The rest of Vision, they're out of it.
Spirit just so good at recognizing how they can fight, and no one not giving respect to the damage. I think he thought, because, oh, I have Infest, I have Cheese, I have Bloodstone, I have enough to be able to take through all this. No, you do not, my friend. The damage from Yatoro is there.
I mean, you maybe underestimate the fact that Yatoro has this butterfly and the damage has just stepped up that much more with that pickup. The fact that he spent up, foregoing the buyback gold so that he could have this next big pickup for the defense.
And look how much damage he did, right? 5,600 from the Shadow Fiend in just a 4-second window. A lot of DPS, Owen. Continuing to deliver, 50 minutes in, just a 7k lead for the side of Vision. Spirit showing they can fight even without the buybacks in that fight.
So they want to go for more. Full minute without 9 class.
Up to Yatoro. Might look for the jump. I mean, if a hero does show they can pop Satanic, a little bit harder to grab, but the other heroes for sure. And you do see Satanic. He queues up the MKB immediately.
It's going to be needed. And what's it going to be? What, arm it out for the MKB?
Absolutely. Nothing else to replace. So.
Well, unless you want to play without phase boots, or is that?
No, you need mobility. No way.
Yeah.
And this game, so close here. Both teams playing so beautiful. We should absolutely everything here at this point. As you saw Ducalis trying to pick up some of these Aeon discs, but there's always the answer. We're seeing this nullifier from Laurel a couple of times now, really tripping them up. That's why you did see no one selling that Ghost Scepter. It's been some time to be sold, of course, but yeah, they have the answer for these Ghost Scepters in quite a few moments. We'll just go for a quick little tormentor here on the side of Spirit.
Actually, it's okay, rude. All right,
pretty decent one.
And not a bad one.
Yep. Hanging on greedy still for Rue. Looking to look at that increase, greater healing lotuses. How many of these do we have across the board here? Okay, it's 2. So Spirit have these extra heals to pump into Yatoro. Vision not having those lotuses at the moment. And damage bottom. Oh, and this is a big one.
And they still have the bottle right, so they can ensure that they hold it for the prime moment in the fight.
No one's going to keep it.
Okay. He wants it. I wondered if maybe they would have given it to Satanic, but it's going to be the case. No one, of course, has this Earth Spirit. Still does a crazy amount of damage.
As long as he doesn't die at start of fights, right? He needs to be a little bit more careful how he just rolls in. Either that or 9 class has to 9 class has to be there for the lift bailout if he does roll for that.
Because that is the thing, right? No one, he does have to be the one that initiates. Nobody else is really going to be going in first out of the line.
They can use this just a Fiend's Gate to give vision, to give the information.
Sure, okay.
I think that's the key thing. So for me, no one in that last one, he kind of just YOLO'd without vision. I think next one, you throw the Fiend's Gate at least to get some information, and then you can maybe pick and choose if you do want to.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
As you see, they have the damage for him. They will blow him up in one shot. We will just call him. Laurel will just corrosive phase him.
The Spirit is now with the gate. Try and start things off. Collapse.
A lot of damage building up. Look at
the corner of the side. You're seeing if there's going to be an angle to get in on this to try and help Collapse out. They're trying for the ramp around, but Collapse is already gone. Satanic takes him out very quickly.
He's got ceaseless thirds though. He did use buyback before, but he can rejoin into the fray with these boots of travel. Lots too, in fact. So he can be right in. His team. He probably tells his team, guys, don't help me. I know I don't have buyback, but I've got the ceaseless thirds built in.
Roshan is back up. Both teams take this down very quickly.
Oh, big steal, actually. Didn't notice this one. 9 class has the tombstone with the shard. So even he can bail out in multiple different ways now. He can lift, hold him out, tombstone protect no one as well, too, in some of these scenarios.
Vision, they're going to try and see if they can get a grab outside on the map.
Kind of bluffing that they're doing the Roche to potentially get a catch on top of the ward. Ducalis stepping forward, trying to protect the ward. Looking to take it out.
They're going to drop the tombstone here. Sort of hold this area and make it that much more difficult for Spirit to try and get anywhere near to the Roche.
We're going to look for a wraparound play to get over here. It's dangerous. Try bottom strong rune and arcane rune. Nami in a very aggressive position to get some information.
He's super deep, but he's kind of getting away with it.
I like that play from Notice. Takes the sharpshooter just so they don't see how low that Roche is even. Now Satanic. Let's get this Aegis. Has the nullifier himself as well. He'll stick onto some of these pesky targets. Those scepters won't be as strong now at this point. Laurel hanging on to a lot of gold here. He has not really increased too much in the last few moments.
I mean, what is the item?
He's thinking about it. I saw him queue up like 2 different things, so. Bloodthorn can catch them off guard here. Maybe he does just do some type of armor item. See what the option's gonna be for Laurel. He's literally just been an Axe, BKB nullifier for 30 minutes. He came in. Slippery. Blink. Save. 4 minutes. Vision Spirit looking to just avoid and just play for the high ground team. They have to protect this last set of racks. They don't want to get caught outside by teams in the fight.
Very close to having all their buybacks back online.
How long? I pretty much have it, yeah. No, 300 gold left to collapse if you can't find that. One cover a couple of these streaks that are coming into face.
Gotta watch out for those, because as we've been seeing so far this game, both teams very ready to come in with buybacks to throw extra lives into the action.
Pressure shard, it is on no one now. It does have insane amounts of magnetize. If you can keep it spreading, it will last forever.
See what they can do with the pressure vision. Axe slowly but surely starting to fall.
BKB himself won't have to deal with that nullifier.
Trying to see what he can force out of Spirit.
Things are dropping.
I mean, he's doing a decent amount here. He's going to get caught by the core, but the tombstone save will be there.
Magnetize is starting to spread.
And they have to start backing off. I mean, Ducalis is pretty much just taking these racks down on his own.
They're going to get the Mega.
They can't get him off. The racks, the barracks is taken. Mega Creep's out here for Team Vision.
Super clever way to go for the push, not showing panic at all. Just, okay, you want to go for Ducalis? Go for it.
Because it's a hard call to make, right? Yep. You don't want to overcommit onto the Enchantress, but at the same time, that's the Enchantress taking your barracks.
I like this much better, right? Instead of no one just YOLO rolling in, play it slow. You don't need to force too hard there. Spirit, let's see if they can come back from Megas. We saw one in this tournament.
I think that's the only time it was done right.
And I want
in a long time.
I was talking backstage. They were actually saying in multiple TIs we have not seen many Mega Creep comebacks. So if Spirit can do this in this type of way,
especially nowadays when it seems harder than ever.
Hydra Breath now starting to get picked up. Toro looking for that extra bit of damage to go through these tanky cores. 25s across the board, even the support's starting to get it. We're getting towards these later stages, Owen. 3 minutes until tier 5 neutral. Still has Aegis for 2 minutes. They want to take advantage of it. Night class hanging on to this tombstone.
So even with the Mega Creeps, it's going to be hard to sort of push this game over the edge because of all the buybacks the Spirit have available. Lyle, BKB to run. Put their hands on and collapsing down pretty quickly. It should be up again to the tombstone. Satanic will never use the raise there to take the tombstone out. Will succeed. Bring Collapse out of the fight. They've got Collapse. They did lose Ducalis in return.
Panic lifted out.
Class able to take him away to safety.
Magnetize is building up, Owen.
He's keeping it going. Yatoro is getting very, very low here off to the side. Heal him up and provide him with the Lotus. as he'll heal back up with the Satanic. Buyback did have to come out here, though, from Collapse to try and continue this hold.
Go back up and reset. They're happy with that. And the Magnetize plus the Mega Creeps were literally killing Yatoro.
Each and every buyback that they can get out is a step closer to being able to close this game 2 up, Vision.
Courier has been killed.
Well, feed away his courier there. Bit of gold. 1 minute left on Aegis. Buybacks have been the name of the game, so Collapse not having it. He will, fortunately, though, 30 seconds, he does have Ceaseless Surge, so he has that kind of built-in buyback for himself.
That's a rough one there for Lal, though, spending up for the heart and losing the courier, so won't even get the benefit of taking this risk to put the buyback to the side.
He lost his heart?
It's gone, the courier sniped.
That's 3 minutes without it. Might be the saddest 59 inventory when you look at it without that courier. Lines being drawn, Satanic saying, let the lanes force in. We've got 50 seconds until tier 5 neutrals. They could set up for a potential gank to find one of the Spirit heroes when they are looking for those neutrals as well, since they do have the Fiend's Gate. A lot of global potential. And the buybacks, it's something we're looking at here. They're going to have so many numbers on the side.
Has been killed. Swallowed up by
Still
a
not in too much of a rush, Vision. They can take
by
this
me.
bit of the game pretty safely. They don't have to jump high ground anytime soon. Just finish this next round of items.
Missile now for Satanic. He is 6 slotted.
Getting harder and harder for Yatoro to play his part in these team fights. He's done a great job up until this point, but against the Mega Creeps and against the items now that are online for Satanic, the matchup's not easy to play.
He's all the damage. Well, for Vision, there's a lot of mixed damage coming in. Collapse.
They get the setup. Roll forward straight away. They're in on the Collapse. He's out. Buyback still on cooldown.
Sees the thirsty.
Okay, so he's got this final life, really.
Toro looking for an angle to catch 9 class. No scepters there. Jumping forward, very aggressive from not me.
Tries to simply get a catch. Might be the case. Vision already out.
They're trying to take fights on their own terms on Spirit. Vision, they're trying to take fights on their own terms as well, too, with the patience that they're taking, stepping back 60 minutes. Let's see what they find.
1 minute until the heart is available again for Lal, and we've got to keep our eyes on your tour. He's got a lot of money, so just sort of a question of how he's going to shift up the build. Look at the call on both. Do they have the damage though? They're going to try and focus on first. Heal just keeps him safe. We'll use the beginning of fire all the way. Cloud stays on top of him.
Eating him.
The heals though. Yatoro back up to pretty much full HP. This time round, Yatoro wins the battle against Satanic.
Gets donked. Base creeps. The creeps are doing it.
They get back to defend. In fact, they might just do it. The TP back. Can they hold? They'll get the creeps off the base in time. Kill up Kukales, but my goodness, that was a little bit too close for comfort there, folks. The Ancient falling incredibly low.
Oh, and they use the glyph as well, too. There can't just be a position where they just buy back and all in for it.
We'll see if they do something in line with that.
Anybody got a Crimson Guard on the side of Spirit? They need one desperately right now.
They're going to have to make that purchase. Not me.
On bottom.
Over the call. Not enough to burst through 9 class. They've got noticed by his side here. We'll get the lift up. Can he finish 9 class up? The battle hunger stacking up. He will.
Rapier picked up here.
It's absolutely required. There's the Crimson for Collapse.
Okay, they've got some of these tools, but look at them waiting. They can just Fiend's Gate in and just all in.
They really could. And I think they might just do so.
Oh, and amp damage, Jitoro.
But is it enough?
This game is absolutely insane.
Can Spirit really turn this around? They've been mega creep. Their Ancient falling down to nearly 10% of its HP. No fortification left for Spirit.
Who's got the Crimson? It's Collapse too, so it's a very strong Crimson Guard. If he pops the Flesh Golem, he pops the Crimson, it's gonna block almost all the damage that they're gonna be able to dish through it. Crimson also purchased from Notice. Teams.
On the plus side for the Spirit, right, it's only really Satanic that can tear through the Ancient. Nobody else is hitting too crazy, or...
Sure, that's true.
So if they keep track and keep hold of the Life Stealer, they'll have a chance of keeping their Ancient alive.
Oh my god. It is going to start healing, so it looks like they can't just fully all in for it here just yet. Rue is also, look at the positioning. Rue is like, okay, I'm the BKB piercing call. I'm the answer if they do try to go for it here. Collapse is the answer to protect Yatoro. Swift Blink, Divine Rapier, Stygian Desolator with the Audacious.
Oh my goodness.
I gotta stand back up.
These heroes, some of them are gonna die in like 2-3 hits.
Yeah, I gotta stand back up.
You gotta watch out for your Toro's moves.
Level 30's been hit as well too.
I mean, if they get their way out of this situation in the grand finals of the International, this is gonna be insane from Team Spirit. It still looks like they're absolutely against all the odds here. Because Vision, they must feel so close to being able to get this game to victory.
2 minutes left on the glyph. The lines are drawn. All the lanes started to get forced in.
There we go. Vision ready to put an end to this game too.
Ben's moments, not me, trying to shove out the waves. Might get caught. He is.
They've got him with the Hex, and he does not, oh he does, he has to go for buyback, so not me. We'll be ready to return.
Creeps have gone in, backdoor is gone.
Here comes the drop, they're getting the gate, on towards Law, they get the lift up and force out the BKB. Yatoro ready to present himself, turns up. Magnetized, he's going here by no one, big damage. Forcing no one to have to roll away.
High spreading. Gate.
I mean, Vision approaching it. Torres getting very low. He's going to put the BKB. He has to heal off the back of the creeps. He's had to use that pretty early. Satanic ready to now close it on towards him. The pit dropped down on towards Yatoro. Roll for no one. Yatoro quite the done. He's gone. This game looking to be over as the Ancient remains exposed. Vision close up game 2. It's 1-1 here in the grand final.
My God, what a game 2. Oh, and we've got 3 more games potentially.
What a step up from Vision. Very... Team Vision taking game 2.
Everything was so perfect for Vision. It all ended up coming together for themselves. And we thought that this Spirit advantage in lanes was going to be enough to see a similar of what happened in game 1. But Vision go, we're not bending over that easily. It's not going to be that sort of game number 2. And I am so impressed with how they were able to keep their composure, especially when it comes to pushing high ground, Quinn. You get into this position, you're pushing it, you're at the advantage, and you think it should be easy. But at the end of the day, it isn't. And too many times at once, if you go all in, that game slips out of your hands. So massive props to Vision and how they tackled that.
Yeah, Spirit just got a little bit cocky, and it only takes a couple of fights before Earth Spirit's inevitability kicks in. He starts getting the levels up, the 25 gets nearer and nearer, and once it arrives, you've got some big problems that you do not have answers for.
The Lifestealer as well, right? I mean, he did get countered on lane pretty hard, and it was a very difficult start for Satanic, but as this game progressed, it looked like it was impossible to fight into this. I mean, this fight here was so beautiful because Team Spirit created a situation out of nowhere, essentially, but this is where it started to look really good for Team Vision. This is where it started, even though they lost this fight, where I started to think, oh, wow, I don't know how Dire's going to win this.
Yeah, I mean, if it takes all of this for you to win a team fight, you know the situation isn't really great because there's only so many times you can have, you know, the Yatoro, greatest player in the world, probably, do these things. There's only so many times he's going to be able to do it in a team fight. But honestly, like, I think what's really cool here, and we talked about it earlier in this tournament, but the resilience that they show, right? They're getting countered in lanes. They're playing up against all of this pressure, but they're just biding their time. They're trying to contest whatever moments they can find, whatever small opening they can see. And eventually, Team Vision managed to find like just enough of these like trades in these early game fights where the game drags on and Spirit can't close the game out. And that allows them to have a pathway back into the game once Satanic finally finishes up all the items that he needs.
But noticed on that Underlord, to me, was the absolute standout this tournament. I mean, not just this tournament, but this game. I mean, those circles of death that he was dropping in the late game with the refresher, it felt like there was no way to navigate. The way that Team Spirit won that beautiful fight in the triangle, they can't do that when the ground is essentially denied from them. He wouldn't allow them to roam around and look for openings. And that percentage-based damage was really cooking as the game progressed. He held his composure. He found openings. He got that triple kill in the bot lane when Spirit overextended. And he, to me, was the rock for Team Vision.
Yeah, I mean, they made a very specific choice whenever they swapped this Axe to 5 and Undying to offlane. You're saying, hey, our scaling is going to be a little bit worse. We've got a lot of heroes that clump up in one spot, and we've got one Shadow Fiend who's going to deal all the damage. And you can see as more and more time passes that there is risk involved in that. You try to tempo them, you got a little sloppy,
I think the key word Mira said earlier is trades. You're trading 3 for 3, 2 for 2, 4 for 4. This is not good for you. You need to win quickly. You don't want to be swapping resources back and forth. Vision, the more gold they get, the harder it gets for you, and that is the environment they want to play in.
At the end of the day, there was another level from Vision coming out. They're always able to stem the bleeding in this game, those trades that you guys mentioned. But when it came to being able to take mega creeps, that's the part for me that sort of stands out above the rest, because pushing high ground has always been a big conversation. How do you do it in modern Dota, and how do you do it comfortably? And it wasn't really comfortable for Vision. We saw a couple of times no one roll in on the Earth Spirit, and it feels like they've all in, and now it's a make or break. They end up getting mega creeps because it's Ducalis they put at the front line. This Enchantress, which ends up being such a late game monster in Senior, and you wonder, and how do you start dealing with Ent? Why aren't we sort of looking more towards her, and how Ducalis played her almost seamlessly?
I mean, to be honest, they had pretty decent answers. Like when the Ent was amped and SF hit her a few times, she just exploded. But luckily, 9 Class has stolen a Tombstone. And when the Tombstone's next to her, she's sitting next to the Tombstone. So every time SF comes up to hit her, she has the potential of just hiding the Tombstone. And SF has to be scared of any sort of counter initiation, right? Rubik Blink Lift, any sort of roll in with an Infested Nakes. It's super scary to stand there and try to hit the Tomb down. So this steal, honestly, is what secured them the Mega Creep. So huge props to 9 Class as well for securing that high ground.
Yeah, it shows a lot of in-the-moment presence of mind to be like, we're not going to siege them the typical way. Our carry is not going to hit the high ground. That's not an intuitive thing to do. And so to me, it says they've recovered completely from game one. The nerves are gone. I think especially at the start of this game, you see a little bit of that shakiness still. But as more time passes, they start to win fights. I think they regain that confidence, that belief in themselves. They remember what got us here in the first place. And that is incredible individual skill. It's excellence from all their players. And they show that and they bring it back. And I think that is very hard to do, especially against a team that is as terrifying as Team Spirit is.
Yeah, ultimately, Vision were able to do that for themselves. We see the run-up that, Vision has been throughout the upper bracket here, and they really take it to Spirit. But the early game wasn't necessarily that easy. Again, we talk about it. Spirit getting their hands on this slaughter was incredibly impactful throughout their TI run, too. And this time around, it didn't really feel like it was much different, but Purge is going to give us some more information on how that happened.
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, Laurel had a lot of bad matchups today. Almost every single game that he played, he had to play losing matchups, which made his lane tough. But in this game, he had an incredible performance here. I love how he went for this trade here. Leading up to the gank that was coming, he pops his salve knowing that the gank is about to happen, and he's going to run into this fight low HP, but knowing that no one has no mana. So when Rue ends up rotating here, and they go for this pressure, he's going to get a full healing salve under the threat of enemy heroes, which is crazy. And this TP by 9 Class, which was fantastic. But unfortunately for him, he barely killed the Axe, and he ends up giving Laurel a double kill as a result. So Laurel gets to run with this game a little bit, no pun intended, as he TPs to the top lane, sprinting all the way towards No One. Now he lowers the armor here of No One, and what happens next is Nami is going to shoot his Acorn that's going to bounce a bunch of times, doing a ton of physical damage to No One. So despite after getting killed in the lane for No One, his next immediate rotation was shut down by Laurel as well due to this great rotation. Now he gets Blink Dagger, he goes to gank the safe lane. Very easy ultimate. Blink Crush is tons of physical damage against these supports. They've really got to worry about this. And the next couple of minutes was them basically just controlling the map, not letting their opponents get much done. So what the Earth Spirit does is he uses his spells to clear the creep wave, but immediately afterwards, their Slardar on top of him, stunning him and having huge movement speed, which means very, very easy for him to block the roll here. Laurel just absolutely demolished the mid game. He gave a lot of control for his team, and that allowed the Shadow Fiend, who had tons of net worth, to just stay on top for such a long time in this game. So excellent early game for Team Spirit, but in the end, they didn't win by enough.
Thank you, Purge, breaking it all down. And I love this so much because it really, again, emphasizes just what Vision were able to do for themselves. Not only get a foot back into this game, but to close it out, to become victorious after you see what this slaughter is, what this nuisance of a hero can really push you to, and the limits that you're tested between. And it also gives that little bit of advantage when it comes to a draft, because often teams have been worried about a slaughter. They've had to focus on banning it, and despite slaughter getting off to a fantastic start that Purge showed us there, they were still able to beat it. And now you feel a little less worried about having to ban it, a little bit more confident. And if you guys want to run it, by all means.
Yeah, I think that's such a massive part of how these series go, is not just the actual strength of the heroes, but how they feel. Are you scared of Slardar? When they pick it, how does that make you feel? These are genuinely really important aspects of the game, because now, like you said, when they pick Slardar, maybe you feel like we have answers for it, or we know the scaling's not very good, or this or that, the other. There are so many factors that play into these drafts, and each time you get a win like this, it instills a lot of confidence in you.
I think also in regards to the draft, this Underlord has to have shifted up in priority. And this is a hero Team Spirit were also running, but the way that Noticed made it look as a means to hold out the game, to later deny team fights just by just throwing those pits out over and over again, this is the hero to look at, in my opinion, for the next game.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it earlier. He was absolutely a rock for them. I think what's really fascinating, though, is like when we were looking at this draft, it's really hard to see a good carry pick. Like we can't identify what is the hero to slot in here. Traditionally, Naix is not a very good hero against Slaughter and SF, but due to the items that he buys, he goes for Manta, he goes for AC, he goes for Radiance, he buys Armlet. All these items are giving him armor, it's giving him evasion. He's just tanking up and he's buying all the right items. And I feel like recognizing that in the draft and going for a hero that's traditionally not good matchup, but because he buys the right items, he becomes that is really, really cool.
Yeah, it's a great point, and I think it's a testament to how in Dota sometimes you're almost picking items than you are picking a hero. Like you look at a draft and you know you need certain items. A classic example is like you see their heroes and you know you need a pipe, and so you pick pipe. You pick any hero that can buy it naturally in his item build, and I think I totally agree. I think that's sort of what they did this game, and it's ingenious and creative, and I don't know. It speaks to how high level these two teams are, that they had the awareness of that. They're not just looking at the matchups on terms of a hero-to-hero basis, but understanding that items can fix those problems. It's very good.
Yeah, it's a statement to say we're going to choose a weaker lane and win later on in the game, because Lifestealer absolutely had the scaling that game. But that early game was really rough. And while Team Spirit did end up losing it, I think they have to account for the way that the supports rotated and connected to Laurel, the way that the pressure was ongoing on no one. This is 2 games in a row. He's had 4 people in his lane, like minute 8.
Yeah, I think for both sides, this game has like a lot of conversation afterwards. I don't think you walk away as Vision thinking like, oh, this is great. Let's just keep doing this. I love being ran out for 20 minutes and just getting absolutely slammed. And we'll hopefully Satanic will carry us eventually. So from their side, there's that conversation to be had. How do we like secure up our early game? I think for Spirit, because they're able to play so many different styles of Dota, it also is a question of, do we want to continue with this like absolute ramp up? Do we want to keep trying to like overload them with so many plays happening at once that they cannot play, or do we try to fall back on a bit more scaling ourselves?
Yeah.
Sorry, Quinn?
No, I think I tend to believe it should be somewhere in the middle. Like, I think for Spirit, you don't want to go full into pressure mode, because I think that's what this game is. They're full into pressure. They're all committed on, you play early game tempo, and the late game is very bad for them once the items come out. I think something in between, still good lanes, but better scaling so that you have at least a chance if there are some trades and things aren't totally clean, because immaculate gameplay in a TI finals is just somewhat unreasonable.
Absolutely. I do think the pressure thing is very important, though, because the only times that Team Vision have dropped games this entire TI is to heavy pressure and heavy tempo lineups. So I think that identification is correct. And you can just iron out, like you said, pick some more scaling, maybe take away something like an Underlord that can allow them to hold the game out for longer with tower defenses and with team fights.
The vibes were looking phenomenal for Vision there, by the way. We saw a brief glimpse of them before they were about to walk back out on stage, and a lot of smiles, a lot of jovial energy. And I feel like after what we got to witness in game number 2, it's very similar for us and everyone else at home. And to put it into a time frame that people can understand is that this is the second longest grand finals game we've had at a TI. It's also the second highest in kills. The only one that's beat it was a game 4 between LGD and OG. Like, that is the privilege in which we're getting to witness between the high caliber teams and how closely matched both Vision and Spirit are today.
That's so cool. We were screaming in the green room when the team fights were happening.
Yeah, that game 4 is also probably the single most iconic TI game, and so for this to be just below it, I think is a testament to the caliber, like you said, and I'm just so excited to see the continued adaptation. You also mentioned how they looked backstage, and I think it's a really important aspect of these long series that you don't get too excited, you don't get too amped up or too sort of in your own boat that like, yeah, we did so good this game, we own them, this is easy, because it's not. You did win this game, but like Aiden said, you did not run them over. This is not some dynamic, complete beatdown. You came back and you played a good game, but you need to, reel it in and understand that we still got a long way to go.
Yeah, and I think honestly, this is where the upper bracket advantage also might start kicking in. Now Spirit is on their 4th game of the day, sorry. Whereas for Vision, you're just on your 2nd. And eventually, the longer this final goes, the more that drain is going to come in. And it is a factor to keep in mind.
I do think that Spirit feel good after that game, though. Like, it feels bad to lose after a start like that, but at some point in this game, the Dota Plus probability came up, and Team Vision were only 5k ahead. There were no racks taken, and it was 95-5. I mean, if you can make a game competitive when Dota Plus is saying in 95% of the time, those heroes on Radiant will outscale those heroes on Dire, and it was taken that far, I think they can take away exceptional play from it as well. It's not like they're like, oh, we messed up, guys. Maybe there were 1 or 2 moments, but that really wasn't the end-all and be-all.
I think we were also seeing the Spirit buyback usage, right? That was another thing that we've always praised this team for. The late games that they're able to play, the buyback usage, and we saw it. They know the moments in which you have to buy back to be able to keep this game competitive, to push it further and to try and drag it out a little bit more. Give yourself any amount of breathing room and space that you possibly can get in this game.
Yeah, I think this is actually kind of cool because Spirit in both these 2 games, they remind me a little bit of TI9 OG. They're bringing that pressure playstyle. They're bringing like the tempo, and something that they used to do very iconically was buy back really early on into the game. You buy back to secure that you don't lose your pressure. You don't let up that early fight and then try to save your buyback to be clutch later. You rather use it quite aggressively to make sure that the pressure stays on your side. You can keep the tempo rolling, and you don't ever let up and let the game flip back in your opponent's direction.
Yeah, I think winning lanes in a TI setting is also, like, it can be a very, like, sort of damning feeling for the other team that, oh, we're falling behind, and it can weigh on you and be kind of spooky in a sense. It maybe takes you out a little bit more than it would in a normal series where, I don't know, the feelings are loose and you die a couple of times, but it's fine. But if you lose lanes in a TI Grand Final, suddenly it feels like things are crumbling and it's harder to push back, I think. I think teams are way more susceptible to crumbling, which is why we see a lot of 3-0s in TI Finals. You lose a couple of lanes, you lose one game, suddenly you're just mush and the other team walks over you.
I mean, I can speak to that. I feel like the feeling when you're falling behind, the timer just starts ticking slower and slower and slower, and you have so much more time to just get into your own head and think about like, oh, I should have done that differently in the lane. And obviously, you should not be thinking about these things at all because you can't go back in time and change it. The only thing you can do is like try to think forward, but it's so easy that that happens when you're falling behind.
Obviously, it's up to each individual to have that in mind and to push themselves to not fall into that. But does it help if you have a strong presence, if you have a strong person that's willing to almost be that hope in the team that goes, it's okay, we're getting trades. It's okay, they're not invading this part of the map. Do you almost need someone to be that silver lining at more pivotal times?
It can definitely be useful. I think some players, you know, they just don't get into their own heads. You've gotten this far so many times that you've learned the skill, you've developed it. Other times it's really helpful to hear it from someone else. I would imagine in the Spirit booth, like having Collapse or Yatoro be like, I'm going to carry this game. I remember actually quite iconically at TI9, the practice rooms were all on the same floor. And as you finish your game, there's other games going on inside of the practice rooms. Walking by the old Team Liquid room, and I'm just hearing Miracle yell at the top of his lungs, like, don't worry about this. I'll carry this game, guys. Just buy me 5 more minutes. I'll carry this game. And having something like that, it inspires confidence.
That is so cool because I can't imagine a better player for Team Vision than no one to take that role upon himself too.
I hope they're in there in their booths, building up that energy because they have a whole nother game to get into.
Team Vision versus Team Spirit. Grand Finals. Game 3.
Game number 3 for our grand final, where we've seen one apiece right now. Both Time Spirit have gotten off to a strong start for themselves. And so having first pick again for the side of Vision here, just like we had in game number 1, are they going to fall into that trap of trying to call Spirit's bluff again? They did that with the Ember Spirit. This time around, I feel like there could be a little bit of back and forth or toying, not necessarily with that hero though.
I think Vision want to steal SF, actually. I think that's the hero that they're focused on with the Darkseer van. And that's a cool concept because the first 2 games where we're talking about Ember Spirit, but now they're like, wait, Shadow Fiend is the actual problem, guys.
Yeah, it's a cool adjustment, and it's another testament to how these finals shift and change over time, priorities move, and I do like that Spirit banned the Earth Spirit. I think this hero is just too stupid, and they gave it a try. I think they experimented in a sense, saying, can we beat even this hero? And they'd lose, and like, okay, that's fine, we can ban it. We had sort of space here. We decided that this ban is sort of free, so let's see if we can get an extra free one in there and beat this hero.
Yep, absolutely. We have, however, seen Team Spirit beat Shadow Fiend today, right? They did it earlier today. In that game, they did it with a Terrorblade. I think here they're realizing that either we have to pick the TB now, which we absolutely don't want to do, because then it's going to be playing as a ton of counters. So, or it's going to get banned out, so we might as well pick a carry that we actually want, or a hero that we actually want, that we know can match up well against the SF. That isn't a TB, but it can be picked early on.
I do think that they place a lot of importance in the Nature's Prophet against the Shadow Fiend matchup, because when they opened the game number 2 with that SF, one of their bans was the Nature's Prophet. And whilst at the time I looked at it, I thought it was just maybe taking it away from Satanic. I actually think it's deeper than that. They really do believe in that carry-to-carry matchup being favorable to Nature's Prophet now.
Yeah, it's another ranged hero that sort of gives you the similar turret thing of you have heroes that can go in and now you stand and hit, but it's got the extra added wrinkle that Nature's Prophet is a very fast hero, and he's very good against these ranged heroes that need a little bit of time to get online. So not only does he have the ability to stand and fight you, but he can TP on you early, take your tower, and add the momentum on top of the scaling. And so I agree. I think it is a sort of game read counter that they believe in, and I think it makes sense.
It's also a hero, I would say, if you just look at these two heroes objectively, you put them in a demo lobby, you let them hit each other to death, SF will always win, right? So you're looking for Spirit. How do we amplify this? How do we amplify it either through gold, by like getting him ahead with these quick moves that Quinn talks about, or what heroes do we pair it up with in order for him to be able to outscale the SF? Because something is going to be needed.
The support bans would have fit the build that you're talking about. Like Clockwork and Undying, heroes that can get on top of SF, dive him with things like Tombstone, that enables Nature's Prophet. Another hero that comes to mind is Tusk, but he did fall off a little bit during this TI.
So I was also really confused. The arena screens were showing NTS, and I think it was maybe X numbers. I missed it very briefly, but a lot of Chinese superstars in the crowd getting amongst the grand finals hype as well.
I mean, if it's happening, you've got to watch it. It's the biggest Dota event of the year. It's so incredibly special, and I think especially like those players have when you've been in the finals, it has that extra layer of meaning because you put yourself in their shoes. You know what it's like, and I think anyone who's had something so important to them, big, and something that your emotions are tied to knows what it's like to watch something that holds so much gravity.
Yeah, absolutely. But back to the draft, they banned the Underlord. They take Mira's advice here. I mean, this hero just seems
Team spirits turn to ban.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Emotions are tied to knows what it's like to watch something that holds so much gravity.
Yeah, absolutely. But back to the draft, they banned the Underlord. They take Mira's advice here. I mean, this hero just seems like it provides too many things. It provides late game damage, it provides so much crowd control, and I feel like there's no other offlaner quite like it at the moment. That is so stable. It seems like as long as you pick it together with Rubik and you don't get Rubik yourself, you're almost always going to have a game. Regardless of how poor your lane is, it's going to have a way back into the game, and it always has high impact just through its spells.
Remaining.
Yeah, it's a great realization. I think it was definitely a problem for them last game. And they sort of go back to the strategy they took in game 1, which is, you know, 9class doesn't have too many heroes he's been playing. He's been leaning on the Willow a lot. We had good success with it. We're going to take the Willow again.
And so long as Ember is still in the pool, this Ducalis Enchantress will keep coming out. There were moments last game where I thought he clutched really hard. There was this one fight where he got a last-second stomp with his Centaur creep that killed Gyatoro that started the cascading effect.
I mean, this is one of his most comfortable heroes. I think back to when Ducalis first popped up on the pro scene, it was playing a lot of Enchantress. Yeah. This was his go-to guy.
Why is it that we don't see many Enchantresses these days?
I'm actually not sure. I mean, usually what ends up happening is that other heroes that jet out, but if you look at the bans here, most of the really popular position 5 heroes are banned out. So that leaves you take away the S tier, and now you enter the A tier, where Enchantress obviously sits somewhere in that range. It gets outscaled, outshined by the other heroes, but when you take them away, suddenly Ench is a very good hero. And you also talk about the Ember threat, and when there is this dynamics going on in the final, it kind of shifts your priorities, and it takes Ench from an A tier hero to an S tier hero, because it blocks off the other S tier hero and the Ember.
There's also sort of an interesting dynamic going on that because the Slark has proven to be just unbeatable for Ember Spirit, now it's shifted to where first pick, having the last pick in that second phase, you have the advantage because Team Spirit can't pick Ember Spirit here, even if they wanted to, because you will get responded with Slark. And so now Team Vision gets the choice. If we want Ember Spirit on the last pick of the second phase, we can just take it, and it's already a great looking Ember game for Vision.
I think it's absolutely genius. They pick this Enchantress, they try to cut off any possible angles that Spirit pick it early on. They still have the threat of Slark open, so Spirit can't pick it now. And then on 18, or as we refer to, which is the last pick of the second phase, you can secure that Ember Spirit for yourself if you want to, following it up with a Slark ban, maybe even a Huskar ban if you're scared of that, probably not, but you can cover your hero.
The Tusk, to me, is very good because I think you need some way to prevent this Nature's Prophet from getting bursted by Slardar Shadow Fiend. Like, they're presenting this problem similarly to last game where it's all this physical damage. Nature's Prophet can buy a Manta, but you've got multiple other tools to turn it around because Vision's game plan is Slardar jumps in, you burst. Okay, now you've got Call turnaround, you've got Snowball turnaround. To me, this is a very calculated and like geared to what Vision has response, and that we want a way to turn this around. Our Nature's Prophet is the core of our draft, and like you said, we need some sort of steroid, something to change the man-fighting dynamic of these two heroes, and we feel like this is what it is.
For sure. I also think the Tusk was being talked about when the Nature's Prophet came out, because if the clock wasn't given to Team Spirit by Vision, there really aren't any archetypes that substitute for it except the Tusk. You need something that can dive the Shadow Fiend. You need to be able to just bring pressure to him whenever it's possible, and Nature's Prophet is a hero that can connect to any Tusk setup.
Yep, so think about, if we look at Vision's draft and you think about how do these heroes come together, there's a lot of amplification going on, right? There's Satanic on his SF, who self-amplifies by having his lasting presence, which provides minus armor on everyone. You get Slardar adding to that, you have Pango adding to that, and then on top of that, Enchanters could take a Wolf Creep, and suddenly you're providing additional attack damage to everybody in the area. So this is kind of like, the idea that they're going with is that nothing is going to be unkillable. No matter how much armor you stack up, you're never stacking up enough armor to get past this.
Yep. I also think this Pangolin pick is actually better than the Ember would have been because it gives you an opportunity to break Spirit's response to your jump. So Slardar jumps initially. Now you've got a Pangolin who can jump the backline, roll around, and make this Tusk and Axe's life hell. So it's not as easy for them to just blink in compared to Ember, who until you get an Axe, which is much later down the line, it's not as easy to disrupt the backline. And so Vision realizing that and saying, okay, we see what you're doing here, and this is our response to that. I think this is a very calculated and thought out back and forth here, not just a we see what you have and insta pick the #1 Dota buff counter pick.
In a way, that dynamic can function the same way for Team Spirit, right? Where there are double jump heroes in Team Vision, like you mentioned, but also 2 jump heroes in Axe and Tusk. The issue with getting the 2 jump heroes on Spirit right now to that moment is that their lanes do seem a little bit harder. Like, you've got this Axe who's going to be going up against the SF, the Tusk who is probably just going to be pulling waves because there's really not that much you can do after that, and the Blink Daggers are going to be delayed because of that. Whereas Pango, he doesn't really need a Blink Dagger. He's just got the Rolling Thunder, and Slardar, he's got the Sprint as well. Like, they have more gap close naturally early on than Team Spirit.
Yeah, it's definitely true. They may consider swapping lane supports, putting Tusk in the safe lane to help with that a little bit, or altering things. I know Team Spirit is a team that's very good at recognizing potential problems in the early game and swapping things around, getting creative, moving their heroes in a way to combine and get kills so that they're enabled to reach their mid-game and late-game timings.
Yeah, I would like that a lot. And then you can just send Tusk through the gate to dive the SF after Willow subs up with a Bramble or something.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for Spirit's side, what they got going for themselves here, right? It's a lot of early game pressure again. If you think about it, Axe has a slow, Willow has a root. There's a lot of ways to slow down the SF to allow for the Nature's Prophet to TP in, or like Mira said, have Tusk connect from the gate, which also sets up for the Nature's Prophet. So for Spirit, it's all about pressure. It's all about tempo. It's all about how do we connect our heroes, how do we outnumber them. And I think what's cool here for Vision is they're saying, we like our draft, our heroes are good, we just need to come online, right? So how do you prevent them from coming online? Well, you destroy the Pango mid. You send them into the abyss, as Quinn would say. And they've banned the 2 heroes that can do that. They've banned the Snapfire, they've banned the Monkey King, and they're trying to secure themselves a good laning phase. Because even if this Ember comes out, which traditionally was pretty good against Pango, it's not that punishing.
Yeah. It's very true, and also because they have the Slaughter SF, they have this minus armor. Some of the heroes that we've also traditionally see against a Pangler, something like a Huskar or a Lina, you don't really want these heroes because yes, you may win the lane, but 5 minutes later you really wish you were another hero, and it's also not particularly Laurel's favorite type of, that's a Marcy.
Very upset of you, Quinn. I'm very proud to have you in this battle.
I mean, this is actually one of 9class's favorite heroes. It's not what we see very often recently, as you know, Mira said he's been puppified, but I think it is a pretty cool pairing with Slardar because you can just jump on top of Nature's Prophet and you just slam him together. You crush him and Marcy punches him in the head and you take it to this guy.
I mean, you're seeing it. The only person who does like it is on the side of Vision, and it's 0 pick, 0 ban. So again, this is one of those things that falls back similar to when we saw Disruptor come out to the side of Spirit. I love this. This is the creativity that you need to be bringing into a grand finals.
Yeah, this changes the dynamic of the Spirit's safe lane in a very big way, because before, whether you were laning against the Slardar or the Pango Flex, your Nature's Prophet was going to have a good time. You know, he was just going to be right-clicking them, free farming. You bring in Marcy, and all of a sudden, Slardar becomes a killer threat. He's not just a hero that you can beat up. He will be on top of you. The second you have level 2 rebound, there's not that much you can do on Nature's Prophet when you get connected on.
Yeah, I mean, luckily for I think now the Tusk has to be in that safe lane, right? The idea then is that you're gonna have to abuse that snowball to dodge that stun, and that way try to like battle out the lane. But it absolutely is.
Okay, they changed it up.
Oh my, wow, TB didn't get banned.
Yeah, so they just fully did not expect Laurel to be playing the Nature's Prophet, and now they've got an incredible TB game. You talk about minus armor, well, TB is the king of armor. He has like 10 armor level 1, and it only goes up from there with the items he buys. So a lot of your strategy, the way focusing down one hero with right clicks has been nerfed pretty hard.
I just assumed TB was banned. Like, I just didn't even think about the existence of this hero. It's honestly an amazing pick, because if you take a look at Team Vision's draft, they have essentially no magic damage.
Yeah.
And the way you usually beat TB is by heavy magic damage. So this is a very good Terrorblade game. Laurel and Nature's Prophet, however, for me is a little bit of an unknown. I haven't really seen them play that much. I wouldn't say it's like he's a typical Nature's Prophet guy. But the things that we talked about earlier on, they still exist. The draft can still do the same things, and maybe even faster with Nature's Prophet from the mid lane, because he gets that level 6 a bit faster, he can connect it a little bit more, he's not as concerned about his own game, so see really cool things happening for both sides.
I think Laurel's the type of player that will do what you need him to do, and Team Vision have learned that today with the Slark pick after the Ember that they didn't really think that he would do. With this Nature's Prophet flex, they were caught off guard with this Terrorblade. This is really cool to me, and I think Team Spirit have absolutely secured the scaling in this game.
Yeah, the shoe's on the other foot. Last game, Vision could just chill and farm, and I think this game, Spirit have secured that with also the potential to play the lanes well, and so I think it's been a great punchback from Apochka in this game. This is a masterclass.
Yeah, I probably would have said before this last pick TB, I really like the Vision draft, and I would have put it maybe like 65 to 35, but after that, I think it's a lot closer to 50-50.
I love hearing a good 50-50 split on a draft. More importantly, I love hearing from our coaches. That Terrorblade had us in a little bit of a head scratch as to how it got let through, but I wonder exactly how Puppy felt when he saw it come out.
Thank you so much. Yes, I am here with the king himself, Mr. Puppy. Such a pleasure to see you here on the main stage again. Let's talk a little bit about this. You have let 9 Class out of his cage. He is playing the meme heroes again. Where did this Marcy come from? How do you have the balls to pick a hero like this on the main stage of TI?
9 Class has a lot of balls. That's all I can say.
Fantastic. Was this his idea or yours?
It was his idea. I completely approve of it.
Okay. I was about to say maybe you were distancing yourself from that, but no, you fully support. Whose idea was it to let the Terrorblade through?
They already had Furion, and we basically guessed that they're going to swap this Furion somewhere. They're going to just lose their team fights everywhere. So we're not afraid.
Okay, not afraid. It was actually pretty interesting to see a team be able to strike some blood against you guys, all right? Were you surprised with how those games went so far?
Not necessarily. I think they won the drafts 2 games in a row. This time, I think we have the edge.
Okay, that's what I like to see. Now, last question here, Well, are they ever going to get another one, my friend? Or is this the end of their ride? Is it going to be the full reverso sweep?
I hope so.
All right. Thank you so much, Puppy. An absolute pleasure to see you again on the stage. And we'll throw it to our casters to get ready for this game.
Game 3 time, ladies and gentlemen, here in the grand finals of the International 2026. Team Vision against Team Spirit. The picks fogged. We continue to get some exciting stuff. Marcy being thrown into the mix. Another new hero for this International. And I tell you what, one that I kind of like. I think this hero's got a lot of potential. And of course, especially when it's in the hands of 9 Class.
And when you've got something like a super hard carry to play around, right? Sure, you don't use that sidekick, you don't notice the bodyguard as much as it once was, but it still can be a very strong tool. Or something like a Shadow Fiend. These turret heroes, even though we don't see Marcy, definitely can see some type of potential from it.
And what do you make of the switch up? Obviously, as Puppy talked about, they weren't too fussed about banning the Terrorblade because they considered, well, if they do go for this Spirit,
we have overwhelming team fight.
It's going to be this Nature's Prophet mid, and that might leave some openings that Vision can punish. Do you think they can, or do you think the fact that there is a Terrorblade, and it is a very good Terrorblade game, might fight them back?
It could. It definitely could, but Vision also very strong at being able to play versus these type of drafts and just knowing when to just always take the team fight advantage. I've seen them so many times this tournament having team fight advantage. So let's see if that position for them is going to be working for them. While for Spirit, much more scaling draft, right? Looking for the MP to get that scaling. I'm curious to see how active Laurel's going to be if he's going to TP to safe lane, because I could see him make those moves, right? You want to punish Satanic. You don't want this Nature's Prophet to have a free time. And the lane overall, it should be good.
Radiant's
I want to see him play pretty aggressive on this Nature's
They're
Prophet.
fishing for
TPing in,
guppies with
shut down
cannon
Satanic,
fire.
even potentially going for the TP plays on the safe lane if they do overextend onto Yatoro. Because that's what it would have to be. If they do try to go for these kills onto Yatoro, it's going to have to be out of these overextend. And we're seeing the lane switch ups, right? Instead of having the Marcy with the Slardar, since it's a Terrorblade down there now, they put the Marcy up top with the Shadow Fiend. It's a strong pairing as well.
And they've done this a couple of times, right, picking on their run here at the International between the supports. They have that flexibility, and I think last time they made that switch up, it went pretty well for them.
It did, and it's a lot because they end up leaving Notice alone. Ducalis gets that level 3, and he starts sandwiching on the mid wave. And Laurel, right, Nature's Prophet playing versus Mango, you definitely can't be dope.
Not me. Raze comes in.
He's healing. He's healing.
He should be all right. I mean, can 9 class get in range for another dispose?
Can. Tree plant.
He can't quite grab him.
Can't see him. Nice play there from Not Me. Now able to beat back onto him, even though there's that movement speed advantage from the Marcy. Not Me with the little branch play. Actually, he's able to distance himself a knife there.
I'm looking forward to see, of course, what Satanic is ready to do on the SF. Last 2 games, he's been watching Yatoro play the hero. Sure, Yatoro didn't win last game, but still individually, he had a pretty good game on the SF. Satanic, he's ready to try and see if he can replicate that on his own Shadow Fiend performance.
Having some pretty explosive starts to the games in particular. In that last game, did have that lead. Did end up dying a couple times. You know, that bottom play from Yatoro hurt quite a lot when he died with the Aegis the first time, and then the second one around the Roche. Again, the lanes though, Spirit looking to dominate them.
Trying to make a move onto Notice, but difficult to do so. At least until they sort of see a chance where Yatoro's going to be happy to pop the meta and try and force the kill.
Yatoro just buys the boots very early. He knows he's not really at threat down here. So it is going to be a free farm again for Yatoro, but this time it does feel like Satanic's in a better position to get the free farm as well. So we're going to free farm carries versus each other, depending on what Laurel wants to do. I'm still just going to look at the Nature's Prophet. Are they actually going to use the TP to pressure, or are they just going to wait for the level 6 with the Wrath of Nature to go for these kills early on? See what the choice is going to be from Laurel. With the denies he's been able to get so far here. 7 in comparison to the 1 just with the Pango. Terrorblade pick, right? This insane amount of armor he's going to have in the game is absolutely going to be an element, because as the panel touched on, looking at the magical damage,
Dire's
it's Shadow Fiend raises and Requiem.
under
That is
attack.
literally it, pretty much. So it's going to be really interesting to see if they can actually bring him down versus all that plus armor he has. Noticed, snowball connection.
So he's going to put the meta to try and bully him, but indeed the sprint's up. Won't have any further control.
Wait, did that just happen? Laurel denied a water rune with his trees and no one bottled it. The thing happened.
Oh,
it did happen.
It does happen on the same tick sometimes.
9 class doesn't have range for the rebound.
They've got the call. That'll do it. First blood coming in for Not Me.
First blood. Thanks, and
It's
have
actually
fun.
a big deal that no one was able to get the refill, even though it was killed. You can literally see it if you pop up with the chat wheel there, or the chat thing there. Denied water rune, but bottled at the same time. So
a frame perfect bottling. Frame perfect.
And it matters. If he gets the kill up, he's going to be able to continue being healthy in the matchup versus the Nature's Prophet that keeps securing these last hits. So top lane for Spirit can definitely see them have easier ways to get aggressive versus Vision, while bottom, it's going to be Ducalis making movements around with that level 3 that we've seen. So already seeing him shift toward the mid lane. Brew is anticipating it, reading the movements for the ward. Won't quite find it though. He plays it coming in for Ducalis. So now you just, I guess as Rue, you just follow the Enchantress, right? Leave the Terrorblade in this 1v1 matchup.
Try and get a bit of a setup there, but not quite ever get disposed to pull up on the rebound. Collapse quick with the call to interrupt the combo. 9 class was trying to use to set up for the raises.
Class does have the level 2 rebound now. Actually usable. The first level of rebound is very hard to use.
Carlos,
find him.
On the river.
This is not where you expect Yatoro to be. That is a heads-up move. Rue just stalking Ducalis as anticipated. He knows what they've seen this play before from them, so they're reading it pretty beautifully. CS though, the fact that they are leaving the bottom lane. Noticed is now just starting to get that free farm, even though he is versus that Terrorblade. 3 lanes for Vision. Getting that CS.
All in all, very close start.
Very close.
Not too much of a difference there. Nobody getting pressured out of the lane.
Rue, look at the damage.
9class. Taking the grab on a collapse, sets up for the raises. Tries to dive the tower to get the kill, but 9class isn't going to be able to finish the job. Ends up dying. And now the rotation, they'll have to roll forward. Overall, Satanic shards off the mark, though. Satanic will live.
The Willow already has Ash Legion shield. That actually saves Collapse. I was clicking around, I'm like, who the hell has this neutral item already? It's the Willow. The barrier actually saves Collapse there, I'm pretty sure. Oh, that's pretty crazy. You can't calculate for that on the side of Vision. Dived, but responded accordingly there from Spirit again.
A Radiant using that location.
Hard though with the snowball. Will always be able to disrupt the combo that 9class will try and catch him with.
They want to dive Laurel here. No one. Doesn't have the roll, but does have the 3-3. Does have the skill points for the damage. Trying to apply some pressure here onto the tower.
Is under attack.
Laurel can drag the wave, though, with this Treant safely. Hefty stacks being made, Owen. Vision definitely has potential to walk in and go for some type of steal plays as well, too. And a rare time that I've seen this, too, so it's a mechanic that I haven't seen many other teams abuse in some time. The stacks with the Wrath of Nature. We talked about it a lot, I think.
It builds up the damage of the ult very effectively.
Like last TI, or I think it was the TI before that, we saw teams abusing this. This Wrath of Nature off of these neutrals, it means it effectively does max damage on all the rest of the bounces all over the map. So they have to calculate that in on the side of Vision. If they do scout those stacks. I don't know if they did see them just yet. But it's a lot of extra burst damage that could catch some of these heroes off guard. But cool to point that out. Seeing the item build cube from Laurel right now, too. It's just a drums. So he's looking to be aggressive early on is what that tells me. Not your usual pickups from these Nation Prophets.
I mean, that should allow him to turn up and ensure that YumYumR can kind of take these early objectives.
Yeah, and he can kill buildings pretty quickly too, right? Just being able to beat on them with the treants, with the drum. Cool itemization if Ducalis is going to now go into that triangle, going to start scouting these stacks out, stealing some of the creeps as well, so we'll limit some of that farm. Will he get out for it?
He's coming in from Lyle. He's ready to block him off with the Sprout.
Needs some
in front of him with the trees.
Trying to get some body block, sets up for that big hit from the Nature's Wrath. Will succeed.
I'm happy to see a team doing this. I think I talked to like 5 of the players during this tournament. I was like, how come nobody's doing this stacking thing with Wrath of Nature anymore? Happy to see that Spirit is in preparation with that. Collapse. 9class trying to prevent him. He out. He's got the rebound.
No one's coming in to help. Get the call off Collapse. Rolling Thunder's there. Collapse is going to try and juke it.
He's speedy.
But there's only so much he can dance around. And Ducalis comes in with the slow. Collapse. He's going to run down the river. He's actually running back to that.
He gets the dunk. Are you kidding?
That's ridiculous.
What the hell?
Collapse! He'll take that. So 4 heroes to pretty much turn up and try and take him down, and he gets a kill on the way out.
And in the meantime, look at Toro. He's a great space, my friend. I will show up and push this tower here. Vision still farming very well, but 5 quick kills for Spirit in Toro. Turning up these very early fights. With these jukes, the river movement speed absolutely coming into play there. Also having Stone Feather Satchel with the movement speed as well. Does come into play, of course.
As we saw last game from YumYumR, Team Spirit's cores, they know when to run back in. Doesn't matter how low they are, they see an opportunity to get something, they'll get back in on the action.
Vision, though, yes, they brought 4 heroes up there, but not moving with Notice, which is the important one. Notice is like, guys, I'm having a very free lane. And we do have to talk about how important Notice was in that last game. Besides just the Fiend's Gate being, or the hits being absolutely insane, the damage mitigation he provided in that last game was huge. This game, it's not damage mitigation, but it's damage amplification, and it's the Blink Dagger, right? It's that initiation tool for the team that he's going to have very early, which is really good versus the 4 of the heroes. Sure, versus the TV, not as great because he's got that high armor, but versus the rest of them, it can be very strong and close that gap in first.
Staying very even on the gold, despite the early kills that Spirit finding.
Panic in this game, though, absolute free form. The other 2 games, he was feeling a bit more of that pressure. He made an amazing recovery on the life stealer.
Scanning for enemies.
Now we've been sort of seeing the timings of the SF versus Terrorblade kind of match up in these games.
In these games, in overall games, I'm not sure, but with these games with Spirit and versus Vision, they're going to show up to every single one of these fights. They just love to play very aggressive, so I imagine we're going to see both of them turn up more than anticipated than other ones do. And Satanic, he's just going to go normal build. I thought maybe we'll see some type of pivot from him, but not going to be the case. Some of the players I've seen them
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this daily.
like EB, but he wants the Mantha. Wants to have that discover for the reflection eventually. Wants to be able to Mantha dodge versus the Axe early on.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Get the Shadow Realm off. Here. We'll be able to stop further raises. He's going to try for the TP out, but they've got the way to put a stop to it. And not me. We'll get taken down here by a further raise from Satanic.
Oops. I wonder what 9 class is going to do overall with it. Is there anything different nowadays?
I think you go greedy.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
You go like phase boot and something. Maybe go blink dagger.
Phase boot,
save.
BKB, Crystallis, Daedalus, Basha. That's what I want to see.
No connection. Will hit Yatoro. Nice shards to protect. Jump over.
I'm still going to be able to jump in. And as Notice coming in with a crush. They have to be careful from Taste of Thunder. Will get it off, but he's surrounded with a whole team. The snowball save comes into play. Rolled up to the high ground with a stun into the Requiem there. Satanic gets the double kill.
Vision. They've got a really good position right now to play this aggression with this blink early unnoticed.
I mean, you said it. Both carries looking to turn up, but Vision there as a whole. They had the stuns. They had the setup. The Requiem is going to win that trade every single time here in these early moments.
This mid game, it does feel like it's going to be quite hard for Spirit in particular since they're playing versus this heavy team fight and this start out with this early blink. Laurel, he's not going to really want to turn up too much. He's going to go more greedy route, go for the Maelstrom, go for the scaling potential eventually, but that does mean the window is going to be open for Vision to shut down Yatoro, look for the Axe, look for these kills to set the pace in this game.
And that's the thing, right? They've got so much gap close on Vision. The Slardar, the Pango, the Marcy. They're going to look to get straight on top of Spirit each and every time in these team fights.
I think he's just going to... Okay, good. He does. I was figuring he does this on the Marcy. You just go blink because you're the save. You're like the Tusk. Yes, they go on the Shadow Fiend. You end up rebounding him and pulling him out. So I think this is the best option for 9 class to go for in this game. Panic. Trap is coming for him.
He's looking pretty dead here. Quite far out on the top lane.
I'm happy to see Laurel get involved. I don't really want to see Laurel play too passive on this Nature's Prophet. Even if he's going this Maelstrom build, I want to see him turn up to these early fights. Sure, not in the last one. I want to see him play pretty aggressive on this
Drunk Sailor.
Done for no one.
They want to fight.
They want to strike back on this top side.
I mean, they know that Spirit just made this play up here on the top lane. They're going to see if anyone's left around. Will be not me.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Won't find the connection on anybody else.
Middle tower is under attack.
Attention for the rune as well too. 10 seconds till it will spawn. See if no one gets lucky for it.
Spirit are going to try and find.
Radiant's
Lyle
middle tower
and Yatoro.
can't
Very
handle
happy to
this
hit the creep strike. I've got to let these tier ones go.
Keeled over.
Kala's getting a fair bit again, just like that last time that he played the Enchantress, just being annoying with the creeps, pushing them down the lanes, forcing someone to respond to it. He scaled pretty well that last game on the end. She was very annoying with how much damage she was doing even onto some of these cores. Collapses Blink looking at so phase, Blade Mail, he's even gone for the Soul Ring, gone greedy. Gonna take a bit of time to have that blink. So the window for Vision to make these aggressive moves is definitely there with Notice having the blink first.
Dire are scanning
Not
for
afraid to
enemies.
fight around here. Collapse. Got to be careful.
Alice. Starting to poke him.
9 class is closing in.
Can't quite reach.
Collapse far enough away to survive. The Zebra off to the side though. He's in trouble. He'll get the shards out to try and block him off. Have a snowball to buy a bit more time, but with the 4 of them chasing him out, no way out of this for real.
On the rock.
It's going to be so much overwhelming physical damage in this game. Even though there is this Terror Blade, it's good for him to have this armor, but the rest of his heroes are definitely going to be struggling in that front. Yeah, mid-game team fights. Eyes on the Slardar, eyes on the Pango. See what Spirit wants to do. Oh, okay, so they don't use Tusk's first spell.
Uh-oh.
So
Well,
the shards are invisible.
a quick turn it off and on again should fix that.
It's a pretty important game to see those shards do when you're playing with Pango. Because that shard can trip up the Rolling Thunder pretty hard in the mid-game. I mean, all spells you definitely.
No, normally the old reconnect does fix that. Hopefully things should be set. Find out in the next team fight. Both carries very close in the net worth. This game, Satanic's SF, Toro's Terrorblade, very close on both the levels and the gold.
And it does feel like a bit of a different style that we're seeing from the last two games, right? Last games, we had so many kills coming into play. I feel like this one might have a bit more farming, especially from Spirit, like you're mentioning. They want to go for that hard scale. The Vision, I do feel like they're going to play pretty oppressive. Look to just close the map, pick tier ones, limit the Terrorblade from finding places to farm.
Just got sent
Much
to
easier
the
ways to execute these immediate jumps at this point.
Really
Start on
tight
Pango having this start. As you said, eyes on Collapse to get that Blink Dagger to be able to turn the fights at this point still.
Vision. See how much action they can continue to bring before Collapse is allowed to get that pick up.
It is a very good Blade Mail game. Playing versus the Shadow Fiend, there is the save from the Marcy, but it's not the same exact.
They're trying to bring down
you just have that
Radiant's top
invulnerability
tower.
during it. You're still going to be on the map, being able to get hit when you do get rebound and pushed away. I'm happy to see these new heroes, though. So many different ones we're now seeing in this Grand Finals. If the idea this time ends up working around for 9.
And as always, as I like to ask when we do see these new heroes, why is no one else playing Marcy? What is the risk with this hero?
It's not in the best state, Owen. It really isn't. It doesn't really have too much team fight. There's other heroes that are just better in replication of these saves and all that. This is just a 9 class meta.
And why is that? What about this hero suits 9 classes playstyle as a support?
It's just odd. It can scale. And then also, I mean, in particular for this game, right, it's a gap closer. When they were seeing the Nature's Prophet, they wanted that gap close to be able to bring the Slardar in. Even though the lanes have ended up being switched up, it still has that same potential to gap close, get on top of something that doesn't like to get gone on top of. But as we see, some of these heroes can be a bit underrated. You know, we saw that Disruptor absolutely owned in the game. Could be some similar things. You know, if he just gets a rebound save in some of these moves, could be absolutely epic.
Yeah, and we saw what last game as well, the pivot for the support axe from Rue. That nearly worked it out. So
pretty good.
Innovation, definitely the name of the game here in this Grand Finals.
Vision, in all this downtime, they are farming a bit harder here. Even though we're talking about Spirit, they're content to hit some of these creeps. It's Vision getting more out of the map.
Yes. So then, with this Blink Dagger and Blade Mail done on Collapse, do you want to see Spirit try for a play?
Yeah, absolutely. They almost have Blink on Rue as well, too. So if they do get a kill, they'll have double Blink Daggers to go for these fights. So right now, let's see if Vision is prepared for the move. 9 class has to hug some
Roots and run.
Looking gap. Satanic's going to show. He's got the backup setup behind him.
They're reading this move.
Bit of a bait. Do Spirit fall for this? On me.
Doesn't look like they will.
He's been spotted out to the side.
Waiting around the rune. They'll get a haste.
They won't jump in on this. They know the Vision's setting up for some sort of counter play. Ooh. Not me. Quick with the Tumbler's toy.
What the? See? Did see him coming, so did have a moment to be able to press it there, but still dodging it away. Notice now also has the shard, so very big damage potential for the side of Vision in these next upcoming fights. Still easier for them to take the fights. Spirit won't hemorrhage anything though. They
middle tower is under
setting
pressure.
up. They will maybe finish off this tower with the illusion. Illusions versus illusions. Botanics wins. Tower.
Unclass can get the deny.
Dyer's middle tower is under
not
attack.
quite. Not Beats will finish the job.
Middle tower has fallen.
So Blink Dagger done for the Tusk. Blink still far away for 9 class. But now Spirit, much easier access to look for fights themselves as well too versus Vision. But the team fight, still difficult when they have the numbers on the side of Vision. Spirit wants to pop a target first.
through these quieter moments. You see Satanic farming just that little bit quicker than Yatoro in this downtime.
I like watching. Look at 9 class. Literally just hugging him. Not moving from the side of Satanic, because if there's a move that comes out, he can bail him out of it with this rebound. Starting to get points in the bodyguard as well, too, so that extra bonus that Satanic's going to have.
And it is the most likely move, right? If spirits disappear off the map, go for some sort of smoke play, you know that their top target, it's going to be Satanic.
100%. This bodyguard, I'm going to watch to see how much he can do in this game, too, because Satanic, unlike Yatoro, doesn't go to Mask of Madness, so he will have that lifesteal coming from the Marcy in the fights. See how much that actually matters.
Here we go. Spirit, ready to attempt another smoke.
Both teams keen to fight, though.
Vision, so far, been very prepared for these sort of plays.
And no one has a full Aghanims for this next fight, too. He might be big priority number 1.
Do they kill him in a call?
Notice
the call and the blade mail up. There's the punch, the snowball, the control. The dunk comes a little early, but it doesn't matter. The damage enough to help bring him down. The rolling thunder found his way over towards Yatoro. Yatoro does not have mana for a potential Sunder. Doesn't matter though, Vision, they still hold back away from the Terrorblade.
A little awkward for no one to go for the full commitment, but it's an arcane rune, so we'll just be able to roll, get himself out. Nice kill there from Spirit, finding the angle onto the Slardar there. Closing the gap on the gold. This is how they want to take the fight. So they don't want to take head-on team fights. They want to kill one target first and then potentially look for the catch afterwards. Notice being slowed down. Laps now. Tied net worth with that Slardar. On the top side, nice left near your buddy. Okay, he's there. Yeah, he's always
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
And both sides of this game having some clear BKB piercing disables, of course. We always do like to see with the lockdown some of these targets are. We won't probably see BKBs coming out from the cores in this game, though. Satanic and Yatoro likely to just skip them into way later stages again. There's a lot that goes through it. This route. Right next to them, but 9 class is ready to save.
Oh, 9 class saw it. He saw it. Gonna get the dispose straight into the crush jump from Notice. Just catching a glimpse of him as he tries to get out or get the blink off. But with no TP, we're very, very dead.
TP to the mid lane for the fight as well.
Carlos has got the chase down on a not me. Another round already being used. Brown will stop the Carlos. Collapse going to come up with the call. And the jump on towards the Pango. The Finn comes out as well. The 9 class takes him out to the side. Oh, he's caught in the river. Not the place that you want to be as the Nature's Prophet. Down there on the low ground. They just turn, kill off the mid instead.
It's an ambitious move from Spirit to go for the play. Oh my god, Collapse almost gets caught there from the Distiller. Vision's just going to go straight for the Roche. They have so much minus armor. Likely to be able to bring it down in time. 30 seconds still till MP. Meta's still on. Okay, Meta's coming back up. But Spirit, they're not in the area for this.
They can't fight right now. They have to let these objectives fall to Vision.
Puppy was talking about, you know, that heavy team fight defend into Vision while playing this nation well.
And especially when he's caught like that.
He being way too aggressive in the river as well, too. Trying to get that catch on this kill. And now Satanic has an Aegis to play with, and now even more so where they have that team fight advantage. They have the second life.
They look to get very, very involved.
I think this Marcy is actually going to come in really cool.
I like the Marcy.
I like it quite a bit this
We've
game.
seen, you know, not obviously at this international, but many times before in the past, 9 class show us some fantastic stuff with his Marcy.
It might not be the most crazy, flashy stuff where he's, you know, his coddle, where he's popping off, taking over the game, but he's going to make Satanic look that much better in the game with the bodyguard, rebound saves, and he is about to have that blink dagger. So matching the blink of not by too bad much. Also in this game, going to be a big pickup. And the reason I'm mentioning the Marcy more so as well, besides just that rebound, the bodyguard, when something like an SF is playing versus Axe, who has this blade mail, that bodyguard, that lifesteal absolutely will come into play.
He won't die during a call. Maybe if Lal and Yatoro are around, but if they don't have those two punching into him, Satanic will very likely survive through the jump.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Get the push going themselves. We saw a similar push that Spirit was doing in the last game, but they didn't have their full squad with the Shadow Fiend. So Vision looking to apply this pressure with all the assists.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Looks like they're not even going to try to go for the reaction. Anticipating that everybody on Vision is set up at the moment.
And I know right now that
bottom tower has
decision to fight is going to be pretty much down to the calls that Yatoro makes.
Yeah.
Yatoro's not ready to go. They do not want to turn up.
They're going to have, yeah, very specific conditions to look for those fight through. That's the snowball and the blink. He is hazed, so they see exactly where he is.
And Notice is going to be able to continue the chase down in the river. Sjut will block him off. He gets around. Rue will have blink again in a few seconds. Jumps already there. Back online from Notice. They do manage to bait 9 classes though. And Rue lives. What? They couldn't kill him, and Rue actually having the backup coming over ready to join him.
Those are some beautiful individual plays coming in from Rue, just stalling out Notice. I thought he was going to die for sure there. 9 class ends up being the catch. Toro turns up and gets the kill. Little meta play for him.
Dire are scanning for enemy.
Butterfly now finished up for Satanic.
Very strong timing. I mean, having that in this matchup, you know, Yatoro not really going to be able to fit any sort of true strike into his build anytime early.
Well, he's going to have to hope for that serrated shiv in particular around that tier 3 neutral if he can get the RNG for it. Satanic is super deep right now.
He's got the jump on 9 class, but the backup is gone for Satanic, who does of course still have this Aegis, so he'll have 2 laps to play with. Notice him with the blink crush onto Lyle. Slide forward for Satanic. Lyle dying again immediately at the front of these fights. He is just so squishy. It seems almost impossible for him to play these team fights. He turns up, he dies immediately, Fox.
Laurel could end up being a pretty big liability for the team if he does continue to get this scaling. Shows up multiple times and just dies in an instant. Yatoro's meta was ending, so maybe a bit of a misread there that they should go in or not. Yatoro was like, I'm getting out immediately after getting a kill because the meta is right now.
I mean, what do you sort of do as the Nature's Prophet in these sort of situations? You just not turn up to the fight?
I'm not too sure. I see he's queuing up like 5 different items to try to think how he can fix this. Yep. He's like, BKB? Nope, that's not going to help me.
They'll still kill him.
Physical. But he does need it because there's so much control, so it's tough to itemize for this NP. Similar as we've seen some of these Linas when you're playing versus all this minus armor. Big push coming in from Vision. They're seeing a window to be able to get a rack.
I mean, they're so strong around this butterfly timing of Satanic. It's phenomenal.
There's no mana. The call will come out.
But notice, he's in with the cross under the 2 of them, catches Yatoro. Yatoro wants the mantra and backs off. But no one, he's ready to roll in deep with the Rolling Thunder. Laps, BKB and back away.
And it's 50 seconds still.
Toro stepping back up onto Tukalis. They get the Enchantress. Rue trying to see if he can catch more from this. Toro surrounds Satanic. That's going to be Satanic. Then the watch. No,
and it's back.
He's got no notice. Gets him with the BKB. Has to slither away. Can they keep Satanic safe? Satanic will go for the Requiem into the TP. They want to get out of this Vision. They don't want to stick around anymore.
The cat's notice.
He's not going to get the chance for the TP. The dunk comes through from Collapse Spirit. They'll push back.
The meta comes right back up during the fight there. He's got the Scotty also, so Yatoro, he is incredibly tanky. You can see the SF's like, okay, I have Butterfly, but hits him once or twice, and he's like, wait a minute, this TP is insanely strong. Vision trying to find a window to go for this push here, but they get counteracted from the buyback from Not Me very quickly there. And Spirit's draft, you know, sure, for Laurel can be some difficulties, but they do scale extremely hard this game.
The greed can absolutely pay off.
Vision really wanted to get some type of Rax advantage there with this Aegis usage. Not quite able to just get there.
And I quite like this as well if Laurel goes for it. A relatively early Axe pickup. We don't really see this. I want to say, you know, out of all the Nature's Prophet games, obviously a lot of the times it's carry and such, you're much less likely to see something like an Axe pickup. But even when it's in the mid, we don't get the Aghanims being picked up.
There was a time when, who was it? It was Liquid, I think, when they had Zai. I remember he was buying this a lot, and you're just playing that. You're the anti-carry, right? Because you apply this AoE disarm onto multiple different heroes, and as we mentioned for Vision, it's all physical damage. If they're all disarmed, there ain't no damage. But pretty cool approaches if he does pivot toward that way. Cool. And I think Spirit knows, right? If they can just keep this game going, they're gonna have that crazy scaling.
Yeah, they believe in you, Yatoro, to carry this one, and Lal to be the backup carry.
Give me this pressure. 19 on Satanic, so standing strong with the Butterfly.
Very close to having the full Satanic himself.
We have 2K lead at the moment. Something that they wanted to get a bit more out of this mid game.
Scanning for enemy.
Team fight advantage. in for a treat this game as well, too. These teams just on such even footing, matching each other's movements. Sure, this one, not 29 kills at the 29-minute mark that we did see last time from one team, but still very impressive little macro plays that both teams are doing.
In terms of timings, in the mid. Hold on. Don't get Rue here. If your vision, what are you waiting for next? Is it sort of the case of just waiting for next Roshan? Are you able to still try and force a fight before the Rosh?
I think you take any fight you can take, but you want to fight around that Rosh especially too. You just have to be very aware of the positioning. Collapse now does have the BKB as well too. It's eyes on Yatoro, right? If you can catch Yatoro and kill him at the start of the fights, Spirit's entire fight just completely disappears. So that's the main thing for Vision, I would say. It's just dealing with Yatoro. And Yatoro now, cool, actually goes for the BKB this game. I thought he would do it last game a little earlier too. He went for the MKB, went for the greed. I'm glad he didn't go that greedy this game.
I mean, these two iron timings are going to give them a pretty good chance to fight. So if we see the axe now done on Lal.
Oh, they're very strong right now in Satanic. He's in danger territory right now.
All right. Are we ready to start going for him with the meta? They do have the rebound to take him out to the side. There's the axe resonates coming in with the entangle catch. Two of them. Takes out 9 class collapse. He's ready to win with the BKB and the blade belt. He's caught Satanic. Satanic goes down. And Yatoro brings in the damage. They're ready to try for more. Punch up onto Notice, controlling through the BKB. They'll still be able to slither away.
But a defensive BKB, you're seeing Spirit ready to fight. Yatoro standing strong.
Just a little bit of a trip up. The Axe Wrath of Nature just holding for him only momentarily, but enough to sort of allow Collapse to continue to close in and have that chance to get the jump call to lock down Satanic and allow Yatoro to bring him down.
Satanic now, even though it doesn't feel great in this type of game because there's things that go through it, he does have to go for BKB as well. The control is going to start to be problematic. Spirit starting to gain quite a bit of control in this game. Yatoro did get the serrated shiv, of course, too, so he is be able to bypass that butterfly occasionally. Absolutely see him coming to play there. 9 class really could bail him away the first time with the rebound, but he ends up dying and they still chase for it. Punch-out. Pressure feels like it's building up quickly here on the Vision. In these last few moments, Spirit gaining hefty momentum.
Yeah, I mean, I think really sort of those 2 times getting the BKB at this point of the build for Yatoro, having this Aghanims on Lal's Nature's Prophet, it sort of allows them to play to a timing that Vision, I don't know if they're necessarily prepared for.
No, I don't think you anticipate this build on the Nature's Prophet by any means. No, it's something quite rare to see. Still very strong in this game versus the literal all-physical damage draft of Vision. Some very good answers now.
Super disruptive in these team fights.
They made it through that hard moment of the lack of team fight. Now the Wrath of Nature.
That's true. That is
a team.
That is the team fight they were missing. They've managed to find it here with this build from Lal.
You know, Quinn was mentioning multiple times now on the panel. Sometimes items that are the important things for a lot of these heroes change the dynamic of how they play. That's exactly what this Aghanim knows for NP. He has a really strong talent at 22 that most don't take, too. Most of them, since they're playing carry, they take the Sprout damage. But in this game, you can absolutely just go for their Wrath, and it's a 60-second kill.
And if you want to be really cool, you go for the Refresher Octarine build. We'll see if he's cool enough, Lal.
Eventually, he'll be able to get it all, but he'll get a free Refresher.
That is true.
Okay, so Vision, I think they have to fight. I don't think you can sit back at this point. Let Spirit play their game. They have a full AC on the Slardar. Notice just changed the build.
But it's into this age.
It is.
It's not easy. Vision, they're not afraid of a challenge. The smoke comes in. Vision, looking for the wraparound. They've got eyes on Collapse. It would be a huge jump to take the axe out. We get some pretty good calls. And there's the initiation. He'll get the BKB off. If we can get away from the rest of the chase of Vision, Yatoro ready to hold the high ground. Puts the meta. The turn towards him. The fear will push back Satanic for now. Yatoro tries to bring down the Enchantress first. Carlos, he will slowly but surely go down off to the side. Not me dealt with. But that Raptor comes in, locking down the team. Yatoro steps up over towards Satanic, but no just with the bus. The drive, the thunder, doesn't matter. Yatoro still goes down the launch. The Collapse jumps in with the dunk, and he's ready to look for more. Pushing up to the high ground. Snowball saved by time. Yatoro surrounding Satanic. He's caught in the trees, but has to back away. The threat of the Lightwind's there. Yatoro step away from the fight. He knows the fight now. It's over. They've got to run. They go for the TP. He'll get away. Vision, they survive through it, and they're able to push into Spirit and take the team fight.
They keep Satanic alive. It's all these little things. The bodyguard lifesteal with the Satanic as well, too. Everything coming into play there. They're able to distance him away from Yatoro. Spirit, they had the positional advantage there for a second. They
had the high ground.
The Rolling Thunder was already expended. He was able to keep wailing on them, but they get the distancing there. That was beautiful execution from Vision. Just watch how they bail out. It's all about Satanic, right? So throw all the buffs on him and watch 9 class sitting on the sidelines, waiting for the moves to get that save when it looks scary for Satanic for a second. And Marcy's doing the work.
And honestly, the fact that Vision were as split as they were here, it kind of worked to their favor. Because Spirit, you could sort of tell they didn't really know where to go for. Yatoro, he had to use a fair bit of time at the start to bring down the Enchantress. So by the time he turns up to try and take down the rest of them, they've got enough firepower and survivability to take the fight in their favor, and Yatoro, you can feel it here. He's like, guys, we can't do this. I've got to get out of this one.
Oh, and this is such absurdly high-skilled Dota. Satanic, full MKB now to have the answer for the eventual butterfly. I mean, I say eventual. Yatoro has the butterfly, and he's got an MKB as it comes out.
That's huge.
Massive for Satanic.
And they got the gen there right as well.
They did. And I think it was actually, so I missaw there, apologies. Now that I saw the replay, he didn't actually end up getting the save from 9 class. I think it was Ducalis' Force Staff that ended up getting that positioning for Satanic. Or it was his Force Staff, one of the two. I didn't see which one it was. Smoke up.
They're ready to go again. With Vision. They're like, if we could do that into an Aegis, imagine what we could do without an Aegis.
Into an Aegis and into a high ground positioning that Spirit had too.
They're going to feel very strong after that last play, Vision. Ready to go again.
Dire are scanning for enemy.
Less than just a 3K lead here at this point. Both teams battling it, duking it out. As you said, Yatoro, he is the key to watch. He is everything for Spirit in this game.
Meta is back up.
For the angle.
That's it, showing in the mid. Crush. We're going to see Ducalis. Quickly take down the edge. The Vision want to do anything without their Enchantress. It doesn't look like it. I respect the fact that that pickoff's made. They want to try and fight 4v5.
They didn't have to spend anything either on the side of Spirit to get that. They got everything at the ready. They didn't even use the meta. Just use the demons in the gap.
This is the concern as well for both sides. If you lose a team fight, the enemy, as long as they carries up, are going to be able to push so fast.
They kill these buildings insane. Some of the fastest pushing lineups I think we're going to see. Vision, as you said too, having this double gem, they're able to keep that one away. It's going to be big for the next upcoming movement.
Just got knocked down and run.
But neck and neck again this game.
Power is gone.
And the pivot too, we did see right from Noticed. Going for this AC in this last team fight, you absolutely could feel that overwhelming physical. Even though it's a Terrorblade with 50 armor, you started to see those right clicks coming from the SF.
And I'm sort of going the other way as well. It was taking a long time for Yatoro to bring anyone down, despite how farmed he is. So once that Hydra's breath is complete, it's, that's going to help out a lot. It's on the way out on the courier. A good step up to the damage output of Yatoro.
And I mean, I think we haven't said this now for 35 minutes, but when we're talking about Vision pretty much being only...
Well, notice,
so is Spirit.
I found Lyle. I'll try and push it back and catch him in the Sprout. He's going to be careful. Feels that Lyle might have backup, so doesn't want to try and push to finish the kill. Same time, Spirit. They're looking to see if they can catch the rest of Vision split up, but no, he's already in with the jump on towards them. Commits him with the Rolling Thunder. They're going to find the Dark Willow. They've got the Yule's control on to Collapse. Sends up and Notice to come in with the crush. Collapse, he has to put the BKB and step back. Wrap around Yatoro in with the Metamorphosis. Damage in on the Satanic. Satanic tries to force away. We'll get the Red from after, but the BKB's out for Yatoro. Satanic, he's thrown back by 9 class. 9 class getting him out, and then doesn't matter. And the final right clicks fly through. Satanic will fall.
How does Yatoro get that positioning? That was insane. Has the Hydra breath for the fight too, so just rips this Shadow King.
And they were so quick to make that move. They saw some of their play that Notice went for down bottom onto Lyle, and they were like, well, we could go on them on the mid, try and force the chaos, and they succeed in doing so. At this point, there's no SF for a full minute.
Are they going to close the game? They're going to go tier 4s.
They're going to feel it.
The glyph was popped.
They know with the pickups with the MKB, spent the money. He does not have the money for buyback. Yatoro knows that this is an opportunity to do serious damage and maybe even threaten the game.
Oh, and they might be able to close it out. It's 50 seconds.
And they take the building so fast. Notice, he's in with the crush. This will be collapsed. Not getting the cool connection onto Notice. Notice turns towards Yatoro, but he's got to be careful. They hit on. The wrap comes through. The root's there. Notice just gone!
Is this how dire?
Oh my God, I mean, Yatoro, how does he find that angle to get on top of him there?
Notice he's going to have to buy back.
Okay, tier 4s are dropping.
No one. Good angle here with the running trying to catch him, but the mid in the carry, jumping with the crush, that's Lyle gone.
And they chase for more.
Lyle does have a buyback if he wants to make a crazy move. Toro, still good. Maybe there to take him out, Nightclass, and no one they're going to try and jump forward to chase on towards him. Back coming down, the call's there, collapse, gets the dunk on the Nightclass, that's Nightclass out! He keeps Lyle and Yatoro safe. Look at Yatoro, he wants to go back in on this. He's looking to go over the bash, comes in for Notice. Yatoro trying to stand his ground against the Slaughter.
He's fighting!
The trade, the bash is there, Yatoro lives! The impetus!
The Thunder! He just missed the banner!
He's back up with the HP! Nicola still trying to push him away. Brew, he's going to be the sacrifice. Leaves the touch behind. Get your Terror Blade out of there.
Oh my God, he literally just got the mana. He was sitting at 25, just picks it up to that 50 and gets the Sunder on his illusion and saves him.
Middle barracks.
Oh my goodness, they get double tier 4s. They'll get the range tracks, not the melee, forcing heavy buybacks. Even no one as well expending his. Laurel.
2 big core buybacks.
Laurel did buy back in to make sure that he could protect his buddy. So that was used there. But a big hit Spirit blowing open the game. And I could watch Satanic in the... I mean, we'll wait for this one again afterwards, actually. Chase forward.
He's able to bail Yatoro out. Maybe if they got that Yatoro kill, things would have looked to be in a bit of a smoother spot off the defense, but not getting the Terror Blade as desperately as they tried. Collapse keeping him safe from that initial jump to 9 class. And at this point, even though Notice gets on top of him, Yatoro's so fast, he's got so much armor. It's so hard for Notice to finish off the job. And as you say, getting just enough here to get that Sunder play off.
It was literally, look at this, he even toggled this mat in
He needed it. Yep, the tread switch did it.
I think he had enough mana anyway without it, but it was still cool to see that he goes for the play, right? He's anticipating these type of moves. I mean, massive from Spirit. Yatoro now level 25. It's hard for Satanic. It's hard for SF in general to team fight versus a TB, but without BKB, he's just getting, he can't lifesteal.
Spirit, they're going to be ready to jump again. Satanic might not be ready for this. Collapse. Quick. Oh, he's able to slide away from the range of the call.
I mean, Satanic needs more help in these fights, though, because he can't lifesteal. You're getting hit from this Scotty. You cannot turn and lifesteal with your Satanic. You're also getting robbed, of course, from the Krullas, but my goodness. Spirit looking to potentially close this one out.
Going again.
Looking for another fight.
They know that the buyback situation, it's not in a great spot for Vision. They can find a big catch. They can put an end to this game, Spirit. No one.
Careful.
Oh. Yeah.
Such tense moments. These next moments for Vision are everything. Collapse.
Giving some praise there to no one. Those quick reactions.
What an absolutely insane game so far here.
I mean, so in these team fights, what do you do if you're Vision? Is it sort of just a case then for Satanic to sort of, if he sees the Metamorphosis come out, you have to just get out completely? Can you actually fight into Yatoro when he has the Metamorphosis up?
It's hard to say exactly. This TB is something they just, it's a force to be reckoned with. They don't really have the best answers. Even the kiting factor isn't there. Satanic, the matchup in general, right? TB versus SF, it's heavily favored for TB once it starts getting to these points because he just has that range advantage. So I guess just all-inning, right? They have to close the gap and fully all-in for Yatoro and just somehow try to bring him down with that, but it's easier said than done. Especially now that these levels are starting to come in for him. He's got extra saving tools with the Satanic himself.
And the Yatoro might just be able to get himself another Aegis here, ready for the push. It's the third Roshan. There's going to be that refresher shard on top of that.
And always too, right? Yatoro, he can lifesteal in the fights. He can be able to stand his ground. There isn't that mitigation in the same type of factor. He also has a hard save with the toss potential. He also has a Vlad's too. Multiple different ways Spirit have to bail him out now at this point.
To get that chance, of course, with the way the draft played out, you know, SF's taken early. They get to think through the whole draft what carry-to-carry matchup they want to play with. And, you know, if anyone's going to be the master at the SF and know exactly what the SF's going to hate playing into, it's going to be Yatoro. And we're seeing that matchup get to that point now this game. The sort of weakness that might have been there because they had to make this pivot, put the Nature's Prophet mid, and go for this greedier route, they've gotten completely through that.
Yeah. I mean, the itemization from Laurel is genius, right? Just the Aghanims, and we don't see it as much anymore. It is absolutely making that difference. Pack full targets in place. If he had gone just straight right-click build, right, they could have lost these mid-game team fights super hard. The game could have just collapsed there.
Where are you going?
For
Aghanims. Aghanims picked up the Yatoro.
Blessing. It is the full blessing, so he's got it at use immediately.
He's ready to go all in. Has that Aegis, of course, so second life is there, and knows that there's going to be this time. They're going to want to do something within the next 2 minutes or so, whilst these 3 buybacks are still unavailable for Vision.
It's just hard to see how they kill Yatoro at this point. Even through the 1 life, as we saw in that top fight, they have so many ways to protect. Even have that cheese, of course, too, for the next fight that he can just, you can pass it over to him as well.
Just another very, very low death game for Yatoro. Only dying the once.
He has played this game absolutely flawless.
Pretty much the series as well, right? Even in the loss, had a very impressive scoreline on his Shadow Fiend.
Pull roots and run.
Condition, you can tell they're feeling that pressure now. Satanic has yet to really throw in a next item.
Under attack.
1 failed defense away from losing the game.
Dire's bottom tower is about to flounder.
Adaptation in this game has been beautiful to watch. Vision has taken some good fights, but now
this
how are they going to take this fight?
Who's going to be the one to go first? Get rid of the banner. Panic's got to be careful when Yatoro starts to get his hands on him like this.
Hard to hit him.
A lot of damage, brings him down to half HP. We'll see no one trying to the background, but BKB's out for collapse. With the call as well, on towards Notice. Notice has the BKB with the punch up. Yatoro bringing in the damage. Notice trapped by the shard. Notice, he's gone. Buyback still on cooldown for a minute and a half.
It's just so hard for them to execute the fight. They roll in, they try anything there, but they just can't collapse. It's just too fast.
I mean, who is going to touch Yatoro? Who's going to go for the jump? Nobody can get anywhere close to him right now, as he's taken away the rest of the base. Collapse will get the call. There'll be the rebound to try and bail no one out. And Sjut goes back in. Fear catching him off to the side. No one's out. Also without the buyback. It's over. GG is called. Team Spirit take game 3.
That fight in mid, where Yatoro gets this angle, they know that Notice is going for this play on bottom, and he just sandwiches on top of Satanic. Satanic couldn't attack. I think these last 2 fights, he just has to spend the entire time trying to run away from this Terrorblade, and he just can't. That's this matchup. It gets to this point. You can't get close to him. You can't get away from him. You're
make it so that he couldn't stand his ground as SF and trunk into Team Spirit.
Yeah, and eventually the game gets to the point where we see when Yatoro is making the final push on the high ground, he is just standing there, and SF is hitting him, and his HP bar isn't moving, because all the damage on Team Vision's side is physical, and he just doesn't take physical damage. It's one of TB's best traits. He has incredible armor, and they abuse it to its full extent in this series.
I mean, this is that moment that you're talking about where it feels like maybe Spirit have overstepped a little bit by going straight for that throne, which is a call I love to see. I feel like it's incredibly bold, especially in the grand finals, and the TB's just standing there. He does not care at all whatever the slot is dishing.
He hit him 15 times and took 10 damage. Like this,
10's generous.
Yeah, if that. Like the Heroes late game is completely psychotic in games like this, and I think Vision, it's a weakness that it seems Spirit are exposing, that Vision, they don't like it when the enemy team has the late game. They are not doing well enough in lanes against Spirit compared to how they are against other teams. Spirit is surviving that early game. They're getting off to a decent enough start, the Vision can't run them over. And then if Spirit's chilling with the late game, then we've got some big problems.
I also feel like Puppy talks about like the team fight superiority that they're going to have as the game progresses, but Varl itemized around it, right? He bought the Aghanims on the Nature's Prophet. It gives you this huge AoE route on everything that the ulti hits. And it's just smart decisions like this that, you know, when Spirit are doing well, you can see why. They can overcome this what they're lacking with their draft through items. They're finding ways to like make things come together even when they don't have those natural tools in the heroes.
I'm still just so impressed with what was happening in the carry-to-carry matchup because we love to see what Yotaro can bring in a TI finals. For Satanic, it's his first time, and he has been the shining light time and time again in every game for Vision. This time around, they wanted to put the same faith in there, and for the earlier part of it, it really was that narrative. It really was that story, and so just getting essentially this free Terrorblade game and getting to have Yotaro on something so comfortable blows my mind as to how he performs.
I mean, I forgot the heroes in the pool, but I think even more importantly now, Spirit has a huge edge mentally over Team Vision, because Team Vision, they've been ran over in Game 1, they almost got ran over in Game 2, and now they got carry matchup in the last pick. So when you go into the last pick, the amount of options that you have to consider, because I think up until the TB, Spirit were the ones that had to play tempo. Spirit were the ones that had to play fast. But with the TB, they completely flipped the draft, and they put themselves in a late game position, and there's a lot of heroes that you need to consider now for your bans.
Yeah, Yotaro's been exceptional, but we can see Not Me be pulled up on the graphic right now, and he played a really great game too. That high ground defense that Team Spirit had versus Team Vision when they got that Aegis and they were trying to pressure really early on, there was a 3-man Curse Crown that they lost to. They were able to disengage with the Marcy rebound, but a lot of this game also just added up to the Spirits on support. The supports on Spirit being able to control Team Vision. Whereas if you look at Team Vision supports, between an Enchantress and a Marcy, there really isn't that much control, so there was less maneuverability to work around in the team fights. There was less consistency in the high ground pushes.
I fully agree with that. I heard Puppy mention in the coach interview after Game 2 that prep is due to the situations they're setting themselves up in. They've got comfort, they've got late game, and it just feels like it's games that Spirit is very happy with.
To be fair, there were moments of crowd pleasing with that Marcy. I know that when we look at the support duos, they're not really comparable in Sania, but again, it's just massive praise to be able to come out in the grand final, see what you think is going to be on paper a fantastic matchup, and pick an uncontested hero here. Almost works out for them. There are a lot of clutch plays from the Marcy still.
I mean, it is a lane class hero, but I think Puppy didn't want to say it, but almost all of his heroes are banned out. When I looked at the bans, there was a Hoodwink, and Hoodwink is not traditionally a hero that he plays. So I feel like he didn't want to go for that. He rather wanted the comfort. It's a TI final pressure. He feels like, I want to play something I know how to play. And it added to their concept, right, of adding damage to the SF. It gives him more tools.
We were seeing the uncontested heroes here, and you know we had 2 more on it when we started the day, but both the Disruptor and the Marcy now being picked up. It always feels like they're all free game right now, Gwen. You could pick anything for yourself.
Yeah, when you get into that zone, that TI zone of creativity, you're looking for what makes sense right now. You don't care about the meta. TI Grand Finals is its own meta. You throw everything else out the window. It's trash. We have what we have now, and that's all that matters.
And on the topic of the Marcy, she was dodged. Like, there was this idea that they wanted to Marcy Slardar and bully the enemy carry, but they ended up dodging that matchup because of the Tusk protection. So they just read into it on Team Spirit.
I love it. The reading is there. The balance is there in draft as well. But TI just keeps giving, whether it's new heroes or whether it's special content pieces coming out for our home crowd here in Shanghai.
折腾了这么久，我终于找到你了。以你的天赋和技巧，世上最会刷钱之人。够了，不要再刷了！Burning 大师，
不要再刷了，大老远赶来，让我看看你那可怜的经济吧。 天哥，你觉得我是个严厉的师傅吗？那你根本不知道接下来你要面对的是什么。我已经把你那可怜的矿子清完了，再给我来10波远古，天亮之前再给我拉30波远。我儿近日大有长进，但我只能教你打拳之道。要真正超凡入圣，你必须领悟成为强者所需的一切。为此，你必须踏入Dota江湖。江湖路远，刀剑无眼，你得学会征服痛苦。
我的第1位大师非常的严格，他教会了我怎么样补刀，怎么样刷钱。但是这仅仅是我旅途的开始，我现在准备好去拜见我的第2位大师了。DY 大师，感谢你教了我这么多。
当然，不用客气。倒下的敌人是不会反抗你的。黑暗贤者。
DY 大师，我随您修炼已有一段时日了，是时候接受一些考验了吧
？No， 还没有到正确的时机。大地之力。
DY 大师，我已经跟随您修炼20多天了，我们到底什么时候才能开启这个悟道之门啊？
不，你还有很多东西可以学。吃桃子可以回血，然后我可以过拆，拆掉你的藤甲，然后用酒。就是这些牌有很多东西都要学。住手！这扇门后藏着世界上最恐怖的东西，它力大无穷。知道如何面对它，就等于知道如何面对世界上最大的痛苦。
世间最大的痛苦？
你真的觉得你准备好了吗？
我准备好了。
那就去面对痛苦魔方吧。
啊？那是……哦！他的头好方啊！
你什么意思？你要小心啊，我的弟子。你每一次攻心，它都会10倍奉还。但若你能驾驭这种反击，你的力量就会随之增长。如果你能受得了他一直送，或许你还能跟他并肩作战。
我都说我输了，你还说几遍？我问你。
哦
啊！
哦
啊！
哦！
学会跟他正面交锋吧，天哥。当他再也伤不到你时，你就能迎接下一个挑战了。
这就是为什么某某某大哥总是去逼，从来没有跟你组过队哦，并且他将永远不会和你一起打。我的第2位大师们，有点奇怪，但是他们教会了我如何在精神上战胜敌人。接下来，我将要去拜访我的第3位大师，让我的身体变得更强壮。
把这个板当做1塔，快点给我打爆它！
是，Summoners大师。
叫我超哥，再加1块板。
说实话，你硬推这个1塔没什么用。
他说的是真的吗，超哥大师？
再说一次，我的名字叫路遥，再加1块。
你这个推完这个1塔，你也不好打钱，有必要吗？
别理他，他有毛病。还有你，太弱了。要想变强，你就给我每天早睡早起，多晒太阳。
哎呀，真的假的？真的，太阳到底有什么用啊？
装太阳能板了，晒太阳能充电，还是说你是什么植物人或者什么草系宝可梦能光合作用啊？啊？你是练武还是修仙啊？你搞个火堆呗？你现在能懂我说太阳是什么意思了吧？啊？就是你跟太阳很熟吗？而且你是去过太阳，还是说那边有你兄弟啊？啊？
你到底在说什么鬼啊？
谢谢你，路遥大师。
等等，叫我maybe。不过为师确实替你感到骄傲，你确实学到了真东西啊！
真东西不是真东西，真东西真学到真东西了，学到啥了呀？要我看不如。
如今，我想我终于准备好了，去拜见那位尊师泰斗。
站住！若你想进入万世之师的密室，你必须选出正确的钥匙。
我们现在不要说这些好吗？啊，真是的，让开！在下天歌前来拜会宗师泰斗，弟子苦练多时，恳请尊师指点。
Me? No, that's.
哈哈哈哈哈！哎呀，你大师！
哎，米大师，看到了你的进步。哈哈哈哈哈哈！你的教室很棒的。
Would you rather do this in English?
我听不懂英文。哈哈哈哈哈哈！你为何而来？
哇，这是一个漫长而悲伤的故事。RPG， 为什么没人带我上分呢？哎，这个是什么呀？不对呀，这合理吗？这就是我的故事。
你是不是傻？
布尔林的补刀，奥瑞的磨练，双须兄弟的决心，所有这一切，都是为了此刻 AME 大师，时候到了。
天哥，你已经准备好了。
经济发育
略已真成熟，
钢铁
心境
唯有烈火方能淬炼。
相信自己。
妈妈，
牛奶。先锋4，我打你！
What a fantastic content piece coming out here for this year's TI. It is such an enjoyable moment every year where we get to see the creativeness that comes out. And Skydub getting the absolute list, long list of legends and masterful training there just for Herald 4 like the rest of us.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understood all the references, but I still enjoyed it mightily. My goodness. It's also cool to get to see all the sort of the Chinese pros and people in the scene from, like, I don't know, it's been such a long time we've been in Dota. So to get to see Burning and, I don't know, all these legends is very, very cool.
And hearing the crowd respond to all the cameos was incredible. They were so loud. I mean, especially for Slacks. You know what I mean? The master of all masters.
No, that was a great content piece. I had a blast watching it. It was really, really nice.
It's always really fun, and it feels like it really does do a service to everyone that's given so much of their lives, so much of their times, given us like such notable plays as well, specifically from our Chinese Dota scene. So I love it. Thank you guys so much again for putting in all of that effort, for making what it was such a fun content piece here. But at the end of the day, the one reason a lot of us are still tuning in is the grand finals. We still have not decided who is going to be lifting that Aegis. Right now, Spirit are 2 games in this one. It is Vision with 1 game for themselves. And when you look towards it, it is only 1 more game Spirit need until we have 2 3-time TI champions, a 2-time TI champion in LOL as well, and a first-time TI attendee lifting the Aegis and not me. Like, it's crazy to think you are 1 game away from getting to achieve all of that together as a 5-man.
Yeah, I think you need to be careful that that pressure doesn't affect you. I think this team is as good at not doing that as anyone, is staying strong and focusing on the gameplay at hand. But the closer you get, I think the more of a temptation it becomes. And it's the classic Kuro line of don't think about winning. And I think there is truth in that you want to stay focused on actually playing the game, not on the result that happens if you do. Because while that's cool and all, that is not relevant right now because it's not a reality.
Yep, it's 0-0, right? You start over the game just fresh. Nothing. Dota doesn't care that you're 2 games up, right? It's not going to be more forgiving to you, or it's not going to make you deal more damage. None of your heroes change. It's all starting over from scratch, and equal opportunity for both teams here, really.
We're looking at the number of TI appearances, and it's so fun to get to look at the numbers and then kind of put it into a percentage, into a different sort of perspective. If Spirit were to win on here, it would be a 50% win rate at TI for Yotaro, Miposhka, and Collapse. That's crazy. They've attended 6, this one being their 6, and to win 3 of them would be wild.
That's insane. That's like, because the TIs that Team Spirit didn't win, they got knocked out early.
Yeah.
So it really feels like the story with this team has been, if you don't knock them out early, they're going to evolve and develop into this Pokemon that no one can defeat, you know? Just like Dove went on her journey in that content piece to become the master of all masters. This is what's happening here.
But it's not like Vision are going to go down without a fight, though, in Stadia. We saw them really bounce back in game number 2, and that's the hope I'm hoping they're holding on to, that knowing that they can stick it to Spirit if it gets to that late game.
Absolutely, and I think they've proved it time and time again throughout the event. All their matches have been 2-1s. That means you've been put in these positions before where you're only 1 game away from losing the series, and you have to clutch it out. So they know it's not a position they're not familiar with. They're very familiar with it, and I think they are just like Spirit. They're a team that learns a lot from the drafts. They can improve with every game that they play. And to be honest, the story of this series so far seems to be like, you want to make sure you have the end game win condition.
Yeah, and they also haven't had that for those 3 games. And so while they may be down, and it may seem like Spirit has been doing better throughout the series, it's not that distant. Like, that's the thing about these games, is you can be losing and can even feel dominant. But when you go back and you watch the replay or you look at the draft, it's such small things change that give you such a big advantage. And you've had a bigger gap now, right? Between games 3 or between games 2, no, 3 and 4. 3 and 4, sorry.
Yes, you're
there
right,
is a
Tyson.
longer break. And so that means you have more time to think about things, more time to reset a little bit, to process how you want to change your draft and come in stronger. And so I think that break helps the team that's down a little bit because you get to process things and figure a little bit more out.
I know this is such a weird question to ask, but when you go to a game number 4 and you get that elongated break, what is the process of it? Because I'm also aware that these guys have been going at it for hours, and I know that recovering is one aspect of it, but are you out there caffeinating more? Are you eating? Like, what are the other ways in which you're trying to utilize the fact that you have a longer break instead of just talking about the Dota?
I think a lot of it depends from person to person. I think because some people need to work on the draft, but that's not everyone. It's not something you want too many cooks in the kitchen. You want just enough. And so I think some people are leaning back in their chair. You have a little bit of food. You're just chilling and sort of, I don't know, you eat a little bit and you wait for the next game. And I think some people are going the other route. They're drinking coffee, they're drinking whatever caffeine they need, and they're focusing on the draft and doing the hard work. And so I think the leadership roles, maybe the No One and the Puppy, they're taking the hard road of we need to fix problems and work on things. And your Satanics and your Notice, your newer players, I'm going to steel myself. I'm going to play as well as I can for this upcoming game.
I do think that a pep talk needs to happen, though, for Vision, especially for their supports. Because something that I wanted to talk about was I do think the supports, the duos are getting diffed this game. Even in that game, too, I feel like in all 3 games, Team Spirit supports have been moving to the mid lane and outpacing Vision supports. They've been clutching the late game. They've been able to do more with what they have than Team Vision. And when I look at this, I don't really see the issues with the cores and how they've been playing. It's more so how the supports are enabling them, and Team Vision are a little bit lackluster today compared to Ruin, Not Me.
I mean, it ties to the hero pools and the drafts, right? We saw in this game 3, Spirit's bans are all over 9 class. None of the heroes that he really wants to play are given to him. He's forced to play this Marcy. I know Puppy said they wanted to do it. It's a cool idea. I could definitely see it work. There's potential for it. And I think, honestly, any other hero than the TB, they probably put it with the Star Dart, like you said, Mira, and then they try to run over that lane. But once TB comes out, it's just, this isn't possible anymore. And that's just, I think, draft-wise, Spirit has been solving that. They're making it hard for the supports to have that impact.
I think another big factor that comes into it is these games for us is you just have to stay mentally strong. Like, that to me was the biggest thing about playing in a TI final is it's such a mental test. It's just different than every other series, and all your hopes and dreams are so close, especially now that you've gotten deeper into the series. Being able to just focus on the Dota and push all those things aside is one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. And so I feel for these players, and I look and see how they come into the booths and how the game starts and trying to feel how they feel, because it is, I think, honestly, it's harder than the Dota itself, is the mentality that goes into it and being strong and fortifying yourself to actually be able to play the game to the fullest of your ability.
Yeah, I do think that's where Team Spirit shines, with that mental fortification. But just to address the graphic that came on screen, they had the same kill participation in 9 class and not me. And what Aiden mentioned about the draft is very true, because if your Willow has like 3-man Curse Crowns and 1 Terrorize in a team fight, and your Marcy, all she can do is rebound, there's not that much you can do. The support duos and their heroes have looked like they don't have enough. I mean, at some point, you can break Dota down simply to the more control we have, the easier the late game will be. And you could just look towards fixing the angles of control. Maybe Enchantress should be benched for the next game.
Perhaps. I mean, I think the idea with the Marcy here was just like, you were going to bail out our carry, right? But bailing someone out when he's in a losing matchup and he doesn't win by surviving is the issue. That really is like where it's just like, you know, Spirit they're geniuses, and there's a reason they're here. And it's honestly impressive that they can do that with just 1 pick.
Yeah, it feels like when you're doing the Marcy and that is the pivotal part for her, that's the role that she wants to play, you're almost saying, we don't actually really want a team fight. We might poke and we might try and all in, but at the end of the day, that isn't really our MO with what we're going for here.
Yeah, it's tough, and you just have to, you either have to pick a path and do your own thing and just pick your own heroes and say Spirit's going to counter us, and that's okay. We believe in our heroes a whole lot. That's one path, and the other route is you try to play Spirit's game. You say you're going to counter our strategy on a higher level. We're going to try to do the same thing, and I think you have to kind of pick a path, because in some ways I think they're dilly-dallying between the two. Sometimes they're picking their own stuff, and sometimes they're trying to overarching counter. I think they're getting a bit outplayed at Spirit's game, and they're not quite fully committing to the other way.
Yeah, I mean, what you mentioned there in regards to the previous game, like they opened up with a Shadow Fiend. They wanted to build up the Shadow Fiend to be this critical point in the game where Satanic just stands there and chunks at everybody. So they enable him with an amp damage and a Marcy sidekick. But at some point, it really wasn't working out to actually get him to play. The game ended with Yatoro's Terrorblade having 55,000 hero damage and Satanic's SF having 20,000 hero damage. He just was not able to stand there and hit. So maybe it's because they didn't fully commit to the idea of building up a turret in SF. Maybe the Pango plus Sardar together made it redundant and they needed one more enabler.
I do think there's even more credit that goes to the way of Spirit and Maposhka is because they first picked the Nature's Prophet, and they go in thinking that this is going to be a Yatoro Nature's Prophet, right? They're not really calling this that Lal is going to be comfortable playing it, and even if they do, then they're willing to call that bluff. And it is almost an exact replica of what happened in Game 1, where they're trying to call the bluff again on Lal's hero pool. He doesn't play that Slark, and even if we do, we'll try and dodge the matchup. He doesn't play Nature's Prophet. Well, he does. There are 7 competitive games for him, and whilst the win rate before this game wasn't necessarily positive, he's still comfortable enough to do it. And I feel like you can't keep resting on the laurels that you're going to call the bluff of Lal's hero pool anymore.
I think if you go back to the draft even, like they end up last banning Monkey King. Like Monkey King isn't really a hero that we've seen much, and I feel like when I was looking at the draft, I feel like they felt so good about the first 4 heroes matchups into the other 4 that they didn't really think about, is there anything that could in any possible way stomp our draft in the end? Because if you remove Terrorblade from Spirit there, I don't know what they pick. I feel like no matter what they pick, they're going to be playing like the tempo style. They're going to have to try to like ramp up this game. And I think Satanic is a person that is much more comfortable when he's the person being tempoed on rather than when they have to be the ones setting the tempo.
Yeah, I mean, they're built in pubs. These players are playing so many of these games where everyone's running at them. They see Satanic or Yatoros in the lobby, and they charge at them. You've built this incredible skill set of dodging ganks, of surviving, of getting farmed anyway. And the flip side is just not something that really gets built to the same degree, especially when you're a young player who's only been playing competitively for 2 to 3 years. You want to put him in his strong suit, where he's been molded and formed, and let him do the things that he's so ridiculously, insanely good at that's gotten him all the way to this finals.
I'm just looking at the fact that Spirit, once again, they sacrificed some part of the hair to the Dota gods, and it feels like right now the tides aren't turning against them when it comes to favorability, because they have had that advantage now. You guys have coined it in all 3 drafts. Vision aren't looking necessarily like the team that they have in the upper bracket, where they haven't dropped a single series, where they took that path into the grand finals here, because they're 1 game down, and whilst they take to the stage again, there is that seed of doubt. This could be your final game of TI-15. This could be it that makes or breaks you.
Yeah, there's a feeling as you walk onto the stage of you looking at the crowd and trying to savor it, but also focusing that mix of relishing the moment, but also you need to win. Your life is on the line here. Vision and Spirit is 1 game away from being the undisputed GOATs.
Yeah, it's so close, you know. I think for them, they've been compared to OG for all these years, you know, 2 TI wins each. Who's truly better? And today they have the chance to finally end all discussion. There's no discussion after this.
Yeah.
If they get the 3-peat, it's over.
And Quinn, you've been in a position where you're like 1 game from elimination at a TI Grand Finals against Team Spirit. Like, how do you steel yourself against the force that they are?
I think so much of it has to do with like honesty with each other. I think a lot of times, at least for us, pressure can get to you and people can start to feel bad, and you can feel that in their communication, their atmosphere, and it bleeds into everyone else. It becomes sort of this fog in the air that you can't quite see through. And so I think, I don't know, having an honest conversation, people who are anxious talking about that, and you get to the human side of it and you realize that, hey, this is a privilege. It's a very hard thing. We're all together and we're just going to push through it and do the best that we can.
We're seeing here both Collapse and YumYumR, the potential 3-timers. The fact that they're 1 game away, and when you look at them, I mean, more now than ever before, but I feel like I can't read them. I cannot read them at all. They already have 2 of these TI rings to themselves. To add a 3rd would be insane, and all 3 as a player. No one's done that. 3 rings as a player.
I mean, it's a crazy achievement. I'm sad to see that they both have a full head of hair walking on, honestly. I was hoping somebody would have shaved their head before coming out. But
They're locked in.
Yeah, they're locked in.
They're locked into the point where they don't need to sacrifice their own hair. It's just time to get rid of Nami's beard. You know, he's the newbie. They're going to get him the TI win so long as he's able to give up.
It's crazy to think we have 14 of those beautiful pieces of jewelry there to commemorate every year that we've gotten to see a team take to that stage to win a grand finals and to eventuate the dreams of lifting an Aegis.
Yeah, that spot is just waiting for them, ready to be etched in. Their name is already in-game twice when you hover over that Aegis. They're close to having their name a 3rd time. You're barely going to be able to play the game without seeing their names everywhere at this point. So synonymous with Dota in the past 6 years, and I think it is just such an iconic series, and the history of those players, the fact that Puppey won his first, and now at the end of all the 15, right, the most recent TI, the potential to win it again. It's part of why Dota is so great. It's such a rich history and so many players that have been around for so long. It makes all these series mean just that much more.
Yeah, I just find it so poetic if Team Spirit are able to do this. It's because Mipushka came back to the team as a coach. It really did feel like when they didn't have him earlier in this year, they were lacking something very deep. His ideas in Dota really are why Team Spirit became what they are. He's the one who influenced Collapse and YumYumR and turned them into the players that they are. He's the one who influenced Satanic. Satanic, when he played on the stint on Team Spirit, it was Mipushka who took the guiding role and talked to him about their ideas. And now he's come as a coach. He lost the best of 3 2 days ago to Puppey. A lot of it was due to getting outdrafted by Puppey, but he prepared really hard. He's been showing up today, and he's been absolutely frying him, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, this is all about the strategies. I think both teams, honestly, when you look at the gameplay, they are playing well. All the players deserve to be here. They're playing at a level that, you know, it is well, you have to be able to play at in order to be in a TI Grand Finals. But ultimately, when the teams are so closely matched, it's going to come down to who has those slight advantages through the draft, who has the slightly easier draft to execute, and who has more opportunities to do things in the games, and who has more opportunities to win the games. And I think right now, Mipushka is giving that to his team.
There's still full belief, though, that Puppey is able to take this extended break between a game 3 or 4, work out that maybe they're playing too much into what Spirit want for themselves, playing their game, lost themselves a little bit, because it's not over. You have this game, and you still have Satanic on your team. Satanic stood in for Team Spirit when YumYumR wanted to take a break. He ends up joining Vision. They hit top 3 last year. They at least bested this year with a guaranteed top 2. but they want to take it that one step further. And you want to be able to push it to a game number 5 to show that this Prince and King battle isn't as straightforward as everyone wants to chalk it up to be.
Yeah, this is not over yet. Vision have something to say, and they get a chance to prove it here. They bounced back once before. They bounced back in every series they played to get here. If anyone can do it, it's them. Their players are incredible, and they have all the tools.
Man, I wish we would just stop talking. So casters, please give us the game, and we can just go watch some good Dota. Please, Nat.
I promise you the grand finals is continuing as a lot rides on game number 4.
Team Vision versus Team Spirit. Grand Finals. Game 4.
The lobby start button at least has been pressed. The game start is still to be decided as we want to see what 5 heroes these guys are going to pick for themselves. What 10 we will have in our matchup, because game 4, we said it before and we'll say it again, it is a make or break. Takala's asked for the rematch of the Prince and the King, and you got to wonder what exactly are they going to plan for themselves here. Is it going to be another carry to carry matchup where you want to be able to put all of your eggs into the Satanic Basket? We'll be seeing more emphasis placed on the supports, as right now a Treant Protector, Dark Willow, Bounty Hunter, Nature's Prophet, and Shadow Fiend taken out.
Yeah, it's interesting that Shadow Fiend was super heavily prioritized by both teams, getting first pick the last 2 games, and now Spirit is first pick, and they ban it out. So clearly they have another path. They don't want to mess around with these SF lines anymore. They want to find something new, a new avenue to go down.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a different game, right? They've changed basically the hero that's been so defining for this entire series in the SF. It's what made the game 1 happen, it's what made game 2 happen, and it's also what made game 3 happen. So we have a completely new draft in front of us. We see Lone Druid is finally banned out by Vision this time around. It's been a hero that I feel like both teams have kind of drafted around this entire time. We haven't seen him pop up, but the threat of him has been influencing every single pick we've seen in the previous games.
Yeah, and I think that was a really strong read by Puppy to ban the Lone Druid, because what other hero could justify banning SF when you have first pick? It is the Lone Druid, and you don't want to play against these SF plus Slardar matchups again versus him. Puppy is like, nah, we see you, we're not doing it, and they end up banning Earth Spirit at the end.
Another big difference in this draft is that all the supports are in. We've been seeing all the supports getting banned out in all the previous games. Spirit in this position have been prioritizing Winter Wyvern a lot in previous games, and for Vision, we have the potential of an Ember coming out into a Slark ban. So there's a lot of these things that are going on right now, and the conversations are surrounding these heroes and how we can counter them down the line if they do come out.
There's also Bane that's been getting consistently banned, that's been let through.
Same thing with the Coddle for Vision. So I honestly like this adaptation for Vision, saying we're banning supports before, it wasn't working. Okay, give them their subs, whatever, we'll ban the cores instead. I think this is a cool change-up and forces a different angle that maybe Spirit has less preparation for.
Again, also an IO angle that this hero has emerged as one of the heroes of TI, and when you have the Winter Wyvern on your team, you could be preparing for it as well as a soft counter to the IO.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, I think even in the first game when the Vision played IO, I feel like they never really got to play the hero. So it's something that they might still look for down the line. I think it's absolutely a threat. Wyvern is good against it, but it's such a strong hero that you're going to need more than that.
And we talked about a couple of times that 9 class has been really heavily focused in the bans, and to me this is also a good adaptation, saying he's been playing Hoodwink and Marcy, and some heroes are a little bit less ideal for him, and so we're saying we're just going to give him a hero that's not only great against Winter Wyvern, but is just a super comfort hero for him, and Vision have had a lot of success with.
It opens up for a lot of combinations that Vision are really comfortable with the Coddle, like the Ember Spirit and the Pango. The Ember gets taken out, and I wonder if they care enough or are threatened enough by the Pango to address it or to just let it through.
Yeah, I mean, it remains to be seen. Wyvern, I think, is a pretty decent hero against Pango in some ways, because you can kind of juke him out over hills, you can play over cliffs. You also have the Curse. If you manage to curse a strong turret hero to the Pango, it sometimes almost immediately kills him. So there is some counterplay there with the Wyvern, but I don't think it's not enough to dissuade you from picking Pango if it's good against the rest of the heroes.
Yeah, definitely still an option. All the things you said are very true. I I think is with Coddle, generally you want spellcasting mids, right? You want to enable some hero that abuses the mana so you can farm faster and you can fight more, have more uptime on the map. That's one of Coddle's biggest strengths, is it allows your cores, especially your mid hero, because subs just tend to play with the mid hero, that means they can stay on the map, which gives you more attacks, allows you to defend more places because resources are such a huge part of the early game.
I feel like that's absolutely one part of it, and the other part of Coddle's gameplay is the healing. And this is probably what has made Coddle into one of the strongest modern supports, is that it heals. And healing works really well with any sort of damage reduction, or if you're really tanky. If you die too quickly, the heals won't come in. Coddle takes quite a while to wind up the heals, so you want to make sure you have a tanky enough draft to where you can survive the initial round of spells from your opponents for the heal to then kick in.
Very true, and healing lineups are so problematic because the Vessel buyers in Earth Spirit and Ember Spirit from the mid lane are already taken out. The other ones that buy Vessel, like Void Spirit, aren't that good in the meta, and anti-heal heroes like Ancient Apparition are super dead. So when you're playing against it, it's very pesky, and you kind of solve it through insane damage from your carry. And heroes like that, like Terrorblade, banned out, and Kez, countered by Doom, can't be picked here.
Yeah, it's a nice setup. I feel like Vision have relied on this Doom previously in the tournament too. Also, Doom against all of these, like, throughout history, superstar players, like we got Miracles, you know, Yatoro, obviously. When they get doomed, they're not the same player. They don't get to click buttons, and it doesn't matter how good you are. If you're stunned or if you're doomed and you're not allowed to press buttons, nobody, no matter how skilled you are, can play the game. So Centaur solves it, right?
Stampede away from the Doom. Also, Not Me's clock has been left in the pool. He hasn't gotten his hands on this hero yet.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if they go for a double melee offlane. It's not something that either team has really been favoring so far in this finals. People want strong lanes. They want to come in and fight you and contest the early game and not give you what you want and play a slower game. You want to start off on the right foot. So it will, you know, sacrifice a little bit of the early game if they go for the clockwork here. But I mean, we've seen how much Not Me can do on the hero. Yeah, okay. They just think he's just too good. Just give it to him.
He's just that guy.
There is still that chance, though, that Centaur plays mid. I'm not saying it's something that Spirit necessarily love, and Centaur is such an archetype of a collapse hero, but there is still that we don't want to fall into the trap of calling Spirit's bluff either about LoL's hero pool at this point in TI.
I'm going to call your trap, and I think you've been talking too much to Falcons.
Oh, my bad.
I really hope we don't get a Centaur mid.
I didn't say it was good, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, it's a possibility, absolutely. And, you know, that has been their MO for this series, right? They keep tricking us and Vision into thinking this is what they're doing with their draft, and then in the last pick, they swap it all up. So it is obviously a possibility. But
Insania's putting it at 1%.
Yeah, I think I'm like the Dota Plus meter right now, where it's very far to like not happening.
Yeah, it's a very fair suggestion because that's been the story of the series. But the reason why it works so well on Falcons is because Malrine likes to do it. I don't think Laurel is willing to do anything, but would he be willing to do this for his team? It is so boring.
I mean, I feel like at this point we can't count him out, but I would think it's a Collapse Centaur. It's one of his signature heroes. He loves to play it. Vision also seemed to think that way because they decided to pick the Lifestealer. And Lifestealer is quite a high commitment hero. Once you pick it, it needs to have a good lane. If it doesn't, the hero just seems useless. So they think it is too. They commit to this lane matchup, and it is obviously a pretty strong matchup for Lifestealer.
Okay. And with this, it seems like they are somewhat committed to it being Centaur offlane, I think. I also think Centaur mid just doesn't scale that super well against Lifestealer, so they're okay playing the lane. And this is a lane where Satanic will have complete free farm. We've seen a couple of games now where Spirit's got a lot of pressure on Vision safe lane. Centaur offlane, I think. I also think Centaur mid just doesn't scale that super well against Lifestealer, so they're okay playing the lane. And this is a lane where Satanic will have complete free farm. We've seen a couple of games now where Spirit's got a lot of pressure on Vision safe lane, and Satanic does not have the freest game that he would hope for. And so in this game, he will have that great start. And TA also has a pretty good lane, I think, against Doom. It's a classic counter because even if you Doom him, he can just blink away because it goes on the refraction, and then you haven't canceled his blink yet. So I think both carries are set up for good games, which, maybe we get the epic anime fight. That's what I'm hoping for.
I do think that TA is a higher execution carry than Lifestealer, though, because she's been nerfed a lot on the lane, so she can't oppress the enemy offlaner the way that she used to, so the enemy offlaner will have more net worth than they are, and eventually, even if you can blink out, you get Doom, Dota gets really hard to play in that late game, especially when Doom gets that Congregations of the Deep with the Shiva's Guard. Like, At that point, that hero is so absurd.
Yeah, I always feel like once Doom gets to Shiva Zags, the game is over. I've been saying it time and time again on the panel, but we never get to see it. But it is an incredibly strong endgame timing. I will say TA against Coddle has quite a lot of things going for her. She's one of the heroes that can't get blasted in the lane. You just press refraction the moment you see the horses run towards you. It's quite a strong matchup in that regard. They have this pressure set up with the Winter Wyvern that can provide sustain to outlast any sort of damage that Doom can do to her. So I quite like the laning matchup for Spirit. And we've talked about it in the previous games, but this laning pressure for them has been really important in order for them to win these games. So for that regard, I really like it.
Yeah, she serves a purpose within the draft that we talked about earlier too, with healing lineups and how they're hard to break through. She is one of the high burst damage carries that can kill somebody before the Coddle blasts keep coming out and keep piling up. I do worry about if she isn't playing tempo. If Spirit are on the back foot this game, I don't have that much faith in the hero. But if they can win the lanes like they have been the last few games, it should be fine.
I do see one weakness with Vision's heroes is that they lack like playmakers, really. Doom is quite farmy, Lifestealer is quite farmy, and both their supports are heroes that want to sit behind another core who's making moves and cast spells. And so, as of now, Spirit kind of knows the archetype of mid-hero they want, and that can mean that you can pick a hero that makes that pick very uncomfortable or hard to lane or bad for any number of reasons. And it also means that, once again, TA will have a super free game because there's no way she can really die in this game, barring some, last pick shenanigans.
And there's still Pango for Team Vision. The only counter would be the Winter Wyvern, but they need that Coddle combination. They need something that can play with Mirana's aggression.
I think leaving it is fair, though, from Spirit, because that matchup against Clockwork is actually quite bad. When he presses roll, you just press cogs, and it's very hard to steer, even if you've got, some serious driver's license. And on top of that, TA, when you're rolling in, she can meld you and just keep blasting you, as she's sort of a traditional turret. So it's not the easiest Pangolin game, but the Coddle helps with some of those problems.
I mean, the other deterrent is Wyvern, right? You have the triple melee core lineup, so there's high likelihood that if you're playing Pango, you're gonna have heroes close to you that potentially could get cursed with you.
Is Void Spirit pickable for Vision, Quinn?
Depends on the mid hero. Off the supports, yes, absolutely. Neither of them has very much lockdown, really. So if you kind of dart in and out, you get on top of the Winter Wyvern, and you're very hard to pin down. It is just not a very good hero right now. We've seen it picked before. Lornoff played it once during the main stage, and it did not look super great. So it's got to be a pretty perfect game for that hero, I think, to pull it out.
Storm Spirit. Interesting. It's a brave hero into Doom. This hero can absolutely ruin your day. You generally a Storm, like of course you can keep zipping around all the time and you'll never get Doom, but that drains your mana really quickly. And this hero actually relies on auto-attacking a lot more than people realize. You kind of want to sit in the place, hit a bit, use the zip to chase someone down. You don't really want to use it to just stay invulnerable the entire time. And you can explain this a lot better than I can.
No, it's absolutely true, and I think it's a very underrated part of Storm. Storm, for all intents and purposes, is just a right-click hero, and the zip is a way of getting close and getting far away from people. So if you can't stand there and hit, then that means you don't actually do any damage, because just flying around you don't just do anything. You cast one static remnant, okay, it's a 300 damage nuke. That's not enough for a core contribution in a fight.
It is still, in a way, denying Vision being able to have a good Coddle combo from the mid in that Storm Spirit. You don't have an infinite amount of bans, so leaving it in, picking it up for yourself, even if it does feel scary playing it into Doom, it at least makes Vision have to think a bit more and end up with a Sand King last pick.
Yeah, the Sand King is just solving the issue of now you have a Storm Spirit, we don't have enough stuns, how do we deal with the Storm Spirit? And nothing really was left in the pool aside from the Sand King.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not the Falcons' influence that we talked about earlier, but we definitely see their influence on this final, right? The Sand King mid comes out, Malrine special. I do remember no one, they obviously plays top 3 at last TI. Last TI was a lot about these Sand Kings and Earthshakers and this archetype of hero mid, so he's definitely played this before. He knows how the hero works.
He's like, oh god, mid Sand King again?
That's how I
have to witness this.
Yeah, there will be a lot of trying to draw the mid lane and playing off stacks. That's so much about what this hero is about. If he doesn't pressure you, it's very hard to pressure him. And so attacking Vision's triangle, potentially fighting these stacks, could be a big look for Team Spirit. But I think This is a game that's very based off skill. I think a lot of the early game, there's a lot of potential moves for different places. This one, honestly, is a draft that I chalk much more to being even than the other games. I think Vision has done a good job at pulling it back. And this is a game that I think they should be very happy with. Honestly, I think the draft is the best so far, and it's not super easy for Spirit.
When you talk about, sorry, very quickly, talking about invading that trying to take stacks, which hero on the side of Spirit is going to utilize that the best, and you're hoping he's going to be able to take advantage of it?
Probably anybody but Centaur. If you're doing well in lanes, just charge and get in there.
Yeah, I mean, this top lane, I think, is going to determine a lot. How this TA matchup into Doom goes, I think will determine whether they can actually invade a triangle or not. And if they're able to do that, they're set up in a great position. And if they're not able to do that, I think it's quite a tricky position to be in.
I think it's very important for Vision supports to be able to enable no one sanking and play with them, because Team Spirit supports have been running mid and playing with Laurel for the last few games. And if they can get some combos going with the Impale into Mirana Arrow, this game will be a lot more even than the last one.
So there's more faith then in the earlier part of what Vision have for themselves, but then the question is, because Spirit have already coined it, they can play every type of game, every playstyle needed. Is that late game also still incredibly favorable if Vision just want to sit back and farm?
I think Vision has a much stronger scaling in this game than they had in any other game.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Fully agree.
All right, that is a lot of props to Vision then, being able to take advantage of that longer break there. But we are instead going to be talking to Spirit's coach, Maposhka, standing by with Slack.
Thank you so much. Yes, here with Maposhka. One more game. One more game to be one of the most legendary Dota players of all time. I just want to talk to you about how you're feeling right now, man. We're going into it.
A bit nervous.
A bit nervous? You, the GOAT?
No, of course. It's I feel like I'm excited, one more game, as you said, and I can believe in our draft. I really see an idea, and I'm sure that we can win this game. So that's why I'm nervous, because they also might win. They also have some good idea in their draft. So we'll see.
May the best team win then. I did want to ask you about being a leader in your region. You've trained up so many incredible talents, especially when Satanic was starting off. I know that you had a big relationship with him. You raised him up from the ground. Do you regret that? Is that
yeah, it's true.
Do you regret that at all?
What?
Regret making Satanic good?
I don't know what is regret.
Well, I'm sure there are no regrets going into this series. Thank you so much, and incredible to have you here. And we will get into that game.
Here we go. Game 4 time, ladies and gentlemen, here in the grand finals of the International 2026. Spirit versus Vision, and the draft. They continue to excite Fog right up until the end. We're getting maybe a couple of minutes that we have seen, but something that I didn't necessarily expect to see in this sort of situation here from these two teams. Laurel bringing in the Storm, and then this pick in response, no one. He's coming in with his mid-sanking.
Very interesting approaches coming out from both sides. Lots of iconic heroes that teams do like to play with. Laurel, his Storm is one of his best. The TA, we don't see that many people playing it, but Yatoro, another iconic one for him. And talking about some of these supports, right? We have to mention them. 9 class, this time playing his Coddle. He did mention what he could try to do on the Marcy in that last game, but started to feel the weaknesses of it. His Coddle is absolutely amazing. And then Not Me, playing his absolutely legendary Clockwork. He has been a game breaker for so many different teams. He's just been able to do so much with this hero that so many other players haven't after some of these nerfs. So my big eyes are on those two players. Yes, the cores end up doing so much in these games, but my eyes are on the core positions right now.
I mean, all in all, what did these two drafts sort of say to you in terms of how the teams wanted to play? Are we seeing Spirit and Vision do something that they've already done so far this grand finals, or is one of these teams switching it up a bit more than the other relative to what they've played so far?
It's different drafts, but you can see some type of styles as both teams being like, we're going to have the late game. No, we're going to have the late game. But then you look this time with this Sand King last pick, it does seem like a fantastic answer to be able to get to this late game scaling, because they will have this chain stun that can come out. They have the Coddle that synergizes with it. And if he can get these big connections with his Epis, it's going to be able to bypass the Wyvern saves, bypass potentially that Centaur protecting some of these heroes too, because it is that much overwhelming damage. So I quite like this pick. I'm not sure if it's going to fully end up working out, but I do like the idea that I see.
Looking forward to see what no one's going to be able to do on it. He is a fantastic playmaker from the mid. Something a little different from him personally. response to what we've had from him elsewise on the mid heroes.
Bottom, Arrow will connect onto Collapse. Panic trying to trade back and forth, playing versus this double melee as the strength hero. Double strength as well, too.
We'll see what Satanic can do. Had a very solid lifestealer showing earlier in this grand finals.
He's set up for success in this lane, right? He should be able to farm pretty consistent down here, unless Not Me does some type of crazy cosplay, which we can't write that off, of course, because of how nuts he really is on this hero. Spirits looked very good in their lanes, though. Across the board, every single one of their games, they're able to secure the free farm, especially for Yatoro, in every single one of those. And this looks like one of those where he is going to get away with that free farm. Playing versus the Doom and a Coddle, Refraction, incredible versus the Coddle Blast, and then just the Meld versus that Doom. Every time he walks in, he eats a Meld hit.
I mean, out of all the heroes that we have, which one would you say you sort of have the, not necessarily the doubts, but the sort of question mark about that might have a tough game from what we've learned so far this international?
I would say it would be the Storm from what we've seen, but the lack of stun and control could make Laurel
that's the thing, right? It should be a good Storm game, but I feel like we have felt that in some of the other times we've seen Storm. It hasn't always gone great for the hero.
We'll see how much help he gets, because like the panel was talking about, something that Spirit's done pretty much every single one of their games. Even if Laurel does struggle, they help him a lot. They'll send the double supports to be able to ensure that he gets off to a good start. Yeah, I'm looking forward to see what Laurel can do. A piercing backline, finding the Coddle. I think we have similar type of strategy from both of the mid laners, where one, yes, he's a right-clicking core that's going to be scaling. That's the Storm Spirit. While the Sand King, he does the same type of thing where he jumps the backline, finds the Wyvern, while Storm jumps the Coddle. So this interesting dynamic between the two that has similarities. Yeah, we're seeing this already. This 0.9 class, they're not playing to win that top lane, of course, since it is this Coddle plus Doom versus TA Wyvern. The TA Wyvern have a clear advantage. He's going to play the stacking game. So already getting those built up, it's going to be fantastic for no one. He's going to do well in the lane, and then he's going to build the back up and get those
courier
stacks.
has been killed.
They're
fishing for guppies with cannon fire.
They did secure themselves with quite a lot of team fight this time around, too.
Last time round, obviously we saw the importance of how the carry-to-carry matchup played out between sort of these Terrorblades and SF. This time round, with the Lifestealer and the TA, how do sort of the timings come into play there?
Quite different styles. I haven't seen this matchup as much nowadays with the Aghanims, with the Lifestealer, where you can jump inside of the TA, but in the past, for some time, TA just accelerates that much faster because you get the death zone. You're the one that's setting the pace of the game. You're getting Roshan, and you're playing with a big advantage over something like Lifestealer. So curious to see how it's going to end up going down. The mana burn, it's starting to kick in. Not Me. As soon as he gets to level 2 cogs, he ends up just winning lanes that aren't supposed to win a lot of times. So Collapse, he's getting a lot out of a lane. Sometimes we have seen these Lifestealers be able to bully.
At the least, as the Lifestealer, you know, it's at least a carry that doesn't care too much. Sure, it's annoying getting his mana burnt, but still able to lane, still able to sustain, despite the fact that he's having all his mana being taken away by this pesky clockwork.
Oh, absolutely. And looking forward to see what Ducalis is going to do. How's that mid-rotation going to look? He's going to be able to get the connection with the chain stun for the Sand King to get the kill on the Storm. That's how they have to kill the Storm. That's really their only stun combo. So they have to get it, get that connection, and to finish off Laurel.
Look towards him, but 6 online. Not a lot that can be done with these two.
Chakra will be there, so no one will have the mana. They'll have another stun, essentially clearing out the wave. So this wave is going to shove into Laurel, which might secure no one the rune as well, too.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Supports. This time it's Vision with the supports and protection.
He's actually ready to go aggressive on, and Not Me has the burrow strike into the arrow. Not Me will drop down the cogs, try and get out of this.
Actually protect him. Unable to find that extra connection. Can't go for the leap plays through the cogs. Double D wards though, Ducalis. Reading where these obs are placed from Not Me. That's 2 of them he's been able to grab. It's a lot of experience you get this early in the game.
In the mid, a number of attempts on Zalal. It's a lot of burst. Still, always going to be quite a tough kill to find in the early stages.
It's a big deal that Ducalis gets this double obs board. He's going to be very high level on Mirana. This is a decent damage dealing support too, if you do get off to a good start, and he is crucial for this game to have that chain stun versus the Storm.
I mean, and that's going to keep this area of the map so safe for Satanic, right? In a game as well where it's not going to be the easiest to gank this Lifestealer, right?
True. Trying to get aggressive here to steal the wisdom.
Going for the 7-minute play.
Dire
should be able to hold the Carnage off this. Indeed, notice finishing off through. We'll see them try for the play. Satanic coming in with the raid. Arrow about to collapse. Look at the Who Stomp off the 4-6 is there onto Satanic, but no one, he's here to help out. Lyle has to zip away. Cox pushing back on towards the Carlis. It'll take him down. No one claim the Shrine of Wisdom.
Clever movement there from no one. They'll be able to gain the double, and they also get the first blood for Doom, which, I mean, you wouldn't really expect in this game in the lane that he's been put up against, but because he finds the Wyvern on the side alone, this Doom is now level 6. Very big deal for Vision to have this type of start into the game. The Lifestealer's free farming, Sand King's off to a good start with stacks to go back to, and Doom now at this point overperforming what maybe he could have had.
Yeah, being able to make those plays on both sides of the map at the same time. He's 7 minutes in.
Really like that move from no one. The Sand King, it's like the similar thing of the Monkey King of the old days where you just go to that, you know, you go to that shrine, how are you going to contest it? The Sandstorm gets popped down, it's way more damage. Panic?
Not quite able to get the cog to him, at least the first one. The baby been close to threatening him if they got the 2 connections. Yeah, he's super low.
Might still be at jeopardy here. Not me. He's trying to close the gap.
Tower faces a stiff wind.
Just puts himself away. Or will he? I mean, not me is stalking him. He's got another
to be a bit greedy here, Satanic.
Can he line him up?
One. Get the second, but the battery is so. Oh, it's close, but it won't quite get it. Satanic lives. A good effort there from Not Me. Satanic ready with the dodges.
Satanic's had practice versus this minigame quite a lot here.
Rotation's coming in from Notice. He's ready to swing across from the top lane. Root looking pretty dead here, caught in the Sandstorm.
This is going to be a very farm
I mean, they're building up the kills here early, Vision. And they're going to be able to keep this coming in right. We're going to expect a lot of fast plays from no one, obviously, going for this Blink Dagger rush.
It's going to be such a fast pace that he gets it because of those stacks. He was able to just go back and clear. He finishes them super quick because he has this good entry into the game. 4-4-0. He can wait to go for the epicenter afterwards.
Tower is under attack.
Just a question of whether or not Lyle's going to be able to keep up with the tempo on the Storm Spirit, a hero that in some of these mid matchups has just failed to be able to do as much as the enemy hero.
And hard for Laurel, right, to set up ganks on these side lanes potentially. He's playing into the Lifestealer. It's just not an easy way to go for these type of plays. You can't just go to that lane, gank him very easily because he's got the built-in rage. He's also level 6, so he's got the invest now too. So, yeah, it's eyes on Laurel how he's going to react to this type of start here from the Sand King.
Lyle gonna jump in. He does not have a lot of mana. The arrow comes in. Lyle's dead.
Oh, he gets baited.
Oh, he cannot make moves like that. A very aggressive play, zipping into the river. Even if they didn't catch him in the stuns, I don't know if he would have had enough mana to break away from them. That was a move gone horribly wrong there for Lyle.
These Storms have had trouble in this tournament. We've seen it time and time again. No one now even able to invade. They see a triple stack. They actually, I don't know if they saw it. He pulled the camp away as they did.
Right, if they do see that, that's quite juicy here for Vision.
No one at this point. He's going to have the Blink Dagger at one of the record timings that we do see.
He's crushing it in. Very, very nice pick, it looks to be so far.
9 class will get brought down here. Yeah, the early Blink Dagger could lead to a very early kill onto Yatoro as well, too, because we are seeing Yatoro, that pacing is there, like we were talking about. Think about the TA comparison to the Lifestealer. You do farm that much faster. You just have that built-in cleave, essentially, from your side blades to just jungle with. But the fact that the Sand King's going to have a Blink Dagger so early, he could just go to that lane, throw the epicenter with the Sandstorm. Super effective tool versus that Refraction early. He's got it done already, Owen.
Pressure, crazy timing.
Definitely going to be on for Yatoro in this game.
That's the thing, right? For Spirit, I feel like they've got to put everything into just protecting Yatoro, making sure that he can stay on top of the net worth, because the offensive sort of moves against the Lifestealer, that option just doesn't seem to be there with the heroes they have. So they have to prioritize just making sure that Yatoro can stay ahead.
See how much Not Me can do. He does have the level 3 cogs now. A lot of times when I've seen him get level 3 cogs and level 4 cogs, he dictates and he breaks a lot of moves that a team wants to do as well too. Let's see if that's going to be the case. No one having up the Epi.
Scary part on the map here for Team Spirit.
Tons of pressure applied onto Laurel.
Fortified structures can't be
They do have the Stampede in order to bail out versus some of these moves, like the panel was talking about, some limited stuns and control that can be there for Vision, but Stampede right now on cooldown.
Dire's middle tower is under pressure.
One stun. And shock, I guess we have to say too, right? There is going to always be the refresh too, so they can get that secondary stun pretty soon afterwards. This tower's dropping.
No one threatening him with the epicenter if he sees the chance to jump.
Dire's middle tower
So
has
dangerous
fallen.
for Laurel to show. The Revan open it up every single time. Steps up a bit far. They will just commit for him. Nami will be there to deter them, try to protect the mid here. He's only level 5 though. What's his 7? No one is. He's ready to go.
Now at the corner break to try and protect Nami, but still a lot of magical damage coming out, and it just sets up for the arrow to connect. Lyle, low on the mana, tries to turn towards Lyle, but another strikes there. They'll use the curse to give space for Lyle to back away from no one and allow Yutoro to move in and take no one down.
He's got the Deso finished up. He actually did not get a Deso stack from the hit.
Are scanning for enemies.
Important move there from Yutoro.
He's
cannot afford to let Lyle go down there.
He's going to be the key to watch because he does have that big advantage. Like we said, the pacing from TA compared to Lifestealer, he can turn up a lot easier. Lifesteal, when he's got the Radiance, Panic can do a lot more. But looking at the level disparity too, they're giving Yutoro all the XP as well. He's about to be level 12, only 13 minutes in. Notice? He's going to go for that drum shard build that we do like to see, eating those ancients to get that farm. Hoping for a black dragon so he can get that extra farm. Looking to punish him. He is speedy.
It's very hard to set up onto this Doom.
And I think the next time for no one, probably going to try to save this epicenter for a Cloak. Sure, he got the clock, but ends up paying with his life.
Smoke move from Vision might catch Spirit off guard.
They want Yutoro.
Dire are scanning
for one. There with the Burrow Strike onto the boat with an arrow connection in on Yutoro. He did have a refraction up already, so a bit of protection and a stampede there. Gets him away. Vortex over towards no one. Lar moves in, but he's completely out of mana. No one trying to step away. Notice gets in, drops the Doom down onto Yutoro. Tukalis jumping in with the extra burst. Yutoro will tick out. He's going to try and bring down kills with him. Will manage to get Tukalis to die alongside him. But that is Yutoro gone. Vision bringing in the aggression around that top tier 1. They get away with it.
Really nice double stun. It looked close for a second there because he did get the refraction off before the initial stun and actually blocked a fair bit of that damage there, but good persistence from Vision. Slow down the TA, allow the Lifesteal to catch back up.
Satanic very, very close to having that Radiance timing, and that will allow him to start closing the gap in farm between him and Yutoro.
And he can show up to fights. He's got methods of delivery, right? He's got this Sand King. He can jump inside. He can invest. He that gap close as well versus the TA. Laurel, standard build, is going to be going down for this Switchblade, but he is bottom of the course already in a rough spot.
We've seen this before. A very difficult hero to make work right now.
Dire's bottom tower.
Tough time ahead. Be able to grab him with the hook shot. Cogs connect. 9 Class goes down. No one's going to jump in and try and take Rue out in return.
No one. Eating Cogs as well, too.
One of them. That Burrow Strike back up in a second over this Arcane. He'll use it to get away from them.
Can lead at the moment here for Vision. Great moves around the map, and a lot to Kalis. Watching his movements and the levels that he has this early on this Mirana, level 8 already. So he's got the good follow-up, the level 2 arrow, that extra stun, extra burst, and this back Starstorm. You're seeing the damage coming in from him. Spirit trying to react, but Cold Embrace is not going to be a save in this game. So much magic damage they have that goes through, and in fact, it's going to set up some of these arrows potentially too. Notice, did get the RNG. Well, I say RNG, you're going to find the dragon most of the situations anyway. So he's got the drums, he's got the shard, he's got this built-in cleave now to increase the farm. And it's really nice to have this fireball as well too, versus the refraction, and to just farm from the side. You don't have to show yourself in these lanes. So Vision, clear advantage at the moment here.
Yutoro, how involved does he want to be now?
He has to be.
Blink Deso online. We're going to see him fight.
Yep. Has to be involved. I don't think they want to keep falling behind here.
Bottom tower
he is the strongest hero for his team on the map. He does have ways to bail himself out. With the Blink Dagger now, with the refraction, even if he gets caught by the Doom initially, can refract his
bottom tower.
And they've got Stampede.
Couldn't withstand the tide.
Right now, Vision looking to be in a very comfortable spot in this game. And as the panel talked too, they have a great scaling draft this time around as well.
Yeah, I mean, you can just look at the net worth, right? All 3 of their cores absolutely on track to get that scaling going. They're very happy with this opening.
For the play.
1. We get caught by the dust, still able to break the distance over towards Not Me with the Burrow Strike blink. Shot away. Will allow him to actually live. They don't want to chase any further here for the Clockwork. Happy just pushing them off the tower. And with the rotation actually from Ducalis and Satanic also joining here for this push, they should be able to bring this tier 1 down.
No one trying to burn mana.
Look at the see if they can try and find one of these supports, but Root able to fly over to the low ground. DP attempt here from NotMe will not succeed. Satanic has the damage to finish him off and keep this tier 1 tower push going.
Just Satanic sitting there like, you know what? You can burn my mana, but I've got a coddle. So whatever. Immediately comes right back afterwards.
He's under attack.
Get this pressure going.
Bottom tower faces a stiff
That
wind.
feels like it's going to be a bit dangerous here for Spirit in these next few moments. A lot easier ways that I'm seeing Vision able to set up these aggressive plays. While for the side of Spirit, a lot around Laurel. And as we've seen, I don't know how aggressive he really wants to get. He can't just die in these stuns super easy.
Early days, but yeah, that 4K gold lead does loom over the heads of Team Spirit. As Toro, what net worth still on the TA.
Middle tower is
he is going
drowning.
to have to do quite a lot this game.
Sheikah's noticed. All three cores, like you said, are having this great game. Notice especially, I think this is the key one for me to look at because he was counterpicked in the lane, and the fact that he's the top net worth for the team is a pretty big deal. This move is going to be very relevant in the game and how tanky he can be in the front line too. If he's able to get to the Shivas, they're going to have some limited damage for him.
So much Toro is going to be able to do, and will of course have to get this BKB first before he gets the big damage items online.
Absolutely needs it versus the same. If he doesn't go pretty much, yeah, this BKB is the next item, he will just continue to die every single time, so. Vision having a very nice mixed damage, multiple different cores that are having this good game. And
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Triangle as well now to prevent that extra harm from Collapse. Collapse being a bit quiet this game. He is a centaur, so it is much more of that farmy hero we know. Gonna go down that hard build. That does mean that the life stealer is gonna have a very nice target to feast off of.
Lol, still gonna be a bit of time until we see him be able to really make the moves in these team fights. He's got a lot of catching up to do.
How do they protect him, right? The biggest thing. He can't just die to the burst damage that comes out with these stunts from the side of Vision. The Aghanims, it's the Aghanims already finished for no one.
Scanning for enemy.
Dangerous moments for Spirit.
Yeah, the team fight's pretty terrifying around this Sand King. He's going to end up walking into an epicenter. Hook shot away, but Satanic looks to be there to finish him off. Maybe the Stampede will save him. Notice he's going to try and jump forward with the fire laid down on the ground. NotMe will burn.
We can see the posturing from Spirit. Like, as soon as they see the Sand King, we can't really fight. Epi was used now. They're seeing Notice trickle a bit deep. They're trying to punish him. Unable to.
Trying to see if they can get some sort of catch up there. Thinking about going for Notice.
Our rune. Take it away.
They won't want to do that now with the amplified damage rune on the Doom. Anything Notice might be ready to just come back in on them. He's got the blink up, Doom's at the ready. Play it safe though, stick to the triangle. They don't want to force anything too much here, Vision. They know that they've, starting to build this comfortable lead across the board on all three cores.
And getting all three towers very early too, which is all important. You're playing versus a TA, you're able to limit the map, constrict where she can farm, take away her ancients as well too. So Satanic, he just keeps walking into the triangle, stealing that farm, not letting the TA get to that area as well.
Who could do anything about him?
Not much.
Only Yatoro really can threaten this Lifestealer. The rest of Spirit, they just have to sort of watch whilst he gets this free farm.
So for Spirit, I guess the timing, it's going to be that BKB from Yatoro and potentially just looking for that force fight, or maybe forcing an objective, because they do take these objectives very fast, either that Tormentor or the Roche. Roche, of course, more important for these teams. Collapse now does have heart, very tanky. But as I said, there is percent damage in this game. The Infernal Blade going to be very effective versus that heart. Same thing for the Lifestealer with the Feast. And again, they'll get the trying. So,
NotMe tries to hook shot away, but does not make a successful connection. He'll go for the TP out. They're ready to put a stop to that. As NotMe dead again. Big time, no one. Not pretty deep for this. Yatoro's going to look to fight back. Will kill no one off.
Massive kill. Laurel finally able to find him. Bottom side. Toro joining in. They're looking to pressure Satanic a bit here. It's hard to close.
Sorry, yeah, he's got the Infest if he feels pressured.
Got the Moonlight as well, too, to be able to reset. We'll be fine. No one, though. They just get caught. That's a massive kill they're able to find onto him there to slow down some of that momentum that Vision is building. Still in a very comfortable spot, though. We're seeing that Storm struggle.
It's just how do you catch back up as a Storm? Because it
Dire's
seems
top
like
tower is
that's
under
something that
attack.
so many teams have struggled with when they end up in this position with their Storm at the bottom of the core net worth.
Good question, Owen. Got the shield rune. This could protect you for that next upcoming fight, that little extra barrier. Vision, though. Blink unnoticed. BKB as well.
We might be ready to make an aggressive jump here.
Notice is having an insane game, Owen. Top 2 net worth still at this point.
Straight in. Forest strike into the arrow is all that's needed. Lyle continues to suffer. Not me's going to get dove here up to the tier 3 by Satanic. He'll check out to the burn damage.
Seeing the struggles here for Spirit. They're starting to get blink daggers. Okay, Collapse does have it picked up here, but limited ways for them to make these moves. Limited ways for them to respond. BKB is done for Yatoro, but they've got the 5-man up. Good look to see them go for this type of fight. Again, the team fight advantage from Vision is very apparent.
There's so many ways to focus Yatoro right. When all of this net worth for Team Spirit is kind of being focused on their TA, you know, Notice is going to be going for every single time in these fights. If they can just take Yatoro out of the fights, it's going to be quite some time until Team Spirit have some sort of team fight to match that of Team Vision in these team situations.
Talking about him. Everybody just go on in here.
They get the jump. And with that, the Stampede is there. He's got the BKB, so we'll be able to get away from them. Notice he's going to try and chase, but up to the tier 2's a bit too much. Notice will have to back off. His BKB comes to an end. He'll get punished. Spirit, no. They have to be there to allow Yatoro to get out and to have a chance of finding a big kill in return, and they get it.
And that's the biggest move so far here for Spirit. That's 2 massive ultimates used. Yatoro lives. They could force something here. Do they have the opportunity to go for this Roche? We'll see. The positioning isn't great for them because it is on the top side right now. So it does feel like Vision will have some time to be able to react to this, get their ultis back up.
Because this is, of course, one of the classic counters to the Doom, right? If you have that Stampede at the ready,
one of the best.
Yatoro's going to be able to run, because talked in the draft, right, about the lack of control. It's pretty much the Sankey. If you're not hitting the Burrow Strike into the arrow, you're going to be able to run with the Stampede.
Any port in a storm. Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind.
Tormentor. Go for the easier ones in a more favorable position.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Toro, level 19, moving at a decent pace, but Satanic is hot behind his trail. The itemization is the same as last time. From the Lifestealer, you can just go for Manta with Races, flavors for that minus armor. Natural buildup for Satanic is very far forward right now. He might look to set up for it.
I mean, obviously feels that he has ways out of this with Rage, Infest, immediate Rage there as Collapse tries to get the jump in on him, and
shock for him as well too, so have a Rage and go out. He's
going to be fine. Yeah, straight into the Mud Golem with the Infest. He'll zoom out of there. Collapse is thinking about chasing, but it's such a hard kill to go for, especially when he's on the retreat. There's going to be time for backup to be around. You just cannot commit for this kill.
Doom going to be coming back up in 20 seconds. Epi is back and at the ready here for no one. Look for a fight again, no one. Not me.
Just try and make a quick work of the clock.
Radiant are scanning for enemy.
Back to business. Don't find the kill on PA earlier, but still looking to get very aggressive here with these timings.
Dire's middle tower is drowning.
Back online here.
Dire's middle tower just
ready for
got
no one.
knocked down.
Just walk up and clean that one out. Gonna have the plate mill or the hyperstone for the next fight.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Such a tricky kill to execute.
For the majority of this game, it's going to be that case until they do have a hard, either a silence or a hard stun onto him.
Radiant's bottom
Hex,
tower
it's going to
is
be
under
difficult
attack.
for them to bring down this Lifestealer in most situations.
Almost just requires Satanic to overcommit and dive a bit too deep, but those
Radiant's
sort of
bottom
mistakes
tower
he doesn't
faces a
really make.
stiff wind.
Notice plate mail not picked up for him, so a lot safer. Nice lead at that 5 to 6K. In the area around this Roche. Oro gonna start committing to that MKB. That Radiance.
That is one of the things that might be achievable even when they're behind, right? Around Yatoro's TA, they could try and find an option to sneak into the Roshan and take it down.
Absolutely. They have good ways to bail heroes out. If these connections aren't inside of vision, that's key. Could be just key.
Dire's bottom tower
Probably going to see double
is
Shivas
about
again
to
since both this mid and this
flounder.
off laner are so good at having it for the side of Vision.
I mean, they know as well, right? As long as they can keep their armor up and eliminate the threat of Yatoro kind of 2-shot, 3-shotting them, they're going to fare pretty well in the fights for the majority of this game.
Laurel is making a decent recovery, though, Owen. I've seen a lot of these other Storms just completely falter at this point. He's getting close to having the BKB himself. Only a couple thousand behind that Sandcake, so his skill is continuing.
And in these team fights, what's Laurel's job going to sort of be here? Who's he looking to sort of commit with under the cover of the BKB and just try and disrupt the team fight playoff?
I want to say it's the Coddle that he wants to jump, but it's not easy, actually. I'm looking at the itemization here from 9 class. He's been quietly farming on the side here. He is not an easy grab. Ghost Scepter, Force, Holy Locket. It's going to be difficult for Laurel to focus fire that one, so we'll have to see. I mean, Laurel might play more of a defensive route where he just plays where wait for Vision to overcommit and then you're just defending Yatoro. We'll have to see what he does.
Yatoro, the farm, continues to fly very close to having the full MKB on top of the BKB, so he's going to hit hard, Yatoro.
He is, but it is a lot of pressure onto him, and it's versus that Doom. So in some of these fights, he can't just get a race.
Is on the rocks.
Careful, and if they don't just use everything to bail him out.
Stupendous!
A pretty clear advantage, and as we were mentioning earlier, their scaling is very strong this game.
Laps trying to do his best to keep up with the cause.
He's farming well.
He's not too far behind. And over here! He is going to be very, very tanky and can obviously go for this Aghanims pickup just to try and put everything into keeping Yatoro alive throughout these team fights. And ideally allowing Yatoro to go for the more aggressive items after the MKB and indeed trying to get this Dragon Lance upgraded next into the Hydra's Breath. They need Yatoro to do all of the damage.
Pick up because I think what it is he's trying to save the slot as well too, right? Because he doesn't want to fight.
Bottom tower
He just
is
wants
under
all that
attack.
hard damage versus
Radiant's
this triple
top tower is
He
under
needs
attack.
to deal the majority of it for his team.
Yeah. I mean,
I can get it.
It's just going to be much more value, right, in terms of just having damage on the TA. You can pretty much rely on Rue and not me to pick up the Force Caster by doing them up. So you're going to have that positioning coming in from your supports. You can trust in them. And as a carry, you can afford to go all in on the offensive build.
My class set up the kill here, not me. We'll just get right on top of him. Concept is there, but the nice hits onto the side.
I mean, he's making work for him. Backup's coming in, and notice he's ready to jump over to not me.
I think 9 class is going to be a massive issue this game. He's super farmed, and jumping him and getting him in the back lines, it just seems very difficult for this team. If he's able to get to the point where he has a Hex too, that's where Laurel and Yatoro are in jeopardy. As we said, the catch vision a little lacking.
I mean, that's...
Get a Hex.
And he's well on the way to it.
He's very
He's
close.
got 2,800 gold, ready to start building towards that Hex. That pickup's going to be a nightmare for Spirit to deal with.
Yeah, I'm feeling some scare for Spirit in these next 5-10 minutes or so. Let's see what they can get around Yatoro with this MKB timing. BKB also finished for Laurel.
Go on. He's thinking about making a jump. I mean, him and Notice could take someone out of the fight pretty easily. Hard to do, though, if they don't make the jump on to collapse when the Stampede's up, as we've seen before.
They also don't want to mess up the move here, because if they do mess up the big team fight ultimate, it could just be Roshan for Spirit. So you have to be very connected when they do get that connection from no one to have the arrow follow up, and without the Mirana, I don't think. Very tense moments here in this game.
Or has to play this way.
He does. I feel like the maximum deaths he can really have in this game is like 2 max 3. Because otherwise this lifesteal is just going to be able to catch up, outpace, and just have that nice matchup versus when they have all this gap close. Vision, AC is done. Good little small armor items also for no one. Closer and closer. Toro, was he getting toward that Aghanim?
He's getting close.
He's getting close. All about protecting Yatoro.
Yeah, collapse. Once he has that, as long as he's not getting jumped on, honestly, for the most part, he probably won't be. Unless they sort of, because they don't really have easy ways to find and sort of control the Centaur right at the start of a team fight. Collapse, he's always going to be able to press Stampede in these team fights.
He could die to the overall like AoE damage that comes in that sometimes happens
so
during it, but he is very tanky currently.
Tower is about to
might be
take the
difficult
blood.
to break right through it. They do have percent damage on him. That Infernal Blade, Lifestealer hitting him, it'll build up very quickly.
I mean, maybe that's the thing. Is that actually who Notice is going to be looking for the most in these fights as this Doom? Are you trying to jump the Centaur to stop those sort of saves coming in with the Axe, with the Stampede?
I think he'll save the Doom probably for the target, but just hitting the other ones can be very successful. The Roche, it's dropping.
I mean, they used the Stampede aggressively. Hookshot in from Not Me. Indeed, they'll be able to finish that Roche. Team Spirit not able to make any sort of jump into the pit. Not Me gets caught outside of it, so Vision, they'll get a kill, they'll get the Roche. They've got the Aegis ready to play with for the next 5 minutes on Satanic.
And you deny the Roche away from a TA. A hero that wants to play with that Aegis advantage in this type of matchup. Very heads-up move for Vision.
They're running straight towards Tora.
This feels like a hard one for Yotaro to carry. It's not the similar one where he's this terribly this super late game carry that has the edge over the opposing carry. Lifestealer matchup when he's on even footing, it's very good. You want to be quite ahead on the TA when you're playing in this matchup.
Very difficult times here for
Yeah, Satanic is fully caught up, not dying at all in this game. Having
Radiant's
that lane freedom as well.
faces a stiff win.
Come forward, Notice.
Not going to be getting away from this.
Is drowning.
Vision, super easy for them to make these pickoffs. Both supports gone. Nobody can really come anywhere close to Vision right now.
This might be the roughest game we've seen from the Clockwork. Not me. He's got 10 deaths. Lots of fine connections with his hero.
He's going to try and jump in. No one was thinking about going back in on this with the Epicenter. He won't for now. Collapse backs off with the Axe.
Hollis forcing the lane is as well.
They've got so much time to apply this pressure here, Vision, with the 3 minutes of Aegis.
Is under
to the tier 3 top, though. Get the fortification out of Spirit.
Fortified.
9 class, the Hex, 80 gold away. I don't know if they're going to expect. I mean, they see the items that he has, so they're going to have to.
But it's going to be brutal. It's what do you do against this Hex on the Coral? 9 class, he's always going to find a way to catch you.
Might be able to just pop some of these heroes before they get the BKB off, potentially. No one will be able to find amp damage as well. Shiva's about to finish for him.
They're going to try and do something. It's into the Aegis. It's a risk, but they feel desperate right now.
They've got the Axe from Collapse, so eyes on him to get that workhorse onto Yotaro if he does get focused onto.
At the same time, Team Vision, they've got the Moonlight up.
Is about to
looking around the map themselves. Up to the high ground here, Satanic.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Spirit have a decent amount of information, but can they actually fight this despite the gold deficit that they're at?
And they access the backline. Did they see 9 class? They get that on it.
See if they can take back. The curse comes out, locking the 3 of them down. No one's able to get the BKB off. 9 class, he's healed up by the Infest. Satanic keeps the call alive. Vision, they won't lose anyone to that attempt there from Spirit.
Now Satanic is on Yotaro.
He sort of helped to get him out of it. The Stampede has already been used. Try and run, but the BKB's about to come to an end. They've got a force hit from Rude to try and save Yotaro. Satanic's going to still chase on. No one catches Not Me here in the river with Ducalis. The workhorse is there. Collapse under the tier 2, but Satanic is going to dive on forward. Collapse will go for the TP out, gets out just in time before Notice comes in with the tendrils.
They try for a desperate move. They find the backline, but there's so much healing. Gets the Infest off onto him. They get the extra bailout as well, too, when he gets the Holy Locket. That heal.
I mean, it's one of those situations, right, where you want to kill the Coral, but at the same time, it's just so hard to take 9 class out at the start of the fight, even if you're getting the jump on him.
Dire's middle tower
he was used there from Laurel and Yotaro. Don't have it for the defense now. Still an Aegis on Satanic onto this high ground.
They push it back.
Their structures.
Tier 3's gone.
The hero, Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Slap. Gonna try and see what he can find at the side. They get the Vortex on the one Satanic. The damage coming in for Yotaro. Gonna be fine, gets in with the Infest. They do catch him with the Sun on the way out, though. That's him gone the once. Spirit, can they set up to take him down a second time? Hook shots there, into the damage. They bring him down low. He's able to put the Manta running away with the Moonlight, but they've got him. They take out Satanic.
Can they chase for more?
They need to try and find more from the Spirit. An opportunity presents itself. They cannot let it slip away. Zip 4 from Lyle. Look at the 9 class. He's got the Ghost Scepter. Doesn't matter. Who's got Vortex? They've got the control. They'll take the Coral down.
Oh, they punished some of this greed from Satanic. He felt like he was unkillable, but his team started to split away. He didn't have all that backup. Great opportunity seized there from Spirit.
Big defense there. They lose the tier 3, but the barracks will be protected. Spirit having a chance now to play out onto the map. Good window as well, 50 seconds almost here without 9 class or Satanic in play.
I got a bit.
Yatoro's tempted. I mean, he hits hard.
Very hard.
Dire's bottom tower.
See how much Spirit can do. Ripples to tier 3. They're able to take the same, maybe even more.
That was an insane moment for Spirit too, because now you're seeing Yatoro potentially is going to have that item advantage versus the lifesteal to be able to
Is
beat on
about
him
to
too.
flounder. Radiant's middle tower can't handle this
Tower
damage.
dropping. Connection on the side.
They get the hook shot. They're going to be able to catch Ducalis outside of the base.
Ooh, Carl.
Another one here for Spirit.
Carl is getting the connections here with the Vortexes. 6-2 and 4 now.
Radiant's middle tower
Despite
is under attack.
the deficit that he's at, I mean, he's still at a point where he's got more farm than no one on the Sand King now, and he's making more plays. They'll get the jump onto Yatoro. Collapse. He's in with the save, though. Bails Yatoro out, and will be able to take him away from the Doom.
They bought back on Ducalis as well, too. Spirit's able to disengage.
It's a full retreat. Everybody's getting out alive on Spirit.
Oh, the spell casting from Spirit, absolutely beautiful. Winter's Curse to disengage. They know what primary target number 1 is. It's Yatoro. Just make sure that he's protected, and he can potentially still do it in this game. Quick blink, getting pretty close. He got that money. Yep, he's got that 3,500 advantage. He's got that full item now.
Do you spend up for the Swift Link or do you hope for buyback?
I think he's buying. I don't think this is a game where you can hold your gold. I think you want to be playing with that advantage of gold immediately.
I mean, I like it, and just full trust in Collapse to be there with these saves. Keep Yatoro protected at all costs.
They slowed down quite a lot of that momentum from Vision. Though they were able to deny that Aegis away from the side of the TA, they ended up denying the Aegis away from Satanic from him getting too much out of it afterwards. All right. The 25 now has been hit. This 25 talent is pretty busted, 0-2. Any game is winnable when you do have this talent this early. That meld hit bash could trip Satanic on massively.
It absolutely can. Suddenly, Rage is not enough to keep you safe, and you're not always able to get that quick jump in with the Infest if that bit of an interrupt comes in through the bash.
Carl, under his Catalyst now. His scaling is increasing.
Find no one here out on the map. His way back to the mid, but they're going to see him. Not me. Able to get him with the hooks on the cogs are down and put the BKB. Try and get away from this with the burst strike. The curse is there to hold him in position. Yatoro closing in upon him here with the stampede jump.
They got no one.
Collapse. They bring no one down. Doom's going to get dropped on towards Collapse. Hex is there on Yatoro. He's been surrounded by Satanic and Notice. He'll try and get away with the BKB, but he will fall as Vision can take Yatoro down this time.
And the Doom
is going to continue to run. He's going to tick pretty low. I think he's dead.
Dominated.
No, the last tick gets him. Noticed.
You had said before, do you actually Doom the Centaur? I think you actually do Doom the Centaur. Seeing that positioning there, Yatoro is very aggressively postured. They Doom the Centaur. He can't bail him out when he overextends.
I mean, absolutely right. You take him away from the fight, and suddenly Yatoro is left vulnerable. And again, spend up for the Swift Blink. 70 seconds, no Yatoro here for the hold. Vision, they might not have no one, but they have the damage here with Satanic at the front to try and take a lot away from Spirit.
They chase so far for that kill. They do get punished this time. The rack's now exposed.
The mid rack's gone for sure. Tier 2s are already completely gone, so the other lanes are open as well for Vision.
They're going to stick around, at least until the TA does start to come back, because they have 40 seconds without these 2 cores.
Yeah, just without Yatoro, they have nowhere near enough damage to threaten Satanic at all as this life stealer. To the top lane.
Dire structures are fortified.
30 seconds still.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
The one back in play is ready to TP over to join the rest of the team. Notices he's able to jump, they get the catch on, and not me's in trouble. Another fire thrown down on towards him. Will try and use the hook shot to get away. Cold embrace out of force. Separated from Satanic, but Satanic, he wants to keep pushing for the kill. The Manta to tank from the battery assault. He might just die here to the damage of the illusions. They'll get him back to the fountain. But Vision just pushing Spirit away from the barracks. They'll respect the fact that Yatoro is coming back into action, though. They won't overstay their welcome. Vision, they'll fall back.
Here with that Lifestealer. Now back in that even net worth has this item as well too coming out for him. See it again, that last kick. Literally the last one, and it overkills it by 4 damage, if I'm not mistaken there. Just ticking for 66 per tick. Vision potentially looking to close it out if they get a big catch here.
They know very likely, right, from that last play, that buyback is not an option for Yatoro, and he's still 500 gold short of it. Okay. So they know there's a high likelihood that because he spent up and didn't have to buy back for that defense, that he's still in a situation where if they kill Yatoro, the game's going to be over, and we're going to be going to a game 5.
Carl has a linkage to be able to block.
Notice, gonna make the jump. They're fighting on me first. Same time to Carlos struggling towards the back line. Surrounding Yatoro, but there's the save. Collapse comes in. He's got to get him out of here. The curse will hold back no one to notice. They'll take Yatoro back up to the safety of the high ground.
Nice side blades there onto no one. Did use the BKB during the war curse, and can't actually attack during it this time. It has to just run away, so... The defensive bailout from Spirit, they can't get any type of aggressive potential out of it there. And there's still a Doom available. Notice does have it at the ready. Oh, I like this from no one, too. Goes for the Basher after the Shivas, that extra bit of control that could potentially flip the TA. Or even the Centaur, right? Like when he's trying to bail him out, it might hit him with the Bash if he gets lucky. All eyes on Yatoro and collapse.
That's going to go in aggressive on a Notice. Notice sends forward to catch him with the Hoofstone. He'll get the BKB off Notice. He's going to run. They try and drop the dude down with the Linkers in there. Golden Embrace keeps Lance safe. He'll be fine for now. Satanic is going to push on towards Yatoro. Yatoro getting forced back to safety. He'll be able to get out with the blink, but Collapse, he'll suffer for this. Ticking down to the Doom. He's gone for 80. And Satanic, he knows without the Centaur to be around to save anyone, he can get back on the aggression.
Yatoro has no BKB. Sorry, Yatoro has no BKB for 20 seconds. Oh, force aggressive.
X to the force. Satanic, he's stepping up. No one's in with the first trying to go to the box, but then they'll take through out. They've got the stun control onto Yatoro. He's gone. He's got the buyback gold available here. We'll use it straight away, Yatoro. But Vision, they're taking them down one by one inside the base. They'll look to Satanic, but he's able to back up, continue the push onto the barracks. Spirit, they're going to try and hold here with just the two of them. Vision.
2v5 with an epicenter available.
They're ready to go for the mega creeps. No one. He's ready to go for the kill. He's challenging up the epicenter. He's in with the jump. They get the opening on the wall. Now they've got the lockdown low to 4. He's out of the buyback. They're onto the tier 4s here, Vision.
Oh, and I think we're blessed with that game 5.
I think we might be. But the tier 4s are going down. Yatoro's going to try one final stand here on his own, but the entirety of his team are gone. The Burrow strike there, catching him off the BKB into the arrow. GG's called. We're going to a game 5 here in the International Grand Finals as Team Vision coming with some beautiful moves here in this game 4. And my goodness, it was just too much for Spirit. Spirit, we saw them coming with a pretty good strike back around these saves from Collapse, but you saw the adaptation from
a much better grasp of how to set up the draft in a way that benefits them.
I feel like we can't overstate just how exhausted Spirit are probably feeling at this point. You hit this massive adrenaline high coming out onto the stage. There was one before that one as well where they go on from the lower bracket and you win it and you're feeling so good. You too owe that, but now you're looking at a game number 5. They've been playing since 10 a.m. It's 10 hours now that they've been playing for themselves, and I really wonder, how are you going to go the distance? How are you going to look towards a game number 5 and ensure that you're still putting everything you possibly can get into it because of how much is on the line right now? It is one game only, and it decides everything that you've built up over the last 2 weeks of TI-15.
Not to mention that, but you just were one game away, and maybe you get a little ahead of yourself and you hear Maposhka is right. It is one game away, and I think you'd even feel the nerves in his communication. And so you can only imagine what it feels like for the players, and you lose that. You had a safety blanket, and now your safety blanket is gone. You're both one game from losing, one game from winning. And I think that is, I know it's a very cold place to be. It's stressful. You're out in the open. There's nothing protecting you. And I think for both teams, it's so much pressure. They're so close to their dream and so close to failure. I don't know, it's a knife's edge.
It's also the coolest game that you could possibly have at TI, right?
Yeah.
This is truly the maximum amount of pressure for both teams. Every single moment, every single play that you make could be that winning moment, and it goes both ways. Everybody has that in the back of their minds. There's nobody that's thinking to themselves like, oh, it's just another pub I'm sitting at home playing. You know, now everything is on the line. I feel like this is truly what TI is all about. It's about that high stakes, high pressure, the prestige, all of that coming together, and now we get to see that pressure for both teams equally.
Yeah, it's people who have put a decade of their lives or longer into something, and now this may not just be the most important part of your Dota career, but to them it may feel like the most important part of the last decade of their lives. Satanic's not even 20 years old. For him, it's half of his life, maybe his entire life. This is the most pivotal moment. There's so much gravity, there's so much importance for all of these players. It's such a huge portion of their life they've dedicated to this, and it's all culminating in one crucial moment.
There's no other avenue you get to take. You don't get to rest on the laurels that it's a best of 5. There'll be more chances. There's a lower bracket that we can come up through. It is all or nothing when it comes to a game number 5. This is the last time they will walk out onto this stage in Shanghai. The last opportunity they will get to be able to reach for that Aegis, to lift it in celebration instead of staring at it from a distance. And I could not imagine for the life of me how you recenter yourself, and you have to almost put yourself in the mind frame.
The best team will be the team to do it. It's just as easy as that. In this game 5, this is where the champion is crowned. Whoever is better here will win, and both of these teams have played their hearts out. We're just gonna have to wait and see.
The feeling in the arena, it's electric. Everybody knows this is an iconic series. This is one of these memorable moments that will go down in Dota history, and we get to be here live, appreciating that, soaking in what is an incredible game played by the best players in the world in the most tense moment of their careers.
Spirit have seen a game number 5 on a grand final, though. They've been out the other side and walking towards the Aegis, and so it still sits there that they've done it once. Why can't they do it again? And Vision sit there saying, we could be the people that stop them, stop that 100% win streak that Spirit have in TI Grand Finals.
I mean, last time they did it, they set up a trap in Game 5 for the draft. They managed to get their hands on that Magnus, and, you know, the rest is history, right? So it's probably going to look something similar again. I think they've been trying to trap Vision into playing their draft game all day today, and if they manage to do it successfully, I think probably a pretty easy game on their hands.
Yeah, it can't be understated how much of this series, how much of this grand finals is a coach-to-coach matchup as well. All of these players have played elite, incredible Dota. Every single one of them has had moments in the series that were just the reason, the game changer, the reason why their team could do it. It's going to be a matter of these traps that you're talking about, but also what the coaches talked about in terms of pep, in terms of motivation. Can they even trap? We talked about how Maposhka diffed Puppy in the draft in the first 3. Puppy came back swinging in this last one, and it's just going to be a battle of the brains now.
Yeah, and you can see Puppy on the camera before they walk out on stage 2, him giving a speech to his players, and all of them looking at him intently. They're fully focused and believing every word he says, and I think that's the kind of leadership you want. You have people who are buying in, and they say, whatever this guy's saying, I'm fully on board. What he picks for me, we're going to play it to the fullest of our ability, and you're a team, you're a succinct, you're unit, you're one fist, you're not 5 fingers.
Yep, absolutely. Also, I can see on my screen that the coin flip has happened. and Team Spirit has won it.
Yeah, Team Spirit called heads, and they get heads there. Now they have to decide what they want to do for themselves, because for game number 4, they ended up wanting that first pick. It didn't end up playing out in their favor. And so, again, I know all this preparation has already happened for them. They already know what they want, but they're sitting there thinking about it, and it is going to be first pick that they choose.
It seems to be the preferred choice throughout this tournament, right?
Yeah.
It seems like a lot of teams prefer the first pick. The cool thing with first pick is that you get to build your draft. You kind of, on first pick, you are the one that's setting the pace. You're the one that's saying, okay, these are the matchups that we're getting. A lot of the times, these teams are so good that they know that if I pick Wyvern, you're going to pick Coddle. They know this is coming. So when you run first pick, you kind of, it's like playing white in chess. You're making the first move. They have to respond to you. And that's the choice you want to be in, right? You want to be in a driver's seat going into this last game. You want to feel like you're in control. You want to feel like you're the one that determines how this final draft goes.
That was one of our criticisms, though, of game number 4, is that they open with the Wyvern on the side of Spirit, but don't actually build around it, because what they end up pivoting their draft towards doesn't utilize it. That TA, you guys talked about time and time again, where ultimately they didn't necessarily feel like they're on the same page. It's not going to be a repeat for game 5, but it does have that little bit of how will they open again if the bans were to go the same way? How will they want to alter or adjust things to ensure that they could still have that advantage with first pick?
Absolutely. I mean, the Wyvern to me is still a very valuable hero, but the biggest purpose it serves this TI is that it pre-addresses Lone Druid and it pre-addresses Nature's Prophet. And in that game 4, both of those heroes were banned in the first phase. They didn't even exist within the draft. So you took a hero that becomes very generic in that sense if it isn't aiding your draft. And if you're just going to open with a hero, a clock opener for a support would have been easier to build around than that Wyvern. And I don't think we'll be seeing it in this game unless that Lone Druid is not banned.
Yeah, I would be inclined to agree, and I think the bans will probably also be different. I think Spirit has learned from this. They learned, I mean, obviously they know this trade wasn't good. They could definitely feel that in game, and I'm sure Maposhka sees it, and so they'll be looking for a different trade. I have no idea what the hero will be. I think it's part of what makes this final so interesting, is that it's not been super predictable what's been picked. It's not a meta where everyone agrees on the order that you pick things, and it's the same trades every game. It's very different trades. It's a lot of thought. It's a very creative final with a lot of expression of sort of deeper hero pools and historical understandings of Dota matchups, and so I think it's honestly hard to tell, and we're just going to have to wait and see what these great Dota minds cook up.
They've been able to utilize the breaks between games time and time again. They've always been able to put on a show for us. But right now, it's down to the final last game and our final draft.
Team Vision versus Team Spirit. Grand Finals. Game 5.
The feeling in Shanghai right now, it will never top this. Everyone's seated, excited and elated for Game 5 in our grand finals to see exactly what these two teams are going to build for themselves in either a draft and an execution that will result in lifting the Aegis, or one that walks away with disappointment. And looking at this one, Spirit, we've already talked about, has first pick, and the bans for themselves, it's a run back of Bounty Hunters and Nature's Prophet at the moment. With this time around, it is Vision going for the Tree and the Shadow Fiend band.
Yeah, it's a little different this time because Team Spirit had first pick in game 4 and they banned their own Shadow Fiend. This time around, Vision are the ones that banned the SF, so it makes it that they can choose their pick of the litter here between the Earth Spirit, between the Lone Druid, and the Dark Willow, I believe.
Yeah, this is, they're using reserve time on it. They're going to ban the Doom. I really like this. I think now the key thing for Spirit is you want to pick something that doesn't open you up to Keeper of the Light. Either, I don't think they will take it themselves. It's not super good for Spirit, but you want something that is solid, is fortified, that doesn't have an immediate, easy response, because I think that is most likely what Vision is looking at on the second pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would even extend it further to say, like, you probably want to pick something that dissuades Keeper of the Light.
Yeah.
Because I don't think they play it themselves. I don't think I've seen Let Me play it.
I don't think so.
So I think Vision right now, they're probably thinking, okay, we got our Coddle if we get the chance.
Yeah, but also Earth Spirit, right? I mean, no one is undefeated with Earth Spirit this TI. Like, teams have let it through a couple of times and it doesn't work out. Like, are Spirit really trying to call an Earth Spirit bluff here at a game 5?
I don't think it's calling it bluff so much as they found success when 9 Class hasn't had his hero, right? And I think that is why even potentially they might pick the Coddle over it. Oh, they ban it themselves. Okay, interesting.
So then I wonder what it's going to be that prevents Coddle in some way, or that maybe that just doesn't care about Coddle. Maybe doesn't prevent it, but is fine playing against it. Because to me, that is crucial. Nothing is coming to me is super apparent. It's been a big hero in this series that prevents Coddle or is really good against Coddle. So
this is honestly one of the best heroes you can play against Coddle.
Yeah, it is.
An old school counter to Coddle because you beat him in lane, you hit so much harder than he does. You're fast, so you can match him when he wants to stack camps. You can sleep him, you can kind of stop Coddle from being Coddle in the early portions of the game. Another drawback to Coddle is that he doesn't have a stun. 9 class has been buying Hex, but it takes about 30 minutes or so before that comes out. So you get a free Fiend's Grip for the majority of the game.
It also dissuades from Ember Spirit and a lot of no one's other hero pools, Pango as well. Bane solves for this. This is why this hero has just been so up there and ban priority for a lot of teams.
You literally read my mind because I was going to ask, how does this answer a potential just bringing out an Ember Spirit and landing a Slark? And we don't even look towards that. It's straight up an Invoker.
I think this plays in directly what y'all are saying about the Pango and the Spirits, right? Those heroes that just run into Bane, they're typically not that good. You want something that's further range that can cancel the grip right off the bat, right? Grip has been answered now for the majority of the early game until this. And so I think it's a very cool pick. It's a clutch pick that just says, hey, this is good against Bane. You picked a hero, we're picking a hero that's good against that. I think that really worked for Vision in the last game. And while it's a different hero, I think not jamming the Coddle into a situation would be bad and is very smart.
But now this Invoker is out mid. This can be punished. Like, Laurel does play Pango, and Pango versus Invoker mid is one of the rougher matchups for Invoker. It just tempos very hard, and by having Bane on Team Spirit, they can secure it for themselves with no fear.
I absolutely agree that the Invo is great against Bane, but I fear for how the rest of the draft builds, and that's where your point about the Pango comes in. I feel like building around this Bane has a lot less vulnerabilities. The Invoker is a lot more exposed, and there's a lot more potential angles for Spirit to try to exploit here. And heroes like Pangolier, other heroes that might cause issues for Invoker, because he's quite a defining hero from the mid lane. He's not one of those heroes that moves around and makes a lot of moves. You know what kind of heroes he needs. He needs some sort of stuns. He needs Sunstrike setups. The Quas Vex angle for the hero doesn't exist right now, so he's very one-dimensional.
He gets run out very easily as well. So for example, if something like a Bane plus Mirana come out from Team Spirit, Invoker can't defend himself very well against it.
Yeah, you can see Spirit also, they don't care about the Coddle. It may have owned last game, but this is different circumstances. They banned the Dark Willow instead, saying, you want your Coddle again? Brother, take it. We've got answers this game.
Yeah, it's just high-level drafting going on right now, right? So Vision, they need to try to secure up this Invoker's game. They need to try to build around him, make sure that he can actually be that Bane counter as the game progresses and actually scale into the game and not just be countered into oblivion.
A big way you do that is getting strong lanes and getting some melee hero or some tanky hero that can sort of play in front and give Invoker space, because there's aggression coming towards mid. As soon as you pick Invoker, there's a big spotlight on that mid lane. They want to pressure you, they want to run you over because you're vulnerable early. And so for Vision, having something that protects that area, that can fend off the Bane, whether they be Vision or clutch plays or something to take off the Nightmare, anything really, there's a lot of potential answers, but you want to fortify this guy. I completely agree.
Yo, shout out, happy birthday to everyone born today. Guy in the arena celebrating his birthday, celebrating a Game 5 between Spirit and Vision. I don't know if you could be any more blessed, truly.
It's a great birthday. And this is a great hero versus Bane. It does all of those things, and it's a very classic response.
Yeah, this hero's really good against Bane. It's also a 9-class hero. I will say he doesn't really play it that often, but I think he plays it extremely well. He's one of those people that when you give him something like this that has like some sort of clutch play, some sort of like it can do some weird stuff, he usually finds the impact. I know he's a big fan of buying the shard and also lifting his allies out of danger. And here's the Pango, Mira.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great lane against Invoker. It has a free BKB. Like, I feel like free BKB in Dota is so conceptually broken. That's why we've seen Lifestealer this series as well. I do want to comment, though, that now that this Rubik is out, a hero that kind of got forgotten about last game was the Underlord that popped off in Game 2. Like, are Spirit in a position where they have to pick it here, or they just give it to Vision? Because Underlord would fit so many builds to set up for this Invoker Cataclysm later on.
It's so scary to pick into Rubik because this Firestorm gets amped up, it deals so much damage, it cuts through you so quickly. You go from being this tanky blob to just being butter.
Yeah.
You just have to deal with it then. You have to give them the Underlord.
that is, I'm not going to lie, it's a very scary prospect. I think it gives you incredible scaling. It gives you real ease of execution where you can sit back and farm, and if Spirit doesn't run at you, that eventually this Bane, this Pangolin, these are heroes that need to commit to fights in some way. And I think Spirit with the Mirana, it's exactly what you mentioned, Mira, but it's very focused on aggression. And if there's an Underlord coming, these are heroes that don't like being held down. They don't deal well with roots. They play well off mobility. And there is a potential serious scaling problem.
It's just how heroes can become problems, but then another problem is posed with the Doom in that last game, and then Doom shifts up in priority, and the Underlord that was banned was forgotten about, and it's just so much has been happening this TI Grand Finals. It's wild to keep up with.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this Underlord, I agree. It poses a lot of issues. It's great against the Pangolier. You get that global root that can set up for spells. They can set up for any sort of lift play from Rubik. Pango does have his shard that kind of protects him against it. And Underlord is yet another hero that does not have a stun to cancel the Fiend's Grip. So if they go for that, that's something that you have to keep in mind.
Yeah. Yatoro will also have the pick to counter that, so we'll be able to immediately respond, and they're not going to go for it. Axe into Bane is a little surprising to me. It's something you would typically consider as a pretty good response to Axe, because when he calls a guy, you just sleep him and have a save. So I don't know what you think, but I'm a bit surprised.
I am as well. I feel like the Underlord looked a lot more difficult to address within the draft, but it seems like Vision wanted to build around their Invoker. While Underlord would have solved a lot of issues in the game, they looked at it as, we have an Invoker in our first phase. Do we have enough setup for it? Let's just go for Axe, the greatest setup for Invoker in all of Dota.
Yeah, it's also a little bit more of a pressure
Next
laner.
to Void.
Yeah, I mean, it pressures a bit more on lane, right? Underlord kind of likes to draw out lanes. He doesn't really play so aggressively. He tends to firestorm out the lanes, and that would open up a lot of doors for Yatoro to just kind of pick anything he wants. With Axe, you have to be quite mindful of picking ranged carries. They tend to kill themselves quite easily on blade mails, so a lot of those heroes are now scary for Yatoro to pick.
Axe is not the... I mean, there's the Lifestealer, which is... I think it's a pretty good, decent game for it, but it's not something Yatoro particularly likes. It's not in his wheelhouse. I think Satanic is much more comfortable and appreciates the hero a lot more. Classic Yatoro heroes, when I see Invoker, I think something like the Faceless Void. But I don't know, I mean, which I would love to see, but I don't know if it's good enough. Okay.
I think I would prefer the Lifestealer, just because of free BKB. We talked about it with Tango. You've got another free BKB, you counter Invoker. Again, Vision are saying with this Axe pick that Invoker is the centerpiece of their draft and they want to build around it, and Spirit choose to conceptually counter that with a hero that is naturally so good against Invoker.
Yeah, I think right now, looking at Vision's tools, like, they can stun the Lifestealer with the Axe, but what next? There needs to be some big physical damage coming out here from Satanic. It is absolutely what he's capable of, but they need to find a way to kill this Lifestealer. This hero has won, I believe, every single game that we've seen him in this Grand Final, and I think he's been quite a big problem in all the games that we've seen in this Grand Final, too.
Yeah, and these are very important bans. Spirit needs to think about what gives them the scaling. They think Void does. I think that's a great ban. It would have been terrifying to play against as the scale comes out, because I think you don't want to be on a big timer. I don't think Spirit is on one right now, but things are subject to change in these last two picks, and with Grand Finals, with everything on the line, you don't want to have that clock ticking in your ear saying, go, 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 go. You want to be able to chill and play the game at your pace.
I mean, we saw a perfect example of just that in Game 3, right? Like, the last pick of the draft, we think Spirit has to play for pressure. TB comes out, it completely flips the script. And these heroes obviously exist, right? So I love that the Void gets banned out. This hero, you know, you could say, oh, you can just run it over. It's slow. They have way too many slow heroes. But it's Grand Finals of TI. Yeah. It's a completely different beast. You don't want to be in a position where you guaranteed lose if the game reaches a certain point of time.
Yeah, it's just too scary. It's too scary, it's too risky, and it forces too heavy a burden of execution. I genuinely think both teams are gunning so hard for, we just need to be able to scale. We need things that are just good game matchups, because it's just too stressful to play a game like this in a Game 5 where you have to run them over.
And there's the TB. It's the other beast that eventually just starts dealing infinite physical damage. Both banned out. It's also one of Satanic's absolute favorite heroes, and I think if Satanic could choose to play his favorite hero in his last game of TI, that probably would have been TB.
Yeah, another hero I think of when I think of Satanic classic heroes is the Morphling. Not a great hero traditionally, but it does have a good matchup against Lifestealer.
That's a good point, yeah.
he likes a lot of Kez too. I mean, he is playing against Bane, which can be very difficult, but he does have a Rubik covering for him if he gets gripped.
I mean, so a big portion of their draft is just designed around like, hey, how do we make Bane not have high impact, right? So I feel like if you're Satanic here, you have to trust your team to take care of that Bane for you. Because that's what you've covered. You got Rubik, you got Invoker, you pick Hoodwink, you have a lot of stuns. Hopefully the Bane is not a factor in whatever he decides to pick here, because his team will cover it.
A split on the last phase bans. They're taking a Centaur and a Puck out of the pool from the side of Vision, not really knowing if this Pango is still 100% in that mid lane for Lal, despite the success he's had so far at TI on it, or if they're willing to shift it to Collapse, if a better mid laner were to present itself.
Yeah, it's smart. I think the Puck could have been pretty good here, despite the hero not having a great track record this tournament. And now Spirit's got to decide where they're putting it.
I mean, there are some heroes you can... Sorry, Insidio?
Go ahead.
Just some blind pick heroes that are comfortable are like Underlord or Tide or something. Darkseer for team fight.
Okay. So this is pretty good, but this is a hero that is also susceptible to being counterpicked traditionally. There are some responses like the Sven that we've seen have a lot of success against the Darkseer.
It's a good Sven game. It makes a lot of sense for their heroes. Invoker loves playing with Sven. Sven loves getting alacritied. And it's honestly a pretty decent matchup against Lifestealer, or it can be. But they have this time the steroids on their side, right? You have the Invoker that's going to amp up whatever carry they pick. I kind of like it. It makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, and it also dissuades from some pesky PL or Naga Siren coming out at the very end. You have to always account for this type of hero at a game 5, and Darkseer gives a solution.
Yeah, Darkseer definitely covers the illusion heroes. Usually you tend to want to pick some sort of strength carry core into Darkseer. All the agility heroes give Darkseer a pretty good illusion for him to use. Wow.
Bruh! You can't be doing this!
Did you see what happened last year?
Yesterday.
Whoa. That item doesn't exist anymore. That neutral item is gone.
That's true.
I cannot believe we are seeing a Juggernaut in game 5 here in Shanghai. This is a crazy pick from Vision and from Satanic.
Look, it's a good lane against Darkseer. You out-heal with your healing ward, all of the pressure. Every time we say, I can understand what Juggernaut does here, the hero tends to have a bad history in elimination games at TI.
But Mira, you did say one of the most broken concepts in Dota is having a free BKB. And all the free BKB heroes are in this grand final, game 5 of TI 15.
I don't know. I mean, you're playing against Bane. I think there's a lot on Ruvik's shoulders to cover against this Bane and make it so that Satanic can play the game. Juggernaut as a hero has very good scaling. They're going to have the Alacrity plus Omni Slash combo versus the Lifestealer. You know, it does suck to get Omni Slash, but the scaling is there absolutely for Team Spirit too. I don't know. Yesterday we saw it with Boom Boys. I was like, I'm with it. It's a weird hero, but it's an elimination game, Quinn.
It's not just elimination, it's where your hopes and dreams are shattered or made. It's literally the culmination. It's the end of the entire tournament. It's game 5, the most exciting place you could ever be for the tournament. You pick Juggernaut, but hey, you got to stick to some kind of guns.
I don't know if I can put full faith in a Juggernaut, but I can put full faith in the entertainment that we will get to see. We talked about it and saying, do you really want to be putting yourself on a timer, whether that's to finish early or stall the game out late? And I feel like there is that potential issue for Vision for this game 5.
I mean, I honestly think, I don't know which team scales better. How am I supposed to decide? When was the last time we saw a Juggernaut in like full glory? I don't know. I honestly don't know what this hero's timings are. I've only ever seen it lose lately. I don't know. I don't know, Nat.
Satanic players before you have attempted this, they've tried this, they've fallen on their faces. Will you be the one to break the Juggernaut curse at TI? Will you show us what this hero is made of?
Oh my goodness, dude. Oh my goodness. You can feel it. The energy in the air going into this match. I'm just excited to watch. It's literally the peak of the game.
I want you guys, before we do get to something special, tell me, Vision or Spirit, who will be the team standing out there lifting that Aegis with now both drafts playing out?
Spirit.
Spirit?
只要雪碧前期打得不是很优的话，拖到后期，我是非常看好威神的阵容的。
那么对威神来说的话，其实他们相对于 Spirit 来说
Spirit.
I think so too, but you know.
Spirit, but faith in Jug?
No, I never have faith in Jug, but I have faith in Satanic and his playstyle.
Insania?
Honestly, it's as close to a 50-50 as I can see, but I go Spirit.
观众朋友们，大家好，欢迎来到赛前采访。Snarks, take it over. Players in the world going for his third Aegis. Give it up for Mapochka!
No, that game will show like who is the really best team. Now.
Absolutely. 很显然，我不能对 Papi 说一些狠话。你们也看到他的体格了，但是我想今天两支队。
Definitely, you see him.
That's a big boy.
Of course. So I just wish good luck. I think in both teams got their.
说一些狠话，你们也看到他的体格了，但是我想今天两。
Who is the really best team in the world now?
Absolutely. 很显然，我不能对 Papi 说。Is over. The time for picks is over. Now the game is on the players. Anything to say to Mapochka?
Thanks for not beating us right away. Game 5 is pretty good. Thanks to them, we got Game 5. He has done a really good job with this team. All the best of luck to both teams. Hope it's great Dota.
感谢没有提前把这个系列赛结束，我们来到了这个决胜局。我相信双方对方做的工作也非常的不错。最后的话，决胜局，我希望我们都能打出更好的表现。And one of the most legendary moments in TI history. Can I please have both coaches shake some hands? Let's see it. Yeah, baby! 观众朋友们，现在就是决战时刻。
Here we go indeed. Game 5 time here at the International here in Shanghai. And Fog, there's a juggernaut.
Game 5 again.
What's going on? I can't wait to see what Satanic's going to have in store for us this game. An interesting pick. It was always going to be the question what the carry selection was going to be coming towards the end of the draft. A Satanic making the call to bring in the Juggernaut. Top lane, we've already had the first blood go down here in favor of Team Vision, 9 class. Looks like he's going to live in Yatoro. He might be in trouble, getting chased down here with the Battle Hunger upon him. Notice, he's likely going to have him. He will.
What a play.
All right, couple of kills already to start this game off for Vision. But Fog, talk to me. Bringing the Juggernaut out here, especially in front of this crowd, they're going to have some painful memories about this Jug.
They sure will. But this is, you look at the draft, and you can kind of see the idea, the concept behind it, right? They're looking for this immunity, this hero that has that built-in BKB like the panel was talking about, and playing versus Pango in general, right? You Rolling Thunder in, you can just get Omni Slashed. It's a theory that teams have wanted to try versus this Pango multiple different times on paper. We'll have to see what Satanic can do for it. It's incredible that we get it. I cannot believe we get a Jug in Game 5 in back-to-back finals. That's absolutely
at TI, that is absolutely amazing. And as I say, it's just going to be a pleasure to see what Satanic can do with it. It's just such a different style of carry to anything else we're seeing, right? Who else are you picking to farm a Battle Fury in 2026, Fog?
Nobody. Literally nobody. We're not seeing any Battle Furies building big up because the timing of it can be pretty difficult, but the lane, he saw his lane matchup. It isn't a double melee type of Darkseer Ion Shield pressure lane, and even if it was, Jug is pretty good versus that with the healing ward. You have ways to negate it with the spin. This is super interesting, Owen. And the matchup, the Jug versus the Lifestealer, see how that one ends up going as well, too, because times have changed. For a while, in the old school days, just like, oh, you Omni Slash the Lifestealer and he dies.
Yeah, that's
range, right? That isn't really the case anymore. He has ways to play around it with his Infest, jumping in and out, even being tanky enough to stand through. we'll have to see how these lanes do go, because right now Yatoro is feeling this pressure in this lane. This top lane, 9 class and Notice, they're doing a fantastic job. Collapse also, he is feeling the pressure on the opposing side too, so the lanes at the moment looking very good for the side of Vision.
Might be able to chase him down here, Collapse. Couple of hits, and he's gone. So already, Team Vision up 3 kills here across the lanes, and Satanic off to a very hot start. Top of the CS right now here is the safe lane Jug.
I love when we see these type of crazy high execution, high damage type of lineups, right? We have an Invoker in Game 5 as well, too. We have to mention for no one, some teams have been deterred away from picking this hero because of this counter-pick Pango matchup in the mid-game. But no one, at least in the laning phase, he's holding his own very nicely here. 19-9 to the 22-9. In the mid-game, it starts to be a bit problematic because you just get rolled on and it can be hard to just survive, but they do have ways to protect him. I think that's with 9 class. When he gets the shard, can go for this potential save. So we're absolutely in for a treat, Owen.
We did see some pretty insane Rubik plays earlier to keep the cause alive throughout the chaos that was being brought onto them.
And I specifically wanted to mention 9 class because we did say at the start of that last game, there could be a difference between the position 4s. Not Me had one of the quietest Clockwork games ever, and 9 class went absolutely ham on the Coddle. So see if he can do something similar on the Rubik this game, because he has some very good spells to steal. Has the Fiend's Grip, he has the save that he can do with the Shard as well too, even stealing some of the Pango spells. Great options. Lanes starting to get broken a bit here.
And talking about the last pick for Vision, you know, over on the side of Spirit, their last pick going for the Darkseer for Collapse. Seems like a good game for it.
Yeah, I mean, before, like, the Jog, of course, is going to be a decent counter pick, but I think what they were looking at is they're going to have to pick an Agi carry, so this wall is going to be quite effective in overall game state. So.
True. Sunstrike's going to connect onto it, and they've got the Bushwhack as well as Ducalis and no one step up. 9 class will die. So they get the trade here between the supports, as both mids are momentarily drawn away from that mid lane.
Nice Sunstrikes coming in. Time and time again, no one is finding these connections. Laurel has hit the 6. See who's going to get this power rune. Are they going to be ready for it? I mean, both supports probably going to TP to the mid lane to ensure that they do this 3v3 instant TP from the both of them. They know how important this rune timing can be. Brew, get the sleep.
They don't set up. They don't really have the angle though for not to connect the arrow here, so we'll be fine. Bushwhack out return is going to allow Ducalis to step up, take that Invis rune away.
Tries for a random Sunstrike there. A nice try. Miss synergy there coming between the Rubik and the Hoodwink, using their stuns at the same exact timing there.
And they are keeping Lal low. Lal's going to have to be cautious. And a little bit.
And the nice thing for this Invoker...
Bottom. Ducalis is able to wrap across back towards the bottom lane, get the Bushwhack connection. That's the Acorn shot. They kill off Collapse whilst he's left alone.
Oh, Ducalis is having a beautiful entry into this game as well, too. There's multiple different catches. He gets the first blood at the start. He's continuing to shut down Collapse. So the nice thing about the Invoker this game, even though he's into the Pango, in the laning phase, he can always block these arrows. Right? He's always going to have this Forge Spirit to be able to go for runes or arrows. 9 class.
But they'll find him here with the rotation. Won't be able to dodge that swashbuckle coming in at the end there from Lal. Starting to get some kills themselves, Spirit, but without a doubt, you know, this bottom lane, Satanic, he could not be happier. Having a beautiful start to the lane. He's going to feel very safe now with the Ring of Health online. And now that he's got the level 6, that extra sort of chance to threaten a kill, it becomes a little more complicated if Collapse wants to come down here and farm.
Level 6, done. Healing Ward down, back up the full. He's chilling. This is going to be a good timing for the battlefield.
It is.
A very good timing. And he isn't playing into a Blade Mail counter, right? A lot of times when I've seen these Jugs, he ends up playing into a Blade Mail or something that just devastates him in most situations. He has to watch out for the Fiend's Grip in particular, but that's the biggest threat this game for him.
Yeah, I think that and overall, the most annoying thing for the Jug is just Spirit's ability to tank up right. If it's Lifestealer, this Darkseer gets to a point where the Omni Slashes and just not going to be doing much at all, it's going to feel kind of awkward because, again, we have to sort of go back to the fact there is a reason, right, why we just don't see a lot of Jugs.
Yeah, but Satanic does like it, so we'll have to see what he can do with it. The Spirit with an aggressive move here, knowing the stacks are coming out here from 9 class because they have this axe. Laurel's going to take away probably the entirety of here with the next wash. Almost gets all of it, so Noticed won't be able to get that grab, but Noticed.
8-minute power rune, not me. Tries to step over. Won't be able to leap up to the high ground. Have to be careful there. The 3 of them were ready to look towards him.
Nice play from Rue. Sleeps a Forge Spirit to prevent it from getting the kill onto the rune there, so Laurel will have a regen for the next move. Yotaro was feeling some pressure at the start of the laning phase. Now that's been broken, but he will have a differential between him and the Jug. And I'm curious to see which one farms faster, a Lifestealer Radiance or a Jug with the Battle Fury.
I feel like it might be the Jug.
Might be the Jug.
With how quick he's going to get this Battle Fury Satanic, I think he might just be able to get ahead of Yotaro and stay ahead of him. We'll see.
Which has been very important in this series. It's been the competition between these two carries of who thinks they can outscale the other. We'll see who's right in this one. Is it the Lifestealer? Is it the Jug? I have to truly see. So the Darkseer, we've seen a lot in this tournament. Not in this finals, of course, but the power of this hero is pretty strong when you get into the team fights in particular. A lot of these games have been revolved around these team fight successes. So see what happens when Collapse gets in with these Ion Shells on the Pango when he gets his Dominator and some of these auras, if he goes auras.
And talking about the off-lane selection, were you surprised about going for the Axe here for Notice, or did you see what they're going to do? They're going to get the setup into the call, into the Sunstrike, and the dunk. Talking about Notice, he's able to take Yotaro down. But yeah, this Axe pick, going for it instead of the Underlord, which the panel felt might have also been a good pick in this situation.
They want the BKB Piercing Disable.
Okay.
Number one, right? I think that's what we're starting to see. You need to have at least one, maybe even two in multiple of these lineups, because if you don't, they end up having this opportunity to just Rage TP out, Spin TP out, etc., or BKB TP out, depending on which hero it is. So I like this pick quite a lot here, and notice he has been amazing for this team. When he gets off to a good start for Vision, he puts a lot of pressure on the map. So right away, 2 kills already in that lane. That's really solid.
In the mid, gonna get telekinesis into the cold snap. He's taking heavy damage here. Deafening Blast comes in. He's gone.
He supports. You call this again.
And they're ready every single time around this mid. It's such a dangerous area of the map. Vision, they always bring the numbers. They'll get the Nightmare set up into the arrow and return here. Spirit trying to take down Jakalis, and they will get him, but they still have to be careful because notice he's swung round over to the mid as well. And they can't push for anything more here, Spirit.
I love how we see both teams, just the speed that they're looking to play at. Both can play super fast. Both can play these slow paces. I like even notice just swinging over. Sure, he doesn't do anything, but just getting the potential to get involved with his team.
And these two carries, who plays better in a fast-paced situation? The Jug or the Lifestealer?
Just on paper, I would say the Lifestealer, but who knows nowadays? Let's see what Satanic can do with this type of start, because this Battle Fury is going to come out pretty much now.
It's pretty much done. So a 10-minute or so Battle Fury here from Satanic on top of the treads.
And they've slowed down Yotaro now twice. So that Battle Fury, he is absolutely going to have that faster farm pace in comparison than Yotaro. And do have to look at the buff-ups, right? Yes, Lifestealer, he's going to have the Lucky Shot procs that are going to give him this armor. He's going to have the Ion Shell, but this Jug is going to have Alacrity in a lot of these fights. And Alacrity with Omni Slash is pretty terrifying if he does get a connection. Good opener here right now for Vision. A 1K lead for them. Jakalis also potentially finding this creep too. Extra money for him, so kills the Dominator creep of the Darkseer off plus 100 for the Hoodwink. And yeah, look at that pace of timing. Level 9 as well.
He's going to farm so quickly.
Yeah. And they've got stacks already prepped for him, if I'm not mistaken. At least a couple of them all over the place.
Build-wise,
Darl.
Whoop, they're going to catch him again in the mid-combo. He's got to be more careful a couple of times now. But between 9 class and no one, they're just able to 100-0 to him. It's a scary part of the map for the Pango right now. Lal, he's getting hurt pretty bad.
These supports from Vision, they're breaking him quite a bit here. Usually we've seen Spirit be the ones to make that move around Laurel to get him back in, but these first 12 minutes, they're making the moves to enable no one. Net worth, he's now surpassed that Pango, and he's got this Meteor Hammer, so he's going to be able to whittle this tower down nicely.
I mean, again, Nomi looks towards the room, but a massive burst comes through there. The Sunstrike and the Sharpshooter at the same time takes Nomi out and ensures that Vision going to be able to secure that amplified damage room. Pick up here for no one. Spirit, they'll bring Lyle and Collapse back over to at least take down Jakalis in return. But again, here and there, Spirit are getting supports. Overall, Vision coming out consistently in these trades.
Some outplays coming out from supports right now on the side of Vision in comparison to Spirit. See how they want to look to get together now. Root does have Fiend's Grip available. See if they do want to look to punish the Jug, but Satanic already in a safe position. They want to get a tower. They want to have easier access into this jungle at this point. Notice is going to have a blink pretty soon, though, so they definitely need to accelerate the fact that they go for this, because Notice, with a blink this game, can go for solo kills without Blade Mail because he's got Sunstrike. He can blink Blade, he can blink Call, and then the Sunstrike follow-up might just be enough in a lot of situations. And now no one. Meteor Hammer finished. He's actually finishes off the whole tower with it, too. And he's smoking. He's getting involved.
I mean, Rune Law were on the hunt, but Vision, they're ready to turn and hunt them in return. Tornado into the Sunstrike, down on towards the Bane. He'll try to grip, but Nightclass have a wraparound, finish him off here with the help of Ducalis, and indeed get that steal. Lyle, he's going to jump back in aggressive with a shield crash, bringing no one down over the swashbuckler. The vacuum's there onto the two of them. They'll get the 2 kills. He's going to try and stand his grab with the Fiend's Grip Nightclass, but he will not succeed. Collapse, getting the triple kill. Satanic, can he chase Collapse down? Collapse is sort of teasing around with Satanic.
The Ion Shells can start to build up. Satanic,
with the Omni Slash already used, Satanic doesn't really have anything left in the tank to threaten Collapse, but what a turn up there for Collapse. Gets involved in the action, picks up a triple kill.
Nightclass, when he stole the Fiend's Grip at the start, he didn't have mana. He's actually asking a teammate. He's like, somebody give me something. I believe someone passed him a Lotus, but it was too late at that point. The Darkseer comes in and gets the cleanup, a big connection for Collapse. Top net worth for his team now, just very quickly.
Awareness there from Spirit to commit for that play after pretty much the entirety of the combo was dropped down onto the Bane. You know, Rude tanked it all at the start. Vision.
Blink is done. They're looking to get aggressive here. As you said, the Sunstrike connection, it will probably be enough if he just catches anybody.
A call, a Sunstrike, and a Fade Bolt should do it. And there we have it. They get the call. Bushwhack, Sunstrike into a dunk. Notice ready to start, just kind of leading the plays. He is going to be everywhere looking for action. He will not be slowing down anytime soon.
Panic, stepping forward here. They get the sleep onto Ducalis. As their follow-up, they're going to use the roll.
If there's going to be any help, Notice watching from the low ground here, along with Nightclass. He's going to get the call, jumps the backlines, finds the Bane, Sunstrike in, Rue's out. Notice he'll start backing away, but indeed there is no threat to the life of this Axe right now. They struggle to tackle the beef of this map.
Vision's early game, pretty beautiful so far here. The Axe, as we said, noticed when he gets these type of games, he ends up running the show pretty effectively. 4-0 now for him. He's got the connection to look for all these kills. They've got Ion Shells.
I mean, that's such a lovely steal, right? When you're playing this aggressive with the Axe, if you keep the shell onto him, I mean, already he was getting kills in these calls. Now with a stolen Ion Shell being applied to him, he's pretty much guaranteed to get kills very quickly after the initial jump.
Spirit reading this move, bringing the numbers, Collapse in the area, level 12.
Yeah, Notice is playing careful. Very much senses that sort of presence of the Pango is a little bit of a bait.
They've got a ward on the side there. I believe they saw the Darkseer running in for a second, so we'll be able to back away. But still putting the pressure on. They're going to scout the stacks as well. They can steal these very quickly here just with Ion Shell. On the flip side, seeing the aggression coming out from Spirit, they're looking for no one, but he's able to distance himself. Sneaky arrow, it hits!
Very nice arrow there from Not Me, and one that no one was not prepared for at all, was maybe looking elsewhere for Sunstrikes.
Absolutely, and he did the animation cancel too. There's ways that you can do it as these Marauders. If you leap and you throw it instantly in these type of ways, you can actually get that canceled animation. What a play.
See where they go to next, Rue.
How's the Radiance? The Radiance is done, and Yatoro now has access into these Ancients as well, too. So catching back up here towards that Jug, still 1,400 behind.
Not Me attempting to get some info here under the cover of the Moonlight Shadow. Don't see him.
Toro getting involved, wrapping behind.
He's ready to look towards Notice, but Notice is already away. 9 class. He'll be left for dead here.
Stolen roll, but he's dead.
Spirit.
They're accelerating. They're starting to match.
Should be able to take away this tier 1 here with Yatoro swinging over to the mid.
Oh, that is interesting. 16 minutes in, a gem has been purchased up for Ducalis.
That's one of the earlier ones you've seen throughout the entirety of this TI?
I think so. I see a lot purchased pre-20 minutes now, but it's 16. Very early. So they're really looking to control this triangle area. They're feeling like Spirit does have a lot of vision on the map, and they're not wrong.
And they're ready to go for action. As I said, I think we're going to pretty much see this just back-to-back for Notice.
Oh, yeah.
Just every single opportunity, running at Spirit, trying to set up these plays. They want to play it fast here, Vision. Notice.
Catch, though.
But his eyes on Rue. Will make the jump. Sunstrike's in. Yatoro thinks about trying to help with a potential infest, but can't quite get close enough in time. Has to save himself.
We're getting given such a good game 5 here. Back and forth kills. The lead was going for Vision.
Well, that's an easy Omni Slash there. Leap won't save you. Not Me's gone. A freebie handed to Satanic as he is continuing to have a beautiful time on this bottom side of the map. 2-0-2, flawless farm. He really could not ask for more. And this is going to be the real test, right, for the Juggernaut. We don't see it a lot, but he's having this good of a start. Surely this has got to bode well for him.
Surely. There is going to be tankiness that has to deal with, right? The Darkseer, the wall can be annoying because it can eat a lot of these Omni Slash hits as well.
I mean, I think that's why he's going for the aggression, right? We're seeing with the build, Battle Fury, Manta, and then straight for the MKB. Wants to ensure that when he does come in with the Omni Slash, he's killing these units, killing these heroes.
And the blink right afterwards, right? So you can keep the stacks the way that the blade form works, right? You blink, you keep blade form with the Omni Slash before using it. Very powerful, very potent. Just has to be careful. Can get unlucky with the bounces since there is a Dominator. There's going to be wall illusions. They're looking to try to punish here. So Spirit trying to get aggressive here. They've got the blink on Laurel. They've got Fiend's Grip at the ready. If they find Ducalis, that would be a massive pickup because he has
get that gem. He's going to show first. Actually gets a bit of a setup onto Collapse. Lar coming in with the Rolling Thunder. 9 class. He's going to try and juke everything that they're throwing at him.
Just leave him. I think Ducalis is like, there's no way I'm joining you, man. I've got the gem.
Absolutely not, especially when there's 4 heroes showing up for that play from Spirit.
And Ducalis even being extra careful.
I mean,
he passed the gem over to the Courier.
Okay, Collapse is going to continue to chase. So indeed, Ducalis, whilst he might die, he's able to make sure that that gem does not switch hands into Spirits.
I mean, big brain. Look, it's on the south side, all the way off the map. He's taking that gem all the way back to the base. So very smart from Ducalis to not lose it. That would have been devastating if he did get caught with it.
Spirit still making this move. Will manage to take the tier 1 tower away. So at least making progress in limiting the areas of the map that the Jug's going to be able to farm.
Noticed.
He gets a call. It's going to be another pickup here that Satanic is able to get involved in. So sure, they lose the tower, but Satanic's game just continues to flourish.
And this is an interesting pivot because we don't see this as accelerated in most games. No one's going for the BKB himself. Since he's playing into that Pango, since he's playing to a lot of this magic damage and team fight, he wants to be able to actually have his body in the fights at times. Can still be dangerous for the Invoker at times, but this is a cool approach because you do need BKBs, as we're seeing. Team fight is everything in this Grand Finals.
And I like the change-up we're potentially going to see from Yatoro as well, right? He is queuing up the S and Y, something we don't always see the carries pick up, but in this game, for Axe, you need the beefiness, as you say. Against the call, against potential Omni Slashes as well, Yatoro needs to be as tanky as possible to survive through those sort of offensive plays.
Old school item build that we used to see a lot versus this Axe when you see these matchups.
In terms of that farm speed, though, as predicted, it is going to be tough for Yatoro to keep up with this Juggernaut, especially just due to the fact that Satanic is getting involved in action. 2-0-3, thanks to sort of what's been brought down to this bottom lane. And at this point, I mean, for Spirit, how do you look at identifying and dealing with this Juggernaut? What's the move you are going to look to make? Or at this point, can you not really? Do you have to look elsewhere to try and get that lead back in your favor?
Oh, you still can. You Fiend's Grip, right? Sure, it's on cooldown right now, but that's going to be the big one. So it's eyes on 9 class to get the saves. 9 class, so this is cool. I was wondering which one he's going to go for, if it's going to be the Blink or the Shard. So the Blink allows him to close the gap versus the Bane and stop the Fiend's Grip.
Get these
the Shard would allow him to lift and move someone out of position, but the Grip will continue. So he goes for the Blink instead for the most aggressive type of play. And it's not only the Fiend's Grip, right? If he gets Rolling Thunder, there is other spells that he can go for as well, too.
Pretty excellent steals for him.
Yeah. I actually
grabs this game.
I really like the fact that he went for the Blink this game. If he gets Rolling Thunder too, just insane amount of control, and it's really just about that positioning to stop the Fiend's Grip. So Spirit looking to get aggressive again. They do want to slow down Satanic's progression here.
Yeah, huge kill if they can find him, but Satanic in a pretty safe location, very close to the MKB, and that's when the move becomes quite scary, right? If you don't get the grab, you don't kill him. If he gets an Omni Slash off, 20 or so minutes in with an MKB on top of the Manta Battle Fury, that Omni Slash is going to hurt.
It's going to kill most of the targets. Maybe not Yatoro, because he is this tanky at the moment, but the rest of them, perhaps it will be. Shiva's picked up, 9 class.
And have eyes on him in the trees. Not a bad grab at all. Taking 9 class out of the action means that there's less likely of sort of these next 30 seconds where Vision's going to be running at Spirit.
Spirit's ease of execution feels a little easier right now with the team fight that comes in from the Darkseer. A lot of the team fight, it's going to be reliant on Noticed and no one at this point in the game. So we'll see if they can get this connection. Noticed will get arrowed.
Hard to close in onto him though at this
vacuum
2 area, but I tell you what, still doing a lot of damage there with that vacuum into this. The Minotaur.
They're trying to poke the BKB, but he doesn't use it. He has Healing Word to be able to reset. Might look to strike back here. Spirit backing up, resetting, continuing this farm. And this is exactly what you want for a Grand Finals, though. Neck and neck.
And I mean, does Satanic want to get involved in this play? He does have level 18. It's a big Omni Slash.
I would imagine so.
If they can get the jump themselves, Vision, and allow Satanic to just step up, get that ult off, as long as he doesn't get too unlucky with the bounces, there's potential for him to do a lot of damage at the moment.
So it looks like, I mean, maybe they do this type of play where they put Satanic in a risky position and be like, oh yeah, go for him here. And then that's where 9 class can go for the blink, cancel of the Fiend's Grip, get the potential steal, and turn it around. Because if he gets Fiend's Grip too, right, versus Yatoro, it's one of the best spells of control that he can get. It would be pretty massive if he can get that one here. Forge Spirits pushing out one lane, Dominator pushing out another. Neither team gonna run into each other for these next few moments. Collapse buys the shard, blink for team fight, going back for the Lotus. More and more answers they are looking for to deal with that Omni Slash, of course. Laurel just gonna go for the Aghanims. Standard build from him. How's the Yules looking for the Mirana? Getting closer and closer. Not me if he's able to find this Yules in these next few moments too. Can be very annoying for Noticed. He has BKB, but if you don't use it immediately, it's going to stop your initiation in a lot of these moves.
On me.
Ooh, sneaky.
Getting some pretty good information with these Moonlight Shadows. It sort of allows them to breathe a sigh of relief every time he's sort of able to get eyes on Noticed, knowing that that Axe is not currently smoked up himself, trying to make moves against Spirit.
Yeah, that was nice. He saw both of them there, so knows that they aren't making an aggressive move at the moment here. 9 class very close to having this shard now finished up as well after the Blink Dagger, so we'll have multiple ways to potentially save. No one buys the shard as well too, so starting to play with that cross farm to push these waves out, and they gave him the gem. So feeling protected, so he knows if there's any of these sentries placed down for him to play aggressively. Looking for a connection here. They have a kind of triple BKB timing on the side of Vision right now with Noticed, Invoker, and the built-in one on Satanic. For a catch.
Ooh, they know someone's in the trees.
Ooh.
He's stepping up.
He's inching very far forward.
Doesn't quite come under vision.
Spirit, they're waiting for their next timing. The Aghanims is almost done for Laurel.
And I think Yatoro, I think he might not want to show up, honestly, until he kind of has these next couple of items done.
The AC at least.
Yes, AC, and honestly, maybe even the Ags. It's just a question of when his timing is going to hit a point where he's ready to tackle the jug.
Noticed is spending a lot of time moving around. He is 6-0 in this game, but he is spending a lot of time just moving. You're starting to see that differential in gold. He's got the Dominator farming for him, but look at that Darkseer. It is starting to pull ahead massively. He's going to be able to farm that Lotus Orb, so I feel like Spirit, they're getting away with some nice greed and some extra answers to deal with the jug and to deal with the damage that comes out from Vision. They're just sitting back farming, as you said, waiting for that next timing.
I think, yeah, Yatoro wants time. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he's like, I want the AC, the Ags, and the MKB before I fight.
That's a lot of gold on.
It is.
I think he'll show up before that.
We'll see. Those creeps could be tempting.
They can.
Gotta get that money.
The AC and the Ags in particular, for sure. Could be a nice one to wait for. Brew, halfway toward the Aghanims. So is going to potentially be able to get to that point where he has this Ag Fiend's Grip that can be very annoying to deal with. Because the lift, it'll cancel one, but good luck covering for the other two. You have to get a tornado connection potentially. Can be hard to deal with at times.
I mean, it's just a question as well, right? We are in Game 5 here of the Grand Finals of the International. Both teams have been pretty good so far in this series at making constant aggressive plays. Now that we're here in the Game 5, do you think we are going to see both teams lean on the more sort of safer passive style? Like, are they really going to be able to keep this pressure up at this point of the tournament?
I don't think so. Both teams have been playing super aggressive.
They're keeping it up.
I think we're going to see them keep it up.
Here we go.
And I wonder which team is thinking about, do we outscale? But I think Spirit might be along that line that they think that they do outscale.
I think they might feel that.
Right, the Jug is just a bit of a limited hero, what he can do at times.
And Omni Slash, at the end of the day, you are kind of trusting in the RNG.
You are. They know where Satanic is. He gets the blink away.
And it was such a huge catch. But indeed, a step ahead, they will not manage to close the gap and find the grip.
Satanic's farm continues to have that separation, a 3K lead over the Lifestealer. is going to potentially be able to get this butterfly before there's any realms of that MKB. Might have to slot it in before the Aghanims on the Lifestealer.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what he does.
He might have to.
Yeah, because you say for the matchup, obviously you want it for the items, but at the same time, the Aghs does so much. And just being able to avoid what the Jug wants to do to you. Sure, you're not going to be able to necessarily cut through that butterfly, but you're going to have a pretty high chance of surviving.
And the fact also, have to point this out, he is going butterfly, going some pretty good items for a Darkseer wall. That wall illusion is going to be pretty scary if they don't address it early on in the fights. No one. Looking for Rue. He's got backup coming in.
Do Spirit want to send anything over here? Toro is looking to come across to the fight.
Arrow.
They get the arrow connection onto 9 class. Toro will be able to quickly take out the Rue. Being noticed, he did get the call onto Rue.
1 for 1.
The AC done here for Yatoro. Satanic gonna get chased down a bit by Collapse. Healing ward out. Collapse able to quickly punch and they get the connection.
Trouble.
Thunder. It's a good bounce. Here's the Omniside, but the bounce.
The illusion.
This is the struggle with the Omni Slash. Sometimes the bounces just don't hit right. Lal survives. And Collapse with the body box. He's trying to see if they can do something about no one.
He has to go swap away.
He's got a BKB to survive.
Oh man, these moments.
One of the reasons why Jug can sometimes be a bit of a risk, folks. You press the ult, and the ult just don't hit the way you want it to hit.
And they have multiple ways to do that as well, too. With the Dominator creep from Collapse with the wall, they have 2 different ways to disengage and break that. 50 seconds, that's going to allow Yatoro to close that gap in net worth.
It is indeed, yeah. Straight over towards the Roche pit. Carlos. Who's going to get set up on it by not me.
Off the mark there.
Still no Collapse. He's able to chase him with the Shiva's Garble. Get him up on the cliff. He's going to be caught up there. We'll turn and get the pushback onto the 2 of them. But he will not be getting down alive as Ducalis killed off on the cliff.
Spirit getting a lot of momentum now at this point. Getting the Aegis as well, too, for Yatoro. And have to point some other things out, right? Besides the Jug Omni Slash, having this massive deficit, Lifestealer as a hero, as the game progresses further and further, you're getting killed, you're getting creep kills. His HP is going up massively. He has 400 bonus HP as well.
As I say, especially with this build, the Armlet, the SMY, the AC, Yatoro is tanking up perfectly. So honestly, even if you do get fortunate with the Omni Slash bounces,
he might live.
You're not guaranteed to kill him. Nope. This Lifestealer is going to survive.
Gonna have more and more armor, more and more answers too with the Lotus, with the Shivas reducing some of this damage too. Feeling concerned here, Vision. Have to get some extra connections, have to look for something with Notice. He's been trying, as we said. He's 7-0 on this Axe, but it feels like it's been a quiet last 10 minutes of him finding some of these big core kills. Spirit just playing around it, just playing for the farm, playing to get Yatoro to this position. And Rue, as we said, the Aghanims, it's very close for him as well too for that extra follow-up.
1. Him and 9 class stepping up on this top lane. Those 2, I mean, they cannot set up onto Yatoro. To try and go for Yatoro has to have this Axe around here for Noticed, and even then, with as tanky as he is, they're very unlikely to kill him in a call. And especially twice. This 3 minutes of Aegis on Yatoro. It's going to be interesting to see what Vision do about these moments.
They need the Hex, it feels like. Invoker in particular, no one, he needs to get this finished up. They need that extra bit of control to just burst these targets down. He does have it finished.
On me. Have the setup here, no one. Hex leap off before the Hex. They're going to try and chase on for at the same time. Collapse. Running down to Carlos. He tries to bounce away with a sharpshooter, but he's caught beneath the cliff.
They always get a catch at the same time, it feels like, on the side of Spirit. Basher now picked up for Laurel, too.
Miss Satanic, he wants to try and look for a fight. He's got this blink, has the butterfly. Omni Slash is back up.
He's got to get a big connection, and they have to deal with Yatoro twice still. It's 3 minutes still on this Aegis, so it's not an easy option to go for. 9 class wants better steals here at this point. He has Surge. It's not a bad one, to be honest with you, to be able to close that gap or even distance away for some of his cores.
Looking over to Yatoro at the mid. Standing strong as he teases around the tier 2 tower.
It does feel like the later and later it goes, this Lifestealer is going to be more and more problematic for the damage.
I think so.
It's really just the Jug who's going to be dealing that damage for him as the game does continue to progress. No one, almost level 20, so almost has that 20 talent for the Chaos Meteors, but he's been quiet this game too. Just some Sunstrikes, 0 and 2 for him.
I mean, they do have a massive sort of combo to throw down on the Lifestealer, right? If they get this call into the Invoker combo, into Satanic getting in with a big ultimate, big Omni Slash, obviously they have to watch out for the Bane.
They have to watch out for the sleep save.
It's going to be there to disrupt that sort of play. So at the same time, once they go for this, they're going to look towards the supports, right? They've got to try and find the Bane, take him out to start the fight. Collapse.
Eondis
is found. Eondis is going to protect him from a lot of the Omni Slash bounces.
Oh, and Collapse.
Not to allow him to survive. He gets the surge off. Bushwhack is still there, though. Is he actually able to rope for this Collapse? He does tick out. The Battle Hunger finishes him off.
Did they get away on the side of Vision?
Back under the tier 2, they should be fine.
Might have to re-engage. They get the call.
But they bring him down. The Collapse now gone for a minute.
Oh, this itemization for Collapse is really clever, right? Just going for this, and he almost survives all of it there. Smoke up Vision, looking to take advantage of perhaps that Aegis timing out. It's still 70 seconds.
I mean, they have to go. The fact that there is no Darks here, they've got the numbers advantage. Sure, they don't have the ult, but even so, if they're able to get some sort of lockdown and Satanic's able to blink in, come in with the right clicks, he still does a lot of damage without relying on the Omni Slash alone.
And they know there's no Rolling Thunder as well, too, so they feel like they have that team fight advantage at the moment, even without that Juggernaut split. Axe, BKB is on cooldown, though, so has to be careful how far forward he goes. He's responding soon, 20 seconds.
Yeah, they want something other than Yatoro. They don't want to try and take this Lifestealer down twice.
Seeing the back line, they've got a ward down.
Class is going to get the vacuum here with the stolen vacuum onto the two of them. Sets up for the call to burst through Rue. Yatoro, he's ready to look for the counterplay. Jumps in aggressively with the Infest into Satanic. Satanic will lay down the healing wall, but Yatoro immediately swipes that away from him. 9 class gets the blink off. They will manage to escape Vision. A quick retreat.
Almost 2 kills they're able to grab there. The vacuum catches the 2 of them, but the quick leap from the Mirana ends up protecting him. And an Infest steal now that he does have. So a further save that 9 class can potentially do here in these next upcoming
could come in pretty clutch.
It definitely can.
Just sort of have that extra sort of health to allow Satanic to maybe live through some sort of jump that Spirit get onto him and buy him time to turn, get the ults off. He's going to have it back up in 10 seconds.
It'll put the Jug at, what, from 2k to 3,200 HP? That's a massive amount. And he does need some HP, it does feel like. He can get burst pretty quickly in these fights. Satanic, all aggression with this build. No one.
Yatoro. Ready to make the moves here off the back of Lal.
They know Rue's there.
Gonna get the catch underneath the tier 2 tower. They'll be able to take him out before the backup arrives, but backup is on the way. Lal.
Flanking.
Ready to lead Yatoro into the action.
This might catch them off guard here. The Infest has already been used.
They have got the Omni Slash, though, from Satanic here, ready for Yatoro.
Ducalis thinks he knows this is coming. He actually throws a Distiller in the back line, so he's expecting a wraparound here, it looks like. Poking forward here, perhaps to break the smoke, Laurel. Thinking about committing, but into the triangle, a bit scary without the 5-man. Vision. How much longer do they want to stick around here as the Bane's respawning? They're still going to look for more. Noticed? Yet to die on this Axe. Godlike for him, by the way.
Really been doing everything he can so far.
Stagnated for a slight moment in that earlier stages, but immediately afterwards finds these dream catches. So close on the numbers here. Jug continuing to keep slightly ahead. Only slight this time, though.
I mean, that's the thing.
Yatoro's catching up.
And I think when the difference is only slight, it does mean that Yatoro's feeling pretty comfortable in this matchup. Ready to start working into that MKB. It's Lifestealer. It's going to be a very difficult one for the Jug to cut down. As you say, nowadays, with the Aghanims, with the way you can play, with the Infest, it's a lot harder for the Jug to win in this matchup.
He's going to sell his phase boots. He's going to have the MK timing. They're going to smoke and look for a fight now on the side of Spirit. Perhaps looking to catch Vision off guard. The damage that's going to be from this Lifestealer, it could just kill the Juggernaut if he's not caught, if he's not doesn't have a save in particular from one of his allies. I mean, 9 class, he still has the Infest, so eyes on 9 class to protect this Jug.
He has to do a lot. Not only just sort of come in with the Infest play, but also try and get one of these big steals in the fights.
Sure. Or even stop this Bane, right? Because the Bane, the Fiend's Grip, the Aghanims, it is there. I believe they did see it as well. Swift Blink is picked up.
And that's you. Swift Blink on top of the blade form, getting in there, making the clean jump, getting the ults off. It will hit hard. If this Jug is huge.
If he's alacrity as well, too, right? If he sees a target, it might just insta-kill before the save can come out, even versus a tanky Lifestealer.
But it's about getting that jump and trying to find it in a fashion that Spirit are not able to disrupt it.
So, I mean, you know, we know that the neutral item that broke the jug doesn't exist anymore, but Prophet Pendulum is also a pretty good one versus Omni Slash. So we'll have to see if that comes into play, because Laurel has it and Yatoro, the two ones that they want to burst, have a way to mitigate that damage.
I mean, they're both so incredibly tanky.
Right. Looking for a fight themselves.
Vision.
Forward.
In class. Unnoticed. Stepping up to the river. Still Lyle. Go in, try and see who's in the tree line. Rolling Thunder at the ready. They'll look to chase down the mid. See if they can get their hands on Notice or get the call.
Deflected.
Not going to do what they wanted to do there. Vision. Satanic's got to back up with the Blade Fury. The grip's there. They're locking him down.
He's dead.
Gone.
He spent the gold.
Dead for 90 seconds. Spirit, they're ready to dive on for more. 9 class falls under the tower. No one tries to hold his arm, but he's completely surrounded. He's dead.
Oh my God. Oh, and Collapse, you monster. The Lotus as the Omni comes out.
Quick with that. And he's still cleaning up. Collapse, he's not finished his job yet. He's looking over to Notice, ready to chase down the axe. I don't think Notice is getting out of this one.
He's got Vacuum as well, too. He's got Notice.
Collapse playing with his food.
Collapse is playing out of his mind in this game. As clutch as possible.
He really is. And I just fit the Game 5 Grand Finals jug fogged. I'm getting some similar vibes as we've seen in the past.
I'm sure all the viewers are too, the fans as well in the stands. Seeing the reminiscent thing that we saw from Ame last year.
We'll see again.
It was
here.
so quick that he got that Lotus onto him.
Just straight in. They want to try and turn and fight.
It was like split. I mean, he got it like split second, right?
I think it really was.
Holy crap, Collapse. And then the Fiend's Grip, the hard counter versus that jug.
No way to stop it.
So fast.
For now, he is all of their damage, really, Satanic, with him gone at the start of any fight.
And it's a small gold lead, but it feels like a very commanding move that Spirit was able to hit where you can see the pressure. Satanic, he's starting to feel it.
Absolutely. I mean, in the carry-to-carry matchup, you can just tell that Yatoro right now, he is so comfortable, so confident. He knows the matchup. He's not afraid of a Juggernaut. He knows exactly where he needs to be with his item progression. And right now, this Lifestealer at a point where it's so hard for the Jug to take him down.
Who do you Omni like with all this armor that they have to Lotus on Laurel too? They just have so many different ways to protect each other. So much armor. It's 50 armor on some of these heroes, it feels like, for just the Jug. And it's
so difficult for Satanic.
He can't get this connection. He can't get the damage either. This Invoker, we've seen it falter in these later stages of this tournament. No one is having a tough time in this mid game. Roche now, the option. Yatoro will get tossed in the pit from the Roche. They're going to quickly bring this down. The Roar will disarm them for a second. It will get scouted. Vision. Do they even want to fight over here? It's dangerous.
They've got to sit back, let this go the way of Spirit, this rush.
What do you do to itemize, right? What do you do for Vision to counter this? Looking for the Lincolns for the Jug.
I mean, this is the thing, right, as a Jug as well. It feels like you need so many items to make this hero work, but you've only got 6 slots like the rest of them.
And there are counters versus him. There's multiple different ones now with these Lotus Orbs. Even if potentially they have just like Ghost Scepters, right? Because he doesn't even have a Nullifier. I mean, if they even have a Ghost Scepter, they could just eat the whole Omni Slash as well, too.
He just needs so much. He
needs so much.
He wants a Lincoln Sphere, he wants a Nullifier, he wants a BKB, and then at that point, he probably wants more damage as well. So many things that Satanic has got to try and address in so little time and under immense pressure here against the lead that Spirit currently have here in this Game 5.
Collapse just keeps dunking new items out, too. He has a Hex. He has 7,000 gold after these fights, too. Treating themselves to an Aghanims on the Mirana now, level 18. Spirit with this Aegis going toward the high ground. 4 minutes left on it. Okay, they've got a Nullifier at the least here. So the Axe now has at least the answer versus the Aeon Disc, and I think Collapse needs to be a higher priority target for them. Still, though, these Lotuses are going to be problematic.
I mean, Collapse has been running sort of literal circles around them in these team fights.
True. Very true.
Setting up so much.
And he still hasn't decided what item he does want to go for yet. He's been queuing up Wind Wakers, a couple different ones as well to Collapse, thinking about it still.
I mean, Wind Waker could be another one that just really throws another issue the way Jug wants to play.
Laurel's in.
He's in, ready for the dive. They're able to catch no one. There'll be a quick lift up from 9 class and an Infest to keep no one safe. They had to put the BKB here, no one. Return, get the Hex out onto Yatoro. Satanic jumping in, doesn't want to commit with the Omni Slash though.
If he Omni Slashes there, he could get put into a dangerous spot and get killed, so he knows how careful he needs to be. 9 class will get nailed by the arrow. He'll be okay.
Spirit, don't need to sort of make the jump too aggressively to the high ground. Still many minutes here with the Aegis on Yatoro.
I think they're starting to feel that power that they have too as the game progresses to this point. There's much easier ways for them to jump and take these fights. It's very difficult to see how Vision, it's like this 4D chess kind of angle, how they have to execute the fight. They have to get a successful Omni Slash or the fight's just over. And as we said, there's so many different angles, so many different answers. And Yatoro, on top of just taking up with the armor, right? The longer and longer it goes, just watch that HP pool. 623 now, max HP.
Yatoro, ready to finish off the tier 3. How are they going to push him back? One. The Hex into the meatball. Not enough.
So many ways to bail him out. Takes some decent damage running along the Meteor, but has the Infest. The protection is there.
I mean, Lau could be ready to jump straight back in with him. They get this creep wave push forward, and Spirit see an opportunity. They might just dive again.
No one's BKB back on cooldown in 5 seconds with the Aeon Disc down for 30. Can get caught and killed. Has to play very careful. Oh.
Back onto the barracks, notice. Look at the core, be able to drag him in decently deep, but again, the damage to threaten him, even the once, just doesn't seem to be there, folks.
He gets instantly Lotused as well, too, so you can tell Satanix, I can't Omni Slash him. What am I supposed to do? Spirit, Aegis still for 90 seconds. They're backing up, looking to maximize on the map, get some of that extra farm. Not me, looking for the level 20. Getting close to that. It's a lot more burst damage they'll be able to get from that as well. See if Vision, do they want to go for some type of sneaky play outside? It feels almost necessary to catch Spirit off guard now at this point. A head-on fight feels so difficult for the side of Vision.
Full Abyssal on Yatoro.
Oh god. They keep getting these massive core items. Did Collapse decide which one he wants to go for yet? Okay, he gets a BKB and then he buys it. He's going for the overwhelming blink as well afterwards, so good luck getting that nullifier on him now since he has a BKB. Can't get dispel that Aeon Disc either, so looking for more answers. They're answering pretty much everything we do see that Vision is trying to answer their answers with.
And especially when you're ahead and you go for this sort of overwhelming blink, Shiva's Guard build, it's just so good at jumping in and forcing out these early reactions, right? Making the enemy team feel that they have to press these BKBs before they're able to sort of start the fight on their own accord.
And it's going to mitigate the majority of the damage that can come out from the Jug too, which is most of the damage that we've been seeing in this one.
Maybe a bit extreme, but maybe you gotta be thinking about a Rapier on this Jug. Just to go for that blink Omni Slash play, hope that it connects, hope that you get the bounces, because without something that extreme, Fogged, I don't think they're doing the damage.
It does
It's gonna be
like
tough for Satanic.
If he goes for it, right, that would be the craziest inventory ever. The most aggressive inventory I think I'd ever seen if he does go for that type of build, but it might be necessary.
I mean, he could be thinking about it. As I say, for the moment being, he has Lincoln's Nullifier, BKB queued up.
Another BKB piercing disable. Yatoro, the Abyssal has been picked up. He's starting to disassemble items here. That SNY that he had disassembled. Now he has a casual Yasha. He's going to be selling the Talisman, and he will be going for that crit and an amp damage on the bottom side. Roche, still some time until it's going to be respawning.
Yeah, they'll play it careful, Spirit. They'll be waiting for their next Roche. The question is, can Team Vision get out and try for a play here in these moments before Roche is back up? They look to try here with the smoke.
Well, they have to. They have Wind Waker now, so Ducalis does have a hard save versus the Fiend's Grip as well, too. They don't have to rely on some, clearing the illusions, getting a wild grip as well, too. They do have a way to stop it at the least, but he has to be alive for that.
Smoke at the moment doesn't look like it's going to connect.
Not me. Playing on the front lines here. Level 20's hit. He does have that extra burst damage now.
Vision, they're already heading back.
Yeah, they're scared.
They could not find a chance to make a jump happen here.
Noticed is not, though.
He's very deep.
Gem. He's very far forward. He has some vision to play around it here. He's getting pinged immediately, so it does seem like they are aware of his positioning at the moment. Scaling feels like it continues to grow for Spirit, and for Vision, it has stagnated how much they are getting increased. Satanic, he's trying to think of what to buy. He's queuing up the BKB. Feels like he does need that.
I don't mind the BKB. The BKB at least allows him to jump in and sort of not have to immediately panic with a Blade Fury or an Omni Slash, right? Should give him a bit of a window to jump in and just get some regular right clicks off. and wait out sort of these lotuses before he goes for the Omni Slash. Still risky, of course. Very likely that there's going to be enough physical damage coming out from Yatoro to sort of tackle him in the 1v1 when they're just right-clicking each other.
And they have disables through it too, right? The Abyssal, the Fiend's Grip. I believe the Basher also on Laros, and he's about to have Abyssal as well too. So multiple different ways if he does go for it.
I mean, Vision, they need this to go well.
See what they can connect with. No one. He has a lot of items. It just hasn't been able. We haven't been able to see that damage that can come out from him because they just have the answers for him. It feels like.
Yeah, they have the saves. If Yatoro is able to find any sort of window to get the Rage off, to get the Infest off, feels like the fight's pretty much going to be over. They have to fully combo him down, and it's so difficult.
Execution much harder for Vision. Collapse is switched up, by the way. He's still debating which build he wants to go for here. So the Refresher is the next one that he is thinking about. Always a good hero to have it. Soon level 25 for Laurel. Collapse has hit that 25. That AoE surge. They can zoom in and out of the fights and closing the gaps versus something like the Invoker, which he hates having. Yatoro, they're gonna go for him.
They're gonna try. See if they can take him down for the combo, but there's gonna be the Nightmare by him sometime. Fiend's Grip comes out, controlling the axe. Satanic jumps in, he's looking at Yatoro.
He's got Yatoro.
They'll find the chance to bring down the Lifestealer. And now Vision, they can try and clean up more. Nobby's gonna jump away. Satanic hot in the chase in with the blink. He'll be held back by the Yules, but the further grabs there from Nightglass. Telekinesis onto Not Me. To Carlos, Satanic and Nightglass chase on forward with the stolen leaps there on the Rubik. Not Me's gone. Vision, they find exactly what they need. A fight gone wrong there. And this grand finals may have truly slipped away from them, but they get the grab, they get the catch, and they're able to bring down Yatoro.
Perfect execution of Chain Stun, literally perfect. I believe the lift catches him toward the end of things there, and he gets brought down. Beautifully done, because we did see the sleep, but it's a fraction of things that it actually ends up stopping there, and they can't prevent the rest of the damage coming through.
And time to push.
That was crazy execution from Vision. 45 seconds now. Yatoro is dead. He felt like he couldn't die, but they will be able to prove that wrong on Vision. And Roche, it is spawning. Might be able to back up and go for it here with the damage that Satanic has.
It looks like they're trying to see if they get small kills out of the mid. Satanic jumping in.
That was, I can't believe they get that kill with the team all around him as well too. 20 seconds.
Oh, I mean, he's trying to do a Meteor Hammer play here, but he gets caught by the vacuum immediately, forced the Aeon Disc out of him.
That was very risky there from no one. He gets his Aeon Disc popped, so for the next fight, he won't have that ready.
Amplified damage rune here to help with the Roshan.
Can they might be able to kill it in time.
I mean, they take it down so quickly. I think they've got this Roche easily. Spirit,
Alacrity.
They are not going to be able to get anywhere close to this. This Roche dies so quickly here with the Amplified damage rune on Satanic. Aegis is going to be there in his hands for the next fight. Vision coming back with an absolute fighting chance here off the back of that tier 2 defense.
That was absolutely insane. Able to find the connection when he wasn't Lotus finally. And now the potential of 2 Omni Slashes. They're there. Maybe he will be able to find these angles as well. Spirit looking for the fight. They don't want Vision to be able to set up like that again. Much longer on the amp damage, and it will be going down. Timeless Bauble for the Invoker. Long disables that he can put out here.
Bringing in both the mid and the bottom lane here, Vision.
Just with that kill, it went from what? Dota Plus at 83 down to the 58%. So a massive one they were able to swing into here. Having this Aegis now for Satanic. He's got this second life.
Such a difficult move to execute. They do it here.
Can they do it again?
Much harder when it comes to making that play into the hands, into the base of Spirit themselves.
Carl immediately gets Lotused up. They're anticipating that they're still standing out there. The banner all the way in the back lines for these creeps.
These creeps are going to do some work here.
With the Alacrity too.
Yep.
Surge to go for the banner. He will be able to take it away. Such a tense game.
Team Vision. Good 3 minutes here to think about what they want to do with this Aegis.
Satanic looking to continue to get that growth. These Jugs are really, they're allergic to buying Aghanims, Owen.
That is true. I mean, you're not wrong. Especially when you've kind of already got like items, 8 slots filled.
He wants that next one to be able to stand and just right-click versus that lifestealer and hold him down with the bashes. It makes sense, right? But see if that works. He did go for the nullifier in between to deal with these Aeon discs, to deal with some of these other annoying items.
Moonlight out from Spirit. Heading out.
Trying to sneak forward, collapse. Get the call.
Jump onto him, they've got the call. Here comes the damage in with the Omni Slash.
Behind him.
Gone.
Didn't have the BKB in his inventory.
Spirit, they still want to fight. Yatoro gets in, takes out 9 class. Lal with the roll forward, looks towards Satanic. He's got the Blade Fury. They'll turn for no one instead. He's got the angle to keep him controlled, allowing Yatoro to close it. The call is there. Notice jumps back over the grips there, though, to lock Notice down. The radial definitely blocks the door, pushes him back. Satanic caught by the Abyssal. He'll turn, try it out right.
The grip, it's stolen!
But the vacuum comes in and put a stop to it. Doesn't matter, Yatoro still falls. And Satanic is ready to go once more. Pop the refresh out, and the Omni Slash is being tanked heavily by the illusions. He'll blink out off to the side after it collapsed. Will chase out Notice. No one being focused by Lal. They've taken the Aegis out of his hands here on Satanic. Buyback coming in from both of them. The 3 of them collapse through Yatoro. They want to go for round 2. Satanic will try and play Fury and run. They got any way to catch him. Lal.
Blink gets out. Laurel chasing.
Oh, Ducalis will get found in the tree line, but he may have just drawn their attention away long enough to allow Satanic to run.
Look at all these buybacks. The stolen grip for a second gets canceled. The secondary Omni Slash, I think, ended up bouncing only onto
pretty
the
much
illusions
just onto the
there,
wall illusions, but still.
Look at the buybacks.
What that extra chaos in the fight where they just weren't able to, even with the buybacks, find an opportunity to lock down Satanic and get that crucial kill. Satanic survives, continues to sit on an absolute mountain of wealth there. 9k gold on the Juggernaut. He has got many options.
Are they going to go for him here? They might catch him off guard.
Hexor,
Alacrity.
But there's the jump forward, Satanic. The Deathly Blast locking him down. The Infest will buy him a bit of safety. The rest of the team's trying to get over to help out. Have the Abyssal to hold back Satanic and run. Collapse. Should be able to be there with his presence to keep Yatoro safe. I mean, they may be even thinking about trying to turn back over towards the Jug. Satanic heals up back to full with the healing wall.
My God, that was so scary there. If he does have Omni Slash, they can go for the kill, but Yatoro, knowing that they don't, just get that Infest, he does survive, but a risky positioning.
I mean, Spirit,
that was insane.
Are they really going to try and stay on the offensive once they don't have 3 buybacks? It's going to be pretty crazy. 6 minutes here where they have to be so careful.
They're seeing, though, that Yatoro isn't as safe as he anticipated that he was from earlier. These jumps from Vision is catching them off guard a couple times here. Catching me off guard, too. Looking for more Wind Waker pickups, but as he said, there is that nullifier that he did pick up. This has seemed like the clutch answer for the side of Vision. Satanic having this one. Now going for this Abyssal.
Okay.
Can't stand his ground. They're smoking. They're looking for this. They have a win condition.
They really do.
Yatoro.
If they kill Yatoro, the game's over. Very, very likely so. Without the Lifestealer for 2 minutes, that should be enough time for Team Vision to close this one up. So Yatoro has to be protected here at all costs by Spirit. They cannot let the Lifestealer get caught. Not me. He's found.
We have the most raid boss builds I think I've ever seen on these carries. Look at this. There's both completely 6-slotted.
Yeah, Yatoro with what, 5k HP here with the arm that turns on, thanks to the fact that he's picked up the Satanic on top of it.
He's just looking to tank up.
Has to survive through these calls if he does get caught by the jumps of Notice, which is very likely with how well Notice has been playing. He has been finding these jumps.
He has been, and no one can get these connections. This long hex, they will die during it. Eyes on the save, the Bane, the sleeps, the little sleep, the Lotus Orbs could be everything to protect Spirit.
I mean, they're in such a risky position, but this is what we love to see from Spirit. Even when they're in these sort of spots where they don't have buybacks, they are not afraid to take these risks. They know that you have to try for these sort of risky moves if you want to claim the Aegis of Champions. Pretty much even on the net worth here, coming up to 57 minutes here in a Game 5.
We were asking who's going to think that they have that greater late game. I think we're seeing that both of them have that great late game. Not really clearly seeing an advantage for either one at this point.
Yeah, all about the play right now.
All about the play, all about the catch. Eyes on Noticed.
Both teams have the tools.
Yeah, okay, I do see the BKB getting swapped back in, so Collapse not able to play with the Refresher Shard in his inventory. Absolutely necessary. He needs to be able to protect the Nullifier.
They're going to get the catch on towards him outside of the base. Low!
He's got by.
I mean, Spirit They're going to try running in at this. They're looking at Satanic. Yatoro's going to jump in aggressive over towards him here with the Infest. The wall gets dropped down into the Abyssal. They lock down Satanic. He's going to get saved for now. Can he try? Abyssal drop down, but he will fall. Spirit on the aggressive here.
Notice,
despite the fact they don't have the buybacks, they're ready to turn and fight. They look towards Notice. The BKB only going to buy moments here before they inevitably bring him down.
Yatoro knows it. He's like, if they don't jump me, I'm going to kill every single one of them. So Laurel, he buys back immediately. Back the other way we go.
Again, just doing this in this situation, this is absolutely peak team spirit here in the grand finals, coming up to 60 minutes in. They never play scared.
Never.
They never play scared. And now they're in a spot where, despite the fact that their buybacks are on cooldown, they might just be able to force these crucial buybacks out from Vision.
No one has a full refresher picked up here for the move. How much damage he can do on the hold. Yatoro.
And when do the buybacks come out? Do the buybacks come out? What's the move here from Vision?
We'll have to see. Toro playing it safe, going for the push here.
I mean, do you buy back or do you let these two sets of racks go? Because you still have a tier 2 down on the bottom lane. Do you just sack the 2 sets of racks?
I think you might. Unless they overextend on the side of Spirit, you see a position where you can go for this kill on this lifesteal, you might wait.
See how much Team Spirit try and push for. They'll take the mid racks and indeed they'll move over towards the top.
20 seconds. Now at this point, you do not want to buy back. The Hex will come out, but he's got saves.
I mean, it's a tough call to make here, but it feels like the lesser of the evils really here for Team Vision. They have to hold back on the buyback. They don't actually end up losing the full set top, so a little bit of a bonus for them there in that sense. But overall, Spirit strike back, able to do heavy damage here, taking out the full set mid, taking out the range racks top. But at the least for Team Vision, they don't have those big buybacks forced out. They keep their cool.
2 minutes left till Spirit has their buybacks back at the ready. Spamming the Moonlight Shadow for positioning. Seeing the pickup here from Noticed, I love this. This could be a game-winning refresher. If he gets a double call, trying to find Yatoro on the angle, could be everything for the team. They can follow up. There is going to be saves. We are seeing the Wind Waker now picked up for Not Me. So it does have that potential to also get the save, even if there is a nullifier, since it's going to be a raged lifestealer. So there's a lot of layers in these team fights to look out for.
Satanic wants the Moon Shard, wants the bots to be able to play out the map, and yeah, still not the Aghanim.
Not the Aghanims. They hate it.
They don't like it.
Nope, they hate it. Don't know why, but they hate it. It is a short Omni Slash, of course, so maybe he's just feeling like it's not going to make the difference anyway. $60 minutes.
See what we get on the neutrals. A little bit of a breather here for both teams. They can head back, get the neutrals pretty safely. Neither team quick to make an aggressive play, as they'll just wait out those final minutes where the buybacks are going to be back online. It's only going to be Lals that's going to be on that longer cooldown.
These neutrals can make the difference always too, right? If you just get that Audacious, if you do get that crazy damage item, it could just kill these targets in one of these stuns. Baubles. They're bobbling. Collapse was hanging on to the greedy tier 3 for a very long time there. He had the bauble at the ready. He picks up the first bauble, so he'll be able to bauble a secondary one, which is upgraded immediately at that 60 minutes. Yatoro, he gets the Deso.
Oh, he's going to be hitting hard.
And look at his HP, Owen. He gets the evolved one as well, too. So he's 6,000 HP, 40 armor that they need. 46 armor they need to get through.
And with the Stygian, he might just be... I mean, how does this sort of go? If these two get in a situation where they're... What do we got?
Oh, I think he's just going to probably bobble again on the Juggernaut with the...
Maybe
Audacious bubble.
I think Audacious is going to feel pretty nice, right?
Yeah, could be the case.
A lot of attack speed, a lot of magic attack damage. That really boosts up your output.
Okay, Spirit. Looking to hit again. Buybacks are coming back up for them. They have Yatoros at the ready.
Actually switch it so he goes for the Rift Shadow Prism here on Satanic.
Okay.
So able to push out a little bit with those illusions. Maybe able to play into the heads of Spirit, try and catch them out, bait them out.
That is what a lot of these players do. I mean, Yatoro and Satanic, the most notorious ones for doing these Manta and Illusion plays to bait things. Smoke on smoke action.
Will they fall for these plays from Satanic?
Roche is up. Not me. Pushing out the waves with his arrow, with his Starstorm.
Both teams pretty much getting the buybacks back online.
Book of the Dead scouting a lot here. It's an illusion, so the bait, the Rift Shadow Prism, falls for it once. All the buybacks coming back up, as we were saying. Laurel, the big one that doesn't have it for the side of Spirit. He's probably going to be playing more onto the back lines in this next upcoming fight in particular.
It could be important because around this sort of fight, around the Roshan, both teams are going to want to use those buybacks.
Yeah, 100%. Who's got the smoke still left too? Spirit, they still have one. Do they have one left on the side of Vision? I'm not seeing one.
Can they find some sort of angle to approach Vision here that surprises them?
God collapse. He hasn't really been able to find a massive vacuum, but if he does find an angle for it too, the fight could just be decided.
Especially with the refresher. Spirit on the
Rapper.
approach.
No one.
They're going to jump the high ground. No one's going to turn straight away with the Hexator. He's going to look towards the Evoker. No one's going to get lifted back down to the low ground. On the high ground, the stun's there. The bash it on towards Notice. They turn with the Omni Sash on the Yatoro though. The Abyssal is not launching that fleet back. Can't see it, Yatoro. They save him. They turn towards Satanic. They fly back from no one though. Sets up for the tornado. Allows Satanic to escape the clutches of Yatoro. But Satanic gets jumped upon by Collapse. He's now. Buybacks, they're going to have to continue to come out here from Vision. Notice buys back. Satanic still holding on to his. No one. Wants the refresher. A second combo drop down. But the roll-ups there as the
Satanic
get Lyle away. He brought back to the Satanic. They have to save him. Yatoro closing in. Gets the bash. Satanic falling low. The healing ward trying to keep him alive. Bushwhack's there. Allows space for Satanic to get back to the safety of the base. And Zakalis, he'll try and get out with the Wind Waker. We'll get the blink off. He'll live. No one. He's got action on the front line. Steps up. Notice has the call on to Lyle. They try with the burst. The Infestial comes down. Yatoro. And will bring down no one. Satanic. And Satanic will try and play it Fury to live. He'll get back to the fountain, but no, the burst.
He's dead.
Dead inside the fountain.
Oh, and they've done it.
I think they have.
The 3 cores are gone.
Team Spirit onto the tier 4.
GG!
GG is gone! Team Spirit have done it again!
I cannot believe what we're seeing the 3 times! They've done it! They have solidified! These guys are the absolute maniacs of Dota! Collapse and Yatoro!
They keep their cool in the toughest of moments! These grand finals, it is where they absolutely revel in the action, Team Spirit.
Oh my God, what an unbelievable series. Not me, his first TI appearance, and he wins it. Holy moly.
First time for him, and Rue, a second time for Lal, and a third time for Collapse and Yatoro. Incredible scenes here in Shanghai. Team Spirit, this game 5. I mean, Vision, they stepped it up. They had to. They pushed it the distance. 64 minutes in. They took a risk, as we've seen both teams do throughout the draft of this grand finals. The jump doesn't pay off, but my goodness, Satanic gives it his absolute best.
They're letting Collapse pick it up first, it looks like. But they're all deciding.
Time. Oh my God. What a game, what a grand final. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of the International 2026 Team Spirit!
Ladies and gentlemen, after being pushed to the absolute limit in a 5-game series, we are ready to crown the champions of TI-15.
For the first time in Dota history, a team claims 3 Aegis! Give it up for Team Spirit!
从败者组一路杀进决赛 ，Team Spirit 最终拿下了我们国际邀请赛的冠军。
Team Spirit fight all the way through lower bracket. Now you're here. You lived the ages. Not me. I gotta ask you. You gave your hair to the god of Dota, Dota god. He gave you the championship. Do you want to say anything to your fans, your family, anyone who's been watching your games? If you want, you can speak Russian. Можешь по-русски?
Хочу большое спасибо сказать, во-первых, моей маме. Она меня супер поддерживала. Вот. И фанатам, которые нас поддерживали, вы супер.
Ru, come on here. Ru, please.
Please come here. This is your moment. 这是属于你的时刻。
Now, this is your first Aegis. This has to be special. What is going through your mind right now? 这是你第一次国际邀请赛的冠军，这是一个特殊的时刻。你现在心里想的是什么？
I don't know. It feels like I'm in dream. It feels like I'm still in this game, in this best of 5. So I don't know. Unbelievable.
我不知道该说什么，我好像还在游戏里面。这个 BO5太疯狂了，一切都这么的难以置信。
错了。3座神盾，第一次拿下 TI 的时候，你有没有想过这一路会这么的精彩 ？3 Aegis. Well, when the first time you lifted up this Aegis, did you ever imagine the journey would be so incredible?
Yes, I hope I'm gonna win 4 or 5.